Chapter 1, Ancestral Jade Pendant. Director Chen, please give me a few more days of grace. I will definitely get the fees together. Outside the ward, Lu Zheng pleaded to a middle-aged doctor in a white coat. Do you believe this yourself? The middle-aged doctor snorted, speaking nonchalantly. You can't even afford the hospitalization fee, and you still want the hospital to operate on your mother. Dream on? Just for today. If you can't pay the hospitalization fee again, get the hell out of the hospital. After saying that, the middle-aged doctor let out a cold snort and bumped away from Lu Zheng, who was blocking the way, not giving Lu Zheng a chance to say more at all. Lu Zheng looked at the middle-aged doctor's back as he left, his face filled with bitterness. A moment later, he turned his head to carefully look at the ward, and was relieved to see that his sleeping mother had not been woken up by the conversation just now. When he saw his mother's pale and almost bloodless face, as well as her brows subconsciously furrowed due to the pain even when she was asleep, Lu Zheng's heart lifted again. Lu Zheng's mother had leukemia, and it was also the most difficult to treat acute myeloid leukemia, which was very dangerous. Only with a bone marrow transplant could she be cured. However, the operation fee of $300,000 was simply an astronomical figure for Lu Zheng nowadays, not to mention $300,000. He couldn't even get $300, but his mother's illness could not be delayed. We can only try this. Lu Zheng clenched his teeth, a look of determination appearing in his eyes, and instead of returning to his ward, he walked towards the outside of the hospitalization department. After leaving the hospital, Lu Zheng went straight to the antique street next to the university town. After looking around for some time, he finally chose a jade store and walked in. Nowadays, the only valuable thing in Lu Zheng's hand was the jade pendant in his pocket, which was a birthday gift from his father on his 18th birthday. The jade pendant was a bit bigger than a coin, like a sheep's fat jade but not, without any patterns or carvings on it. It looked very ancient. At that time, his father very solemnly reminded him that the jade pendant was an ancestral possession of the Lu family, and its value was incalculable. No matter when or how difficult the situation was, the jade pendant must not be shown to anyone, or else, it would incur the trouble of killing him. If his father was still alive, Lu Zheng naturally would not be reduced to selling his ancestral jade pendant. However, the reality was that misfortune was not alone. Since his father's death in a car accident, a series of blows had followed. First, the family company went bankrupt and owed huge debts, and then his mother was diagnosed with leukemia. Now Lu Zheng not only had no money, but also hundreds of millions of debts waiting to be repaid. For Lu Zheng, the most important thing at this time was to cure his mother's disease. The jade pendant, no matter how valuable it was still something outside of his body, no more than his mother. Boss, do you accept jade? Lu Zheng entered the store and saw that there was only a middle-aged man in a tang suit sitting and drinking tea in the store, and asked directly. The store owner sized up Lu Zheng and spread his hands. Bring it and see. Lu Zheng carefully took out the jade pendant and instead of handing it to the middle-aged boss, he carefully placed it on the tray in front of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper gave Lu Zheng another surprised look, not realizing that Lu Zheng even knew the rules. When his eyes landed on the jade pendant, a flash of joy appeared in the shopkeeper's eyes, but he put on a casual look on his face and said, "This is a poor quality sheep's fat jade. It's not worth much. If you're willing to sell it, I'll give you $50,000. What? Only $50,000? Lu Zheng could not help but exclaim in shock. This price was far too different from his expectations. One must know that this piece of jade was the heirloom of their Lu family, a treasure that could make his father, who was worth nearly $1 billion, admonish him so solemnly. Could it be something cheap? Boss, if you don't want to take another look, this piece of jade is, Lu Zheng said anxiously. Love to sell or not? The middle-aged boss waved his hand to interrupt Lu Zheng's words, put the jade back on the table, picked up his teacup again, and put on a show of sending off his guests. Lu Zheng's face turned ugly. $50,000 was not even enough to pay for his mother's surgery. Lu Zheng, why are you here? Just as Lu Zheng hesitated to ask in a different store, a voice suddenly rang out from behind Lu Zheng, and he saw a pair of young men and women walking into the store. The female was dressed fashionably, with delicate makeup painted on her face, while her body was wearing a Chanel suit, a look of an urban beauty. The man is also a Givenchy. Left hand cuffs pulled up, revealing the wrist of the wristwatch full of diamonds. The one who spoke was none other than the young woman. Young Su, why are you here? I'm really sorry to have missed you. The store owner changed his previous diffident attitude, popping up as if a spring had been installed under his buttocks, fawning and smiling. No class today. Came to choose a piece of jade for Lulu to play with. The youth, Su Xiao, said smilingly. Lu Zheng saw this pair of young men and women, while his face became ugly. These two were his classmates. Not only that, the woman dressed as an urban beauty was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Zhang Lulu, who had been his girlfriend a month ago. After the Lu family's incident, Zheng Lulu had kicked Lu Zhang at the first opportunity and threw herself into the arms of this Su Xiao. Lu Zhang, I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Seeing that Lu Zhang had ignored him and feeling slighted, Zheng Lulu frowned and asked, Miss Zhang, this kid is here to sell jade, do you recognize him? The store owner said in a hurry. He, of course I know him. Suli hemmed and hawed and took over the conversation to play with the flavor. Old Zhao, you don't know yet, do you? But this Lu Xiao is my classmate. His old man is a tycoon in Yu City, with a fortune of over $1 billion. What? The store owner could not help but be taken aback by what he said and glanced at Lu Zhang in surprise. After Suli finished speaking, he patted his head in mock chagrin, teasingly saying, look at this memory of mine, I almost forgot. This is all old history. More than a month ago, his old man was hit by a car and died, and even his family's company is now owned by someone else. Now he's just a lost dog. Am I right, Mr. Lu? Suli, don't go too far. Lu Zhang forced down his anger and gritted his teeth. Zhang Lulu glanced at Lu Zhang, her face filled with contempt, as if knowing Lu Zhang was a matter of shame for her. Lu Zhang, I remember that your family's possessions were all sold to pay off debts. Do you still have anything of value on you? It wouldn't be stolen, would it? That doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? Lu Zhang said coldly. He had never expected that this woman who had been chasing after him since high school and had followed him all the way to Rongqing University, posing as if she was not married to you in this life, would be the first to clear her relationship with him after the Lu family's accident. Afterwards, she even stepped on him ruthlessly, publicizing the Lu family's affairs in the school, making Lu Zheng a celebrity of Rongqing University, and being pointed at wherever he went. Thinking back now, Lu Zheng only wanted to say that he was a dog. Zhang Lulu sensed the sarcasm in Lu Zheng's gaze, and immediately became infuriated, screaming, Lu Zheng, you're just a stinking hanger-on now. What qualifications do you have to look down on me? When her eyes landed on the jade on the table, Zhang Lulu's eyes instantly lit up. Is this the jade you're selling? Zhang Lulu grabbed the jade in her hands, her eyes showing undisguised affection. Lu Zheng, how can I say that I was with you for a few months, and now that we've broken up, shouldn't you make it up to me? This piece of jade must be given to me. Just take it as my youth loss fee for these few months. Dream on. Give it back to me. Lu Zhang roared angrily and hurriedly tried to snatch back the jade pendant. Zhang Lulu seemed to have guessed that Lu Zhang would do so and dodged backward to avoid Lu Zhang's hand. And when she was not paying attention, she wrenched her high-heeled shoes under her feet and screamed instantly. Ah, Lu Zhang, how dare you hit me? Xiao Su. Lu Zhang, he hit me. Zhang Lulu covered her ankle and screamed with a face of resentment. That still pretty face looked twisted and hideous at this moment. Grass, how dare you hit my woman? Su Li cursed, and without giving Lu Zhang a chance to speak, he slammed his fist towards Lu Zhang's face. Lu Zhang instinctively raised his arm to block. Ka-ching! A bone-crunching sound came. Lu Zhang had never expected Su Li's strength to be so great, giving him the feeling that it was not like being hit by a fist, but rather like being hit by an angry bull. After the sharp pain, the entire right arm lost consciousness. How dare you fight back? Seeing Lu Zhang blocking, Su Li not only did not stop, instead, he felt provoked and became more and more enraged as he slammed out another punch. This time, the punch smashed onto Lu Zhang's stomach. Lu Zhang let out a cry of pain, sucked in a breath of cold air, and immediately fell to the ground hunched over into a prawn, with fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Pain. Not only did his stomach hurt, but his whole body hurt. Seeing Lu Zhang being knocked to the ground by Su Li's two punches, Zhang Lulu also stopped screaming, but stood up straight and looked down condescendingly at Lu Zhang, despising him. I forgot to tell you that Su Xiao is a member of the Rongqing Martial Arts Club. How dare you, a punk like you, make a move against Mr. Su, you don't know what you're doing. Lu Zhang lay on the ground, staring angrily at the two men, his eyes almost spitting out fire. It wasn't that he didn't want to stand up. Nowadays, he didn't even have the strength to speak, let alone stand up. He could only use his eyes to express his anger. What? Not convinced? How about this young man help you loosen your bones again? Su Li hemmed and hawed and was about to strike again, but was pulled back by Zhang Lulu. Naturally, she was not kindly helping Lu Zhang, but was worried about making a scene. Lu Zhang, do you really think I care about your broken jade pendant? Zhang Lulu played with the jade pendant in her hands, looking down at Lu Zhang with a quick smile on her face. I heard that your mom has leukemia. If I'm not wrong, you're selling the jade to raise money for your deadbeat mom's operation, right? I won't let you have your wish. As the words fell, Zhang Lulu's hand abruptly opened. The jade pendant fell freely under the effect of gravity, and smashed on the ground with a ding sound. However, it did not shatter. Before Lu Zhang could breathe a sigh of relief, Zhang Lulu abruptly raised her right foot, and with that slender high heel, she stepped hard towards the jade pendant. Don't! Lu Zhang instantly guessed Zhang Lulu's intentions, and without knowing where the strength came from, he actually shouted out, raising his hand to block the jade pendant at the same time as he spoke, wanting to protect the jade pendant with his hand. However, it was still a step too late. Boom! The jade pendant was split into pieces. Lu Zhang looked at the jade pendant that had been stomped into pieces and went completely insane. His eyes bloodshot and his mouth emitted an angry roar as if he wanted to eat someone. The jade pendant, the ancestral possession of his Lu family, was a treasure that his father had solemnly explained that it must be properly preserved, and was the only hope of saving his mother. Now, it was destroyed by Zhang Lulu. Why? Why? I asked myself that I have never wronged you. Why are you doing this? Lu Zhang roared angrily, staring angrily at Zhang Lulu, his face twisted and his eyes glazed over. Because, it's fun. Zhang Lulu crouched down and looked straight at Lu Zhang, faintly saying, remember, this is the price you pay for looking down on me just now. At this moment, she felt like a high and mighty queen who held the power of life and death, and her heart was free to the extreme. Zhang Lulu, you deserve to die. Lu Zhang roared, feeling like his body was about to explode with anger. He had never hated someone as much as he did right now, and he could not wait to tear Zhang Lulu alive and break her into pieces. I didn't expect to run into this stinky hangman here. What a spoiler. Young Su, let's go shopping and come back here to pick a piece of jade some other day. Zhang Lulu, however, did not pay any more attention to Lu Zhang, but stood up and took Su Li's arm and whispered, how ing bad luck. Su Li let out a low curse as he held Zhang Lulu's thin waist and walked towards the outside of the store. Hey, this is your business. It has nothing to do with me. The store owner looked at Lu Zhang, who was shaped like a statue, and hastened to loudly clear the air, as if Lu Zhang did not hear him. His palm gently touched the fragments of the jade pendant that he did not know how many pieces it had shattered into, and there was only one thought left in his mind, and that was that the jade had shattered. The only hope of saving his mother, gone. Neither of them noticed that the moment Lu Zhang touched the fragment of the jade pendant, a golden light suddenly flew out from the fragment of the jade pendant and disappeared into Lu Zhang's brow like lightning. Lu Zhang's body shook, and an old man with a tall crown and a big suit with flowing clothes appeared in his mind, like an ancient great scholar, or like the king of the gods controlling the heavens, with an overbearing and majestic gaze that made people not dare to look at him. Heaven and earth as a furnace to create chemicals, the human world in a thought of life and death. Immortal road without end all sigh. Only I want a ferry to do flatboat. The old man sighed quietly. An old and majestic voice resounded through Lu Zhang's mind, like thunder, like a loud bell, deafening. My descendant, you inherit the mantle of this seat today, and have been transcendent ever since. As the words fell, the old man once again transformed into a golden light, followed by a vast amount of memories that appeared in Lu Zhang's mind. Medical divination, geomancy, alchemy, together with the old man's lifelong cultivation experience, were all imprinted in the depths of Lu Zhang's memory. Ling-a-ling. Before Lu Zhang could go through all these memories, an ear-piercing cell phone ringtone pulled Lu Zhang back to reality. Lu Zhang jolted awake. Only then did he realize that the pain on his body had disappeared, and when he picked up his cell phone and took a look at the caller ID, he could not help but be slightly shocked. The one who called was none other than Xiao Yurua, the intern doctor of the People's Hospital. As soon as the phone was connected, Xiao Yurua's anxious voice rang out from inside. Lu Zhang, come to the hospital quickly. Director Chen has brought people to the ward. He's going to kick your mom out of the hospital. Chapter 2. There is a female Luotian. What? Lu Zhang's face changed drastically when he heard Xiao Yurua's words, and he put away his cell phone and rushed out of the jade store. His mother's body was very weak right now, and if she was forcibly driven out of the hospital by Director Chen and the others, and anything went wrong during that time, the consequences would definitely be unimaginable. At the entrance of the People's Hospital, a pretty girl in a white coat with a ponytail was waiting at the entrance, looking around somewhat anxiously. This girl was none other than Xiao Yurua, who had spoken to Lu Zhang earlier. Xiao Yurua was also a student of Rongqing University, and was classmates with Lu Zhang, and was now interning at the People's Hospital. It was just that the two were not in the same department. Lu Zhang majored in computer science, while Xiao Yurua majored in clinical medicine. In addition to that, Xiao Yurua had another identity, which was the daughter of Lu Zhang's landlord. Since the news of the Lu family's accident had been publicized by Zhang Lulu at school, Lu Zhang's original friends had avoided Lu Zhang like the plague, while Xiao Yurua, who had not been familiar with Lu Zhang in the past, had helped Lu Zhang many times. Even Lu Zhang's mother, Gu Yun, had been taken care of by Xiao Yurua many times. Seeing Lu Zhang appear, Xiao Yurua hurriedly said, Lu Zhang, you should go quickly. Director Chen has made up his mind this time to forcefully expel people. I'm afraid that if you go late. Lu Zhang thanked Xiao Yurua and ran towards the hospital with a grave expression on his face. When he arrived at the entrance of the ward, he was stopped by two big men in suits with vigilant faces. Lu Zheng frowned. These two men were not the hospital's security guards, and looked more like bodyguards. When his gaze landed on the ward, Lu Zheng could not help but be stunned. The scene in front of him was far from what he had imagined. The scene of his mother being driven out of the ward did not appear. On the contrary, at this moment, his mother was sitting diagonally on the hospital bed with a faint smile on her face as she was talking to someone. Next to the hospital bed, on the other hand, was sitting a young woman who was holding her mother's hand and talking and laughing softly with her. Due to the fact that her back was facing Lu Zheng could not recognize who this woman was. Just by listening to her voice and observing her delicate figure, he guessed that she was not very old. Behind this woman, there was also a young woman dressed in a professional suit, dressed as a secretary. Director Chen was also in the ward at this time. However, he did not sit, but stood on the other side of his mother's hospital bed with a fawning smile on his face. It's little Lu who's back. What are you waiting there for? Why don't you come in? Director Chen looked up to see Lu Zheng and immediately greeted him with an unprecedented enthusiasm. Lu's mother, who was talking, as well as the young woman, also looked towards the door when they heard Director Chen's words. Lu Zheng was thus able to see the woman's face. He had not guessed wrongly. The woman was indeed very young and a great beauty. This person should be around the same age as him, with fair skin, a stunningly beautiful appearance, and a noble and cold temperament. It was Xiao Yuruo, who was named the school flower, and compared to her, she had to be inferior by 1 point, not in appearance, but in aura. The moment this woman looked at him, Lu Zheng's heartbeat slightly accelerated, and he became a little nervous. However, this nervousness only lasted for a second, and then Lu Zheng felt as if there was a warm current flowing in his dantian. The previous nervousness also disappeared. Seeing that his mother was fine, Lu Zheng also felt relieved and walked forward to ask with concern, "Mom, are you alright?" The two bodyguards did not stop them anymore. "I'm quite fine, don't worry about me," Mother Lu said with a smile. "You are Lu Zheng, right? I am Bai Luotian." The young woman nodded to Lu Zheng and introduced herself. Bai Luotian? Hearing this name, Lu Zheng unconsciously raised his eyebrows slightly and could not help but take another look at Bai Luotian, and in his heart, he could not help but secretly marvel. Smooth and beautiful, looks like a heavenly fairy, splendid as the spring flower, bright as the autumn moon. It's worthy of the name Luotian. In the next second, as if he thought of something, he was abruptly startled and looked down at Bai Luotian and exclaimed, "What did you say? You are Bai Luotian?" Bai Luotian was not the least bit surprised to see Lu Zheng's expression, but seemed to have taken it for granted as he said, "It seems that there is no need for me to introduce myself anymore." Lu Zheng shook his head. Although it was the first time he had met Bai Luotian, he was not unfamiliar with this name at all. On the contrary, it could even be described as thunderous. Bai Luotian, the only daughter of Bai Hongtu, the chairman of Tenglong Group. Bai Hongtu was a super rich man in Rongcheng, with a fortune of over $10 billion. As Bai Hongtu's only daughter, Bai Luotian was naturally one of the top second-generation rich people in Rongcheng. However, Bai Luotian was not just a second-generation rich girl, she was also a super academic. She graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, majoring in art and design, and founded her own fashion brand, Luotian, while she was still in school. After graduation, Bai Luotian did not enter her father's Tenglong Group, but continued to run her own fashion company. From an outsider's perspective, this was nothing more than a small endeavor, something Bai Luotian used to practice, or trial and error. In the future, Bai Luotian would still enter the Tenglong Group. However, the reality was that it shocked countless people's jaws. In less than 3 years, Bai Luotian had opened her own fashion stores in all the high-end shopping malls in Rongcheng, and had taken Rongcheng as the center, radiating to all the major cities in the country. Nowadays, the brand Luotian can even compete with the world's top luxury brands such as Chanel, LV, and Dairo in Rongcheng without falling behind, and it is even more respected among the student population. Bai Luotian's Luotian Group is not listed, but some industry insiders have made an assessment. Conservative estimates are given a $1 billion valuation. There was a company to open the price of $2 billion, want a packaged acquisition Luotian Group and Luotian brand, but was rejected by the white Luotian. Bai Luotian owned 100% of the shares of Luotian Group. In other words, even without relying on her father, Bai Luotian was now worth over $2 billion. The reason why Lu Zheng knew Bai Luotian so well was because, at the beginning of this year, Bai Luotian had appeared on Fortune magazine as a young outstanding entrepreneur, and was also featured on the cover. The magazine introduced Bai Luotian's resume in detail. It was also this magazine that completely exposed Bai Luotian to the public, making her the goddess of countless young men's hearts. High face value, high education, high IQ, rich family, and a strong background. Such a person was simply perfect. Even if he hadn't read the magazine, Lu Zheng was no stranger to Bai Luotian. Those friends of his in the past had no shortage of people who had set Bai Luotian as their ultimate goal, reciting it often under their breath. Lu Zheng's ears were almost cocooned from hearing about it, so how could he be unfamiliar with it? However, the next moment Lu Zheng frowned, not understanding why Bai Luotian had appeared in his mother's hospital room. At this moment, Mother Lu spoke. Little Zheng, Luotian is your Uncle Bai's daughter. You guys even played together when you were little, but you were both still young at that time, so you shouldn't remember much. Uncle Bai? Lu Zheng repeated under his breath, a look of surprise on his face. Bai Luotian's father was naturally that Tinglong group's chairman, Bai Hongtu. However, as far as Lu Zheng remembered, he did not recall his family having any interactions with Bai Hongtu. What was even more unbelievable to him was that he had known Bai Luotian when he was a child. Little Lu, it was General Manager Bai who helped you pay for the surgery. Why don't you thank General Manager Bai? Director Chen, who had been piling on the smiles, hurriedly said. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng instantly understood. The fact that his mother had not been kicked out of the hospital was not due to Director Chen's kindness. He was afraid that it was because Bai Luotian had appeared at the critical moment, which had prevented Director Chen from taking action. Thinking of this, a touch of gratitude surged in Lu Zheng's heart towards Bai Luotian. There is no need to thank you. With the relationship between our two families, this little matter is nothing. Bai Luotian shook her head and then turned her head to look at Mother Lu, a smile on her pretty face as she said gently, Auntie Gu, my parents are both abroad and don't know about your illness yet. Otherwise, I'm afraid they would have already come to see you. I hope you won't take offense. Mother Lu smiled and shook her head, indicating that she didn't care. Auntie Gu, I would like to talk to Lu Zheng alone. I wonder if that's possible. After accompanying Mother Lu for a couple more sentences of small talk, she finally revealed her intentions. Upon hearing this, Mother Lu's heart sank slightly, and then she sighed in her heart. She had already vaguely guessed Bai Luotian's purpose when she appeared in the hospital room. After all, he's still here. Just as well, Bai Hongtu's daughter is indeed too outstanding. Even in the past, Xiao Zhen was a bit reluctant to match her. Not to mention now, Mother Lu secretly said in her heart, the more she looked at Bai Luotian as her daughter-in-law to be, the more satisfied she became. It's a pity that, how could it be? Mother Lu smiled and shook her head, then instructed Lu Zheng, it just so happens that I'm also tired. Little Zheng, you accompany Luotian for a chat. After thinking about it, she also urged Lu Zheng, if Luotian needs your help in any way, just promise her. Lu Zheng was dumbfounded by what he heard. Bai Luotian was the daughter of Bai Hongtu, and she was a tycoon with a fortune of over $2 billion. Would such a person need his help? Although he was puzzled in his heart, Lu Zheng still agreed. Alright, don't worry, Mom. Anyways, Bai Luotian had helped his mother pay for her surgery, allowing her to avoid being driven out of the hospital. This wasn't just a matter of money. There was also a favor in it. The money, he would naturally find a chance to pay it back. If he could help Bai Luotian, he would just take the opportunity to return the favor. Let's go out for a walk. After waiting for Mother Lu to lie down, Bai Luotian said and walked towards the outside of the hospital room, the small garden inside the hospital. You really don't know the relationship between our two families? Bai Luotian asked, looking straight at Lu Zheng. It had to be said that Bai Luotian's aura was simply too powerful. Even standing across from it, there was an inexplicable pressure that gave Lu Zheng the feeling of facing the head teacher in elementary school. If it were before, Lu Zheng would have been afraid that he would not be able to resist lowering his head under Bai Luotian's gaze. But just as he felt this pressure, the warmth in his small abdomen once again operated. The pressure brought to him by Bai Luotian also all disintegrated. Lu Zheng could not help but think of the scene in the antique store. Could it be that what I saw before was not an illusion? Have I really obtained my ancestors' inheritance? Lu Zheng thought secretly in his heart. Between the revolutions of his mind, the memories of his ancestor once again appeared in Lu Zheng's mind. Lu Zheng couldn't help but feel great joy in his heart. Sure enough, it was not an illusion. Bai Luotian stared at Lu Zheng, already frowning. The beautiful secretary who stood not far from the two of them looked at Lu Zheng as if she was looking at an oddball. She had also followed Bai Luotian for 2 years. This was the first time she had ever seen a person of the opposite sex of her age standing in front of Bai Luotian and still being able to walk away. What was it if it wasn't an oddball? What are you thinking about? Bai Luotian opened her mouth again, her voice becoming cooler and cooler. Only then did Lu Zheng come back to his senses and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about what you said. I don't really remember that our two families have any interactions. So, you don't know that there is a marriage contract between us either? Bai Luotian asked. What? A marriage contract? Lu Zheng was abruptly startled and almost jumped in place. Are you sure you're not joking? There's a marriage contract between us? How come I didn't know? Bai Luotian still had the same cold expression, but her eyes became sharp as she looked straight at Lu Zheng, and only sighed softly after she was sure that Lu Zheng wasn't pretending. It seems that you really don't know anything. My dad and your dad were college roommates and good friends. Even the starting capital for my dad's business was funded by your dad. At that time, my dad was still penniless, but your dad had already made his first bucket of gold and accumulated millions. Bai Luotian explained. Lu Zheng's eyes widened, too shocked to speak. Surprisingly, there was such a thing. His own dad was actually a classmate of Bai Hongtu, and had even helped him? Others might not be aware of it, but Lu Zheng knew that his dad, who was elegant and atmospheric in the eyes of outsiders, quite the Confucian businessman, was stuffy as hell in his bones. With such a powerful past, his dad had never bragged about it in front of him? This is not scientific. Your mother was right just now. We did meet when we were kids. It was at our parents' class reunion. Bai Luotian continued. It was also that day that both parents fixed our marriage under the flirtation of our classmates. Now, you get it, right? Lu Zheng nodded, then shook his head and subconsciously said, that's not right. I remember that you have graduated for more than 3 years. That means that you are at least 3 years older than me. How could both of our parents possibly agree? Lu Zheng was indeed confused. To an adult, perhaps a 3-year gap could not be seen as anything, but to a small child, especially at that time when Lu Zheng still could not remember things, a gap of 3 years old would already seem obvious. After Lu Zheng finished speaking, he suddenly realized that it was not good. It seemed like he had said the wrong thing. Sure enough, as soon as he raised his head, he saw Bai Luotian's stunningly beautiful face, which still looked beautiful at that moment, but gave Lu Zheng the feeling of seemingly blackening. I am the same age as you, only skipped a few grades, which is why I graduated a few years earlier than you, Bai Luotian coldly said. It was only then that Lu Zheng remembered that Bai Luotian was not only a second-generation rich kid, but also a superb student. As he suddenly realized, he also vaguely guessed Bai Luotian's intentions. When he thought about what his mother had just told him, Lu Zheng's face could not help but become a little ugly. Bai Luotian mentioning the marriage contract between the two of them to him at this time naturally wouldn't be for nothing. He would not narcissistically think that Bai Luotian was trying to marry him. Then, Bai Luotian's purpose would be one and only one. Thinking of this, Lu Zheng couldn't help but smile bitterly, and said in his heart, no wonder mother would say that she had help for Bai Luotian. His mother was afraid that she had also long guessed Bai Luotian's intentions, which was why she had solemnly urged him before he left the house. My father helped your family, and after my family's accident, it's not even a problem if you don't help, but at this time, you even come to throw stones? An anger rose in Lu Zheng's heart. Previously, Bai Luotian's behavior of helping to pay up for the surgery. At this time, when he thought about it carefully, he was afraid that it was not because Bai Luotian looked at the relationship between the two families to do so, but rather, it was the bargaining chip that it used to force him to agree to withdraw from the marriage. Bai Luotian clearly captured the change in Lu Zheng's face, but said with an unchanged expression, it seems that you have already guessed that my coming to you is related to this matter. Then I'll be straightforward. I came here this time because I hope that you can. Speaking here, Bai Luotian paused, looked straight at Lu Zheng, and said in a solemn tone, and me, tie the knot, marry. Although Lu Zheng stood opposite Bai Luotian, his mind went to the ninth heaven, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He decided in his mind that Bai Luotian was going to say something about withdrawing from the marriage, so without even hearing what Bai Luotian was saying, he blurted out, fine, I agree. It was only after the words were spoken that Lu Zheng realized something was wrong and exclaimed violently, what did you say? Chapter 3, the debtor comes to the door. What did you say? Lu Zheng's mouth was wide open, his face confused, feeling like his brain had short-circuited a bit. Bai Luotian actually didn't come to withdraw from the marriage, but to marry herself? How was this possible? The script wasn't right. Compared to that, Lu Zheng was more willing to believe that it was Bai Luotian who was wrong. The beautiful secretary standing not far away was also stunned, with the same look of disbelief. Who was Bai Luotian? The well-deserved goddess of the entire Rong City high society. The people who pursued her could line up from the People's Hospital to Rongqing University. Lu Zheng, on the other hand, was only a second-generation rich man, and now he had even become a negative second generation. To put it bluntly, even if Lu Zongming hadn't died and the Lu family's company was still in existence, Lu Zheng wouldn't be good enough for Bai Luotian. The difference was 100,000 miles. You heard correctly. The purpose of me coming here is to have you marry me, Bai Luotian said in a flat voice, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. Lu Zheng also calmed down at this time and said, if I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that the marriage you want is not as simple as it seems. You are very smart. Table Luotian nodded. This is a deal. We will only be a famous but not real couple for 3 years. During these 3 years, you can be with whomever you like, as long as you don't get married, and I won't interfere with your freedom. In exchange, I will be responsible for your mother's surgery and subsequent convalescence. How about that? Why are you doing this? Lu Zheng said in disbelief. No comment, Bai Luotian said, with no intention of explaining to Lu Zheng. Why did you choose me? We have a marriage contract. Sorry, I refuse. Lu Zheng shook his head. If Bai Luotian had proposed this deal before today, he might have agreed. But now, he had obtained his ancestors' inheritance. With his ancestors' memories in place, Lu Zheng did not worry about the medical expenses, and even, he wanted to try and see for himself if he could cure his mother's illness with the methods in his memories. Seeing Lu Zheng rejecting so firmly, Bai Luotian could not help but show a touch of surprise. She did not come here on a whim. She had done sufficient research before coming here, and she knew all about Lu Zheng's current situation. Following that, she seemed to have thought of something and frowned. Don't worry, although we are only a couple in name, but within these 3 years, I won't socialize with anyone. Lu Zheng still shook his head. He was not desperate now, and there was no need to imprison his youth for 3 years for $300,000. Next to him, Bai Luotian's beautiful secretary had looked dumbfounded. In Rongcheng, it was unknown how many people were pursuing Bai Luotian. Even if she and Bai Luotian were only a nominal couple, as long as Bai Luotian gave a greeting, I'm afraid there were countless people willing to step forward and not pay a penny. Lu Zheng surprisingly refused again. If you have any conditions, just feel free to say them. As long as it can be done, I will try my best to fulfill it. Bai Luotian said. I don't have any conditions, I just don't want to make this deal. It's better for Ms. Bai to go find someone else. Lu Zheng said with a calm expression. Although Bai Luotian did not come to fall on the well as he had just thought, it was also a fact that the Bai family had stood idly by when the Lu family was in trouble. Lu Zheng had more or less some grudges in his heart. Lu Zheng, have you forgotten what Auntie Gu urged you to do when you were in the hospital room just now? A smile suddenly appeared on Bai Luotian's pretty face as she stared at Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng was stunned, followed by a bitter smile on his face. His mother had indeed said something like this just now, but if she hadn't guessed wrongly, his mother should have also thought that Bai Luotian had come to withdraw from the marriage, which was why she had urged him to agree to Bai Luotian's request. But how could his mother have thought that Bai Luotian had come here not to withdraw from the marriage at all, but to marry him? When I first came to the hospital, I just happened to run into Dr. Chen taking the security guard to your mother's ward. The way he looked at the time, it didn't look like he was going to diagnose your mom. Bai Luotian said slowly. If I had come a few minutes later, I'm afraid your mom would have already been kicked out of the hospital. Moreover, I know all about your current situation. You simply can't get the money for the surgery. Do you really want your mother to continue to be delayed? Lu Zhang was once again speechless. What Bai Luotian said was the truth. Now that he knew that Bai Luotian was not here to throw stones, Bai Luotian was not just helping to pay for the surgery. It was also equivalent to saving his mother once. In his mother's current condition, if she had really been rudely kicked out of the hospital, I'm afraid she would have lost half of her life. This was a favor that Lu Zhang had to recognize. Alright, I promise, Lu Zhang said somewhat helplessly. You prepare the things you need, and I will come to pick you up when you get your marriage license. Bai Luotian coldly said. You still need to get a marriage license? Lu Zhang exclaimed in shock, but realized that Bai Luotian didn't even give him a chance to refuse and had already turned around to leave. Lu Zhang was dumbfounded, and then he smiled bitterly. Bai Luotian's beautiful secretary, on the other hand, glared fiercely at Lu Zhang before turning around to chase after Bai Luotian. To be able to marry Bai Luotian, even if it was a nominal couple, in her opinion, it was Lu Zhang who had picked up a great bargain. However, this brat looked like he had suffered a great loss, which was really hateful. Lu Zhang, who was that beautiful woman just now? So pretty. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman. Xiao Yuerua came to Lu Zhang and asked, but her gaze was fixed on Bai Luotian's back as she left. She had spotted Lu Zhang just now, but it was a pity that she was stopped by Bai Luotian's bodyguards and couldn't get close at all, so she could only watch from afar as Bai Luotian and Lu Zhang talked. Do you know Luotian? Lu Zhang turned his head and asked. Of course I know. Xiao Yuerua rolled her eyes and said without any goodwill. In Rongcheng, almost all of the high-end shopping malls had the Luotian brand of fashion for sale. If you take out a set of clothes, I'm afraid it would be worth half a year's spending for an average income family. One of her roommates in her dorm room had received a new Luotian trench coat from her boyfriend, and had been excited about it for months, showing it off in front of her roommates. She's Bai Luotian. Lu Zheng pointed his chin in the direction that Bai Luotian had left and said, What? She is Bai Luotian, the founder of the Luotian? Xiao Yuerua could not help but exclaim in shock as she hurriedly asked after her. Lu Zhang, you actually know Bai Luotian? How is this possible? What is your relationship with her? What is she looking for you for? You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Lu Zhang smiled and shook his head. You say it, I believe it. Xiao Yuerua nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and stared at Lu Zhang, as if the fire of gossip was burning in her eyes. She wanted to marry me, and was rejected by me. However, I have a soft heart and could not resist her repeated persuasion, so I reluctantly agreed. Lu Zheng summarized after thinking about it. Bah, shameless, Lu Zheng. Sure enough, it is better to believe that there are ghosts in the world than to believe that a woman's on an ivory white Rolls-Royce traveling at an even speed. Zheng Xiao was sitting on the co-pilot, turning her head to look at Bai Luotian with a look of desire to speak on her face. Bai Luotian was resting her eyes in the back seat, as if she had sensed Zheng Xiao's gaze, and calmly said, "What do you want to say?" Zheng Xiao finally spat out the words he was holding back. "Mr. Bai, why did you choose him? You are aware that the Lu family's matter is not as simple as it appears. If you do this, not only you, but even the Bai family will be implicated. I'm afraid, it's just a shield. Is it worth it for you to do this?" Lu Zongming had died in a car accident on the surface. However, in reality, that car accident was not an accident, but rather, Lu Zongming had offended someone, and that was what brought about the killing. This point was clear to almost all of Yu City's high society. The information about the Lu family in Bai Luotian's hands was still investigated by her, and although it was all superficial, she could more or less see some clues. Not only was Lu Zongming's death, but the collapse of the Lu group was also too strange. Lu's group's capital chain had always been very healthy and there was no problem. Even without Lu Zongming, there was still Lu Zheng's mother, Gu Yun, and the business could have continued to operate as usual. However, Lu's group had suddenly exploded with tons of problems the day after Lu Zongming's death. From being exposed to problems, to bankruptcy, to falling into the hands of others, it took less than a week. The speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. Anyone with an eye can see that there is something fishy going on. Lu Zongming is not a nobody, but a billionaire with a fortune of over $1 billion, and is well known in the Yu City business community. In a week, it can create Lu Zongming car accident death, and swallowed all the property of the Lu family. But in Yu City did not cause a little ripple. Such a person will not be simple enough? Zhang Xiao shuddered just thinking about it. Bai Luotian just needed to find a shield. There were plenty of such people in Rongqing, so there was no need to go through the muddy waters of the Lu family. Bai Luotian slowly opened her eyes and didn't immediately answer Zhang Xiao's question, but instead looked ahead at the traffic with a hint of coldness in her eyes. Zhang Xiao could see that there were doubts about the Lu family's affairs, and she naturally could see it as well. In fact, she knew more than Zhang Xiao knew. It was only after a moment that Bai Luotian's voice was clear and cold. Uncle Lu has passed away. Even the Lu family's properties have fallen into their hands. What else do these people want? Do they have to force the Lu family to die out before they are satisfied? It may be my father's fault that the Bai family is where it is today, but without Uncle Lu's money, it would all be empty talk. The White family owes the Lu family a favor. When the Lu family was in trouble, my dad knew too late to help. But in fact, I know that if he is really willing to step in and help Auntie Gu and her son to keep the Lu family's property, he can still do it. But he did not do anything, but ran abroad. Let the Lu family mother and son were bullied and fell into the street, pretending not to see anything. He, Bai Hongtu, is a heartless person. I, Bai Luotian, am not. If those people still don't want to let the Lu family mother and son go, then let them come over. I, Bai Luotian, will take it. Zhang Xiao couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded when she heard Bai Luotian's words. From this flat tone of Bai Luotian's voice, he actually felt an unspeakable domineering aura. Yes, it was domineering. At this time, Bai Luotian still had the same unperturbed look, but the feeling she was given was no longer a rich young lady or the helmsman of a company, but a queen. It wasn't until then that Zhang Xiao understood Bai Luotian's intentions. Bai Luotian finding a shield for herself was fake, but her real purpose was actually to protect the Lu family's mother and son with her own strength. No, perhaps, it was both. General Manager Bai, why don't you tell Lu Zheng about what happened to the Lu family? He doesn't seem to know anything yet. Zhang Xiao said in disbelief. The time has not yet come, Bai Luotian said quietly, once again closing his eyes and resting his mind. In his mind, however, Lu Zheng's appearance appeared, and he secretly sighed in his heart. Ignorance is sometimes a blessing. Telling Lu Zheng the truth now was tantamount to letting Lu Zheng go to his death. What's more, what she knew about the Lu family was only the tip of the iceberg. For example, to this day, she hadn't found out who Lu Zongming had offended to bring about his demise. Zhang Xiao knew that she couldn't change Bai Luotian's mind and could only sigh. Just then, Bai Luotian but abruptly opened her eyes and said, Zhang Xiao, do you know why I'm saying this to you? Being stared at by Bai Luotian like this, Zhang Xiao was suddenly a bit flustered, as if he was being seen through his deepest secrets. Bai Luotian didn't wait for an answer and calmly said, although you are the secretary I personally interviewed and seem to be my beloved, you are actually the person my father picked. It was also him who arranged for you to come to my company for an interview. Buzz. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao was instantly struck by lightning and stayed in place, looking at Bai Luotian with a gaze filled with shock. General Manager Bai, you know all about it? Zheng Xiao said naively, still somewhat in disbelief. Then why do you still? The corner of Bai Luotian's mouth rose slightly. This unintentional smile, but it was as if 100 flowers bloomed, and it seemed that the entire world became bright and colorful. Are you asking why I still use you since I know your identity? Bai Luotian said. Zheng Xiao nodded mechanically. Why don't you use it? The corner of Bai Luotian's mouth curled up slightly as he smiled lightly and asked rhetorically. That man is my father, and he's not my competitor, much less my enemy. The fact that you were able to pass his screening shows that there's no problem with your abilities, and at most, you'll secretly report back to him about my situation. This is not a bad thing for me. If I'm not mistaken, the market expansion plans you came up with a few times before, they all passed through his hands, right? Or were simply his handiwork? Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiao was immediately like a deflated ball, her face filled with discouragement. In front of Bai Luotian, she felt that she, a high achiever who graduated from an Ivy League school, was a little short on IQ, and just then, Bai Luotian threw out another weighted bomb. Do you think that he doesn't know that I guessed your identity? Bai Luotian said with a calm face. What? Chairman, he knows. Zheng Zhao's mouth opened wide in shock. It's just a mutual unspoken agreement, Bai Luotian said. Her father was Bai Hongtu, a man who had spent less than 20 years accumulating a $10 billion fortune, and had earned the title of Silver Fox in the business world. Although Bai Luotian thought highly of herself, she also understood that compared to her father, she was still a bit young. Hearing this, Zheng Xiao was completely discouraged, feeling that in front of this pair of demonic father and daughter, her IQ could only be crushed. Other people's fathers and daughters have guessed the role she played, only she herself with a too little cute. She was the only one who was just like a little cutie pie. If it wasn't for Bai Luotian picking it out today, she would have thought she was hiding it well and had been complacent about it. Mr. Bai, why are you telling me this? Zheng Xiao said with some confusion. This matter? I don't want any accidents to occur. Bai Luotian glanced at Zheng Xiao, meaning and pointing, you're still using it smoothly. Don't force me to change my secretary. Zheng Xiao was instantly flabbergasted and hurriedly said, yes, Mr. Bai, I promise not to report today's incident to the chairman. Mother Lu's hospital room. The ward, which was originally quiet because Lu Zhang and the others had left, became lively once again. The not-so-big ward was almost packed with people. These people, all of whom were the former collaborators of the Lu group, were now the debtors of the Lu family. Mrs. Lu, you said you don't have the money to pay your debts, so how can you have the money to pay for the surgery? We all heard the doctor say that your surgery fee has been paid in full today. A middle-aged man stood in front of the hospital bed and sneered. That's right, Mrs. Lu, please be kind. $1 million isn't a drop in the bucket for you, but it's our factory's life-saving money. If we can't get any more money, the workers are going to fight me for their lives. There were also people who sold their misery. Although the Lu group is gone, the Lu family still has a lot of real estate. If you guys just leak a little from your fingers, it'll be enough to pay us back. Ladies and gentlemen, my family's house and car have already been sold to pay off the debt. The surgery fee wasn't paid by me either. But, Guyun's face was pale as she forced herself to endure the pain in her body and explained. In my opinion, you just don't want to pay back the money. Luckily I arranged for someone to keep an eye on the hospital, or else I would have really been fooled by you. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with her? Let's pull her out now. Let's make her refund the surgery fee to pay off her debt. Yes, let's do it. It's only right to pay back the debt. The crowd yelled loudly. You spoke and I spoke. No one was willing to listen to Guyun's explanation at all. As they spoke, two middle-aged men even grabbed Guyun's arms, wanting to pull her off the hospital bed. Hiss! Guyun sucked in cold air as she was pulled, her face so pale that it was almost bloodless, her forehead covered with fine beads of sweat as she almost fainted. Humph! Pretending to be quite decent. I don't think she's sick at all. She's just pretending to be sick on purpose to avoid her debt. The middle-aged man who had just pulled a hand on Guyun laughed coldly. Didn't you get leukemia? How come you're not dead now? A middle-aged woman with a big waist said viciously. Still pretending to be dead? Get your ass down here. As she spoke, she raised her hand and grabbed towards Guyun's hair. Stop! An angry bellowing voice abruptly exploded in the ears of the crowd. The middle-aged woman felt as if a gust of wind was blowing by, and then she felt her wrist being grabbed by someone, and the pain coming from her wrist was such that she couldn't help but scream. Only then did she realize that there was an additional young man beside her. This person, naturally, was Lu Zheng. What are you? You? The middle-aged woman screamed. Lu Zheng stared coldly at the middle-aged woman, fire almost spewing out of his eyes. If he had come a few seconds later, perhaps his mother would have been pulled down by this middle-aged woman. Bastard! Quickly let go of me! The middle-aged woman screamed loudly. Fine. Lu Zheng gritted his teeth and sneered, heeding good advice and indeed letting go. While letting go of his hand, he did not retract it. but smacked it towards the middle-aged woman's face. Slap! A loud slap resounded throughout the entire ward. The middle-aged woman was directly jerked over to the ground. The corner of her mouth cracked open, and her face revealed clear slap marks. Ah! Murdering people! Quickly come to people! Murder! The middle-aged woman sat on the ground and screamed loudly. Lu Zheng, however, ignored it and swung his right hand out again. Snap! Like the sound of two firecrackers rang out in the ward. The two middle-aged men who had grabbed Guyun's arms were directly smacked by Lu Zheng and fell back a few steps, falling on their asses on the ground and opening their mouths to spray out a few bloodied teeth. Hiss! Everyone in the ward sucked in cold air, subconsciously taking a few steps back, looking at Lu Zheng with a gaze full of horror. The middle-aged woman who had screamed earlier also did not dare to scream anymore. The large ward. At this moment, a needle could be heard. Chapter 4, Sudden Onset. After gathering a few of the people who had just pulled his mother, Lu Zheng did not strike again, but as if nothing had happened, he assisted his mother to sit back down and asked with concern, "Mom, did they hurt you?" Guyun barely shook her head, her face still pale and frightening. Lu Zheng's face was also hard to see, and his chest was burning with anger. "How can you hit someone with your hands?" A full dozen seconds passed before someone stood out and loudly accused Lu Zheng. "That's right, we're here to demand a debt. It's only right and proper to pay back what you owe. What gives you the right to hit people? Even if you don't pay back the money, how dare you hit someone? Call the police and arrest him." The others followed along and clamored. However, the moment Lu Zheng turned around, the crowd shivered in fear and hastily took a few steps backward. Lu Zheng coldly swept his eyes at the crowd and said in an icy voice, "Are you all here to demand debts? Of course. Your Lu family company closed down, causing us to lose money along with it. It's not even a problem, but we can't not pay back the money, right?" The middle-aged man who had pointed at Lu Zheng before said with some weakness, fearing that Lu Zheng would make another move. Lu Zheng nodded and did not make a move. Instead, he pointed at the middle-aged woman sitting on the ground and said, "So, you're also here to demand debts? Then I would like to ask, who are you? Which company are you from? And how much money does our family owe you?" The middle-aged woman was pointed at by Lu Zheng in such a way that her face instantly revealed a flustered color. She opened her mouth but failed to say a word, and was just about to open her mouth to make up a debt out of thin air. Before she could say anything, she was interrupted by Lu Zheng. "I advise you not to believe what you say. All of the Lu family's debts are in my head. Every single one of them. I know exactly." Lu Zheng sneered coldly. At those words, the middle-aged woman's face grew more and more flustered. The debtors in the ward, who had also noticed the same thing about the middle-aged woman at this time, seemed to have reacted as well. Who is this person? How come I've never seen him before? Could it be that he's also a partner of the Lu group? I've never seen it either. Don't recognize." The crowd debated for a moment and all shook their heads. No one knew this middle-aged woman at all. "What? Can't say it?" Lu Zheng sneered. "I am here to help someone collect a debt, can't I?" The middle-aged woman loudly defended. "Help who to ask for debts? How much does my family owe him? Take out the power of attorney and show it to me." Lu Zheng raised his hand and said. The middle-aged woman was once again speechless. Lu Zheng, however, ignored the middle-aged woman, but suddenly raised his head to the doorway and said, "Why are you just leaving? Don't you guys want your money?" The crowd hurriedly turned their heads to look, only to realize that the two middle-aged men who had been jerked over by Lu Zheng earlier had already slipped to the doorway while the crowd was not paying attention. The several debtors at the door seemed to have realized that today's events were a bit weird, and without even needing Lu Zheng to open his mouth, they stopped the two middle-aged men. These two, they likewise did not recognize. "What do you guys want? We don't want it anymore, can we?" One of the middle-aged men's faces went white with fear as he stuttered. "That won't do. If you guys don't want it, won't you say that our Lu family has become an old scoundrel? We won't take the blame for this. It's better to make the debt clear." Lu Zheng said indifferently. "Young Lu, these three are not with us. We don't know them at all." One of the debtors suddenly stood out and said, "Yeah, young Lu, I've attended a few of Lu Group's annual meetings. Basically, I've seen all of Lu's group's partners. There's absolutely no them. I don't recognize them either." The crowd chimed in. Stump. Just at this moment, a rush of footsteps sounded. It was Director Chen who rushed over with a group of hospital security guards. At the back was Xiao Yuruo, who had just separated from Lu Zheng. "Xiao Lu, are you alright?" Director Chen asked, his face somewhat ugly. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have bothered about Lu Zheng's death or life. However, how could he not expect Lu Zheng's family to know Bai Luotian? And the relationship seemed to be extraordinary. Bai Luotian had just left, and if anything happened to Lu Zheng's mother, it was not a responsibility he could afford. With his status, he was not afraid of Bai Luotian, but he was afraid of Bai Hong too. "Director Chen, you came just in time. I suspect that these three people intend to murder my mother." I hope you can control them and hand them over to the police, Lu Zheng coldly said. When the crowd of debtors heard Lu Zheng's words, they all winced in their hearts and looked at Lu Zheng with a hidden hint of fear. This brat, he was too ruthless. He had labeled these three people as murderers right off the bat. Even if it was clearly explained afterwards that it was not murder, it would be enough for the three of them to drink a pot of water. Director Chen also glanced at Lu Zheng in surprise, shocked at his ruthlessness. However, at this point in time, he did not mind selling Lu Zheng a face, and it was just the right time to take this opportunity to ease the relationship with Lu Zheng. Take control of these people and hand them over to the police. Director Chen ordered the security guards behind him. Immediately, several security guards rushed up and pulled the trio out of the ward. The crowd of debtors in the ward looked at me and I looked at you. A moment later, one person stepped forward and said, Xiao Lu, those three are fake debtors, but we are real. Yeah, we're just here to claim our debt. We didn't make a move on your mother just now. The others chimed in. Lu Zheng swept his gaze over the crowd, realizing that they all looked somewhat familiar, and matched them one by one in his mind. Nodding his head, he said, all of you are my father's partners, and to put it mildly, I should also call you uncles. This isn't the first time you've worked with my dad, and I'm sure you're all aware of how reputable my Lu family is. Although my dad is gone now, I am still here. Please rest assured, I will definitely pay back the money that the Lu family owes you, and I won't let you guys get a penny less. Young Lu, we naturally trust the Lu family's reputation. We also believe you when you say you'll pay it back, but you have to give us a deadline, right? Yes, we all have a large group of people to feed under our hands as well, and we can't help it. I'm still waiting to pay the workers. The crowd all chimed in. 1 month. Lu Zheng stretched out a finger and said in a firm tone, give me a month. Guarantee to pay back all of your money. The crowd all looked at me and me at you. I believe in Mr. Lu. If it wasn't for Mr. Lu giving me a chance in the beginning, I'd still be carrying big bags on the construction site. If I didn't have no choice this time, I wouldn't have come. I believe in Mr. Lu too. With someone taking the lead, the others chimed in, and after receiving Lu Zheng's assurance, they said a few words of apology to Gu Yun and left the ward. Director Chen, on the other hand, looked at Lu Zheng curiously, as if he was recognizing him for the first time. He did not expect Lu Zheng to be so ballsy, sending these difficult debtors away in a couple of sentences. Lu Zheng gave him a feeling as if he had changed into a different person. Well, right after the debtors left, the relaxed Gu Yun suddenly let out a cry of pain, her breathing becoming rapid. Mom, what's wrong with you? Lu Zheng's face changed as he hurriedly grabbed his mother and asked. Not good, Mrs. Lu is having an attack. Quickly call Dr. Zheng. Director Chen shouted in a hurry. Gu Yun's attending doctor had long since arrived, only that he had stayed in the hallway before. At this moment, when he heard Director Chen's words, Dr. Zheng rushed in with a few people. Lu Zhang was just about to check on his mother's condition, but he was pushed aside by Dr. Zheng and the others. The patient's face is blue and purple, and she has difficulty breathing. This is heart failure. Quickly, prepare to resuscitate. Dr. Zheng hurriedly ordered. Lu Zhang, don't be anxious. Auntie Gu will definitely be fine. Outside the emergency room, Xiao Yurua looked at Lu Zhang, who was like an ant on a hot pan, and opened her mouth to comfort him. Lu Zhang nodded, but at this time, he could not be quiet at all. 1 minute later, the green light lit up outside the resuscitation room. Dr. Zhang walked out from inside, his face a little ugly. Sorry, we've done our best. The patient already had leukemia, and just now he was overly shocked, causing his heart to fail. Boom! In a flash, Lu Zhang was like being bombarded by 5 thunderbolts, and he could no longer hear what Dr. Zhang said afterward. He was naturally clear about what already tried our best meant. No, this is impossible. My mom is not dead. You guys are lying to me. She must still be alive. Lu Zhang roared, and like a madman, he rushed towards the resuscitation room. Hey, you can't go into. A doctor hastily raised his hand to stop him. Forget it, let him go in. Dr. Zhang shook his head, signaling not to block, and also followed Lu Zhang back to the resuscitation room. Director Chen was also shocked by the result. Surprisingly, he hadn't been resuscitated. When Gu Yun and Bai Luotian were talking, he was listening right next to them. Gu Yun was a classmate of Bai Hongtu's, and when all was said and done, Bai Hongtu still owed Lu Zhang a favor. Once Bai Hongtu found out about the incident a few days ago, I'm afraid that he, the director, would not be able to get away with it. The more Director Chen thought about it, the uglier his face became, and when he looked up, he happened to see a group of people walking by in the distance, and when he saw the old man at the head, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly ran up. In the resuscitation room, Lu Zhang looked at his mother, who had already lost her breath as if she had fallen into a deep sleep with a peaceful demeanor, and tears could not help but fall. In the next second, A memory of the symptoms of fake death suddenly appeared in Lu Zheng's mind. Exactly the same as his mother's behavior today. That's not right. My mother isn't dead. She's still alive. Lu Zheng was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly shouted. This is just corpse syncope. My mom is still alive. You guys save her? Young man, I can understand your feelings. The patient is already gone. So let's not disturb her anymore. Dr. Zheng patted Lu Zheng's shoulder and comforted him. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My mom isn't dead. This is just a cadaveric syncope. My mom is still saved. You guys save her? Lu Zheng yelled. Cadaveric syncope was a state of fake death that only lasted for a short period of time, and if she missed the rescue time, she would really be dead. What corpse syncope? Why haven't we heard of it? Kid, are you a doctor or are we doctors? Do you think we would not know what a fake death is? Your mother has already died. A resident doctor nonchalantly chided. Lu Zheng, however, did not explain, but shouted, quickly prepare me 5 colored paper, brushes, and incense for sacrifice. Since these people would not save his mother, he could only do it himself. Among the memories of his ancestors, there were many ways to treat corpse syncope. One of the most effective of them was the blessing technique. When the crowd heard Lu Zheng's words, they were baffled. 5 colored paper? Incense? All of these, how do they sound? They all sounded like something used for visiting graves. The resident doctor once again rebuked. Are you kidding me? This is a hospital, not a cemetery. If you continue to be unreasonable, don't blame us for kicking you out. Lu Zheng had calmed down by this time. Although the blessing technique was the best means of treating corpse syncope, it required too many materials. I'm afraid that trying to find all of them in the hospital would not be a simple task, and it would also be too time-consuming. Silver needles. Give me a set of silver needles as well, Lu Zheng once again said, changing his program. The resident doctor rolled his eyes and said, no, they were Western doctors, not Chinese doctors. Where would they get silver needles? I have a set of silver needles here. Just as the resident doctor's words fell, a voice rang out from behind the crowd. Chapter 5 Immortal Crane Shining Wings. When Lu Zheng looked up, he realized that at some point inside the ward, another group of people had come in. Standing at the forefront was an old man who seemed to have an extraordinary demeanor. Elder Tang, what brings you here? Dr. Zheng couldn't help but be shocked at the sight of this old man and hurriedly stepped forward to respectfully say, I heard from Xiao Chen that a patient is being resuscitated here, and came over to see if I could help. The old man explained, and as he spoke, he took out a needle bag from his pocket and said to Lu Zheng, young man, I have a set of silver needles here. Do you see if you can use them? Lu Zheng said thank you, took the silver needles, and began to follow the method in his ancestor's memory, stabbing the silver needles into his mother's shinting, Bai Hui, Yang Bai, and other acupoints, while trying to channel his true essence along his fingers into the silver needles. Seeing Lu Zheng's raw movements, a look of disappointment appeared in Elder Tang's eyes. He had thought that this young man who wanted a silver needle was an expert in Chinese medicine, but it turned out to be a huge disappointment. Lu Zheng's action of applying the needles was completely that of a novice, not, should he say, a layman. There were a few acupoints that were even almost stabbed wrongly. That's not right. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, Tang Lao's eyes suddenly flinched as he subconsciously let out a cry of alarm under his breath, and his eyes abruptly widened as he began to watch Lu Zheng apply the needles without blinking, fearing that he would miss a single detail. This needle technique seems somewhat familiar, like I've seen it somewhere, Elder Tang mumbled as he watched, and when he realized that all the silver needles were vaguely formed into the shape of a crane, he was struck by lightning and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, this is the magpie divine needle? What? When the crowd heard Tang Lao's words, they were all a little unsure. On the contrary, it was a middle-aged man beside Tang Lao, who heard Tang Lao's words. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Teacher, you're saying that he's using the divine Dr. Bien Magpie's needles from the Warring States period? This can't be possible. Didn't the rumors say that after Bien Magpie was killed by Qin's imperial Dr. Li Yi, his medical skills were lost along with him? Tang Lao seemed to have an extraordinary temperament, but his temper was very hot, and he couldn't help but rebuke at his words. What do you know? What I am talking about is not the magpie from the Warring States period, but the magpie from the ancient Yellow Emperor period, the magpie of the Warring States period, whose real name was Qin Shou, because of his excellent medical skills and specialization in the magpie divine needle. This is why he was called by the name of Magpie, the divine doctor of the ancient times. The Bien Magpie of the Yellow Emperor's period is the real Bien Magpie. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. Wasn't there only one magpie? How did another divine physician Bien Magpie from the ancient times appear? Elder Tang glanced at his disciple and understood that he majored in Western medicine and didn't know much about Chinese medicine, so he didn't blame him too much and said lightly, if you can't even tell the difference between this and that, how do you still want to learn Chinese medicine? Go back and copy the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine and the Classic of Difficulties by hand again, and write a 30,000-word insight together and give it to me. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately looked constipated. Just one Yellow Emperor's internal canon alone was almost 100,000 words, plus a difficult canon. I don't know how long it would take to write it. Not to mention, there was also a 30,000 word insight to be written. Yes, teacher, I'll make a note of it. The middle-aged man, however, did not dare to disagree. While the few people were talking, Lu Zheng's movement stopped. At this moment, Gu Yun's head was already filled with silver needles, which looked disorganized, yet vaguely gave off a sense of mystery. However, Gu Yun did not wake up. Just as everyone was frowning, the silver needle that Lu Zheng had first stabbed on the divine court acupuncture point suddenly trembled slightly, and even emitted a faint yellow light. Following that, the second and third needles were lit up one after another like a walking lantern. All the silver needles were lit up, and in Gu Yun's head even formed a crane pattern that spread its wings and wanted to fly. Lifelike. Afterwards, the crane seemed to come to life, stretching its wings and turning into a golden point of light that disappeared into Gu Yun's body. Vaguely, the crowd seemed to hear the crane's chirping sound. Illusion. This must be an illusion. The crowd consoled themselves in their hearts. Immortal crane shining wings. This must be what was recorded in the ancient books. The first style of the magpie divine needle, immortal crane shining wings. Elder Tang exclaimed under his breath, his eyes as bright as light bulbs, and there was an unspeakable fire in them. At this moment, Lu Zheng, however, seemed to have been drained of all his strength as his body stumbled and fell backwards. Fortunately, Xiao Yurua, who had been paying attention to Lu Zheng, helped him, otherwise, the back of his head might have blown up. Lu Zheng only felt sore and weak, and the clothes on his body were already wet with sweat, just as if he had been fished out of the water. The warm current in his body, which had been swirling before, had almost disappeared and was already faintly noticeable. Well, right at this moment, Gu Yun, who had originally been ruled dead by Dr. Zheng, let out a soft cry. Following that, after the eyelids twitched a few times, they seemed to have a tendency to open. Boom! The entire resuscitation room instantly boiled over. Alive! Oh my god! The patient really came alive! My goodness! Miracle! This is definitely a miracle! Dr. Zheng hurriedly rushed forward with his men to examine Gu Yun, while the others were once again driven out. Outside the resuscitation room, Elder Tang grabbed Lu Zheng's arm and said with an excited expression, "Young man, is the magpie divine needle you just used?" Lu Zheng nodded with difficulty, and was grateful to this old man who had just lent him the silver needle. "It really is the magpie divine needle." Elder Tang laughed out loud and continued to pursue. Rumor has it that the magpie divine needle has a total of 7 styles. The divine doctor of the Warring States period, Bien Magpie, only learned 3 of these styles, and he was able to save countless lives, earning him the name of the divine doctor. Little friend, do you know the complete Bien Magpie divine needle? Lu Zheng nodded, then shook his head. He did have the method of using the complete Bien Magpie divine needle in his mind, and just as Elder Tang had said, there were a total of 7 styles. It was a pity that the magpie divine needle required true energy, that is, the warmth within his dantian, to catalyze it before it could be executed. In his current state, performing the first style, Immortal Crane Bright Wings, was already the limit. As for the next 6 styles, all of them required a very deep amount of true essence in order to use them. However, it was inappropriate for Lu Zheng to say this in public. I only know the first 2 styles of the magpie divine needle. The 5 styles behind it, I only know some fragmented records, and they are not complete. Lu Zheng spoke with difficulty. Elder Tang did not doubt Lu Zheng's words to the extent that he couldn't help but feel greatly sorry for him. If Lu Zheng had the complete 7 magpie divine needles, it would definitely cause an earthquake-like sensation in the Chinese medicine industry. Perhaps, this could change the situation of the decline of Chinese medicine in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, Lu Zheng only knew the first 2 styles. However, even so, if the news of the magpie divine needle had spread, it would have been enough to stir up the entire Chinese medicine world. Regretfully, as if he had remembered something, Tang Lao turned his head to a young woman beside him and said, "Mr. Mu, the old man already knows about your intentions. To be honest, someone had already asked me to treat that child before you. The child has a congenital hematopoietic regeneration disorder, which is caused by a genetic defect. The current medical methods are unable to treat it." Elder Tang, you are a scholar of both Chinese and Western medicine. Could it be that even you don't have a solution? Mr. Mu asked with some reluctance. Elder Tang shook his head. This disease is unique to white children. Chinese medicine is very poorly documented in this area and does not have an advantage. There are also no successful cases in the entire history of medicine. There is nothing I can do about it. But, speaking here, Elder Tang suddenly turned his words around and sold a lie. But what? General Manager Mu hurriedly asked after him. Elder Tang's gaze went to Lu Zheng and he said smilingly, I have to say, Mr. Mu's luck is very good today. Although I don't have a solution, this young man might have a way to cure that child. General Manager Mu's eyes also lit up when she heard this. She had just stood beside old Tang, and naturally, she had also seen the process of Lu Zhang's resuscitation. This gentleman, I am Mu Qinglan, this is my business card. Mu Qinglan took out an exquisite business card and introduced herself. Lu Zhang was still very weak at this moment, still needing Xiao Yurua's assistance to stand still, and after finishing talking to Tang Lao just now, he had been graduating to recover his strength, and did not pay attention to the conversation between the two Tang Lao. Lu Zhang opened his eyes and saw a person standing opposite him. A faint scent like orchid and musk reached his nostrils. When he got a good look at the other person, Lu Zhang could not help but feel slightly shocked. Lu Zhang did not recognize this woman, but was shocked at her appearance. Previously, Lu Zhang had not paid attention to this woman because she was standing behind Tang Lao. It was only at this time that he realized that she was actually a beautiful woman whose appearance was not weaker than Bailuotian's, and it was Xiao Yurua who was inferior compared to her. Of course, this was also due to the fact that Xiao Yu didn't wear any makeup. Hello, I'm Lu Zhang. I don't have a business card. Lu Zhang took the business card and said, oh my god, she is Mu Qinglan? Xiao Yurua, who was next to her, however, could already not help but exclaim in shock. You know her? Lu Zhang looked at Xiao Yurua in surprise. Of course I know her. She is the president of the Century Pouring City Cosmetics Company, a great beauty that is on par with Bailuotian. The two of them, one in cosmetics and the other in fashion, were often compared to each other, and were known as the two pearls of Rongqing. Xiao Yurua said in a small voice. Xiao Yurua's voice was very small, but it was still heard by Mu Qinglan. In response, Mu Qinglan just let out a light laugh and said, Mr. Lu, I would like to ask you to go and treat a patient. Sorry, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'm not a doctor. Lu Zheng shook his head. Although he had just saved his mother from waking up, it was just that, which meant that her illness was still present. Moreover, when he had just diagnosed and treated his mother, he had also discovered that there was a problem, and that was that his mother did not have leukemia at all, but had been poisoned. Now, his mind was filled with thoughts of how to cure his mother of the poison, so naturally, he was not in the mood to cure others. As long as you are willing to make the trip, I will pay you $100,000. If you can cure, the price will be calculated separately. What do you think? Mu Qinglan said with a smile. Lu Zhang was slightly surprised. Just one trip and you will be paid $100,000? This was not a small amount of money. Lu Zhang thought about it and eventually agreed. Regarding the poison that his mother was suffering from, he had some clues in his mind. Several of the herbs needed were relatively rare, and the price would not be low. He was afraid. At this point in time, he did not have the money to buy the medicines. Okay, I promise, but not today. Come pick me up tomorrow, Lu Zhang said after some thought. Yes, Mu Qinglan agreed, and after asking for Lu Zhang's contact information, he said a few more words to Elder Tang before excusing himself and leaving. Half an hour later, Dr. Zheng walked out of the resuscitation room with a look of disbelief. The patient's vital signs have returned to normal. Oh my god, how is this possible? Chapter 6 Hardening the Body. After learning that his mother had been poisoned rather than having leukemia, Lu Zhang checked out of the hospital for his mother that afternoon, and waited for Xiao Yurua to get off work before leaving the hospital together. Begonia Bright Moon Neighborhood. The name sounded poetic, but it was actually an old neighborhood, located in the old city, and had been built for decades. This was Xiao Yurua's home, and also the temporary residence rented by Lu Zhang. Xiao Yurua's family had two houses in the neighborhood, one for self-occupation and one for rent. In addition to that, Xiao Yurua's father, Xiao Chengye, had also opened a Chinese medicine clinic in front of the neighborhood. After the Lu family's accident, Lu Zhang took his mother to Rongcheng, and rented a house outside in order to take care of her. The reason why he chose this neighborhood, one is because it is closer to the school, and the other is to see the Xiao family's clinic, so that it is convenient for his mother to get medicine. After renting the house, Lu Zheng realized that his landlord, the owner of the clinic downstairs, was actually Xiao Yurua's father. When he returned to the rented house and had just settled his mother down, a chubby middle-aged man appeared at the door with a pair of short legs. Xiao Lu, isn't it time to pay this month's rent? Xiao Chengye asked as he blocked the doorway. Dad, it's not like you don't know Lu Zhang's situation. Can't you hold off for a few more days? Before Lu Zhang could say anything, Xiao Yurua said on Lu Zhang's behalf. Hearing Xiao Yurua's words, Xiao Chengye was furious, pointing a small carrot-thick finger at Xiao Yurua's head and cursing. You're such a damned girl that you're still willing to come back? Still know I'm your father? Dad, wasn't I on duty at the hospital? Xiao Yurua dodged her fingers while defending herself. On duty? Humph. Are you lying? Xiao Chunye glared at Xiao Yurua in a bad mood, glancing at Lu Zhang out of the corner of his eye. Rent is a small matter. I'm afraid that in the end, if I don't get the rent, I'll even have my precious daughter abducted by some asshole kid. Tai. Xiao Yurua's pretty face instantly turned red. Lu Zhan was also embarrassed. He knew that Xiao Yuerua had been staying at the hospital dormitory on the pretext of being on duty in order to help him take care of his mother. Of course, he also understood that this was because Xiao Yuerua was kind-hearted and not because she had a crush on him. Seeing the two of them in this state, Xiao Chunye rightfully thought that they were weak-minded, and was even more angry and grunted. Fortunately, this embarrassment did not last long, and soon a voice came from the clinic downstairs. Old Xiao, where have you been? Come quickly to see what's wrong with my dad. Coming. Xiao Chengye answered and was about to go down, but just raised his feet but stopped again. Turning his head to see Xiao Yurua still standing in place, he grumbled in anger. What are you still standing here for? Are you really ready to fall for it? Don't go down with me to help. After saying that, only then did she step downstairs with her short legs under the urging from downstairs. Xiao Yuerua spat out her tongue at Lu Zhang, her pretty face blushing as she said, Lu Zhang, don't listen to my father's nonsense. You don't need to rush about the rent. I'm going down to help. After saying that, she also ran downstairs. Lu Zhang shook his head with a bitter smile. It wasn't that he didn't have any money in his hands. The $300,000 of surgical fees that Bai Luoshan had paid had also arrived in his hands after completing the discharge procedures. Only, he did not intend to use this money, but wanted to find a chance to return it to Bai Luoshan. Zhao's traditional Chinese medicine center. At this moment, a middle-aged man was assisting an old man who looked to be in his 60s to sit on a bench. Old Xiao, take a quick look at what's going on. My dad was fine before and suddenly he can't see anything. The middle-aged man saw Xiao Chunye and said in a hurry. Zhao's traditional Chinese medicine center had been open here for more than 10 years, and the people who came here to see the doctor were all the neighbors in the neighborhood, and everyone was familiar with them. There's still this? I'll take a look. Xiao Chunye came in, washed his hands, and began to take the old man's pulse. Xiao Yurua, on the other hand, took out a disposable paper cup and poured water for the two. A few moments later, Xiao Chunye withdrew his hand and mused. It might be anemia causing the brain to be lacking blood. I'll try a few needles. At the same time, he took out a set of silver needles and stuck them on the old man's mute gate. Lao Gong, Sanyengjiao, Taishi and other acupoints. Taishi and other acupoints. His movements were very skillful. 9 needles of Hui Yang. The Xiao family's ancestral art of acupuncture had been passed down to Xiao Chunye's generation, which was already the 7th generation. It was only because of some historical reasons that this magical needle art was already crippled when it was passed down to Xiao Chunye. After a few needles went down, the darkness in front of the old man's eyes seemed to disappear and was replaced by a familiar big fat face. He had been looking at this face for more than 10 years and recognized it as Xiao Chunye at a glance. Hey, I can see. The old man was instantly surprised. But before the words were finished, the old man's body was a tremor, followed by foaming at the mouth and convulsing as if he had a sheep's epilepsy. This moment really scared the crowd. Old Xiao, what's wrong with my dad? The middle-aged man instantly panicked, pressing the old man while asking anxiously. Xiao Chunye was similarly flustered, his face covered in bean-sized beads of sweat as he muttered. It shouldn't be. My 9 needles of Hui Yan didn't make a mistake? Where exactly is the problem? Old Xiao, can you do it or not? If you really can't, hurry up and send my father to the hospital. When the middle-aged man saw Xiao Chunye's appearance, he became even more anxious. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang in the ears of the crowd. There are 2 needles in the wrong place. Just replace Taichung and Trap Valley with Yongquan and Taishi. At the same time as the voice rang out, Lu Zheng's figure appeared next to Xiao Chunye, lifting his hand to remove the 2 silver needles from the old man's feet, replacing them with Yongquan and Taishi. Hey, what do you know? Don't move. Xiao Chunye was startled when he saw that Lu Zhang was actually going to move the silver needles, and hurriedly scolded him. It was just that Lu Zhang's movements were too fast, and by the time he finished speaking, Lu Zhang's movements were also completed. Xiao Chunye was instantly furious, standing up and glaring at Lu Zhang as he growled. Do you know what you have done? That was a silver needle. Do you know anything about silver needles? Do you know Chinese medicine? Do you know that people will die if you stab them indiscriminately? Can you afford this responsibility? Uncle Xiao, that. Lu Zhang opened his mouth and tried to explain. You shut up. I have to teach you a good lesson today. Xiao Chunye rudely interrupted Lu Zhang's words and shouted angrily, obviously moved to real anger. Cough. Old Xiao, my dad seems to be fine. The middle-aged man gave a dry cough and said, Old Xiao, don't speak for him. You don't understand. He is a straw man, said halfway as if he realized what. Turned his head with a stunned face. What did you say? This turn of the head, the whole person is frozen, only to see that the old man who was originally still twitching, at this time has quieted down, is tilting his head to look at him. Is it really okay? Xiao Chunye said nastily, still somewhat unconvinced. Dad, Grandpa Zhao seems to have really gotten better. Look, he can even see you. Just now. It seems like you stuck the wrong needle, Xiao Yuruwa whispered. Xiao Chunye's fat face immediately turned red. The middle-aged man next to him also felt that Xiao Chunye was a bit unreliable at this time, and turned his head to Lu Zheng and asked, "Young man, do you know what kind of disease my father has?" Lu Zheng smiled and asked the old man on the hospital bed. "Old man, did you eat something icy today? Like ice cream or something?" The old man thought back and slapped his thigh. "Oops, I remember. Today, Erwa bought a so-and-so ice cream and stopped eating after a few bites. I saw it as a strange pity to throw it away, so I ate the rest." "That's no problem then. Your old body is very robust. It's just that your liver fire is a bit high. After eating the ice cream, the cold entered your body, causing the cold and heat to collide, and that's why you have temporary blindness. Remember to drink more tea and eat less ice in the future and you will be fine," Lu Zheng said with a smile. "I see. I told you that it doesn't look like anemia." Hearing Lu Zheng's words, Xiao Chunye instantly slapped his thigh, revealing a sudden realization. Not only Xiao Chunye, Lu Zheng's words were very straightforward. It was the others who also understood what Lu Zheng meant. "Then do we need to prescribe some more medicine?" The middle-aged man was still a little uneasy and said, "No need, the old man is already fine." Lu Zheng put away the silver needle and replied with a smile. Only then did the middle-aged man feel completely at ease, pulling out a few large bills and handing them to Lu Zheng. "Young man, thank you. This is for your consultation fee." "Give it to him for what? I'm the owner of the clinic." Xiao Chunye snatched the banknotes and put them in his pocket. "Dad, why are you so rich?" Grandpa Zhao's illness was cured by Lu Zheng. Xiao Yuruwa stomped her foot and spoke up for Lu Zheng. Xiao Chunye also knew that he was at a disadvantage and said, "The big deal is that it can be used to cover part of the rent." The middle-aged man next to him, who was speechless, pointed at Xiao Chunye and said, "Old Xiao, I think I'll call you Old Stingy from now on. You are really getting stingy." Xiao Chunye rolled his eyes and said with a straight face, "Nonsense. I opened this medical center not to make money. Is it still to promote Chinese medicine? Silly or not?" Anyway, he didn't care. The money that went into his pocket was his own. Want to take it out? No way. Xiao Yuerwa still wanted to help Lu Zheng ask for the money, but he was blocked by Lu Zheng with a smile. He didn't really care about this. What's more, although Xiao Chunye was a bit of a money grubber, stingy, small-minded, had shorter legs, and poor medical skills, but his heart was still very good. For example, when Xiao Yuerua did not come home for almost a week, Xiao Chengye knew that he was helping Lu Zheng to take care of his mother, but he did not stop him, nor did he call Xiao Yuerua to come back. He only complained a few times after Lu Zheng and the others came back. "Uncle Xiao, just let me get the herbs," Lu Zheng said with a smile. He had come downstairs because he wanted to get some herbs to boil up some medicines to regulate his mother's body, as well as to prepare for dispelling the poison afterward. His mother's body was too weak to withstand the fierce effects of the medicine. Seeing that Lu Zheng had no intention of asking for the consultation fee, Xiao Chengye was instantly enraptured, with a Shiba Inu smile on his face as he waved his hands and said, take it, take whatever you want." The medicinal herbs in his store were all the most common street goods, and were not worth a few dollars when all was counted. After Lu Zheng took the herbs in the medicine cabinet, he took advantage of Xiao Chengye's inattention to slip away a set of silver needles, before saying goodbye and leaving. After returning to his room, Lu Zheng first boiled medicine for his mother to nourish her body, and after his mother drank the medicine and fell asleep, Lu Zheng did not sleep, but continued to boil the medicine. This time, the medicine he was going to boil was his own. His body, likewise, was too weak. In his ancestors' memories, there was a medicinal formula called body-quenching liquid. The herbs required were all very common, but combined together, they were able to transform decay into magic. Used in a medicinal bath, it could quench the flesh and remove impurities from the body. On top of that, he had promised Mu Qinglan that he would go and treat someone tomorrow, so he also needed to prepare a few life-saving medicines. This busy time, he was busy until midnight. After refining a few pills, the body-quenching liquid was also boiled. Lu Zheng was also exhausted to the extreme, and poured the body-quenching liquid into the bathtub that had already been filled with water, and after lying down in it, he fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Lu Zheng was woken up by the urgent vibration of his cell phone. The one who called was none other than Mu Qinglan. Chapter 7, Pretending to be an old driver. It was only until this moment that Lu Zheng realized that he had actually slept in the bathtub all night. However, he did not feel any discomfort. Instead, his body was soothed and he had a feeling of being filled with strength. After picking up the phone, Lu Zheng told Mu Qinglan his address, and the two of them agreed on a time before hanging up the phone. Day. Just then, a soft knock sounded on the door. Lu Zheng subconsciously turned his head, and what he saw in his eyes should have been the bathroom door. However, Lu Zheng saw a different scene. He saw a pretty girl standing at the entrance of the stairs, carrying 2 breakfasts in her hands. This person was none other than Xiao Yuruo. Lu Zheng could not help but be shocked, his face appalled. One should know that at this moment, he was still in the bathroom, with the bathroom door, living room, and room door in between. However, he could clearly see the situation outside the door, and it was exactly the same as what he had seen with his own eyes. Could this be the 6 senses acumen mentioned in the ancestors' memories? Lu Zheng thought of his ancestors' memories and subconsciously said, at this moment, he did not really see Xiao Yuruo, but rather, his eyes, nose, ears, tongue, skin and many other senses were combined together to form a picture in his mind, almost as if he had seen it with his own eyes. This was the power of the body-quenching liquid, which not only quenched Lu Zheng's body, but also allowed Lu Zheng's 6 senses to become far superior to normal people, almost equivalent to having ultrasound like a bat. Without much time to think, Lu Zheng hurriedly took a bath towel around his waist and went to open the door. Creak! The door to the room opened. Lu Zheng, this is your and Auntie Gu's morning. Eek! Seeing the door open, Xiao Yuruo raised the breakfast in her hand and said, however, before the words were finished, the words that followed turned into a soft cry. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? Lu Zheng asked in surprise when he saw that Xiao Yuruo was sizing herself up with scrutinizing eyes. In his heart, he was pondering, could it be that it was because he was not wearing a blouse that Xiao Yuruo felt embarrassed? It shouldn't be. Xiao Yuruo was a doctor. Even though she was only an intern now, she was still a doctor. Although she was only an intern, she was still a doctor. Not to mention seeing a shirtless man, even if she saw a naked man, she would definitely be light wind blowing on the hillocks, bright moon shining on the big river. 2 words, calm. Sure enough, the next moment, Lu Zheng will know that he thought wrong, and very wrong. Xiao Yuruo was not shy. Not only was she not shy, she even stretched out her empty little hand and pressed and knocked on Lu Zheng's body. Marveling, Lu Zheng, I didn't see it. Your figure is surprisingly so good. TSK, even your 8-pack abs are out. Lu Zheng, oh, this is breakfast for you and Auntie Gu. Remember to eat it while it's hot. After a few touches, Xiao Yuruo handed over her breakfast to Lu Zheng and turned around to stomp down the stairs herself. When she passed the corner of the staircase, Xiao Yuruo no longer had the calm and relaxed demeanor she had before. Her pretty face was flushed with a fire like burning. What a shame. Fortunately, this girl I'm resourceful enough, it shouldn't have been noticed by him, right? Xiao Yuruo covered her cheeks with both hands and muttered to herself, standing at the stairway for a moment, waiting for the redness on her face to fade away. It was a pity that she did not know that Lu Zheng's air power at this time had far exceeded that of a normal person, and heard her whispered mutterings loud and clear. Lu Zheng stood at the doorway, looking at the direction Xiao Yuruo had disappeared, shaking his head, helpless and feeling funny. Obviously a rookie. Why are you pretending to be an old driver? Xiao Zheng, who was knocking on the door just now? When Lu Zheng closed the door to his room, his mother Guyun's voice came from within the bedroom. Oh, it was Xiao Yuruo, bringing us breakfast. Lu Zheng replied, placing breakfast on the table while he himself went to the bathroom to wash up. When he saw himself in the mirror, Lu Zheng could not help but be taken aback. Is this really me? Lu Zheng was somewhat in disbelief. At this moment, that self in the mirror had not changed much in appearance, but his features had become more three-dimensional, with sharp angles and a touch of perseverance in his eyebrows, especially that pair of eyes. They were like 2 jewels, dark and deep. As for his figure, Lu Zheng used to pay a lot of attention to exercise and had the habit of running in the morning, and his figure had always been good. But compared to now, it was a world of difference. This change, on the surface, didn't look like much, and was more of an adjustment in the smallest of details. Combined together, it was as if it had been beautified by P-Picture software. I didn't expect the body-tempering liquid to have such side effects, Lu Zheng exclaimed. Men, likewise, loved beauty. Lu Zheng's looks weren't bad to begin with, and he was also the school grass in school. When Zhang Lulu was chasing after him, it wasn't just because Lu Zheng's family was rich, but also because Lu Zheng was handsome enough. Today's Lu Zheng, on the looks of absolutely more handsome than those fresh meat stars. However, he does not have the fresh meat stars that share of the feminine, but instead with a masculine atmosphere. After breakfast, Lu Zheng let his mother rest at home, while he himself went downstairs. At this time, a fire-red Mercedes-Benz coupe had already stopped at the entrance of the Chinese Medicine Center. Seeing Lu Zheng coming downstairs, Mu Qinglan, who was sitting inside the car, lowered the window and waved at Lu Zheng. Only after Lu Zheng got into the car did she drive away. Inside the medical center, Xiao Chengye's father and daughter happened to see this scene. When did that brat fall for a rich woman? Xiao Chengye was surprised. What? That person is a big boss who owns a company and is here to pick up Lu Zheng to give a medical treatment. Xiao Yuruo rolled her eyes and explained. Oh, that's not right. When did that kid learn to see patients? Xiao Chengye was surprised. Xiao Yuero shook her head. She didn't know when Lu Zheng knew how to see a doctor either. Moreover, at this moment, she was not in the mood to answer her father's words. She just looked at the direction where the Mercedes-Benz had left and was somewhat lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking. On the Mercedes-Benz, Mu Qinglan drove while saying, I'll first introduce you to the general situation of the patient. The patient is my partner's son, and he has a congenital genetic disease, which is said to be caused by a defective gene. Lu Zheng nodded and listened carefully. The consultation fee offered by Mu Qinglan was not low, and if he could cure the child's illness, he would be happy to do so. Soon, the car drove to a very luxurious manor hotel. Just parked the car. A Cayenne rushed into the parking lot, almost rubbing Mu Qinglan's car's front end. If Mu Qinglan parked the car a little later, I'm afraid that he would be hit by this car. Isn't this Mr. Mu? What? Still not dead in the water? Two people came down from the Cayenne, and one of them, a woman with heavy makeup, blocked Mu Qinglan's path and said in a mocking tone, So it's General Manager Zheng. Let's do the same to each other. Mu Qinglan said in a tit-for-tat manner. When the two met, it was as if they were two roosters at each other's throats, facing each other with a strong flavor of gunpowder. The thickly made-up woman giggled, but her gaze landed on Lu Zheng, and she instantly laughed even more happily. Mr. Mu, I heard that you went to the People's Hospital to invite old man Tang. How come you didn't invite old Tang here, but instead brought a brat? You didn't get a closed door, did you? Mu Qinglan sneered. How much better can you be? Me? The woman with thick makeup giggled, pointing to the middle-aged man on her arm. I forgot to introduce you. This is the vice president of the Provincial Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine beside me, the famous sage of traditional Chinese medicine in China. Upon hearing this, Mu Qinglan's heart sank slightly. She had also heard of this person. This person was also a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and was extremely famous in the southwest province, only below old Mr. Tang Zhonghua, but his age was much younger than Tang Lao. Many people believed that his future achievements might even surpass Mr. Tang's, becoming the new leader of the TCM industry in Southwest Province. Originally, Mu Qinglan's plan was to invite this person if he failed to invite Tang Lao. It was only because of Lu Zheng's accident that he didn't make it. Mu Qinglan did not expect that this person would get together with her competitor. Looking at the intimate appearance of the two of them arm in arm, I'm afraid that their relationship couldn't be simpler. Mr. Mu, right? Hello, my humble self Huayang. Since the middle-aged man stood still, his gaze did not leave Mu Qinglan, as if he was a hungry wolf that had found its prey. His eyes were vaguely glowing. Mu Qinglan naturally noticed the middle-aged man's gaze, and at the same time understood what this gaze meant. Mr. Zhuang, hello? Mu Qinglan ignored Huayang's outstretched hand and said coldly, Mr. Zhuang. Zhuang? Huayang was puzzled when he heard Mu Qinglan's words. He had just all made a self-introduction. He was clearly surnamed Hua. How did he become surnamed Zhuang? Mr. Mu, are you mistaken? My surname is not Zhuang, Huayang explained. Not surnamed Zhuang? Mu Qinglan's pretty face revealed a look of surprise as she said in amazement. It can't be. Your daughter's name is Zhuang Yali. As her father, how can you not be surnamed Zhuang? The thickly made-up woman next to her, when she heard Mu Qinglan's words, was so angry that her face turned red and her body trembled. Huayang's old face also rose into a pig's liver. Lu Zheng almost spurted out laughing on the spot. Where were these two people, a father and daughter? Looking at their intimate appearance, they were clearly a couple. It was only because the age gap was a bit large, coupled with the fact that Huayan was a bit bald and looked a bit older than his real age, which made the two look like a father and daughter. Mu Qinglan had definitely guessed the relationship between the two and had deliberately said so. Previously, Lu Zheng had thought that Mu Qinglan was a high-cooled beauty like Bai Luotian, but he had not expected her to be so sharp. It really surprised Lu Zheng. Mu Qinglan, don't try to show off your tongue. I'd like to see if you can still be complacent when I get the agency of Yafei, Zhuang Yali exasperatedly said. It's better to wait until you get your hands on it before you say that. Mu Qinglan said indifferently. Zhuang Yali's gaze landed on Lu Zheng, and she tasted playfully. Kid, Mu Qinglan even let you go out wearing this piece of ground floor goods. It seems like she doesn't treat you very well. Are you interested in coming to drive for me, with a monthly salary of $10,000 and bonuses on top of that? Naturally, she didn't really want to poach Lu Zheng, but wanted to get back at him. Although Rongqing was a first-tier city, the average salary was only about 7,000. A monthly salary of 10,000 was no small temptation for an ordinary youngster. She didn't expect Lu Zheng to agree. As long as Lu Zheng's face appeared hesitant, then she had won. More or less, she would be able to get out a mouthful of bad anger. Mu Qinglan sniffed, but she only laughed coldly and did not say anything. Lu Zheng similarly did not make a sound. Zhuang Yali continued, "Kid, you better think about it. Mu Qinglan's ability to get where she is today is all due to her agency of Yafei Cosmetics. But this year, her agency rights will expire. Unsurprisingly, Yafei's agency will fall into my hands. At that time, Century Pouring City is an empty shell, not far from closing down." Zhuang Yali still wanted to continue, but Lu Zhang was no longer interested in listening, waving his hand to interrupt Zhuang Yali's words and frowning. "Auntie, who are you?" Chapter 8. Let Dr. Lu take a look. The smile on Zhuang Yali's face froze. That face was as pale as a dead man's face, and the muscles on her face constantly trembled. This was naturally not from fear, but from being infuriated by Lu Zhang. "Big Mom?" Lu Zhang even called her a big mom? This light-hearted sentence had brought her a bludgeon that was simply countless times stronger than Mu Qinglan's previous words. "Do you little have any eyes? You're the one who's a big mom. Your whole family is a big mom." "Old mom, I'm only 30 years old this year." Zhuang Yali cursed without any regard for her image. Lu Zhang, however, was not the least bit angry. Looked at Zhuang Yali, gently said, "Then you are in a real hurry to grow up. However, it's good that it won't take long for you and this grandpa to look like husband and wife. I'll first bless you. To have a son in your old age." Mu Qinglan forced a smile and blankly glanced at Lu Zhang. What big words to say blindly. You guys. Zhuang Yali was so angry that she was about to spit out blood by the two of them, pointing at the two of them for half a day, but no words came out. Hua Yang was also angry, chest to rise and fall, face difficult to see the extreme, angrily grunted, "We go in. Care about these two unqualified people for what?" After saying this, he took the lead and walked out of the parking lot. Zhuang Yali glared hatefully at the two men before she gritted her teeth and left. Mu Qinglan sized up Lu Zhang, a smirk on her pretty face as she said, "I didn't expect you to have such a dark side?" Lu Zhang hurriedly clasped his fists and arched his hands, saying with a modest expression, "I apologize." "Same to you. You're welcome." The two of them flirted with each other for a while before Mu Qinglan said with a straight face, "I think you probably guessed the purpose of me bringing you here. Yafei is a second-tier cosmetic brand from the country of me, and is not famous in the country. Century Pouring City relies on the agency of Yafei's products to develop. Now, the 5-year agency right is about to expire. The patient you are going to treat today is the son of the president of the Greater China region of Yafei." Lu Zhang instantly realized, this Greater China region president can decide who to give the agency to? Pretty much, James has a lot of say in this matter. His suggestions will basically be adopted by the headquarters. Mu Qinglan said, "What will happen to your company if the agency falls into someone else's hands?" Lu Zhang asked. Mu Qinglan said bitterly, "What else can be done?" Just like what Zhuang Yali said, Century Tilting City will have no products to sell and will not be far from bankruptcy. "Can't we change the product agent, or develop our own products?" Lu Zhang asked with a frown. Mu Qinglan gently shook her head. "It's not that simple. Generally, slightly more recognizable cosmetic brands have long since entered the domestic market, and the quota has long been snatched up. Brands without fame, wanting to make a name for themselves in the country, need a lot of publicity and time to build up. By the time that happens, the yellow flowers will be cold." Yafei was only a second-tier brand in the United States, and it was even less famous in the country in the early days. When Mu Qinglan first got the agent right of Yafei in the southwest region, she also spent countless efforts to open up the market, but now she is facing the fate of being plucked from the peach. As for research and development on your own, that's even more difficult. It needs to invest huge amounts of money and countless cutting-edge talents, as well as continuous investment for several years. Just the first one alone, Century Tilting City is unable to fulfill it. Mu Qinglan sighed. How could she have ever thought of this? Acting as an agent for someone else's product was, to put it bluntly, working for someone else, taking a small amount of money and being subjected to others, and if she wasn't careful, she might be doing someone else's work for her. The reason why she desperately wanted to take Yafei another 5 years of agency rights, but also wanted to get rid of such a dilemma. As long as she had another 5 years, she had the confidence to create her own cosmetic brand. At that time, even if she didn't have the right to represent Yafei, it wouldn't matter to her. Understood. Lu Zhang nodded. Don't worry, I will do my best. The two of them walked and chatted, and soon arrived in front of a villa. I am Mu Qinglan, the president of a Century Tilting City, and I already had an appointment with James earlier. Mu Qinglan said to the bodyguard at the door. The bodyguard at the door said a few words on the intercom and let the two in. When they entered the villa, Lu Zhang once again met the two Zhuang Yali, and apart from that, There was also a middle-aged couple. The man was in his 40s, dressed in formal attire, and his face was not the European face that Lu Zheng thought of, but looked like a Chinese. The woman was a standard white European model, in her 40s, with a somewhat out-of-shape figure. At this moment, when she saw Lu Zheng and the two of them come in, she had a touch of impatience on her face, especially when she looked at Lu Zheng. Her gaze was hidden with a touch of loathing. Zhuang Yali, who was sitting next to the woman, was also looking at the two of them at this moment, with a teasing expression on her face. Seeing this, how could Lu Zheng not understand what was going on? It must be that this woman had said a lot of bad things before they came in. This was what made the hostess have a very bad first impression of him. After the two of them came in, only the middle-aged man stood up, while the other three sat on the sofa without moving. "Mu, welcome," James greeted them. "James, you are too polite. This Mr. Lu Zheng is the doctor I invited to see little William. He is a Chinese medicine practitioner, so he might be able to help." Mu Qinglan smiled. "Thank you. I'm very grateful for everything you've done for little William," James politely said. However, he only thanked Mu Qinglan and did not have the slightest intention of talking to Lu Zheng. Seeing this, Lu Zheng instantly understood. People didn't take him seriously at all. "You said he was a doctor?" As Mu Qinglan's words fell, Zhuang Yali, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly snorted and interjected, "How come I haven't heard of it? When did Rongqing produce such a young miracle doctor? Not to mention a Chinese medicine practitioner?" As the words fell, she turned her head to the white woman and said, "Vivian, Mr. Huayang is the vice president of the Provincial Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine, under the tutelage of the great master Mr. Li Xingzhou, and he himself is even a Chinese medicine practitioner. If you don't believe me, ask him if he has heard of it." Huayang swept a glance at Lu Zheng and said indifferently, "I have never heard of any miracle doctor in Rongqing. Chinese medicine is different from Western medicine, and emphasizes on accumulation and growth. If you want to achieve something in this line of work, you need to put in at least a few decades of hard work. Even I'm just getting started. There are quite a few crooks who use the name of Chinese medicine, but in fact, they are practicing fraud, and they are tarnishing the reputation of Chinese medicine. I advise you to keep your eyes peeled and not to be cheated by people with ulterior motives. Being cheated out of money is small. If your son's treatment is delayed, it will be." Huayang spoke these words slowly and very skillfully. He did not mention a single word about Lu Zheng throughout, and the last sentence was even more ambiguous, giving people reverie, but the meaning was very clear. That is, this kid is a liar. Although Mr. and Mrs. James were foreigners, they had been coming to the country for many years and did not need to be explained at all, so they understood the meaning of Huayang's words. James' face changed slightly. Vivian, on the other hand, directly stood up, angrily stared at Lu Zheng, and opened her mouth to rush people out. "What are you still doing here? Get out immediately. You are not welcome here." Lu Zheng looked at Vivian with a hint of coldness in his eyes. "What? You've been unmasked for what you really are, so you're annoyed? Do you still want to hit someone? I advise you to take a look at what kind of place this is before making a move." Vivian sneered. "Vivian, Lu Zheng hasn't even treated little William yet, so how do you know that he is a liar?" Mu Qinglan frowned. "Humph, you're in league with him. You get out too," Vivian screamed as she pointed at the door. "Vivian, Mu also has good intentions," James said in a deep voice. "What good intentions? Can't you see what she's up to? She got a liar to come here for no other reason than to gain our family's gratitude, to get you to give her the agency of Yufei again." Vivian screamed hysterically. "She's dreaming. As long as I'm around, she'll never be able to get Yufei's agency again." Seeing this, Zhuang Yali and Huayang glanced at each other, and both of them revealed heartfelt smiles. It seemed that Yufei's agency was no longer in dispute. James frowned. "Vivian, calm down. We didn't just meet Mu today. She would never do something like this, and perhaps she has been tricked as well." Lu Zheng's face had gone completely cold. If he hadn't known on the way how important the agency of Yufei was to Mu Qinglan, and Mu Qinglan had treated him with great respect along the way, and he had promised to do his best, he would have turned around and walked away long ago. "All right, since everyone is here, let little William come down," James said. "Humph, I don't care. I will never allow this wild groom to touch my son," Vivian said in a firm tone, but did not reject James' offer and got up to go upstairs. Although James did not say that Lu Zheng was a liar, it was obvious that he was also pinning his hopes on Huayang, looking at him and saying, "I'll be counting on Dr. Hua in a while." Huayang smiled faintly and said confidently, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. If I can't cure it, I guarantee that no one in the entire Southwest province can." As a disciple of the great Grand Master Elderly Xingzhou, Huayang did have the capital to be proud of himself. It was the People's Hospital's Tang Zhonghua Tang Lao, who was also not in his eyes. His ranking in the Southwest Chinese medicine sector was below Tang Lao, Not that his medical skills were worse than Tang Lao, but his seniority and prestige were slightly lacking. One should know that Tang Zhonghua had only worked with Li Xingzhou when he was young, and was at best a half-disciple, while he was Li Xingzhou's true disciple. Soon, Vivian came back again, at the same time also followed by a dry and thin little boy, probably 15 or 16 years old, to be shorter and thinner than a normal 15 or 16-year-old child, a look of malnutrition. His skin was very white, not white as in Caucasian, but a sickly white. Huayang smiled faintly. Without James saying so, he stood up first, stared carefully at the boy for a moment and said, "Let's diagnose the pulse first, Mr. and Mrs." James naturally would not disagree. 5 minutes later, Huayang withdrew his hand and pondered, frowning in thought. Dr. Hua, how is it? Can William's illness be cured? Vivian asked as she saw Huayang's look and tensed up as well. Huayang raised his head. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he smiled confidently and said with certainty, "Don't worry. Chinese medicine is best at maintaining health. This kind of disease is not difficult to cure. I was just thinking about which program to use to achieve the best treatment effect. I'll give a prescription to ensure that the medicine will get rid of the disease." James was overjoyed when he heard this. He didn't expect Huayang to not only be able to treat it, but also have a lot of options, so he hurriedly handed over the paper and pen that he had prepared. Huayang took it, while writing with his pen. When Mu Qinglan saw the scene, her face paled slightly and her heart went half cold. Zhuang Yali, however, was overjoyed, as if the agency of Yafei was already in her pocket. Especially when she saw Mu Qinglan's pale face, she only felt that her heart was free to the extreme. "All right, take this prescription and grab the medicine. Boil 3 bowls into one. In less than 3 months, the medicine is guaranteed to get rid of the disease." After Huayang finished writing, he flicked the ammunition formula and laughed. The couple was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. James even took out an already filled-out check and handed it to Huayang. Huayang glanced at Lu Zhang, who was left out in the cold next to him. The corner of his mouth revealed a sneer, and stopped James' hand that was reaching out. "There's no rush. Since this Dr. Lu is here, it's just the right time for him to take a look at how this prescription of mine is." Chapter 9, a shocking shot. "He's just a liar. What prescription can he read?" Zhuang Yali said disdainfully. "It's better to take a look, in case Dr. Lu has any insights." Huayang appeared to be modest, but in reality, he squeezed. He handed the prescription to Lu Zhang. When Vivian saw Lu Zhang, she became furious and said in a cold voice, "What are you still standing there for? You are not welcome here. Get out. Bodyguard, kick him out." As the words fell, the bodyguards guarding the entrance rushed into the villa. Lu Zhang's chest was boiling with anger, but his face expression grew calmer as he said indifferently, "There is no need to look at the prescription. This must not be the first time you have sought out a Chinese medicine practitioner. I'm afraid that this prescription has long been prescribed by someone else, and whether it has any effect or not, you yourselves know well." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to a few people, but turned his head to Mu Qinglan and said, "Mr. Mu, I'm sorry for not being able to help you. I don't want that $100,000 for the consultation fee. Farewell." As the words fell, Lu Zhang had already turned around and left. "Lu Zhang." Mu Qinglan's face changed slightly, and after calling out and seeing that Lu Zhang did not respond, she hurriedly chased after him. James heard Lu Zhang's words, but his face changed drastically as he snatched the prescription from Huayang's hands. He was originally of mixed Chinese descent and a Chinese generalist, so he was able to read the prescription himself. When he saw what was on the prescription, his heart went cold. Just as Lu Zhang had said, this was not the first time the couple had hired a Chinese doctor to treat their son, and they had previously invited old man Tang from the People's Hospital. This prescription, he had indeed seen it as well, and even worried that it would be lost, reciting the contents of it word for word. And the person who had issued the prescription was none other than Tang Lao of the People's Hospital. Tang Lao said clearly at that time that this was only a body-toning prescription, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. These days, after using Tang's medicine, his son's complexion has indeed improved a lot. It was only a pity that this prescription was unable to cure William's illness at all. In the next instant, James' body shook as he looked in the direction Lu Zhang had left, a horrified look in his eyes. Lu Zhang hadn't even touched his son since he came in, yet he was able to flatly conclude what kind of prescription Huayang would prescribe, and he also concluded that the prescription was useless. What did this indicate? It showed that Lu Zhang's medical skills were definitely far above Huayang. Even Lu Zhang might have a way to truly cure his son. This Lu Zhang was not a liar at all, but a true divine doctor. When he thought of this, James was instantly excited, but when he thought of his previous attitude and the way Lu Zhang had left in anger, he only felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Vivian looked at the direction Lu Zhang had left and said, "Humph, how dare you cheat us? I count on your self-awareness. If I see you again, you'll be waiting to go to the police station." Shut up, James roared, his face grimacing. Fark, do you have any idea that William is about to be killed by your stupidity? With that said, he left the stupefied crowd behind and dashed madly towards the outside of the villa. James ran to the parking lot in a single breath, but only saw Mu Qinglan. As for Lu Zhang, he was long gone. At this moment, Mu Qinglan was leaning against the front of the car, a slender lady's cigarette in her hand, letting it burn slowly, her gaze looking straight at the road in front of the hotel, as if she had not noticed James' arrival. Mu, how come you're the only one here? Where's that Dr. Lu? James ran over, saying with an eager face. Mu Qinglan didn't answer, but instead said in a flat voice, James, do you know? Just yesterday, I personally saw him in the resuscitation room, using his miraculous medical skills to pull a person who had already been ruled dead by the doctors back from the gates of hell. Mu, I'm really sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you guys before. I want to apologize to Divine Dr. Lu in person, so please make sure you help me, please. James quickly bowed and apologized. It's too late, Dr. Lu won't even answer my calls now. Mu Qinglan shook her head, disinterested. James, the best doctor in the entire Southwest province, I've already found for you. I'm afraid I won't be able to do much to help you next regarding little William's illness. What? James' face turned pale and he almost fell on his butt. James, what the hell is going on? What are you doing running out to that liar? Just then, Vivian and the others ran out as well. Liar? Hearing Vivian call Lu Zheng a liar at this time, James could no longer suppress his anger and growled. Fark, 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 you stupid bastard. Do you know that this prescription written by Hua Yang is not useful at all? Instead, the liar in your mouth has a way to save William's life? What? Vivian couldn't help but exclaim in shock as she grabbed Hua Yang. Didn't you say you could cure William? Why is the prescription useless? Hua Yang, on the other hand, looked embarrassed and opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to explain. You liar, I'll fight you. Vivian scratched towards Hua Yang's face, leaving several clear marks on his face. Hua Yang, on the other hand, screamed miserably and dodged. Mu Qinglan ignored this farce and threw the cigarette in her hand on the ground, crushing it out with her high heels before she said to James, James, I'll leave first. I'll think of another way for Dr. Lu, but I can't guarantee that Dr. Lu will come around. Thank you, Mu, thank you so much. James hurriedly bowed in thanks. In response, Mu Qinglan only smiled coldly. After getting into the car, he drove the fiery red Mercedes-Benz away from the hotel. After driving hundreds of meters out of the hotel, Mu Qinglan could no longer contain herself and laughed indulgently. She immediately dialed Lu Zheng's number and laughed. You didn't see that scene just now. It's really too relieving. By the way, how did you know that James would definitely chase him out? At this moment, Lu Zheng was sitting in a cab, and when he received Mu Qinglan's call, he laughed softly, because that Hua Yang's prescription was useless. I, on the other hand, have a way to cure his son's illness. As long as James isn't stupid enough, he will definitely chase him out. What? You really have a way to cure little William? Mu Qinglan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Not bad. Then when will you come to cure little William? Mu Qinglan asked. How do you know that I will definitely cure it? You know, I'm very angry. Lu Zheng laughed lightly, where there was a hint of anger. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Mu Qinglan snorted. If you didn't go, you wouldn't have made me wait for James in the parking lot. True. The reason why Mu Qinglan did not go was because Lu Zheng told her to stay there and wait for James. It was also Lu Zheng who had assured her with his word that James would definitely come out after her. And Mu Qinglan's forlorn smoking gesture earlier was also something that Mu Qinglan had intentionally posed for James to see. Lu Zheng let out a light laugh and did not reply, instead hanging up the phone. The James couple's previous behavior had naturally annoyed him to no end. Even now, looking back on it, Lu Zheng was still a bit enraged. Having Mu Qinglan stay and wait for James was indeed a deliberate act on his part. Naturally, Lu Zheng was not trying to flatter James, but had other plans. One must know that Lu Zheng was still burdened with hundreds of millions of dollars of debt today. Moreover, he had already promised his debtors that he would pay off this debt next month. Previously, Lu Zheng had promised painfully, but he couldn't really think of any way to make this more than $100 million in just 1 month for a while. With this amount of money, perhaps a breakthrough would have to be found in the James couple. Originally, Lu Zheng did not have this in mind. However, the attitude of this couple was too bad, and it was really difficult to spit out the unfair anger in his chest without ruthlessly slaughtering them. Lu Zheng naturally is not to force them to help themselves to pay back the debt, but to wait, and so on, waiting for them to rush, begging to send money to themselves. These, naturally, are not convenient to say to Mu Qinglan. Soon, the cab drove to Rongqing University. Lu Zheng had just gotten out of the car when his cell phone received a text message that Mu Qinglan had transferred $100,000 to him. Lu Zheng shook his head with a light smile. but did not reject it, and after deleting the text message, he headed towards the 9th teaching building. He had a big class to attend today. Whoosh! As he passed by the basketball court, a basketball flew out of the court, coincidentally smashing towards Lu Zheng's head. Lu Zheng, who was walking by, seemed to be oblivious. Seeing this scene, many passing students could not help but scream. Boom! Just as the basketball was about to hit Lu Zheng's face, a hand appeared steeply and steadily grabbed the flying basketball. I'll go. Grabbing a basketball with one hand, Lu Zheng's action immediately caused a burst of gasps. Anyone who had played basketball knew that to be able to grab a basketball with one hand was not a simple thing. Relying on the strength and toughness of the palm of the hand was not a matter of having a big hand, but rather, both were indispensable. Lu Zheng had done it with his hand. Even now, he did not even look at the basketball that flew towards him and had now been grasped in his hands. On the basketball court, several boys who were playing basketball were also shocked by Lu Zheng's hand. Su Li's eyes narrowed slightly, originally wanting to teach Lu Zheng a lesson, but he didn't expect to help Lu Zheng act like a pussy. That ball just now was not an accident, but Su Li saw Lu Zheng passing by and smashed it over on purpose. You threw the ball? Lu Zheng turned his head to look at Su Li in the field and asked in a calm voice. Not bad, it was me. Su Li admitted frankly, not trying to hide it at all, and even hooked his hand provocatively at Lu Zheng, signaling him to throw the basketball to him. Good. Lu Zheng let out a light laugh and readily agreed. With a hard grip on his right hand, the basketball in his hand immediately flew up, and when the basketball landed at Lu Zheng's chest-high position, Lu Zheng flexed his fingers and flicked. Boom! The sound of impact rang out. The basketball flew towards Su Li as if it was a cannonball, and where it passed, it even brought up a gust of wind-breaking sound. Not good. Su Li's face changed greatly. Just wanted to dodge. The basketball had already flown to his front bang sound, ruthlessly smashed in his face. Click. The sound of broken nose and Su Li's screams sounded at the same time. Su Li's body of nearly 200 pounds was actually smashed off the ground by the basketball and flew backwards, flying a full 2 meters away before falling to the ground. And that hit Su Li's basketball, after hitting Su Li, but turned a direction, flying toward the sky, and then bang sound, fell into the basket. All around, there was a dead silence. Everyone was stunned by Lu Zheng's maneuver. How could a basketball be played like this? The force was too great, especially in the end. The basketball actually entered the basket. Is this montage right? Someone said with disbelief. Everyone else nodded their heads subconsciously. This would be too terrifying if Lu Zheng did it deliberately. What kind of terrifying level did Lu Zheng's control of power, as well as his ability to calculate, have to reach? Could this be done by a human being? The few companions who were playing basketball with Su Li all had somewhat ugly faces, and after checking Su Li's condition, they all surrounded Lu Zheng with ugly faces. Dude, it's just for you to pass a ball. There's no need to hit so hard, right? One man said angrily. I'm just passing the ball too. Isn't he a member of the martial arts club? Who would have thought it would be such a waste? Lu Zheng said indifferently. And, you know that Su Li is a member of the martial arts club? No. You know each other? Another person was surprised. Lu Zheng. Just then, Su Li's hysterical roar also sounded behind the crowd. Lu Zheng, however, did not look at Su Li again, and as if nothing was wrong, he squeezed through the crowd and walked towards the teaching building. The few people who had surrounded Lu Zheng before also did not stop him. They and Su Li only knew each other and played basketball together. Their relationship was not that iron. Several people were not blind, and could tell that the two should have known each other before, and were afraid that they still had a grudge. Su Li's previous shot was not an accident, but a deliberate attempt to hit Lu Zheng. This was something that several people knew by heart. Lu Zheng, you wait for me. I want you to die. I will make sure you die. Su Li let out a maniacal roar. Lu Zheng's oblivious action simply drove him madder than a slap on his face. Chapter 10, I'm waiting for you to break my legs. Before going to the classroom, Lu Zheng first went back to the dormitory to get his books. Several of his dormitory mates were not in the dormitory. In the past few years of college, Lu Zheng and his roommates had a very good relationship, much more harmonious than the other dormitories. However, since his family's accident, Lu Zheng had moved out, and his relationship with a few of them had faded. The only one who still had occasional contact was Du Fei. After arriving at the classroom, there was still some time before class started, so Lu Zheng found a seat and sat down. Just as he opened his books, a hand from the back slapped Lu Zheng on the shoulder. A young man with short-inch hair, who looked very capable, sat down on the empty seat next to Lu Zheng. This person was none other than Lu Zheng's roommate, Du Fei. Zhengzi, why do you still have time to come to class? Is Auntie's health alright? Du Fei asked as he sat down. Quite well, Lu Zheng said with a smile. Of the 4 people in the same dormitory, including Lu Zheng, 3 of them were rich second generation. Only Du Fei's family was ordinary, and could even be said to be in straitened circumstances. Yet, Lu Zheng had the best relationship with Du Fei. That, Zhengzi, I've been a little busy with work lately. I wasn't able to go to the hospital to see my aunt. Don't take offense, Du Fei said with some embarrassment. His family was from an ordinary background, and his monthly living expenses were very limited. In the past, Lu Zheng had not helped him much. However, after Lu Zheng's family's accident, he did not help at all and did not even visit Lu Zheng's mother in the hospital. Du Fei has just been interned for a short time, and now it is the key moment to turn into a professional. Working overtime and eating is as common as it is, and it is really very busy. But in fact, if he really wanted to go, he still had time. It's not that he doesn't want to go. The reason why he didn't go is because every time he brings it up, he's stopped by his girlfriend. While speaking, Du Fei carefully pulled out a bulging envelope from his inner pocket and handed it to Lu Zheng. Zhengzi, you know my situation, and I can't help you with anything. You keep these. Don't. I appreciate your kindness. You have a lot of money to use right now, so take these back. Lu Zheng quickly waved his hand and said, looking at the thickness of the envelope, I was afraid that there were more than $10,000 inside. Du Fei had only just joined the workforce and was still in the internship period. How much could he earn in a month? At most, it was only 3 to 4,000. I am afraid that the money in this envelope would be his salary for a few months. Hearing Lu Zheng's words, Du Fei, however, became a bit anxious. Zhengzi, looking down on me, right? Du Fei's face flushed red as he said, you didn't help me much in the past. I'm already sorry that I didn't go to the hospital to see Auntie. Besides, I'm now working at the big business real estate, and my internship salary is 5,000. So when I graduate, I'll be transferred to a full-time job, and my monthly salary will be over 10,000 easily. You have to take this money, otherwise, you are looking down on me. Du Fei, you're not allowed to give it. Suddenly a figure appeared from behind the two and snatched the envelope from Du Fei's hand. The person who came was none other than Du Fei's girlfriend, Jiang Qian. When Du Fei saw Jiang Qian, he was first startled, then somewhat annoyed. Jiang Qian, what are you doing? What for? I still want to ask you, what are you doing? Jiang Qian said angrily, you didn't wait for me downstairs this time, but ran to the classroom early. So you want to secretly give Lu Zheng money, right? Really think I don't know? Du Fei was speechless. What me? Jiang Qian said angrily, Lu Zheng's mother's illness is a bottomless pit. Instead of giving him money down the drain, why don't you buy me a set of skincare products? After saying that, she turned her head to Lu Zheng and said angrily, Lu Zheng, please remember that you are no longer the rich second generation you used to be, even if you are unlucky yourself. If you really consider Du Fei as a brother, don't drag Du Fei down with you. Jiang Qian, what are you talking about? Zhengzi has helped me a lot in the past. Now that Zhengzi is in trouble, how can I not care? Du Fei also became angry and said angrily, can you care? How many kilograms do you have? Aren't you clear yourself? If you give the money to Lu Zheng today, we will part ways. Jiang Qian coldly said. Du Fei's face turned ugly to the extreme. Lu Zheng didn't even look at Jiang Qian, but smiled and said to Du Fei, alright, Empress Mother, your thoughts are appreciated. My mom has already been discharged from the hospital, and it won't take long for her to recover. In the future, if there is really a need for money, I will ask you for it. Du Fei's nickname was Fei Zi, because it sounded the same as concubine, so all the dormitory mates liked to call him Empress Mother. Du Fei was deeply ashamed of this, and strictly forbade his roommates from calling him by this nickname. Lu Zheng shouted it out at this time, naturally wanting to ease the tense atmosphere. Although he can't see Du Fei this snob girlfriend, think Jiang Qian can't match Du Fei, but he didn't want the two to fall out because of him. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Zheng shouted out this nickname, Du Fei's breathing stuttered and his face darkened slightly, but he didn't pursue this issue, but pursued, really? You're not fooling me, are you? I wouldn't lie about such a thing. Lu Zheng laughed. Upon hearing this, Du Fei did not insist. Jiang Qian was also satisfied and sat on the other side of Du Fei. Only, Du Fei, who had always treated Jiang Qian as a treasure and never said a single harsh word, did not give him a good face this time, treating him as heir. Soon, the bell rang. Lecture is an old professor. Although old, but the lecture is humor, not boring, but also from time to time pop up some network popular words to make people smile. Unconsciously, a small class ended. Not waiting for the teacher to announce the end of class, a cynical youth suddenly appeared at the door of the classroom, leaning on the door frame, like a door god generally blocking the door of the classroom, but also the classroom crowd's eyes are attracted to the past. Who is this dude? This Thai posture is a bit arrogant. He is Do Tao? What? The crazy Do Tao from the martial arts club? What's he doing in our computer science academy? It can't be that someone has offended him, right? How can that be? Everyone can't even avoid him. Who would be stupid enough to mess with him? After recognizing the identity of this youth, a cacophony of murmurs rang out in the classroom. As if he was used to such scenes, Do Tao did not care. Still maintaining that cynical look, he rushed at the people in the classroom and said, "Who is Lu Zheng?" And the crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Soon, quite a few people turned their gazes towards Lu Zheng. Do Tao followed the gazes of the crowd and soon locked onto Lu Zheng as well. "Kid, I've heard that you're pretty wild. How dare you even beat up someone from our martial arts club?" Do Tao grinned with a playful expression. However, Lu Zheng acted as if he didn't hear it, still frowning slightly as he scribbled and scratched on his book, not even glancing at Do Tao since the beginning. If someone was close, they would definitely find that there were already densely written words on it, and what was written was not the knowledge taught by the old professor, but the name of a flavor of traditional Chinese medicine. Grass. Were you not very mad before? Now how to be so abashed that you don't even dare to put a fart? Do Tao despised. Lu Zheng was still as if he hadn't heard, and simply ignored it. The old professor on the stage could not stand it and frowned. "This student, this is a classroom. If you have other matters, wait until you are out of the classroom." He, don't be angry, Professor Chen. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to challenge on behalf of the martial arts club, Do Tao said playfully. Following this, he once again looked at Lu Zheng and said provocatively, "Kid, I am now officially challenging you. See you at 1 in the afternoon at the martial arts club." In an instant, everyone looked at Lu Zheng, wanting to see how he would respond. "Zhengzi, don't agree to him. This Do Tao is just crazy." Previously, there was a third-degree black belt in the Taekwondo club who was seriously injured by him, and he is still lying in the hospital. "You mustn't be stupid." Du Fei was afraid that Lu Zheng would agree and hurriedly dissuaded him. When Do Tao heard this from Du Fei, he grinned. "Hey, don't worry, we are classmates. I won't hit you too hard. At most I will break your leg. Of course, you can't accept the challenge. Then don't blame me for being impolite. I'll beat you up once I see you, until you don't dare to step through the gates of Rome University again." Lu Zheng looked up at Do Tao in the doorway. Not a trace of anger could be seen on his face. All he had was indifference. "You're here to avenge Su Li, right? Fine. I'll take the challenge." Lu Zheng turned the pen in his hand and said indifferently, "I'm waiting for you to come and break my dog's legs. You have guts." Do Tao playfully gave Lu Zheng a thumbs up and turned around to leave the classroom. As soon as Do Tao's figure disappeared, the entire classroom instantly boiled over. "I'll go." This Lu Zheng actually accepted Do Tao's challenge? Isn't this looking for abuse? Seeking abuse? I think it's more like looking for death. Du Fei was also anxious. "Zhengzi, are you crazy? It's not like you haven't heard of what that Do Tao is. The people of the martial arts club are all a bunch of lunatics. If you accept his challenge, even if you get crippled, it will be for nothing. The school won't hold him responsible for anything." On the podium, the old professor glanced at the crowd in the classroom and said, "Well, there will be no roll call today." After saying this, he picked up his water cup and left the classroom. Du Fei was overjoyed when he heard this and hurriedly pulled Lu Zheng's arm and said, "Zhengzi, you should go now. Don't go back to school for the next few days. Wait until the storm has passed." One had to know that there were still 2 more classes behind them, yet the old professor said that he would not name any names at this point in time, the meaning of which was already more than obvious. It naturally implied that Lu Zheng could leave. A Do Tao is just a Do Tao, not worthy enough to make me skip class. Lu Zheng shook his head, and then he continued to write in his book as if nothing had happened. He already had a rough plan in his mind about how to cure the poison that his mother had been infected with, but he still needed to deliberate further. "Zhengzi, you." Du Fei was instantly anxious. "Du Fei, what do you care about him? Some people seek death on their own. Can you stop them?" Zhang Qian sneered. Du Fei ignored it and persuaded Lu Zheng a few more times, but Lu Zheng's mind was made up, so naturally he would not leave. Soon, the class bell rang. The old professor came back again, and when he saw that Lu Zheng didn't leave, he couldn't help but show his surprise, and then he continued his lecture. After the 3 lessons ended, the students in the classroom swarmed out and rushed towards the cafeteria. The news of Do Tao's challenge to Lu Zheng also spread throughout half of the school like a plague with the departure of these people. Noon, 12:30. There was still half an hour left before the time that Do Tao and Lu Zheng had agreed upon. However, the large martial arts club was already overcrowded. These people, naturally, had heard the news and came to see the fight between the two. In the center of the martial arts club was a huge ring, built according to an ancient martial arts ring. At this moment, a dozen youths wearing martial arts uniforms were practicing on it. Do Tao was also among them. "Zhengzi, do you really want to go up?" Du Fei was still a bit uneasy and said, "Don't worry, it's just one Do Tao. I haven't put it in my eyes yet." Lu Zheng let out a light laugh and pushed Du Fei's hand away. "Wait, Lu Zheng, wait, Just as Lu Zhang was about to enter the ring, an anxious voice rang out from behind. Lu Zhang turned his head and saw Xiao Yurua hurriedly running into the martial arts club. Chapter 11, First Encounter with a Martial Artist. What brings you here? Lu Zhang looked at Xiao Yurua, who had hurriedly run here and was still breathing a little unevenly, and said with a surprised expression, "You still have the nerve to talk about me?" Xiao Yurua glared at Lu Zhang. "What kind of person is that Do Tao? It's not like you haven't heard of him? If you get hurt, what will Auntie Gu do?" "Don't worry, I won't lose." Lu Zhang laughed lightly. "Won't lose?" A light laughter rang out. The youth who came with Xiao Yurua sized up Lu Zhang and said, "You're Lu Zhang, aren't you? I have heard of you. For Yurua's sake, I'll give you a heads up. Once you're in the ring, you should hurry up and admit defeat. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to open your mouth and beg for forgiveness. Although admitting defeat at this time is humiliating, it's better than being beaten to the point where you can't take care of yourself." Lu Zhang swept a glance at the man, recognizing him as Lu Heng, the president of the student union and a popular figure in the school. However, Lu Zhang ignored Lu Heng's reminder of his superiority and nodded to Xiao Yurua and the others before walking towards the ring. Seeing Lu Zhang ignoring himself like this, Lu Heng's face stiffened, and the gloominess in his eyes flickered away. In front of Xiao Yurua, he still had to maintain his demeanor. Quite arrogant. Lu Heng skimmed his mouth, playing with the flavor. "I just don't know if this arrogance of his can last until the end of the challenge," Xiao Yurua hurriedly said. "President Lu, can you think of a way to stop this challenge? It's useless. There's no one forcing him to go up, not to mention me. Even if the principal came, there's no way to stop it." Lu Heng shook his head. Following that, he tasted playful. "Do Tao has practiced martial arts since he was a child. I once saw Do Tao slap a stone of hundreds of pounds into several pieces with one palm. Those so-called martial arts competition champions are not worth mentioning in front of Do Tao. Of course, the truly terrifying one is still Do Tao's older brother, Do Chao." "Do Chao?" Hearing Lu Heng's words, the crowd was stunned. It's normal that you guys don't know Do Chao. He is also a student of Rongqing University, but he is a few years older than us, and now he has already opened several martial arts schools in Rongqing, and after only a few years of graduation, his fortune has already reached hundreds of millions of dollars, and he is the guest of many of Rongqing's bigwigs," Lu Heng explained with a smile. Hearing Lu Heng's words, Xiao Yurua's pretty face turned a little pale, and she could not help but worry for Lu Zhang. Lu Heng smiled and said, "But you don't need to worry. Yurua, although Do Chao graduated, he would occasionally come to the school to teach the members of the martial arts club. I happen to have some friendship with it. The big deal is that I'll open my mouth to block it at the critical moment, and I think that Do Tao, this kid, will still give me this face. Then I'll trouble President Lu." Xiao Yurua nodded. Jiang Qian, who was on the side, stared at Lu Heng, her eyes glowing with admiration. "President Lu, you're too powerful. You haven't even graduated yet, and you actually know a big boss like Do Chao who is worth hundreds of millions of dollars." It's nothing. It's just that my family's company just happens to have some business dealings with Do Chao's martial arts school." Lu Heng waved his hand and pretended to be unconcerned. Jiang Qian sensed the information revealed in Lu Heng's words, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. Du Fei looked at Jiang Qian and then at the handsome Lu Heng, his eyes somewhat complicated. At this moment, Lu Zhang had also arrived at the ring. Su Li, who was sitting in the resting area below, instantly stood up and stared angrily at Lu Zhang, revealing a look of gnashing teeth. On the bridge of his nose, there was still a bandage. "Lu Zhang." Su Li gritted his teeth and roared lowly, his eyes bloodshot, just like a frenzied beast. "You actually dared to come?" In the ring, Do Tao sized up Lu Zhang like a cat looking at its prey, a playful smile on his face. "Let's begin," Lu Zhang said indifferently. "There's no rush." Do Tao waved his hand, playfully. "For the sake of being a classmate, I'll give you a chance. Now apologize to Su Li in front of everyone, and I can cancel this challenge. Of course, just a verbal apology won't do. You must kneel down and apologize, then crawl out from here." The moment Do Tao's words came out, it caused an uproar from below. Su Li, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed and hooked his hand at the punch, saying with a scowl, "Scumbag, you're crazy with me again? Now, get your ass over here and kneel down and kowtow to me. You guys don't go too far." Below, Du Fei couldn't help but say angrily, "Shut the up." Su Li turned around and shouted violently, threateningly, "Any more nonsense, I'll even clean you up." Snap! Just as his words fell, a crisp put-palm sounded. Lu Zhang swiftly arrived opposite Su Li and swung out a slap, sending Su Li flying off the ring. "How dare you make a move in front of me?" Do Tao said with an ugly face. Lu Zhang making a move in front of him was more than just jerking Su Li away. It was also equivalent to slapping his Do Tao's face. "You talk too much nonsense." Lu Zhang wiped his hands and indifferently said, "This guy, How dare he be so wild in front of Do Tao? Really doesn't know how to write the word death. Below the ring, Lu Hong snorted. He was also happy to see Lu Zhang make a fool of himself. Xiao Yuruo and Du Fei, on the other hand, did not say a word, and the expressions on their faces became more and more tense. Do Tao was obviously angered by Lu Zhang as well, and the smile on his face grew more and more hideous. Very well, since you don't agree with my proposal, then it can only be me who will personally take action and force you to kneel down. At the end of his words, Do Tao steeply ran a few steps at breakneck speed, and then his right foot violently stomped on the ground, and the whole person used the force to bounce up, even flying up nearly 2 meters high. Wow! Underneath the stage, a burst of shocked voices immediately rang out. Do Tao's body then flew towards Lu Zhang. Die for me! Do Tao bellowed, his legs bending in mid-air, his knees smashing towards Lu Zhang's chest. Lu Zhang, however, stood still, as if he had been stunned. When Do Tao's legs were still half a meter away from Lu Zhang steeply kicked out and steadily kicked Do Tao's knees. Boom! Crack! The sound of impact and the sound of bones breaking rang out almost simultaneously. Do Tao, who was in mid-air, let out a miserable scream from his mouth, and instead of landing on the ground, he flew backwards, flying a dozen or so meters away before he smashed onto the edge of the ring with a bang. Lu Zhang slowly withdrew his foot, never taking a step back from the beginning to the end. Jing! The large martial arts hall fell into dead silence at this moment. This silence was only maintained for a second, and then Do Tao's mournful screams resounded throughout the entire martial arts hall. Boom! The entire martial arts club instantly boiled over. Oh my god, did I see it right? Do Tao actually lost? A kick seconds Do Tao. How is this possible? Countless cries of astonishment rose and fell like a tsunami. Zhengzi is awesome. You're too good, Du Fei exclaimed excitedly, his hands dancing. How could he not expect Lu Zhang to have one? And to have one so crisply. Xiao Yuruo's pretty face also revealed a look of delight. Lu Hong and Jiang Qian, on the other hand, were stupefied, still in disbelief. The martial madman Do Tao had actually lost? How was this possible? Ah, my leg! You actually broke my leg! Do Tao continued to roll around in the ring, screaming miserably on his face. His face twisted up. Lu Zhang's kick had directly shattered the kneecaps of both his legs. Blame yourself. Lu Zhang was indifferent, turning around and about to get out of the ring. You want to leave just like that after beating up someone from my martial arts club? Just the moment Lu Zhang raised his foot, an icy cold voice also rang out. A young man with short-inch hair and a very tough aura slowly walked out from the crowd, looking straight at Lu Zhang, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Oh no! This kid is finished! Lu Hong exclaimed in shock when he saw this youth. President Lu, what's wrong? Who is this person? Xiao Yuruo asked carefully. Do Chao. Lu Heng's voice was low. Do Chao comes to the Martial Arts Society every Wednesday to teach the students. Today happens to be Wednesday, and I actually forgot such an important matter. What? Xiao Yuruo and Du Fei's faces both changed at once. And who are you? Lu Zheng asked. Do Chao. The person who was injured by you is my younger brother. The youth said coldly. Big brother. Avenge me. Avenge me. Do Tao screamed loudly. Oh my god, he's Do Chao? What? Surprisingly, it's him. I heard that he also graduated from our school, just a few years earlier than us. Nowadays, he's already the guest of many bigwigs in Rongqing. Do Chao's words immediately caused a gasp in the crowd, and many people even sucked in cold air. Let's see if you still die this time. Suli looked at Lu Zhang in the ring and said with a resentful face. How could he not expect that after only a day's absence, Lu Zhang, who hadn't been able to fight back in front of him before, had become so strong that even Do Tao had lost in its hands. Seeing Do Chao appear at this time, Su Li's heart, which had originally sunk, was once again born. Regardless of how Lu Zhang had become so strong, now that he was facing Do Chao, he would lose half of his life without dying. You're going to stand up for him? Lu Zhang asked. What you said just now was right. Do Tao's defeat at your hands was because he was not as skilled as he was, and he was to blame. Originally, I did not intend to come out, Do Chao coldly said. But, you shouldn't have wasted his legs. I still say that he is to blame, Lu Zhang indifferently said. If he was still the Lu Zhang from before, with that leg strike from Do Tao, I was afraid that most of his life would have to be accounted for. Now, Lu Zhang had only wasted Do Tao's legs, which was already considered merciful. Do Chao grinned. In that case, if I strike to waste your legs, you are also to blame? You can try. Lu Zhang's face also went cold. Kid, I admit that you have good hands, but they are only good. The strength that you rely on to pride yourself on is simply unbearable in front of a true martial artist. Martial artist, understand? Duo Tao is just a half-wit. I, on the other hand, am a true martial artist, Do Chao said in a cold voice. Cut the crap and strike, Lu Zhang said in a cold voice. You seek death. Under the ring, Xiao Yurua's pretty face was filled with anxiety. President Lu, don't you know Do Chao? Why don't you plead for Lu Zheng? Lu Hong opened his mouth, his face filled with bitterness. Although Do Chao had only graduated a few years ago, with his strong strength, he was already the guest of many bigwigs, and his himself was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. It was not true that he knew Do Chao, but he could not say anything at all in front of Do Chao. Just now, when he said that, he was only blowing his power in front of Xiao Yurua, which would have thought that Do Chao was also here today. Yurua, it's useless. Lu Zheng even dared to waste Do Chao, and has already made things worse. Even if I go up, I won't be able to change anything. Lu Hong shook his head. Then what should be done? Xiao Yurua also panicked. He should fend for himself, Lu Hong said. At this moment, Do Chao in the ring was also completely enraged by Lu Zheng and charged towards him. With every foot that landed, the ring was rumbled by it stomping like a drum. The speed was so fast that it was like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wherever its fists passed, it brought up bursts of popping sounds as the air was squeezed. Is this still human? The crowd under the ring all turned horrified. Chapter 12, Little Black Meets Big Black. Boom! Before the crowd could react, the dull sound of impact had already exploded in their ears, resounding throughout the martial arts club. Do Chao's punch, which was as powerful as thunder, stopped half a meter in front of Lu Zheng, and was grabbed in his hands by Lu Zheng. How is it possible? The pupils of Do Chao's eyes suddenly contracted into pinpoints, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He was a martial artist, a true martial artist, not a Northwestern cargo like Do Chao. Although he was only the most junior yellow-level martial artist, this punch also had a strength of not less than 300 kilograms, which was an inch-thick steel plate that could be dented by him. However, it was actually received so easily by Lu Zheng. Under the ring, the crowd was dumbfounded when they saw it. Lu Zheng was actually fine, and had even received this punch from Do Chao. Catch my punch again! Do Chao bellowed and threw another punch towards Lu Zheng's chin. Slap! A slap sound rang out, and when Do Chao's fist was still 2 centimeters away from Lu Zheng's chin, Lu Zheng waved his hand, as if he was swatting a mosquito, and drew it to Do Chao's wrist, jerking his punch away. Do Chao retrieved his fist, only to feel that his wrist was numb and painful as if he had been electrocuted. The whole arm was even a little out of control. Do Chao did not believe in evil, and attacked several times in succession, but they were all taken down lightly by Lu Zheng, not even moving his feet. After a few moves, Do Chao was already panting, as if he had been ravaged by an elephant for a meal, and his body was in pain everywhere. How is this possible? Do Chao finally couldn't help but cry out in shock, and his gaze towards Lu Zheng was already filled with horror. He was a martial artist, yet he could not help Lu Zheng. Did this not mean that Lu Zheng was also a martial artist and was even more powerful than him? Do Chao was in disbelief. Also in disbelief were Do Chao and Lu Hang. At this moment, Do Chao had even forgotten to scream, and his mouth was so big that it could fit an egg. Other people might not be clear, but as Do Chao's younger brother, Do Chao knew how much his brother had paid to become a martial artist. He started practicing martial arts at the age of 7, practicing 3 nines in winter and 3 volts in summer, and training for at least 6 hours every day, rain or shine. It was these 20 years of perseverance that allowed Do Chao to break through and become a martial artist after graduating from college. This was still because of his good talent. But how old was this Lu Zheng? How could he be a martial artist? He is also a martial artist? Impossible. I don't believe it. Do Chao roared with disbelief, feeling that his worldview had collapsed. The big brother he had always worshipped, the invincible existence in his heart, was not even a match for Lu Zheng. Is this the power of a martial artist? It is indeed much more powerful than ordinary people, but it seems far inferior to the cultivators in the memories of my ancestors. Lu Zheng also said darkly in his heart. After these few attempts, he had already gotten a rough idea of Do Chao's strength, and was too lazy to continue. Try catching one of my punches as well. As the words fell, Lu Zheng clenched his right hand into a fist and threw a punch at Do Chao's chest. There was no gimmick or technique, just a simple punch. Not good. Do Chao was so shocked that he could not think in time, and hurriedly crossed his arms to block. Boom! This punch hit Do Chao's arms at the exact spot where he crossed his arms. Do Chao only felt his arms sink, as if he was hit by a speeding locomotive, and his body uncontrollably slid backwards at great speed until the edge of the ring before he stabilized his body, plowing out 2 long tracks on the ring. It seems that you are not as strong as you thought you were. Lu Zheng withdrew his hand and said coldly, don't mess with me again, otherwise, suffer the consequences. After saying that, he turned around and descended from the ring. Do Chao, on the other hand, was still standing in place, not moving a muscle. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but at this time, his arms had already lost consciousness. Even his legs were trembling, and not lying on the ground already counted him as strong-willed. Lu Zheng, you're not hurt. Are you? Jingzi, are you alright? Xiao Yurua and Du Fei both rushed over and asked with concern. Zhang Qian also came over at this time, her eyes fiery, mixed with a hint of remorse. If she had known that Lu Zhang had such a skill, she wouldn't have blocked Du Fei in the classroom earlier. Naturally, she didn't have any thoughts about Lu Zhang, and in her heart, she also understood that Lu Zhang couldn't see her. However, Du Fei and Lu Zhang were good friends. With the strength that Lu Zhang had shown, when he graduated, even if he opened a martial arts school or worked for someone as a bodyguard, his annual salary would definitely not be low. Just look at Dou Chao. As Du Fei's girlfriend, she was naturally able to take advantage of it as well. It was a pity that Lu Zhang did not even look at her. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. After saying a few words to both Xiao Yurua, Lu Zhang left the martial arts club. The large martial arts club was once again abuzz. My good lord, this Lu Zhang actually defeated Dou Chao? I'm not dreaming, am I? Such voices rang out one after another. Dou Chao's face was still calm, but his heart was in shock. Among the students of Roan University, there was actually a martial artist who was even stronger than him. Wouldn't that mean that Lu Zhang had at least mid-Huang rank strength? Thinking of Lu Zhang's age again, Dou Chao's heart tightened and he turned his head to the members of the martial arts club. Everyone remember, no one is allowed to mess with this person. After leaving the school, Lu Zhang did not return to the medical center, but went to the Feng Shui Street next to the Antique Street. For the sake of today's treatment, he had made sufficient preparations last night. Not only had he shunned a set of silver needles from Xiao Chunye, he had also made a few special effect pills. It was a pity that none of them were used. These pills, although their medicinal effects were good, because the herbs used were very common, the medicinal power could not be maintained for long, and it would take less than 3 days. I am afraid that it would evaporate into thin air. Lu Zhang did not want to waste them, so he planned to sell them at Feng Shui Street. When passing by the Antique Street, Lu Zhang bought a few small porcelain vases that were quite exquisite at the stalls, put the medicine in the porcelain vases, and bought a small table at the second-hand market before coming to the Antique Street to find a place to set up a stall. The stall next to Lu Zhang was selling talisman paper. The table was full of talisman paper, vermilion sand, talisman brushes, seal mud, soft pens, 5 emperor's money, etc. And the stall owner was an old man dressed as a Taoist priest, wearing a bright yellow robe, with a fairy-like appearance. Little brother, what are you selling in this bottle? The old Taoist couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw Lu Zhang's stall with just a few bottles. My own formulated medicine, Lu Zhang said with a smile, and when he saw the talisman paper on the Taoist stall, his eyes lit up. Taoist priest, how do you sell this talisman paper? Lu Zhang asked. Poor Taoist number Yunha. Little brother wants to buy talisman paper? I have a peace talisman, a wealth-gathering talisman, an amulet, and a house-suppressing talisman. Here, I don't know which one you want, the old Taoist asked with a smile. I don't want any of these. I'll just buy some blank talisman paper. Lu Zhang laughed. That's so. The old Taoist was instantly disappointed, but his hand was unforgiving as he stretched out a slap and said, 500 a pile, not sold individually. He could see that Lu Zhang was trying to steal business from him, and it would be strange if he didn't slaughter Lu Zhang at this time. Lu Zhang nodded and did not bargain, but said, 500, right? Yes, but I don't need that many. 3 is enough. The Taoist master will just let me use the talisman brush and vermilion sand again. No problem. Taoist master Yunha nodded his head painfully. This talisman paper of his, the wholesale price of one is not even $1. 3 sheets sold for $500. Little cute. He wouldn't do it. Lu Zhang took out his cell phone and scanned the QR code on the table, and painfully transferred 500 over. After that, he pulled out 3 blank talisman papers, dipped the brush into the vermilion liquid, and didn't do it right away, but took a deep breath to concentrate and still his chi, waiting to adjust himself to the best state. Only then did he put down his brush and drew on the talisman paper. For each piece of talisman paper, it was completed in a few seconds, all in one go, without the slightest pause in between. In less than a minute, the 3 blank sheets of rune paper were filled with bizarre runes like earthworms, resembling words but not words, resembling diagrams but not diagrams. Not only did it not look weird, but instead it was like calligraphy, very smooth, giving people an unspeakable sense of beauty. Little brother, what kind of runes are you drawing here? How come the poor Taoist has never seen them before? Taoist Cloud Crane stared at the 3 talismans for half a day and couldn't help but ask. 2 talismans for protection and 1 talisman to drive away evil spirits. Lu Zhang wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and said with a smile, with the little true essence in his body, it was already the limit for him to draw 3 talismans. If he drew 1 more, he was afraid that he would be paralyzed and unable to move. After putting away his brush, Lu Zhang folded up the 3 talismans, and then took the beautifully crafted incense bag from the Taoist priest's stall and put the 3 talismans inside it. Taoist Master Yunha watched but did not stop him. Although the scented pouches looked exquisite, they were actually only $10 each. He was still making a steady profit. After Lu Zheng placed the 3 scented sachets on his small table, he sat on the ground and closed his eyes to meditate. More than an hour passed. There were quite a few people coming and going, but no one patronized Lu Zheng's stall at all. Instead, Yunha Taoist sold quite a lot of talismans on his stall, and his business was very good. When he was free, Taoist Master Yunha smiled and said, "Little brother, doing business like this is not a good idea. It's hard to sell your stuff when it's too homogeneous in variety." Lu Zheng didn't say anything and didn't even open his eyes. Taoist Yunha didn't care either, and continued to smile. "However, who made you lucky today? You happen to be next to poor Taoist. How about this? How much are these things of yours? The poor Taoist will buy them." Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng then opened his eyes, looked at Taoist Yunha, and spat out 2 words, 100,000. Boom! Taoist Master Yunha stumbled and fell off his stool with his butt, and the duster in his hand flew out. However, in the next second, Taoist Master Yunha jumped up and glared at Lu Zheng, exclaiming, "What did you say, 100,000? For this little thing? How dare you ask for $100,000? Kid, are you robbing money?" Lu Zheng calmly shook his head, and just when Taoist Master Yunha thought that Lu Zheng was going to change his words, he saw Lu Zheng pointing at the incense bag on the table. "This incense bag, 100,000. Cough cough." Taoist Master Yunha instantly choked on his own saliva and coughed violently, his face that much better. "Black, really black. It's really too black. Blacker than black people. Come on, I can't afford it, can I?" Taoist Master Yunha rolled his eyes and returned to his seat. He had already felt that he was black enough when he sold the 3 talismans to Lu Zheng at a price of 500. However, compared to Lu Zheng, it was really a small black to see a big black. This kid was already black to the bone. A few hours passed quickly, and as the sun was about to set, the things that Lu Zheng had put up were still not sold. While the Cloud Crane Taoist master was busy, he did not forget to sweep Lu Zheng's side, naturally looking at Lu Zheng's jokes. Lu Zheng opened his eyes and looked at the time. He couldn't help but sigh, and also sighed in his heart that he had miscalculated. Although this was Feng Shui Street, it had been completely commercialized. The things that were sold were all crafts that looked new and strange, but had no use whatsoever. "Zhengzi!" Just as Lu Zhang was about to close up his stall and leave, a cry rang out. Lu Zhang looked up and saw a pair of young men and women standing opposite him holding hands. The one who shouted was the young man, looking at Lu Zhang with a rather awkward expression. This person was none other than Lu Zhang's other roommate, Zhang Junqi. "Yeah, it's really Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang, why did you come here to set up a stall?" Ding Li, Zhang Junqi's girlfriend, asked in surprise. Ding Li's shout was definitely not small, and she did not know whether it was actually intentional or unintentional. Just as her words fell, a group of young men and women also walked over from the back of the two. Chapter 13, Don't try to cheat food and drink. It's really Lu Zhang. Isn't Lu Zhang a second-generation rich man? Why is he here at the stall? I heard someone say that something happened to Lu Zhang's family earlier, so it seems to be true. Several people whispered after seeing Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang glanced at the group of scantily dressed men and women and realized that they all looked familiar. The girl among the few should be Ding Li's roommate. In the past, the two dormitories hadn't had much fellowship. Lu Zhang nodded his head at the crowd. Zhong Junqi became more and more embarrassed, and just wanted to pull Ding Li away, but was instead forced by Ding Li to Lu Zhang's stall. "Lu Zhang, what are you selling here?" Ding Li asked with a curious expression as she took a few glances at the things on the table. Several other people, seeing this, also came over. "It's all trinkets," Lu Zhang said casually. A few people were instantly dissatisfied when they heard Lu Zhang's slightly perfunctory introduction. One of them, a woman dressed as an urban beauty, said in dissatisfaction, "Lu Zhang, what kind of attitude is this? We are all classmates, so we might be able to take care of your business. Are you being too insincere?" Lu Zhang glanced at this person and remembered clearly that this person's name was Dong Miao Miao, who was Ding Li's roommate. At the time of the first fellowship, Dong Miao Miao had taken a liking to Lu Zhang, and after that, she even initiated a pursuit of Lu Zhang, which eventually ended because of Lu Zhang's diffident attitude. He, this scented capsule is quite pretty. A girl with a baby face, who looked very cute, saw the scented capsule on the table and was about to pick it up to play with it. Lu Zhang was startled and hurriedly stopped her. "Don't move. That thing cannot be touched." The talisman inside the scented pouch was a talisman that he had drawn with great difficulty, and apart from Lu Zhang, the maker, as long as it was touched by someone else, it would be tainted with that person's scent. In that case, the talisman inside could only be used by that person. If it was sold to someone else, it would be ineffective. but with a price as high as $100,000, it was not something that the few people present could afford to spend. Unfortunately, Lu Zheng was still too late. Just as Lu Zheng's words fell, the girl had already grabbed the scented capsule. Ah! The girl was startled by Lu Zheng's cry, and immediately retracted her hand like a frightened deer, as if she was a child who had done something wrong, and bowed her head. I'm sorry, brother Lu. I didn't know that this thing couldn't be touched. Lu Zheng frowned greatly, not realizing that he was still a step too late. He had already sensed that the amulet inside was already tainted with the girl's breath. An amulet had been destroyed just like that. Lu Zheng could not help but feel some dark anger in his heart, but he could not get angry, because this girl was also Ding Li's roommate, the youngest in the dormitory, named Zheng Dyer, a kind, simple, and even a little naive little girl. In the past, Zheng Dyer would always affectionately address Lu Zheng as Brother Lu, and would also take out her own treasured snacks to share with Lu Zheng. Such a naive and cute girl, and it was an unintentional mistake. Lu Zheng really couldn't say anything. However, Lu Zheng didn't know that he had already stirred up a hornet's nest by blocking his words earlier, and had committed a public outrage. Kid, what the hell do you mean? A young man who stood in front of Zheng Dyer, blocking Zheng Dyer behind him, glared at Lu Zheng and said, with the intention of starting a fight at the drop of a hat, "That's right, Lu Zheng. You've gone too far. Everyone is here to take care of your business. What do you mean by that? We are also classmates. So you are going too far. Look at how our Dyer is crying. You're a big man, but you're so mean to girls. No wonder Zhang Lulu dumped you. He deserved it." Several girls chirped and loudly rebuked Lu Zheng. "You guys don't blame Lu. It's my fault. I shouldn't have touched things." Zheng Dyer pulled the arm of a girl and whispered, "Dyer, what time is it? You're speaking for him? Still calling him Brother Lu? Does he deserve it?" A girl pinched her waist and said. This girl was Ding Li's roommate, Yang Xiaoman, a local from Rongcheng, with a pretty face and a very spicy personality, known as Little Pepper. Yang Xiaoman's boyfriend also stood out and said, "Buddy, how do we say is also a classmate? A scented capsule, and not worth a few dollars. You do this, some unethical? In this way, how about you apologize to Dyer?" Lu Zheng remembered that this person was called Shinpeng. His family owned a hotel, and he was a rich second generation. Yang Xiaoman knew him since he was a child, and he was a couple when he was a freshman. When the two dormitories were first sorority, Yang Xiaoman was the only one in the crowd who brought her family. Lu Zheng did not answer, and after withdrawing his gaze, he simply treated these people as if they did not exist. "Grass, I've given you a face, haven't I?" The boy who spoke first saw Lu Zheng's action and immediately became furious, cursing, "How much do you pay for this broken scent bag? I'll pay 10 times the price to buy it. However, you must apologize to Dyer." Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng slowly opened his eyes and looked straight at the boy, coldly saying, "Really?" This boy looked very faceless, and he did not recognize him. However, as long as one was not blind, one could tell that this boy was pursuing Zheng Dyer. "Nonsense, say a number," the boy said impatiently. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng suddenly laughed and said, "If I were to say the price of this scented capsule, I don't think you guys would believe it and think that I'm fooling you." With that, he turned his head to look at Taoist Master Yunhe beside him and laughed. "Taoist Master, I still have to trouble you to tell them the price of this scented capsule of mine. Grass, isn't it just $100? 10 times that is only $1,000. This money is out of my pocket." With those words, the youth pulled out his wallet and was about to count out 10 bills and fling them at Lu Zheng's face. Hey, wrong. Taoist Cloud Crane shook the finger that was stretched out and laughed, "Ha ha he." The crowd was stunned at his words. Surprisingly, it wasn't $100. Could it be 1,000? This scented capsule looked like a ground floor product, but to sell it for 1,000. The crowd felt that Lu Zheng's heart was a bit dark. "Lu Zheng, you're going a bit overboard, aren't you? It's just a scented capsule, and you're even selling it for $1,000. That's too black." Ding Li couldn't help but spit out, "That's right, 1,000 huh? 10 times that is only $10,000. Fine, I'll pay for this." The youth pursuing Zheng Dyer gritted his teeth and sneered. The cash he carried in his wallet was exactly 10,000. From the time he came out of school until now, he hadn't spent a single penny. Wrong again. Taoist Cloud Crane wiggled his fingers again and didn't sell out anymore. Instead he heatedly laughed. "It's not 1,000, it's 100,000. What?" When Taoist Master Yunhe's words fell, it immediately caused a series of shocked voices. Obviously, the crowd was stunned by this price. "How much more?" The youth who was pursuing Zheng Dyer was also startled and stuttered a little. 100,000. He. Young man, that means, if you want to buy this scent bag, you have to give this kid $1 million to do so. Taoist Cloud Crane hemmed and hawed and laughed. Crowd. The youth who was pursuing Zheng Dyer shivered and almost threw out the wallet in his hand. At this moment, the crowd in front of Lu Zhang's stall went quiet. It was Zhang Dyer who also looked at Lu Zhang, her large eyes opening even wider, her face filled with incredulity. $1 million. A mere scented capsule from a stall on the ground, but it actually cost $1 million to buy it. This price was not something that Lu Zhang had said, but rather, it was something that Taoist Yunha had said. Moreover, ever since they had appeared, Lu Zhang and Taoist Master Yunha had only exchanged that one sentence, and no other exchanges. Moreover, with so many people watching, it was impossible for the two to communicate secretly. This meant that before they arrived, Lu Zhang had really set the price of this scented bag at $100,000. After a full dozen seconds had passed, Yang Xiaoman could not help but mock. Lu Zhang, are you crazy for money? A broken scented capsule is just that, and you want to sell it for $100,000? Right, the two of them won't be a gang. Touching porcelain here, right? I think so. Porcelain bumping into your own classmates. You're really out of your league. The youth who was pursuing Zhang Dyer scrutinized Lu Zhang, his face full of contempt. What? Touching porcelain? Before Lu Zhang could say anything, old Taoist Yunha was already on fire and said angrily, you guys are saying that the old Taoist is conspiring with this kid to screw you over? Humph. I don't change my name. I don't change my name. My Taoist name is Yunha. You guys go to the Xianqing temple and ask around. Has the old Tao ever cheated anyone? Cloud Crane old Taoist seemed to have suffered a great humiliation, and at this moment, he was furious, and surprisingly, he had a bit of the flavor of not being angry. You are the Master Yunha of the Xianqing temple? Among the several people, a clear girl couldn't help but exclaim out in shock when she heard this from old Taoist Yunha, her face carrying a touch of shock. This person was none other than the eldest of the four sisters in Ding Li's dormitory, Han Cheng. As her name suggested, she was pretty, with a cool personality and a high eye. Han Cheng had been watching with cold eyes and did not open his mouth before, but at this time, he was even more shocked by the identity reported by old Taoist Yunha. In addition to Han Cheng, there were two other people who had their pupils shrinking when they heard the Yunha Taoist self-reporting. Hurriedly, they pulled back their female companions who were about to go up and dislike each other with old Taoist Yunha. Humph. Old Taoist Yunha snorted coldly, his chin raised, not paying any attention to Han Cheng at all. Han Cheng, however, wasn't the least bit bothered, but opened his mouth and said to the crowd, it's impossible for Taoist Yunha to cheat, nor does he care to. This, I can guarantee. Although Han Cheng spoke very little, he had high prestige among the crowd. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent once again. Since Han Cheng had said this, it also meant that Lu Zhang could not be joining forces with Taoist Yunha to trap them. Lu Zhang, even if you didn't cheat anyone, but this $100,000 is too expensive. How can we say that we are also classmates? Chen Han He. Ding Li couldn't help but fight back. Okay, for the sake of being a classmate, I'll give him a 20% discount, just 800,000. Lu Zhang interrupted Ding Li's words and said, with a look of readiness to accept good advice. Crowd. The youth who was pursuing Zhang Dyer had a stiff face. His family was in good condition, and he had never worried about money when spending money in these 4 years of university. But it was that his family's condition was no longer good. But it wasn't such a spending method. What's more, he couldn't get so much money. What? Can't get the money? Lu Zhang looked straight at Chen Han and sneered. He already knew from Ding Li that this person should be Chen Han. If you can't get it out, don't pretend in front of me. Lu Zhang rudely interrupted Chen Han's words, also bursting into foul language. The talisman that he had painstakingly refined, it was even if it was ruined. And then he was sarcasm and mocked by these classmates one after another. His heart had long been holding a belly full of fire. Get out of the way. Don't get in the way of my business. Lu Zhang coldly said. A group of young men and women looked at me and I looked at you, all feeling a little gray. Humph. You priced this scented capsule at 100,000. Is it really worth 100,000? You can't sell it at all. That is pricing it at 1 million is of no use? Chen Han sneered. Oh, what if I can sell it? Lu Zhang stared at Chen Han, his eyes already narrowed. Chen Han was suddenly speechless. He would have liked to say trenchantly that he would give Lu Zhang $1 million, or shake his muscles in front of Zhang Dyer, and perhaps win the heart of a beauty. Unfortunately, his strength did not allow him to do so. Just at this moment, an earth dog came from afar and pooped on the wasteland next to a few people. Then after shaking its body, it did not even look at the crowd and left arrogantly with its head raised. Noticing Lu Zhang's gaze, Chen Han immediately sneered. If you can sell it, I'll eat that piece of. No way, that's not fair. Before Lu Zhang could speak, old Taoist Yunha suddenly stood out and loudly stopped it. Just as the crowd was puzzled, old Taoist Yunha had already looked at Chen Han and said with a disdainful look on his face, just you also want to cheat and cheat under the eyes of the old Tao? Chen Han, Lu Zhang, crowd, Chapter 14, Two Little Cuties. Cheat food and drink? When Taoist Cloud Crane's words fell, everyone froze. Put. Someone looked at the fresh dog poop not far away that was still hot and couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. Chen Han's face, which still looked a little handsome, was suffocating into a greenish-purple color at this moment, as if he had already eaten that piece of. His eyes were crimson, itching to rush up and bite Taoist Master Yunha to death right now. The few youths whose faces had looked different after hearing Taoist Master Yunha declare himself earlier, on the other hand, moved without a trace and blocked the middle of the two. It didn't matter if Chen Han sought death himself. They didn't want to be dragged into it. On the contrary, it was Taoist Cloud Crane, as if he didn't notice Chen Han's killing gaze, and was still gloating over having dismantled Chen Han's scheme. Cough cough, we are all classmates. There's no need to make it like this. I think we should just let it go? Zhong Junqi coughed dryly and stepped forward to round up the situation. No way. It can't be left like this. He must apologize to Dyer. Little Pepper Yang Xiaoman disagreed. I think it's better to do it this way. The previous conditions remain the same. If Lu Zheng can't sell it, he'll apologize to Dyer. If it sells, we'll put together $1 million and buy the scented bag that Dyer touched just now. What do you guys think? Yang Xiaoman's boyfriend said. $1 million was not a small amount for any of them. However, if everyone pooled it together, it wasn't a problem. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Shen Peng's proposal is good. I agree. Dong Miao Miao took the lead. The others also nodded their heads. Good. Let's do what Shen Peng said. Not bad. Just do it. He must be taught a lesson. Chen Han also regained his composure at this time and sneered. If he can sell it, I'll offer $500,000. For the rest, you guys just help put it together. If he didn't get this back today, he would have lost a lot of face. In order to take out this breath, he also took out all his pocket money. It's okay. The crowd nodded their heads. Zhong Junqi's girlfriend Ding Li frowned. Then there has to be a time limit. Otherwise, wouldn't we have to wait here all the time? 1 hour. Lu Zhang spoke indifferently. Within an hour. If none of the items on this table are sold, count me as a loser. This is what you said. Chen Han sneered. Of course. Now, you guys step aside and don't get in the way of my business. Lu Zhang coldly said. Humph. We don't want to stay here yet. Don't wait until you can't sell it and deny it, saying that we're the ones interfering with you. Yang Xiaoman snorted coldly and took the lead to walk a few meters to the side. The others also followed. Zhang Dyer looked at Lu Zhang with a face of self-condemnation, wanting to open her mouth, but before the words could come out, she was pulled away by Yang Xiaoman. In the end, only Zhong Junqi remained in front of the stall. Zhengzi, why don't we forget about it? If you can't pull yourself together, I'll go apologize to them for you. Zhong Junqi advised. You don't need to care about this matter. Just watch. Lu Zheng shook his head. Zhang Dyer had destroyed the jade talisman that he had worked so hard to refine, and it was an unintentional mistake. This point was clear in Lu Zheng's heart, so although he was annoyed, he did not accuse Zhang Dyer of a single word. But these people, even if they were sarcastic and mocking him in public, they would not give up and had to force him to apologize before they were satisfied. How could this not make Lu Zheng angry? In particular, the inexplicable sense of superiority that several people displayed in front of him was even more disgusting to Lu Zheng. Shi Zi, what are you doing there? Why don't you come over here? Not far away. Ding Li saw Zhong Junqi talking to Lu Zheng, and immediately yelled in dissatisfaction. The others followed along and urged Zhong Junqi over. Hey! Seeing that neither side had any intention of backing down, Zhong Junqi could only sigh helplessly and walk towards the crowd. Lu Zheng's stall once again returned to silence. Soon, half an hour passed. Lu Zheng still hadn't sold a single thing. It's been half an hour. There isn't even a single bidder at his Thai stall. Chen Han pointed at his wristwatch and gloated at the crowd. This asshole is bound to lose. I'll have to humiliate him when he apologizes. At this time, Lu Zheng also stood up and did not intend to continue waiting any longer, but prepared to take the initiative. Selling talismans. Exorcism talisman can get rid of all kinds of bad luck. Only the last one left. It's on sale at the Jump. Walk by. Don't miss it. Lu Zheng recalled the advertisements he had heard before and opened his mouth to shout out. Put. As soon as Lu Zheng's words fell, the Cloud Crane Taoist master, who was drinking tea next to him, directly sprayed out the tea he had just drunk, hammering his chest while coughing violently, his old face suffocating in red. Ha ha ha. Not far away. Ding Li and the others naturally heard Lu Zheng's greeting, and each of them laughed their heads off. It was Han Chang, who was the most aloof amongst the few, who could not remain cool. Among them, the most exaggerated was naturally Chen Han, who was already so happy that he couldn't straighten his back. Ha ha, Shitzi, I didn't think that this roommate of yours was still a magus. Ding Li laughed and joked. Zhong Junqi glared at Ding Li without any good humor and did not reply. The gaze that looked in Lu Zhang's direction was vaguely apologetic and guilty. He knew that Lu Zhang was not doing as well as he would have liked recently, but he had never thought that Lu Zhang would be so miserable that he would need to work as a magician at a stall to make ends meet. Regarding the Lu family, he actually knew about it. Moreover, he had even called his dad, hoping that he could help Lu Zhang's family. However, his old man on the other side of the phone had harshly refused, instead asking him to clear his relationship with Lu Zhang at the first opportunity. The next day, Zheng Junqi received a call that his mom was sick. After rushing home, Zheng Junqi realized that his mother was not sick at all, but he was grounded after returning home. As for the reason why he was grounded, Zheng Junqi knew it in his heart. It was only in the last few days that Zheng Junqi returned to school. Zheng Junqi did not tell Lu Zhang about this, nor did he mention it to anyone. Even his girlfriend, Ding Li, only thought that he had gone home to visit his sick mother. Zheng Junqi did not expect that after only a few days of not seeing him, Lu Zhang had fallen to such a level. Lu Zhang's crappy hawking voice was funny in other people's ears, but in Zheng Junqi's ears, it made Zheng Junqi feel depressed in his chest, with an indescribable bitterness. This is his dormitory brother brothers who had lived together for 4 years. Ha ha, look guys, he looks like a dog. Chen Han pointed in Lu Zhang's direction and laughed out loud, shouting out the classic line from the end of Big Little Lies. Who are you saying looks like a dog? Zheng Junqi steeply turned around and grabbed Chen Han's collar, lifting Chen Han up almost to his feet. His eyes filled with blood as he gritted his teeth. Try saying that one more ing time? The crowd was startled by Zheng Junqi's sudden outburst. Even Chen Han was startled by Zheng Junqi's gaze that was like he wanted to eat people. Gee, what are you mad about? It's not like Chen Han is talking about you? Ding Li hurriedly ran up to pull Zheng Junqi, but she couldn't pull Zheng Junqi at all. Yeah, I didn't say you. Chen Han stammered. It's not okay to say Lu Zhang. Zheng Junqi had a scowl on his face, his other hand pointing at Lu Zhang who was not far away. Remember, that's Laozi's brother. Let me hear you say a bad word about him again. I'll smash your dog's mouth. After saying that, he then pushed Chen Han violently, pushing him back several steps. When the crowd heard this, they realized why Zheng Junqi suddenly went berserk, and they all looked at each other in disbelief. A moment later, Yang Xiuman's boyfriend, Shen Peng, said, Chen Han, this is indeed something you did not do properly. Lu Zhang is our classmate anyways. It was wrong of him to be mean to Dyer just now, and it's only right for us to ask him to apologize. But one size does not fit all. You shouldn't have insulted him. Everyone else nodded along. Seeing that he seemed to have become a target in an instant, Chen Han's face turned a little pale. He knew very well in his heart that Shen Peng and the others were not as impartial as they appeared. The reason why they were on Zheng Junqi's side was not because he, Chen Han, was wrong, but because of his family lineage, which was inferior to Zheng Junqi's. I'm sorry, I just said it off the top of my head. Chen Han reluctantly laughed. Don't call Lao Zi like that. Old me is not familiar with you. Zheng Junqi sneered. Alright, everyone stop arguing. Someone went to Lu Zhang's stall. Ding Li waved her hand to round off the scene, and when she inadvertently glanced at Lu Zhang's stall, she let out a gasp. The crowd followed the sound and saw that there was a youth standing next to Lu Zhang's stall, looking as if he was inquiring about the price. There really are cuties to buy? Someone couldn't help but stagger. The small clash that occurred between a few people naturally did not escape Lu Zhang's attention, even if Lu Zhang did not look over from the beginning to the end. The reason why Lu Zhang did not go over was just as Ding Li had said. There was someone coming to his stall. The visitor was a young man, who looked to be around 30 years old, wearing a suit worth a lot of money, and had the appearance of a business elite. Only his face looked a bit listless, with deep dark circles under his eyes, a look of chronic sleep deprivation. This person was attracted by Lu Zhang's yelling. Lu Zhang had not just yelled aimlessly, but had purposely yelled that way after seeing the problems in this youth. What kind of talisman are you selling that can really drive away bad luck? The youth stared at Lu Zhang and asked. Not bad. Lu Zhang nodded his head. How do you prove it? The youth asked. You can naturally feel it when you wear it, Lu Zhang said succinctly. Then I'll try. The youth nodded and said that he was about to reach for one of the scented pouches on the table, but was stopped by Lu Zhang raising his hand. With Zheng Dyer's previous experience, Lu Zhang naturally would not let such a thing happen again. What do you mean? The youth stared at Lu Zhang and frowned. What? You can't even try? If you try it and don't buy it, it will be invalid even if others buy it, Lu Zhang said. Playing God. Zheng Junqi and the others, who were not far away, strained their ears to listen to the conversation between the two, lest they missed any details. At this moment, after hearing Lu Zhang's reply, Yang Xiaoman could not help but mock. Lulling. Let him continue to fool around. I'd like to see who he can sell it to. Don't say that. Maybe there really is a little cutie. willing to buy it. Spending $100,000 to buy a broken scent bag, unless you're out of your mind. A few people joked and laughed loudly without any scruples. The voices naturally reached the ears of Lu Zhang and the youth. By all accounts, these few people were already deliberately causing trouble. However, both Lu Zhang and the youth in front of the stall acted as if they hadn't heard the few people's comments, not even glancing at their side. When the youth heard Lu Zhang's words, he did not refute them, but instead frowned and deliberated. It seemed that he was also somewhat unconvinced by Lu Zhang's words, but did not want to miss the opportunity. A moment later, the youth sucked in his breath and said, 100,000 right, I'll buy one. The moment these words came out, several people in the distance were dumbfounded. Obviously, this youth had heard what they had just said. Otherwise, it was impossible to know the price of the scented bag. But this second little cutie, surprisingly still wanted to buy it. Chapter 15, Strength Pit. Is that guy crazy? Surprisingly, he really wants to spend $100,000 on a piece of crap? Chen Han couldn't help but be shocked. It's not like he's sick in the head, right? Looks like it to me. The crowd all agreed. Aside from the fact that this person was sick in the head, they really couldn't think of any reason why this youth would spend $100,000 to buy a scented capsule that was worth a few dozen dollars at most. The youth ignored the comments of a few people and instead asked Lu Zhang, do you want a cash check, or a transfer? Transfer the money, Lu Zhang said, reporting his card number to Nia Haoyu. Soon after, Lu Zhang received a notification that the money had arrived. The youth did not rush to take the scented capsule on the table, but instead stared at Lu Zhang, his gaze steeply becoming sharp. Playing with the flavor, my Nia Haoyu's money is not that easy to take. You know the boy Xian on the antique street next door, right? I'll be there for the last month. If this thing doesn't work, don't blame me for not being polite. Unless you don't come to these two streets for the rest of your life, and you're lucky enough not to be found by me. Otherwise, this won't be over until I remove one of your legs. Lu Zhan looked straight at Nia Haoyu, as if he did not hear the threat in Nia Haoyu's words, and faintly spat out 3 words. Fair enough, not far away. Yang Xiuman's boyfriend, Shen Pang, frowned slightly when he heard Nia Haoyu's words, staring at Nia Haoyu for a moment before he suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help but burst into flames, exclaiming, not good. What's wrong? Yang Xiaoman asked in surprise. That person is Nie Guoxiang's son, Nia Haoyu, Shen Pang said in a deep voice. What? He's the young master of the Nie family? Yang Xiaoman also reacted at this time and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Shen Pang, Xiaoman, what are you guys talking about? Could it be that this person's identity is not ordinary? Zhong Junqi asked carefully, having a bad feeling, secretly worrying for Lu Zhang. The others also looked at the two Shenpangs with puzzled faces. Among these people present, only Shenpang and Yang Xiaoman were Rongqing locals. Moreover, both of them had extraordinary family backgrounds, and were considered to be amongst the upper class of Rong City. More than extraordinary? Do you guys remember the boy Xian he just mentioned? Shenpang laughed bitterly. Of course I remember. Didn't we even go inside before? Someone nodded. Yeah, the decoration there is too luxurious. It's not worse than the palace. The others who didn't speak also nodded their heads. They had only strolled around the first floor a few times, and they were already dazzled and marveled by the goods inside. However, it was rumored that the truly valuable things in Boya Xian were on the second and third floors. There wasn't a single item on the second floor alone that was less than $1 million. As for the items on the third floor, the lowest ones started at 5 million, and they were only open to a specific group of people. Shenpang explained, Boya Xian is the property of Nie's jewelry. Nie's jewelry? Hearing Shenpang's words, the crowd's eyes were aghast. They didn't know much about Boya Xian, and could only guess that the owner behind Boya Xian must be very rich through Boya Xian's decor and style. But when it came to Nie's jewelry, the crowd understood why Shenpeng changed his face. Nie's jewelry is not a listed company, but the assets are as high as hundreds of billions of dollars, but also the entire Southwest jewelry industry leader. Nie's jewelry's helmsman, Nie Guoxiang, holds most of Nie's jewelry's equity in his hands, with a fortune of tens of billions of dollars, as well as one of the top tycoons in Rongqing. Shenpeng pointed at Nie Haoyu and said with a bitter smile, and this person is none other than Nie's jewelry's young director, Nie Guoxiang's son, Nie Haoyu. Lu Zhang has actually cheated Nie Haoyu's head. I'm afraid this can't end well. Zhong Junqi's face changed drastically after hearing this. No way. I'll have Zheng return the money to him. With that, he was about to rush over, but was pulled back by Ding Li. Shi Zi, are you crazy? Now that they've all traded, what's the point of you going over there? Do you think that this matter can still be settled by returning the money? Nothing will change if you go except being implicated by Lu Zhang. Ding Li anxiously discouraged. A rich second generation like Nie Haoyu would not care about a mere $100,000? What they cared about was their own face. In Ding Li's opinion, this scented capsule sold by Lu Zhang naturally served no purpose. and that was equivalent to tricking Nya Haoyu. At this point, not to mention returning the money. Even if she returned it tenfold, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to calm Nya Haoyu's anger. Then we can't just watch, can we? Zhengzi definitely doesn't know Nya Haoyu's identity yet, Zhong Junqi said anxiously. Everyone had consciously lowered their voices ever since Shen Peng had blurted out Nya Haoyu's identity, lest they be heard by Nya Haoyu. It's his own fault for seeking death. Who's to blame? Chen Han skimmed his lips at this time. A few people followed suit and nodded their heads. At this time, Han Chang, the eldest sister of Ding Li's dormitory, spoke up. Let's take a look first. Upon hearing this, the crowd stopped continuing their discussion and once again looked in Lu Zheng's direction, but their expressions were different. There was worry, indifference, and bloating. On the other side, when Nya Haoyu heard Lu Zheng's words, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. You're very confident. Saying that, he was about to go and take one of the scented pouches on the table. Lu Zheng, however, spoke again. Your problem is not just as simple as having bad luck. I advise you to buy another amulet, which can save your life in times of crisis. And, you know what's happening to me? Nya Haoyu's eyes flashed as he stared at Lu Zheng and questioned. By and large, I can see some of it. What should be said? I've already said. Feel free to buy or not. Lu Zheng said indifferently. Nya Haoyu stared at Lu Zheng, his face shifting for a while, always feeling that there was something mysterious about Lu Zheng that he could not see through. If it was in normal times, he naturally did not believe in Lu Zheng's set of words, thinking that he was actually playing a mystery. However, the things that he had encountered recently could not really be explained by common sense. Fine, then I'll buy another amulet, Nya Haoyu said, taking out his cell phone and transferring 100,000 to Lu Zheng once again. Not far away, Ding Li and the others were already speechless. Lu Zheng had sold Nya Haoyu a scented pouch and didn't know enough to sell another one. Wool gathering can't be done by picking a sheep, right? What's more, Nya Haoyu wasn't a sheep, but a man-eating wolf. This guy, he's a real death dealer. It's over. He's pitted Nya Haoyu one after another. I'm afraid no one will be able to save him now. If you don't make a fool of yourself, you won't die. After Nya Haoyu successfully transferred the money, he picked up a scented capsule on the table, and then his face changed as he glared at Lu Zheng. Didn't you say that after I took it, I would be able to feel that it had an effect? Why don't I feel it now? That one is useless to you. The other two are the ones for you. Lu Zheng said indifferently. The one that Nya Haoyu was holding was the very same scented capsule that had been mistakenly touched by Zhang Dyer earlier. Humph. Nya Haoyu snorted coldly. His gaze towards Lu Zheng had become somewhat unkind, and putting down the scented pouch in his hand, he went to get the other two scented pouches. He would like to see Lu Zheng still pretending like this later. After picking up one of the scented pouches, Nya Haoyu's face suddenly changed drastically. His body could not help but tremble slightly, and his gaze towards Lu Zheng was filled with horror. At this moment, he unexpectedly had a relieving and soothing feeling of liberation, and the feeling that had previously enveloped him, as if he was bound by a cage and as if he was carrying shackles, was swept away. Nya Haoyu thought that he was hallucinating, and hurriedly put the scented bag down. Sure enough, that feeling of being bound, as if deep in a quagmire, reappeared. When he picked up the scented bag again, the restraints were gone. This. Nya Haoyu stared at Lu Zheng with a horrified face, no longer knowing how to express the shock in his heart. Next to him, Daoist Cloud Crane, who had been watching the show in silence, frowned as he stared at Nya Haoyu, a look of thought appearing in his eyes. Now, can you feel the effect? Lu Zheng stared at Nya Haoyu, playing with the flavor. At this moment, what Nya Haoyu was holding in his hand was the very same scented capsule that contained the evil repelling talisman. Nya Haoyu busily nodded his head, and said with an excited face, feel it, damn, this is the first time in the last month that I've felt like a normal person. Saying that, he also picked up the other scent bag on the table, and placed it in the inner pocket of his suit in a precious manner. He knew that he had definitely picked up a treasure today. Spending $100,000 to buy such a treasure, simply earned a fortune. Ha, brother, no. Master, what are you selling in this bottle? Nya Haoyu pointed at the bottle on the table, his eyes glowing. It's the medicine I prepared myself. You can't use it. Lu Zheng calmly said. Medicine? Can't use it? Nya Haoyu's eyes lit up, seeming to understand what Lu Zheng meant, and he hurriedly said, no, I won't. Master, don't you see that I look strong? But I am actually very weak. Why don't you sell me this medicine as well, at a negotiable price? Lu Zheng. Next to him, Daoist Yunhe directly burst out in laughter. Lu Zheng was also speechless. Hopefully, this Nya Haoyu had taken the medicine contained in his bottle as an aphrodisiac. Get lost. Lu Zheng didn't have the heart to say, too lazy to bull **** with this guy anymore. Cough cough. Nya Haoyu smiled awkwardly. After all, he also wanted a face. Saying that he was weak in front of his face was more or less embarrassing. Master, don't you mind? I was indeed talking nonsense just now. To tell you the truth, I really can't use this thing. After all, I'm still young. Ha ha, but my dad can use it. He's older. That aspect is definitely that. Ha ha. You know ha. Nia Haoyu's head came forward, shyly whispering. He had already decided that Lu Zhan was a high-level person, and the things sold in the bottle were by no means mortal, and he had made up his mind to buy them. Since Lu Zhan was not willing to sell it to him, he could only pull his old man out to top the pot. Ha ha ha. Taoist Master Yunha laughed more and more recklessly, his mouth grinning so much that his back teeth were exposed. This kid, too funny, definitely a strength pet ah. It was just that he didn't know if his father would beat him to death after hearing his words. Lu Zheng didn't know if Nia Haoyu's father would beat Nia Haoyu to death. He already somewhat wanted to beat Nia Haoyu to death now. This asshole, to think that he was still thinking that he was selling aphrodisiacs. Hearing the laughter of Taoist Yunha next to him, Lu Zheng's face darkened a little. It's filled with a cultivation drug. After a man uses it, he will become sexually frigid and his voice will thin out. In serious cases, it will even lead to a change in sexual orientation. On the contrary, it has some cosmetic effects on the side, making the skin tender and also removing spots for beauty. Do you want to try it? Lu Zhang looked at Nia Haoyu and blurted out. Voice thinning? Sexual orientation change? Skin becoming tender? The smile on Nia Haoyu's face froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He had already treated Lu Zhang as a high-ranking person, so naturally, he would not be skeptical of Lu Zhang's words. At the thought of a certain image, Nia Haoyu subconsciously shivered and hurriedly shook his head into a rattle. If you don't want to buy it, go cool off to the side and don't get in the way of my business, Lu Zhang said without any good humor. Just as Lu Zhang's words fell, a woman with sunglasses suddenly stopped in front of Lu Zhang's stall. Little brother, this medicine you're selling, does it really have a beauty effect? Chapter 16 Divine Medicine. This woman who suddenly appeared in front of the stall should be around 30 years old, with a slim figure and tasteful dress. She was wearing a huge toadstool on her face, which covered most of her face, making it impossible to see her appearance. Lu Zhang subconsciously nodded. These pills that he had configured were prepared for James's son, but they just didn't work. Saying that it would lower one's desire was pure nonsense, the purpose of which was that he didn't want to talk nonsense with Nia Haoyu anymore. However, the fact that they came with a cosmetic effect was true. Of course, the true function of the pill was to hang one's life. If it was used as a beauty pill, it was simply using a cannonball to hit a mosquito. It was too wasteful. The woman with the sunglasses, when she heard Lu Zhang's words, she was instantly delighted, and hurriedly asked after him. Then, this medicine of yours, can it remove the freckles on my face? It can. However, the beauty is just its incidental effect. The price of this medicine is not low, and treating it as a beauty medicine does not reflect its true value, and it is somewhat wasted. Lu Zhang frowned. The woman obviously did not listen to Lu Zhang's later words, and once again pressed on. How long does it take to see the effects? Seeing this, Lu Zhang no longer tried to persuade her, and after some thought, he gave a conservative time. About 10 minutes. That fast? It can't be a lie, right? A shocked voice rang out. However, these words were not said by the sunglasses woman, nor were they said by Nia Haoyu. Before and after the sunglasses woman came to the stall, there were also a few people who came over to watch the fun. It was Ding Li and other Lu Zhang's classmates, who were not far away from the onlookers, who could not hold back their curiosity and came over. It doesn't contain hormones, does it? I guess so. This beauty, I advise you not to try it. This kind of 3-less product, who knows what ingredients are in it? It's a small matter to be pitched, but it would be tragic if you get disfigured. A few people opened their mouths to persuade. The sunglasses woman sniffed and also hesitated a bit, as if she was considering the risks involved. Lu Zhang said, you can use it on the spot. If anything goes wrong, I can. Let me vouch for master. If the medicine is ineffective, I will compensate you tenfold. Nia Haoyu didn't wait for Lu Zhang to finish his sentence and hurriedly stepped forward. The sunglasses woman glanced at Nia Haoyu, who seemed to recognize him, and nodded her head. Then I'll buy a copy and try it. How much is a bottle? 500,000. Lu Zhang said indifferently. What? Lu Zhang's words fell, causing an outcry of shock. The sunglasses woman was about to go and take the porcelain bottle on the table, but when she heard Lu Zhang's words, her hand also froze, as if she was somewhat in disbelief. It was Nia Haoyu who could not help but open his mouth wide, stunned by the price Lu Zhang quoted. Ding Li, Yang Xiaoman and the others had long since been powerless to spit. Previously, when Lu Zhang had sold the price of the scented capsule at 100,000, they felt that Lu Zhang was asking for a lion's share of the price, but it was still within the realm of understanding. Now, they felt that Lu Zhang was crazy. Kid, have you got it wrong? A 3 less product from a ground stall is selling for $500,000? Exactly. This heart is too black. Even the world's top branded cosmetics aren't this expensive, right? You think you're selling a miracle cure? The crowd spat. Lu Zheng, however, did not explain. Although the sunglasses woman had not taken off her sunglasses, he had been able to see the real face of the sunglasses woman. The face behind the sunglasses, especially around her eyes, was covered with dense black spots, which were very serious and could even be said to be flooded. At this moment, with her sunglasses, she looked good in terms of her figure, temperament and clothing, but if she took off her sunglasses, she was afraid that she would be able to scare a large group of people. Lu Zheng was certain that even the world's top cosmetics could not remove the dark spots on his face, but the medicine in his bottle could do so, and the effects were more than that. In order to make these pills, Lu Zheng had also spent a huge amount of money, but last night, he was almost paralyzed with exhaustion and slept in the bathtub all night. Therefore, $500,000 was not expensive at all. This price was not something that Lu Zheng had set after meeting the woman with the sunglasses, but rather it had been set a long time ago. The sunglasses woman had yet to make a decision, but Miahayu had already taken a step ahead of her and spoke. Master, this medicine is $500,000 a bottle, right? I'll take it all. You're right, I really can't use it. But, my mom cool it on one side. Lu Zheng didn't wait for Miahayu to finish his sentence, then he chided with a black face. He is not really do not want to sell to Miahayu, but the medicine in this porcelain bottle, Miahayu really cannot use, and this medicine has a big flaw. That is the expiration date is too short, only a day or two time only. If you use it after that time, or if you use it in the wrong way, it will become poison, which is harmful and not beneficial. If not for this reason, Lu Zheng would not have chosen to come here to sell the medicine. Anyways, Miahayu had also bought 2 scented pouches from him, and Lu Zheng did not want to pit Miahayu. This person is a trustee, right? Definitely. The acting is too fake, not professional at all. This acting is worth a box lunch. The crowd of onlookers, all of them bristled, scoffing at Miahayu's acting skills. The sunglasses woman heard the surrounding chatter, but instead strengthened her resolve. The young director of Nia's jewelry, would he act as a trustee for someone? Are you kidding me? She knew Miahayu, and it was precisely because she saw Miahayu standing here that she came over, originally wanting to say hello to Miahayu, but she didn't expect to be attracted by Lu Zheng's words. $500,000 right, I'll buy it, the sunglasses woman said in a firm tone, and immediately asked for Lu Zheng's bank card number and started transferring money. After the transfer was successful, the sunglasses woman took a soybean-sized pill from inside the porcelain bottle and was about to swallow it, but was stopped by Lu Zheng. Taking it internally won't work for you. Just crush it, mix it with water, and put it on your face, Lu Zheng said. Apply it externally? The woman stared blankly, looking around a little worried. At this time, someone among the onlookers seemed to see the woman's difficulty and took out an unopened bottle of pure water and handed it to her. The sunglasses woman gritted her teeth, crushed the pills in the palm of her hand, and then after using water and mixing it well, after a slight hesitation, she gritted her teeth and took off her sunglasses. My God, ghost! There were 2 men who wanted to take advantage of the situation and sneak up close, and when they saw the true face of the woman in sunglasses, they immediately screamed in fear, took several steps backward, and almost became incontinent on the spot. As Lu Zheng saw before, the sunglasses woman's eyes were surrounded by densely packed black spots, wrapping up the entire eye, especially underneath her eyes. The original color of her skin could hardly be seen. The sunglasses woman's face was very white and tender, but it was this that instead made the parts of her face with black spots look more and more hideous. It was simply 2 extremes. At this moment, when they looked at the sunglasses woman again, the crowd had the feeling that they had seen a witch. When the sunglasses woman heard the crowd's screams, her complexion darkened and she subconsciously wanted to put on her sunglasses again. Just then, Lu Zheng's voice rang out, put it on. In less than 10 minutes, I guarantee that the dark spots on your face will be gone. Upon hearing this, the sunglasses woman crossed her heart and no longer cared about how the crowd looked at her. Following Lu Zheng's instructions, she began to apply it, and then turned her face into a flowery face, covering up all the black spots. Even so, the sunglasses woman's appearance at the moment was much smoother than before. After applying it, the sunglasses woman stood in place and waited. The onlookers, not only did not leave, but instead had a tendency to gather more and more. It is not far away from the Zheng Junqi and other people. This time also cannot hold back to come over. No one spoke, quietly waiting for time to pass. 10 minutes later, Lu Zheng spoke. Alright, you can wipe it off. The sunglasses woman was still calm on the surface, but inwardly, she had long been like ants on a hot pan, both expectant and nervous, and at this time, when she heard Lu Zheng's words, she hurriedly took out the prepared wet wipes, and pointed them at the small makeup mirror, and began to wipe her face. After a few, the sunglasses woman's hand action is a stiff, looking at the mirror in their own, crying, first a small sob, and then even more loudly and painfully cried, crying hysterically, crying heartbreakingly, so that the heart cannot bear. Why is she crying? That medicine won't be ineffective, right? That goes without saying? This kind of ground goods are simply cheating. It would be strange if it has an effect. Didn't that kid say he would compensate tenfold for the lack of effect? I'd like to see how he explains it. The crowd looked at the woman crying in pain and couldn't help but sympathize and yell out. Immediately, there were people who wanted to stand up for the sunglasses woman and argue with Lu Zheng. However, when they saw the sunglasses woman's face, they were instantly stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible? Heavens, it's disappeared. The black spots on this sister's face, they've all disappeared." Zhang Dyer wanted to squat down to comfort the sunglasses woman, but when she saw the sunglasses woman's face, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock, her eyes widening. Ding Li, Yang Xiaoman and a few other girls hurriedly came over, also with their eyes wide open one by one, their faces filled with incredulity. In an instant, the surrounding crowd fell silent, and only the crying of the sunglasses woman continued. "Thank you, master, thank you." After the sunglasses woman had cried, she hurriedly bowed to Lu Zheng in gratitude. Only she herself knew clearly how much discrimination and strange gazes she had endured over the years because of these dark spots on her face that even cosmetics could not cover. Even during the daytime, she did not dare to go out without her sunglasses. It's not that she hasn't tried treatments, and she's even searched for experts at home and abroad, but no one has been able to come up with a treatment plan. She even thought of doing skin replacement surgery, transplanting the intact skin from other parts of her body and replacing the black spotted skin on her face. But the answer given by the doctors made her desperate and useless. The black spots on her face are not freckles, but contain a kind of toxin. Unless all the flesh on her face is replaced, even if the skin is replaced, it won't be long before it turns into what it is now. Originally, she was already desperate. No need to thank you. The black spots on your face are not natural. It should be due to some kind of poison, right? Lu Zheng shook his head. The sunglasses woman nodded her head in a hurry. I grew up in the countryside. I was rather naughty when I was young, and once I saw a 7-colored frog in the wild that looked beautiful, so I wanted to get my hands on it. I didn't realize that the frog didn't catch it, but instead my face was sprayed with some saliva. I didn't feel anything at that time, and I was so young that I forgot about it afterward. Later, I started to get these black spots on my face. At first I thought it was a mole, so I didn't care. When I realized the problem, it was already too late. The sunglasses woman seemed to have thought of the past, and her eyes were once again moist. The crowd suddenly realized, and then they stared at the only 2 porcelain vases left on the table, especially the few women among them. Their eyes were vaguely glowing. Ding! Right at this moment, a text message tone rang out. Lu Zheng picked up his cell phone and saw that another $1 million had arrived. Just as Lu Zheng was puzzled, he looked up just in time to see Nya Haoyu holding his cell phone and giggling to himself. "Hey, master, I'll take the rest of these 2 bottles. Lu Zheng. Seeing this, Lu Zheng could only agree helplessly and explained. "This medicine, it is not that it cannot be sold to you, it's just that its role is somewhat special, and its true role is first aid, not beauty. If you take it internally, as long as you still have a breath left, you can extend your life for 3 days, but it has a drawback, that is the timeliness. If you don't use it within 3 days, the medicinal effect will have evaporated. Let's put it this way, if you can't use it for the time being, use a wax pill to seal it up and keep it at a low temperature. The medicinal effect might be able to last for a year. However, it will only be able to slow down the rate at which the efficacy of the medicine passes, and the longer the time, the worse the efficacy will definitely be." After a little thought, Lu Zheng still came up with a solution for Nya Haoyu. Nya Haoyu was overjoyed at the words. As long as a person didn't die, they could extend their lifespan by 3 days? He hadn't guessed wrong. This was definitely a divine medicine. Originally, after seeing the effect of the sunglasses woman's external application, he had a distribution plan in his mind for the remaining 2 bottles of medicine, one to their own mother, a stay in the future to send a favorite girl to use, but he didn't expect that the real effect of this pill was to hang his life. Moreover, it can be kept for as long as 3 days. How long is the best time to save a person? 3 minutes. After that time, irreversible damage will occur to the brain cells, but Lu Zheng's medicine can extend the 3-minute resuscitation time to 3 days. This was simply a life-saving miracle drug. Nya Haoyu believed that if those bigwigs in Rongqing knew the effects of this pill, they would buy it, not to mention 500,000, or even 100 million. Chapter 17, Sorry, I don't heal. After Nya Haoyu learned that the medicine was still evaporating, he picked up the bottle and hurriedly ran away. The sunglasses woman thanked Lu Zheng again, and after leaving a business card for Lu Zheng, She also excused herself and left. When she left, her confidence was high. The pair of sunglasses, which were not cheap, had already been thrown into the trash can by her. The onlookers also dispersed after seeing that there was no more action to watch. Soon, in front of Lu Zhang's stall, only a group of Lu Zhang's classmates remained. Lu Zhang looked at the time and said, "There are still 10 minutes to go, and it's only been an hour. Looks like I'm the one who won." Upon hearing this, the crowd was silent. $1 million, they could indeed come up with it. However, asking them to spend $1 million on a bull cent bag was not something everyone was willing to do. Godly what? Lu Zhang, you don't know yet, do you? The person who bought your stuff just now is the young director of Nia's jewelry. If he knew that you had cheated him, think about what would happen to you, right? Chen Han sneered. Nia Hayu had already decided that Lu Zhan was a high-ranking person after sensing that the scented capsule was effective, which was why he spoke in a shorter voice. Especially the words he said when he asked Lu Zhang to buy the medicine were spoken in a low voice. And apart from Lu Zhang, only Daoist Yunhe who was next to him heard it. Hence, the crowd only knew that Lu Zhang had sold the scented capsule to Nia Hayu, but they were not clear about the content of the conversation between the two. This is not something you need to bother about. Willing to gamble? Take the money. Lu Zhang spread his hands and said, Lu Zhang, you've already made 1.7 million today. Isn't that enough? Why do you have to stare at our money? Are we still classmates? Dong Miao Miao couldn't help but complain. It was only after the words were spoken that she was creeped out and could not help but look at Lu Zhang with wide-eyed horror. When the others heard this, they also reflected, their eyes showing shock. Lu Zhang had actually made $1.7 million under their eyes in just one afternoon? This speed of making money was simply too terrifying. Perhaps, $1.7 million was not a high amount for some of the people present, but their money wasn't earned by themselves, it was earned by their parents. This $1.7 million, on the other hand, was earned by Lu Zhang on his own. Why don't I want the money I won with my skills? Lu Zhang said coldly. You, Dong Miao Miao was instantly choked. Lu Zhang, you're too unkind, aren't you? Ding Li could not help but say. Ding Li, shut up, Zhong Junshi said angrily. If it wasn't for Ding Li's cry in the first place, wouldn't so many things have happened later? As Ding Li's boyfriend, Zhong Junshi understood more than just Ding Li's body. He wouldn't be so stupid as to think that Ding Li's cry was unintentionally shouted out. Brother Lu, this matter is all my fault. I'll pay for this. Do you think it's okay? Zhang Dyer asked weakly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang was slightly surprised, not realizing that Zhang Dyer, who was usually unassuming, was actually a small rich woman. Listening to her meaning, she was asking herself to spend $1 million to buy the scented capsule. Others heard, also looked at Zhang Dyer, as if for the first time to recognize Zhang Dyer General. Chen Han even opened his mouth wide, too shocked to speak. Jingzi, how about forgetting it? Zhong Junshi hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth. Fine, forget it then. Lu Zhang nodded his head. Upon hearing this, Zhong Junshi was slightly stunned, as if he did not expect Lu Zhang to agree just like that. One had to know that this was $1 million. Especially, Lu Zhang's current situation was still. Lu Zhang, however, just smiled and did not explain. The scene of Zhong Junshi defending him earlier, although he did not express anything, he remembered it in his heart, especially when Zhong Junshi yelled at Chen Han, "That's my brother." It touched Lu Zhang's heart a little. Since Zhong Junshi had brought it up, Lu Zhang naturally had to give him face. After laughing, Lu Zhang picked up the last scented capsule on the table and said to Zhang Dyer, "Just for the fact that you called me Brother Lu, this scented capsule is for you. Remember to wear it with you." The amulet was tainted with Zhang Dyer's aura, and no one else could use it except Zhang Dyer, so he might as well just give it to Zhang Dyer. "Thank you Brother Lu, I will definitely keep it carefully." Zhang Dyer received the scented capsule and hurriedly thanked her, her small face filled with joy. "What's the big deal? Isn't it just a broken scent bag?" Chen Han muttered. Lu Zhang, however, was too lazy to pay any more attention to this group of mouth-breathers. The crowd was also quite bored, and it would only become more awkward if they continued to stay. Zhong Junshi said, "Jingzi, then we will leave first." With that, the group left as if they were escaping. "Little friend, please stay." Just as Lu Zhan was about to leave, Taoist Yunhe suddenly spoke. "Something is wrong with the Taoist master?" Lu Zhang asked in surprise. "Ahem, that, little friend, the old Taoist would like to ask, do you still want this table?" Taoist Master Yunhe said with some embarrassment, but his eyes were staring at the broken table, vaguely glowing. While others might not know the bottom line of the bomb that Lu Zhan was selling, he knew it all. He had seen with his own eyes how Lu Zhang had sold a scented pouch that cost less than $10 into $100,000. Taoist Master Yunhe vaguely felt that he had discovered a huge business opportunity, and his little heart was boiling. Taoist master wants it? Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Ahem. This broken table, it's useless for you to bring it back. I happen to be lacking a place to put things. Here. Taoist master Yunha gave another dry cough. $1,000. Lu Zheng did not wait for Taoist master Yunha to finish his sentence and directly opened the price. What? You're robbing money? Taoist master Yunha almost jumped up in place, shouting exaggeratedly. A broken table, with potholes on it, if placed in the past, he wouldn't want to give it to him for nothing, but Lu Zheng even opened his mouth to ask for $1,000? Love it or not, Lu Zheng said, originally intended to throw the table here, this time picked up the table to go. Wait, $1,000 is $1,000, it's always okay for me to buy it, right? Taoist Yunha hurriedly stopped Lu Zheng and said helplessly. As the words fell, he pulled out 10 bills and handed them to Lu Zheng. Thank you, Taoist master. Lu Zheng flicked the banknotes and laughed. You go. Taoist master Yunha turned his head away and said with a displeased face, still in physical pain. He was still proud of having ripped off Lu Zheng for $500 before, but he didn't expect to be ripped off for $1,000 by Lu Zheng when he turned his head. Taoist. Lu Zheng had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly stopped and turned his head to Taoist Yunha. Actually, that table, even if you don't buy it, I don't intend to take it. Taoist priest, you are really a good person, son of a, don't let the old Taoist me see you again. Taoist Yunha's nose was almost askew, jumping to his feet. You're the good guy. Your whole family is the good guy. When Lu Zheng's figure disappeared, the anger on Taoist master Yunha's face was instantly swept away. He hurriedly picked up the 3 scented pouches and placed them on the table left behind by Lu Zheng, and then sat down at Lu Zheng's original position, following Lu Zheng's example, and began to meditate with his eyes closed, assuming the posture of a high and mighty man. He didn't even care about his own stall. Soon, a group of young people walked by, their attention attracted by Taoist master Yunha. It had to be said that Taoist master Yunha's selling appearance at this moment, coupled with this high-fashion Taoist robe and dusty temperament, was definitely a proper highbrow demeanor, much more eye-catching than Lu Zheng. Taoist master, how do you sell this scented capsule? A good-looking girl asked curiously, raising her hand to grab the scented capsule on the table. No, Taoist master Yunha's eyes widened steeply, and he hastily raised his hand to stop. Little girl, this jade talisman has a spirit. If you touch it, this jade talisman will be tainted with your breath, and no one else will be able to use it. Oh, the little girl nodded her head as if she understood. The others looked at the immortal Taoist master Yunha, who also had an uncertain look on his face. So powerful looking, Taoist master. Then how much does this scented capsule cost per capsule? Another girl couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Seeing a few people taking the bait, Taoist master Yunha smiled faintly and said in an inscrutable manner, $100,000 apiece. Money is only secondary. This talisman is only sold to those with destiny. Bah! Stinking shameless. You bad old man is very bad. In the blink of an eye, several young people ran away. Taoist Cloud Crane wiped the drool from his face and looked at the backs of the few people who had left with a dumbfounded look on his face. The breeze blew through the long hair at his temples, making it look a little messy. Lu Zheng did not know what had happened to Taoist master Yunha, and after leaving Feng Shui Street and buying some more tonic, he returned to his rental house. When she passed by Zhao's medical center, Lu Zhang was slightly stunned, and then her face became gloomy. Her mother, Gu Yun, was not resting within the rented house, but in the medical center. At this moment, she was chatting with Mu Qinglan. Other than that, even Mr. and Mrs. James were there. Xiao Changye and Xiao Yuruo, father and daughter, were likewise present. It looked as if they were still talking to each other. Lu Zheng, you're back. Xiao Yuruo was the first to see Lu Zheng and spoke. Mu Qinglan, Mr. and Mrs. James, and the others, all stood up in unison when they saw Lu Zheng. Mr. Lu, I am really sorry for taking the liberty of visiting. This morning is really. James rushed forward and politely said. There was no longer the indifference that he had earlier at the hotel. Only, before he could finish his words, Lu Zheng had already brushed past him, with no intention of listening to its nonsense. The smile on James' face froze. I'm sorry, James has already called me dozens of times today, and I really had no choice but to bring them here. Mu Qinglan apologized slightly when she saw Lu Zheng glaring at her. While the others were not paying attention, she secretly winked playfully at Lu Zheng, as if to say, I already know what you're up to. No need to thank you. She had not lied just now. In one afternoon today, James had called her dozens of times to inquire about the situation, but that wasn't what had made her determined to bring the Jameses here. One day was enough time for her to check Lu Zheng's information to the bone. When she learned that Lu Zhang was still carrying a huge debt today, Mu Qinglan guessed Lu Zheng's intentions. That was why she decided to bring Mr. and Mrs. James over. However, She did not know that although she had guessed Lu Zheng's intention correctly, she had guessed the wrong time. Lu Zheng's mind was full of how to get rid of the poison that his mother had been infected with, so how could he care about anything else? If he really treated little William, he would have to recuperate for a period of time to be on the safe side. Then the matter of removing the poison for his mother would have to be delayed. That would disrupt his plans. The James couple's behavior of letting their mother drag her weak body to accompany them until now had made Lu Zheng even more furious. In just an instant, Lu Zheng guessed what Mu Qinglan was thinking, and couldn't blame her, but just glared at it without any goodwill. Mr. Lu, it was me who was blind to the fact that I was blind before. Our couple apologizes to you. Please forgive us. Vivian also stood up at this time and bowed respectfully towards Lu Zheng, no longer the high and mighty she was before. Mr. Lu, I also ask for your forgiveness. James also followed suit and bowed together. Good. I forgive you all, Lu Zheng said in a calm voice. Really? Mr. and Mrs. James were instantly overjoyed, and even a little disbelieving. Before they came, they had already guessed all sorts of possibilities. The only thing they didn't expect was for Lu Zheng to forgive them so easily. Mr. Lu, your generosity has left me speechless, James said with a face of shame. Vivian urged somewhat eagerly. Then what are we waiting for? Mr. Lu, let's go back to the hotel and treat William now. He. Lu Zheng couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking at Vivian with a touch of mockery. I'm sorry, I don't treat. Chapter 18, Dragon's Head. What? Upon hearing Lu Zheng's words, Mr. and Mrs. James were dumbfounded, somewhat in disbelief. What do you mean? Didn't you just say that you forgave us? Vivian felt as if she had been tricked, and immediately questioned in a sharp voice. I just said I forgive you guys. When did you promise that you would go and treat your son? Lu Zheng sneered. Vivian was at a loss for words. In retrospect, it seemed like Lu Zheng had not really promised. It was just that she was too eager and took it for granted that Lu Zheng would agree to treat little William after he forgave them. What do you have to do before you're willing to treat William? Vivian frowned. I'm sorry, you guys should hire another person. I've already said that I won't treat. Lu Zheng picked up the teacup on the table and said indifferently. When he said this, he wasn't playing some kind of lustful trick, but he really didn't want to make a move. Although a debt of more than $100 million was a huge sum of money, it wasn't like Lu Zheng couldn't scrape it together within a month if he really wanted to find a way. Especially after meeting Nia Haoyu today. Thinking of Nia Haoyu, the corner of Lu Zheng's mouth slightly hooked up. If he were to help Nia Haoyu solve the problems on his body, he would surely be happy to pay him $100 million. Curing little William's illness was much more difficult than solving the problems on Nia Haoyu. There was absolutely no need for Lu Zheng to waste any more time on Mr. and Mrs. James. After James was stunned, he also reacted, staring at Lu Zheng with a gaze that grew more and more fervent instead. Just now, Lu Zheng had only said that he would not treat little William, but he had not said that he could not be cured. What did this mean? It meant that Lu Zheng really did have a way to cure little William, but he was just unwilling to do it. Mr. Lu, when I talked to your mother just now, I learned that you still have a debt on you. As long as you can cure little William, I am willing to help you pay off this debt. How do you think about this? James opened his mouth and said, regarding the issue of the debt on Lu Zheng, it was not Lu's mother who had told him about it. Rather, he had heard it by chance while listening to Mu Qinglan and Gu Yun chatting on the side. He didn't realize that it was actually Mu Qinglan who had deliberately led Lu's mother to this topic in front of him. What? Pelting me with money? Lu Zheng let out a light laugh, but the attitude on his face grew colder and colder. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I will solve the debt problem myself, so I won't bother you with it. I still say the same thing. No cure. At those words, James' face turned white, and this time, he was completely flustered. Rejected. This was his last card, and when he had heard Mu Qinglan and Mother Lu's conversation earlier, he had secretly memorized it, just to use it to convince Lu Zheng. However, he did not expect that Lu Zheng would not hesitate for a second after hearing it, and just rejected it so painfully. Mr. Lu, isn't there any room for a little bit of turnaround? James said bitterly. Lu Zheng simply stopped talking and continued to drink his tea, assuming a gesture of sending off his guests. Mu Qinglan looked at Lu Zheng and was also surprised. She had thought that she understood Lu Zheng's purpose, which was why she had brought James here, and had intentionally talked about the topic of debt when she was talking to Lu's mother, just to make James take the initiative. James had not exceeded her expectations, but Lu Zheng had even refused? Mu Qinglan felt somewhat unable to see through Lu Zheng, and muttered in her heart, did I guess wrong? Mother Lu and Xiao Chunya's father and daughter only understood the general situation, and were not clear about the reasons, so they did not open their mouths hastily. For a while, the medical center fell into silence. Ringing bell. Right at this moment, Vivian's cell phone rang. After Vivian answered the phone, her face instantly turned pale, and with an she sat on the ground and cried out in pain. Ah, William, my poor William. Woo-woo. James' face changed drastically, and he rushed up to say, Vivian, what happened? What happened to William? Oh, the bodyguard said William had a seizure and has been taken to the hospital for resuscitation. The doctor said let us have heart preparation. Oh, my poor William, he is only 15 years old. Ah, Vivian sobbed and said. In the end, she even cried out in pain. James also body shuddered, face as white as a dead man's face, eyes misted. Suddenly, Vivian sat up from the ground, and with a bang, she knelt down in front of Lu Zheng. Mr. Lu, please, save William. As long as you are willing to save William, I will agree to any conditions. After saying that, she kowtowed one after another, smashing the floor tiles with a thud, making everyone present move. At this moment, she was no longer that high and mighty noblewoman, just a mother who was willing to give everything for her son. 3 women, including Mother Lu, Xiao Yurua, and Mu Qinglun, saw this scene and their eyes became a little moist, especially Mother Lu, who was a mother, could better appreciate Vivian's feelings at this moment. Xiao Zhang, Mom doesn't know where you learned your medical skills from, nor does she know what happened this morning that made you reject them so firmly. Mom just wants to say that if you really have a way to save that child, then make a move. After all, the child is innocent. Mother Lu spoke. Mom, it's not that simple. Lu Zhang laughed bitterly. I'm not that petty. If it was just the incident in the morning, I wouldn't have minded stepping in, seeing as they had sincerely apologized. But not now. Your illness is also critical. If I were to make a move to treat their son, I would be greatly injured myself and would need some time to recover. In that case, I will no longer be able to treat you. When the crowd heard this, they came to a realization. No wonder Lu Zhang had refused so firmly, even when James was willing to help Lu Zhang pay off hundreds of millions of dollars in debt. After taking the medicine you boiled, I feel that my body, which is already much better than before, should still be able to hold on for a while. How about this? You treat that child first, and when you recover later, it won't be too late to treat me again. Mother Lu said. It can be. That's it. I'm your mom. Listen to me. Mother Lu interrupted Lu Zhang's words. In a rare moment of dominance, if you don't save that child, I won't accept your treatment. Then, well, seeing his mother's firm attitude, Lu Zhang could only agree helplessly. Turning to Mr. and Mrs. James, he said, have someone send William here. I still need to make some preparations before the treatment. Good. I'll arrange it right away. James was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly picked up his cell phone, so he called his bodyguard. Yu Ruo, come and help me. Lu Zhang greeted Xiao Yu Ruo and went with him to get the medicine, ready to start boiling it. The pills used to hang his life had already been sold by him, so he could only make them now at this time. 10 minutes later, a speeding ambulance had already heard the entrance of Zhao's traditional Chinese medicine center. Little William, who had already fallen into a coma, was carried down from the ambulance. Put him on the hospital bed and lay him flat. Yu Ruo will continue to boil the medicine. Uncle Xiao will lend me his silver needle for a while, and the others will get out of the way. At this moment, Lu Zhang also seemed to have changed into a different person, ordering in an organized manner. After Xiao Chengye brought the silver needle, Lu Zhang held the silver needle and quickly stabbed into several acupoints on little William's body, so fast that it was almost too fast for people to see clearly. By the time the crowd could see clearly, there were already 9 silver needles inserted into little William's body. Xiao Chengye was initially watching from the side with the intention of stealing a lesson, but when he saw the acupuncture points stabbed by these 9 silver needles, he was instantly struck by lightning and exclaimed, Dragon head lifting? How is this possible? How could you possibly know my Xiao family's ancestral Huiyang 9 needles? Xiao Chengye was truly shocked. The 9 needles of Huiyang was the Xiao family's ancestral divine needle. Every time it was performed, only 9 needles were used, and it had to be 9 needles. 1 missing needle was not allowed, and 1 more needle was not allowed. Although there were only 9 needles, through different combinations of acupoints, stabbing them in different orders and at different depths, they could achieve the effect of treating 100 diseases. The ancestors of the Xiao family had a glorious past. Successive generations were the imperial palace physician, relying on this Huiyang 9 needles. Only later, when the time was in turmoil, the ancestors of the Xiao family resigned from the post of the imperial hospital and chose to go into seclusion. Unfortunately, in times of chaos, where can there be a pure land? The Xiao family's ancestors were also inevitably affected. Even the ancestral Huiyang 9 needles were lost in the era of war. The Huiyang 9 needles that Xiao Chengye had inherited were merely some of his ancestors' experience in practicing medicine, and the most essential part of it had been lost. Xiao Chengye instantly recognized that the needles used by Lu Zhang were precisely the Huiyang 9 needles recorded in their Xiao family's notebooks, and they were also the contents of the parts that had already been lost. Dad, What did you say? What Lu Zhang is using is our family's ancestral needle technique? Xiao Yueruo was also stunned and said incredulously, "Kid, quickly answer me. How did you know the Hui Yang 9 needles? What you're using here, is it one of the 9 needles of Hui Yang dragon head raising?" Xiao Chengye did not answer Xiao Yueruo, but eagerly pursued, "It is indeed the dragon's head raising." Lu Zhang nodded his head. As early as yesterday, when he helped Xiao Chengye rescue that old man, he had already seen that Xiao Chengye was using the 9 needles of Hui Yang. It was a pity that it only seemed to know some of the skins. If he had not stepped in, that old man might have already lost his life because of those 2 needles that Xiao Chengye had mistakenly stabbed. Woo! Right at this moment, the 9 silver needles on Xiao William's body suddenly trembled, emitting a burst of buzzing sounds, and in a trance, it was as if a dragon was hovering over Xiao William's body, emitting bursts of roaring sounds. Heavens! Using qi to control needles. This is, using qi to control needles? Could the legend be true? Xiao Chengye said with a pair of eyes rounded in disbelief. The Xiao family's ancestral medical notes had recorded that the essence of the Huiyang 9 needles was to use qi to control the needles. Previously, Xiao Chengye thought that it was just a vision of his ancestors, but he did not expect it to be true, and he even saw it with his own eyes today. Well, after the sound of the dragon's roar disappeared, a soft cry rang out. Little William, who was on the hospital bed, slowly opened his eyes. William, my William, Mr. and Mrs. James rushed up in a hurry, holding the newly awakened and still somewhat confused little William in their arms. Lu Zhang did not bother this family and left to take over Xiao Yueruo's boiling medicine. When he came back again, there was already an extra bowl of blackish soup in his hands. After a bowl of the soup and medicine was consumed, Xiao William's rising color was obviously much better than before, and a few healthy reddish hues had already appeared. Mr. Lu, thank you for saving my son. James hurriedly stood up and bowed. Don't be too happy yet. I only dispelled the hidden disease in his body. This kind of disease is caused by a congenital deficiency, and cannot be cured at all in the afterlife. However, I have a breathing method here that I can pass on to him. As long as he cultivates diligently, he will be able to live a normal life in the future. Lu Zhang said indifferently, handing over a piece of paper. What was written on it was precisely a set of cultivation steps for the breathing method. When Mr. and Mrs. James heard Lu Zhang's words in front of them, their hearts were tightened, and when they heard Lu Zhang's words behind them, they were overjoyed. It was important to know that this kind of congenital blood regeneration disorder was not very rare in the West. Most of the sick people were white children, who generally did not live past the age of 16, and the ones who lived the longest did not exceed the age of 20. Lu Zhang said that he could let little William live a normal life. So wouldn't that be equivalent to a cure? Thank you so much indeed. Mr. Lu, this is a small token of appreciation. Please do accept it, James said with a grateful face, handing a check respectfully to Lu Zhang. $150 million, exceeding the debt that Lu Zhang was carrying today by tens of millions. Chapter 19, Meeting Again. Lu Zhang accepted the check openly, not to mention the fact that he had just saved little William's life. That breathing technique alone was already worth a lot of money and could not be bought for 1,000. Although, it was only a low-level breathing technique, and only had the first level of the general outline for cultivation. After James and the others left, it was already late at night. Lu Zhang was already exhausted, and after handing over the check to his mother, he returned to his room and fell asleep. At 6 o'clock the next day, Lu Zhang woke up on time, once again picking up the habit of running in the morning. Starting from the traditional Chinese medicine center, he started running towards the direction of Rongqing University. After jogging for more than an hour, Lu Zhang miraculously didn't break out in a trace of sweat, and his breathing was even and not the slightest bit unruly. After returning with breakfast, Lu Zhang had just finished his shower, but he received a call from Bai Luotian. Half an hour later, the door to the room was knocked on. Standing at the door was none other than Bai Luotian. This time, Bai Luotian came alone and did not bring anyone with her. Even though he had already met Bai Luotian before, Lu Zhang still felt a sense of amazement when he saw her again. The gaze that Bai Luotian looked at Lu Zhang, however, had more of a hint of coldness than that time before. Why do you want Auntie Gu to be discharged from the hospital? If the money wasn't enough, you could have told me. Or are you planning to use the money from Aunt Gu's surgery elsewhere? Bai Luotian's voice was ice cold. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang realized why Bai Luotian was looking at him with a somewhat unkind gaze. You've misunderstood. What my mom has is not leukemia. It was the hospital that made a wrong diagnosis. That's why I went through the discharge procedures for my mom. As you know, a place like the hospital is not suitable for recuperation. Lu Zhang explained. Really? Bai Luotian clearly did not believe Lu Zhang's words. Right at this moment, Lu's mother also came out of the room, and when she saw Bai Luotian, her face revealed a look of surprise, and then she greeted her warmly. The moment she saw her mother, The frost on Bai Luotian's face had already disappeared, and she replaced it with a smiling face, greeting her mother in a warm voice, and compared to the way she looked when she was facing Lu Zhang, she was practically a dichotomy. The speed of this change of face made Lu Zhang on the side look dumbfounded, seeing that Gu Yun's complexion was indeed much better. Bai Luotian's gaze towards Lu Zhang eased a bit. "And Gu, I'm looking for Lu Zhang for something. I wonder if you can," Bai Luotian said with a slight hesitation. "Go ahead. I won't get involved in your young people's affairs." Gu Yun didn't wait for Bai Luotian to finish his sentence, so he smiled and waved his hand. Going downstairs, the two of them came to Bai Luotian's car. This time, Bai Luotian didn't bring an entourage and drove a semi-old, silver-gray Volkswagen that looked unremarkable. "Did you bring everything?" After waiting for Lu Zhang to get into the car, Bai Luotian asked. Lu Zhang nodded, naturally understanding what things Bai Luotian was asking about. The two had already made an appointment over the phone, and today he was going to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Bai Luotian to get a license. "Auntie Gu's color has indeed improved a lot. It's because I misunderstood you." Bai Luotian glanced at Lu Zhang, and her tone softened slightly. "By the way, tell me the card number. I'll return that $300,000 to you. Don't worry, even though the money is useless, I won't go back on what I promised you." Lu Zhang said. "No need. Keep this money and buy some tonic for Auntie Gu. Think of it as me, as a junior, honoring Auntie Gu." Bai Luotian refused. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang did not insist anymore. $300,000 was nothing to Bai Luotian, and it was likewise nothing to Lu Zhang nowadays. There was no need to fight over this. When the car drove to the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, it was not yet time to go to work, but there was already a middle-aged man waiting at the entrance, and after seeing Bai Luotian getting out of the car, he hurriedly ran over. "Mr. Bai, hello, I am Xiao Yan's uncle," the middle-aged man hurriedly said. "Trouble, Uncle Zhao," Bai Luotian politely said. No trouble at all," the middle-aged man said with a smile on his face. As the saying goes, it's good to have someone in the dynasty. With this middle-aged man who looked like a small leader running around, nothing could go wrong at all. Half an hour later, the two of them walked out from the Civil Affairs Bureau, and each of them already had a small book in their hands. "I still have things to do at the company. Take a taxi back yourself." After saying this, Bai Luotian left Lu Zhang at the door and drove off alone. In response, Lu Zhang could only report a bitter smile. "This is really unloading. Bah, bah, bah." Lu Zhang spat, spitting several times in succession when he said that idiom. He was not the donkey. If he wanted to admit it, he would only admit that a certain part of him looked like a donkey's. After taking a taxi back to his place, it so happened that Zhao's traditional Chinese medicine center had just opened its doors. Lu Zhang didn't have any classes today, so he planned to help out at the medical center and study his mother's treatment plan. Xiao Chengye's medical skills were really mediocre, and he could only treat headaches, colds and fevers, but not anything more serious. This also led to the business of Zhao's traditional Chinese medicine center being very slow, and it was not far from closing down. "Kid, how do you know the Hui Yang 9 needles?" Xiao Chengye held his tongue for half a day, but finally he couldn't hold back and asked this question. "Saw it in a book. Does Uncle Xiao want to learn it?" Lu Zhang laughed lightly. "Old me believes in you." Xiao Chengye naturally did not believe a million times in this nonsense of Lu Zhang's. The 9 needles of returning yang was his Xiao family's untold secret, and if he could learn it from a book, it would have rotted on the streets long ago. When he heard Lu Zhang's latter sentence, he suddenly had a jolt. His eyes stared straight and said with some disbelief, "What did you say? You are willing to teach me?" "Of course." Lu Zhang laughed lightly. The ancestors' inheritance was very large and diverse, with the core contents all coming from a Dao canon, including Lu Zhang's current cultivation techniques. The medical techniques recorded in it were known as Taoist medicine, and there were 9 types of acupuncture methods alone. The 9 needles of Hui Yang was only one of them, and it was the last one in the list. In addition, there was also the magpie divine needle that he used in the hospital, which was also one of the 9 types of acupuncture. In comparison, the magpie divine needle was much more subtle than the 9 needles of Hui Yang, but it was also much more difficult to perform, and could only be mastered with true essence. Even if Lu Zhang taught it to Xiao Chengye, he would not be able to learn it, unless Lu Zhang taught Xiao Chengye his own cultivation technique as well. However, his ancestors' cultivation method was his greatest dependence, and its value was too great. Lu Zhang had only just cultivated it, and he had already experienced its infinite wonders. Before he became powerful, Lu Zhang would never divulge the secret. Otherwise, I was afraid that it would attract endless calamities. "Good boy. My daughter really did not misjudge you." Xiao Chengye slapped his thighs and said with his mouth full, "Dad, what are you babbling about?" Just as his words fell, Xiao Yurua's disgruntled ranting voice resounded from the doorway. Ahem. Xiao Chengye coughed dryly, waved his hand and said, I mean, The rent that this kid owed before are all free. Dad, you're not unaware of how high the value of the 9 needles of Hui Yang is? You're also too stingy to waive Lu Zhang's rent for just 1 month? Xiao Yuerhua said in defense of Lu Zhang. You girl, are you my daughter or not? Xiao Chengye yelled in dissatisfaction, and muttered in a low voice. The daughter I worked so hard to raise has been subsidized. Speaking of which, it's me who has lost money. Dad, if you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to get angry. Xiao Yuerhua was so angry that her pretty face turned red as she stomped her foot. Alright, big deal. I won't charge him rent in the future, so he can live as long as he wants. This is always okay, right? Xiao Chengye said with a face of flesh pain. Xiao Yuerhua still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lu Zhang. Then thank you, Uncle Xiao. Lu Zhang smiled and cooperated, not caring. By the way, I heard that the 9 needles of returning yang needed to use qi to control the needles in order to maximize the effect. Could it be that you know qigong? Xiao Chengye hurriedly said. It's not qigong, but internal qi. I have a set of internal qi cultivation methods in my hands called the Taoist 12 sections of brocade, and I can teach them together to you, Uncle Xiao. This way, Uncle Xiao will be able to use the 9 needles of returning yang. Lu Zhang said with a smile. The 12 sections of Taoist brocade was a set of Taoist breathing and exhalation methods, just like the internal martial arts techniques in martial arts novels, and did not contain any attacking techniques. Cultivating this method alone could strengthen one's body and prolong one's life, but one could not turn into a martial arts master. The paper that Lu Zhang had given to James last night contained this method, but only the first layer. Today, Lu Zhang was going to teach Xiao Chengye the entire set of the 12-section brocade of the arrival family. That's too good. How can it be good? After listening to Lu Zhang's explanation, Xiao Chengye was overjoyed. Even though he was an old stingy man, he was somewhat embarrassed at this moment. One had to know that last night, Lu Zhang had exchanged a check for $150 million for just giving James the first layer of the breathing method. Now, Lu Zhang was trying to teach him the complete breathing technique. This is nothing. During my family's most difficult time, I did not trouble Uncle Xiao and Yuerhua for your help. Lu Zhang laughed, then looked at Xiao Yuerhua, who was staring at him blearily, and added, Yuerhua can also learn together. I can too, really? Xiao Yuerhua pointed at herself, somewhat in disbelief. Of course, great. Xiao Yuerhua was also overjoyed. Xiao Chengye's face was rarely solemn for a moment, and after a few moments, he lightly exhaled and said, count on your kid having a conscience. Lu Zhang smiled. This was how he was characterized. The kindness of a drop of water was repaid by the spring. Others had given him a drop of water when he was in his most difficult time. In the future, as long as he had the ability, he would never mind returning an ocean to the other party. This was true for Bai Luotian. The same was true for Xiao Chengye's father and daughter. The reason why he stayed in the medical center today instead of going to the school library was that he had the intention of teaching the Huiyang 9 needles to Xiao Chengye. Next, Lu Zhang explained to Xiao Chengye's father and daughter the method of performing the Huiyang 9 needles. He also told the two of them the cultivation recipe of the Taoist 12 gene breaks. In the afternoon, after dinner, Lu Zhang had intended to continue teaching Xiao Chengye's father and daughter, but he unexpectedly received another call from Bai Luotian. My parents have returned to China, Bai Luotian said, her voice as cold as ever. Oh, they know about us. Come to my house at night. They want to see you. At those words, Lu Zhang finally couldn't hold his tongue and asked, can I not go? The opposite party had already hung up. Lu Zhang. Ding. Just as Lu Zhang was still fuming, a text message beep sounded. Bai Luotian had sent the address to his cell phone. Lu Zhang looked at the address on it and had a bad feeling in his heart. Why does it feel like a hangmen banquet? Lu Zhang muttered under his breath, followed by a spontaneous smile. So what if it was a hangmen banquet? The big deal was that the soldiers would come to stop them, and the water would come to cover them up. He didn't owe the Bai family anything. Bai Luotian was only his nominal wife, and the Bai Hongtu couple weren't his real father-in-law and mother-in-law. Why should he be concerned about anything? After thinking about it, Lu Zhang instantly relaxed and walked towards the outside of the medical center, preparing to go to this hangmen banquet. While walking, he shook his head and hummed a section of Peking opera in a very flirtatious manner. Look ahead, black hole. Must be that thief's lair. Wait for me to catch up and go. Kill him dry. Boom! A crashing sound rang out. Before the lyrics were finished, Lu Zhang collided with Xiao Yuerhua, who was walking towards him. Xiao Yuerhua's forehead just happened to hit Lu Zhang's nose, which caused Lu Zhang to suck in cold air and tears almost came out. As expected, it took no more than 3 seconds to be handsome. Lu Zhang already regretted pretending just now. Well, it hurts. Xiao Yuerhua cried out in pain as she covered her forehead. And when she saw that the person who bumped into her was Lu Zhang, she immediately asked, Lu Zhang, are you going out? Something wrong? Lu Zhang asked. A friend of mine is organizing a birthday banquet tonight, and she invited me. Can you accompany me? Xiao Yurua said with some hesitation. Sorry, Yurua, I have something to do tonight, so I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Lu Zheng apologized slightly. He had to go to the Bai family's Hongmen banquet in the evening, so naturally, he could not accompany Xiao Yurua anymore. In that case, forget it. Xiao Yurua couldn't help but say with some regret. After greeting Xiao Yurua, Lu Zhang left the medical center and went to the antique street. Although he and Bai Luotian were husband and wife in name, the fact that they were already licensed was a fact, and they were a legitimate couple with legal effects. On his first visit, there was still a need for courtesy, and naturally, Lu Zhang would not be so stupid as to go empty-handed. He came to the antique street with the intention of buying some gifts. After looking around for half a day, Lu Zhang eventually entered an antique store, intending to buy an antique for his doorstep, so that the gift would neither look too light nor too vulgar. Welcome, what do you need, sir? The beautiful sales clerk who received him did not have any contempt when he saw Lu Zhang come in, but warmly received him. I would like to buy an antique jade, or a pen, ink, paper and inkstone, or something like that, to give to my elders. Is there any suitable recommendation? Lu Zhang asked. The beautiful clerk asked a few more questions, and after understanding Lu Zhang's requirements, she immediately took out the glittering white bracelet from the cabinet and said, Sir, if your elder is a woman, I recommend you to buy this jadeite bracelet. This is the latest model of our store, is a piece of ice material, although the grade is not as good as the glass seed, but also belongs to the high-end emerald. This bracelet is currently doing activities at a price of $500,000, which is also very cost-effective. What do you think? Lu Zhang took the bracelet and took a look, and indeed found that there were very few cottony crystals inside, and it looked very translucent. A good piece of material. His understanding of jadeite was limited to this. $500,000, that's appropriate. That line. Lu Zhang nodded, about to agree to buy it, intending to give this bracelet as a gift to Bai Luotian's mother. Slow down. I'll take this bracelet. Before Lu Zhang could finish his words, a slightly shrill female voice sounded behind Lu Zhang. As the words fell, two figures came next to Lu Zhang, and the one who spoke was about to grab the bracelet from Lu Zhang's hand, but when she saw Lu Zhang's face, she couldn't help but scream with an ah. Lu Zhang, how come it's you? The woman screamed in a shrill voice. Seeing this woman, Lu Zhang was also stunned, followed by countless negative emotions that abruptly erupted and surged to his heart at the same time. Lu Zhang's eyes were ice cold, but his eyes were almost ready to spit out fire as he squeezed out 3 words from his teeth. Zhang Lulu. The voice was icy cold to the bone, seemingly able to freeze people. The woman who had suddenly appeared was none other than Lu Zhang's ex-girlfriend. Zhang Lulu. Chapter 20. Like a dog. Seeing Zhang Lulu again, all the things from the past also came to mind one by one. The anger in Lu Zhang's chest also boiled to the extreme at this moment. It was this woman in front of him who had chased her all the way from Yucheng to Rongcheng University in order to be with him. It was this woman who had chased him hard for 3 years in the university, posturing as if she wasn't married to him, and claiming to be his girlfriend in front of people. It was this woman who, after he accepted her, cried tears of joy, cried like a kitten, and nestled in his arms until she fell into a deep sleep. But, it was also this woman who, after learning of the Lu family's accident, kicked Lu Zhang at the first opportunity and threw herself into the arms of the eunuch Su Li. If that was all Zhang Lulu had done, Lu Zhang did not hate her. After all, Zhang Lulu had no obligation to accompany him in his suffering. Lu Zhang only admired Zhang Lulu's excellent acting skills. If he wanted to hate her, Lu Zhang would only hate himself for being blind. However, Zhang Lulu shouldn't have publicized the Lu family's affairs in school, giving Lu Zhang the brand of the son of a crooked businessman, so that wherever Lu Zhang went, he had to bear the different eyes of others, and be criticized by others. She shouldn't have snatched Lu Zhang's ancestral jade pendant and destroyed it with her own hands in front of him. She knew that the jade pendant was used by Lu Zhang to save her mother's life, but she still dropped it on the ground. After seeing that the jade pendant did not break, she added another kick. The reason, however, was just that she found it amusing. Fortunately, Bai Luotian had appeared in time, and he had been blessed with the inheritance of his ancestor. Otherwise, I'm afraid his mother would be dead by now. This woman deserves to die. Lu Zhang's heart was boiling with murderous intent. If not, this was a public place. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have the power to fear the laws of the world, Lu Zhang would never have minded being here. Lu Zhang would never mind sending Zhang Lulu on her way right here with his own hands. Xiao Lu, who is this kid? The middle-aged man, who was being held by Zhang Lulu's arm, asked with a frown. The person who came with Zhang Lulu was not Su Li, but a middle-aged fat man who looked to be in his 40s and a little bald. This man, too, was not Zhang Lulu's father. This was because Lu Zhang had met Zhang Lulu's father. Zhang Lulu's father, named Zhang Fan, was also engaged in the building materials business, and used to be one of the downstream suppliers of Lu Zheng's company. It was also because of this relationship that Zhang Lulu was able to learn about the news of the Lu family's accident in the first place, even earlier than Lu Zhang knew. A classmate of mine, a poor hangman, he used to pursue me, all the way from high school to Rongqing University, and after being rejected by me a few times, he hated me. Zhang Lulu skimmed her lips in disdain. I see. The middle-aged fat man skimmed his mouth and smiled disdainfully, and after sweeping a glance, he did not bother to look at Lu Zheng anymore. When Lu Zheng heard Zhang Lulu's words and looked at the two people who were hugging each other, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. As long as one was not blind, one could see that the relationship between these two was not simple. At this moment, Lu Zheng was the first to think of Su Li, and in his heart, he mourned for Su Li for a second. In the beginning, Zhang Lulu had only gotten together with Su Li after setting aside her relationship with Lu Zheng. However, looking at the way he looked now, Su Li was afraid that he would never have dreamt that he had turned into the Hulk. Wrap this bracelet for me. Lu Zheng returned the bracelet to the clerk, not bothering to pay attention to Zhang Lulu. Slow down. I'll take this bracelet. Zhang Lulu reached out to block it, then shook the middle-aged man's arm and whispered, Brother Gao, I want this bracelet too. Good, good, good. Brother Gao will buy you one too. The middle-aged fat man nodded his head smilingly and said to the beautiful sales clerk, Bring me the same one too. I'm sorry, sir. All the high-grade bracelets in this store are orphaned. The beautiful clerk shook her head. Brother Gao, people want this bracelet. You must buy it. Big deal. I'll let you do whatever you want at night. Zhang Lulu shook her arm and pampered herself. When the middle-aged fat man heard Zhang Lulu's words, his eyes revealed a gaze that all men understand. He laughed and said, Baby, this is what you said. Fine, we'll buy this one. Sorry, sir. This bracelet. This gentleman had his eye on it first. The beautiful clerk glanced at Lu Zheng, a little embarrassed. So what if you have your eye on it? I haven't paid for it yet. I'll take this bracelet. I'll double the price. The middle-aged fat man waved his hand and said in a trenchant manner. This. The beautiful clerk glanced at Lu Zheng, somewhat embarrassed. Didn't you hear what Brother Gao said? Quickly wrap it up for us. Zhang Lulu inserted her waist and said condescendingly at the beautiful sales clerk. Lu Zheng could see the female sales clerk's difficulty and laughed. Don't pay any attention to them. Zhang Lulu sneered. Lu Zheng, you're just a poor hangman. You can't even afford to pay for your mom's medical bills. So what's the point of coming here to act like a pussy? Lu Zheng looked indifferent, not even looking at Zhang Lulu, and faintly spat out a word from his mouth. Get lost. You. Zhang Lulu's breathing stagnated. Kid, how the do you talk? Believe it or not, one word from me will make you get the hell out of here? The middle-aged fat man pointed at Lu Zheng and threatened. You can try. Lu Zheng sneered. Asterisk. It's against you. The middle-aged fat man was instantly enraged and raised his hand to grab Lu Zheng's collar. What's going on? Right at this moment, a slightly huffy voice rang out. A middle-aged man wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked down from upstairs. Manager Yuan, the clerk in the store, seeing the middle-aged man who came down, hurriedly opened his mouth to greet him. Old Yuan, you came just in time. I'd like to ask if I'm still the feed love fart of your store? The middle-aged fat man raised his hand in greeting when he saw Manager Yuan coming downstairs. Yo, so it's Boss Gao. Why didn't you greet me when you came? Of course you're the VIP of our store. When Manager Yuan saw the middle-aged fat man, the anger on his face was gone and he said with a smile, This middle-aged fat man, don't look at the rustic clothes, can't read a few words, but is a real landlord. Because, his family really has a mine. Middle-aged fat man named Gao Deji, some years ago by contracting gypsum mines made a fortune. And then in the market at the best time, in a timely manner, the hands of the gypsum mines to change hands, successfully avoided the risk, and then turned a hard. After the hands of money, Cao Daji also attached to the elegant. These years not less in his store to buy some antique jade. Yes? Gao Daji cast a sidelong glance at Lu Zheng and laughed coldly. Then why is it that if I want to buy a broken bracelet, your store won't even sell it? What? When I can't afford to pay? There's still this? Manager Yuan was startled and turned his head towards the female sales clerk responsible for receiving Lu Zheng and asked, What's going on? Manager Yuan, it's like this. The female clerk hastily recounted what had just happened. Old Yuan, I contribute tens of millions to your store every year, and this is how you treat me? If you don't give me an explanation today, then I can only look for your Niedong to get a statement. The middle-aged fat man said unforgivingly. Boss Gao, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. This clerk has just been on duty for a short while and doesn't know you. I'll let her apologize to you. As for this bracelet, I'll give it to this lady as an apology. What do you think? Manager Yuan hurriedly smiled and said, Humph, that's more like it. The middle-aged fat man snorted coldly. Old Yuan, It's not that I'm talking about you. Your store should also set a threshold. Otherwise any cat or dog can come in. Isn't this lowering our grade? Boss Gao's suggestion is a good one. I'll let someone get a plan out some other day. Manager Yuan smiled and agreed, then turned his head and glared at the female clerk, chiding, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you give the bracelet to this lady?" "But, Manager Yuan, the bracelet is what this gentleman saw first. Our store regulations," the female clerk said with some hesitation. "Shut the hell up." Manager Yuan roughly interrupted the words of the female clerk and angrily said, "What regulations? How come I don't know? Here, my words are the rules. If you don't want to work anymore, just roll up and get out now." Being scolded by Manager Yuan in such a way, the beautiful clerk's face turned white and her eyes turned a little red. Manager Yuan snorted coldly and snatched the bracelet from the beautiful clerk's hand, but he didn't intend to stop there. Instead he coldly said, "Your base salary for this month will be halved, and all bonuses will be deducted." She was just following the rules. What did she do wrong? What gives you the right to deduct her salary? Lu Zheng suddenly opened his mouth and said coldly. He didn't know this clerk and didn't want to mind his own business. However, since she had been reprimanded by the manager because she was defending him, Lu Zheng had to take care of it. What's more, this bracelet was the first thing he saw, but this manager did not even ask him for his opinion and was about to give it to Zhang Lulu. "And who are you?" Manager Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Lu Zheng and asked knowingly. "The bracelet you're holding is the one I saw first," Lu Zheng pointed out. Manager Yuan let out an "oh" and said with a smile on his face, "So, you are going to fight for her? Not bad. What did she do wrong that you were not satisfied with deducting her bonus, but also half a month's salary?" Lu Zheng coldly said. Manager Yuan laughed and did not answer Lu Zheng, but instead said to the beautiful clerk, "You are fired. In addition, you won't get a penny of this month's salary. Now, roll up and get out." The beautiful sales clerk's body trembled, and her face instantly turned pale. He, how about it? Are you still satisfied with this result of my handling?" As if he did not see the anger in Lu Zheng's eyes, Manager Yuan said with a leathery smile. Lu Zheng's face was gloomy to the extreme, and the gaze that he looked at Manager Yuan already carried a smudge of killing intent. "Oh, I almost forgot." Manager Yuan slapped the back of his head and pointed at Lu Zheng with a cold smile. "And you, get out of here as well. You are not welcome in our store." Lu Zheng could not help but laugh in anger. "As a manager, is this how you treat your customers?" Lu Zheng's voice was icy cold. "What kind of a customer are you?" Manager Yuan bellowed, and his face turned icy cold. "Kid, you don't even take a piss and look at your own virtues? Can you afford to buy a single floor tile here with your entire fortune? If you are sensible, get out of here now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." He naturally knew that Lu Zheng was a customer, and he could also tell that Lu Zheng was sincere in wanting to buy the bracelet. But so what? The bracelet in his hand was only $500,000 at best, but Fatty Gao spent tens of millions of dollars with him every year. This is all his performance, and he gets a bonus at the end of the year. In the past, Lu Zheng's customers would naturally be warmly received, but compared to the middle-aged fat man, he was no better. Who let Lu Zheng get into trouble with Fatty Gao? At this time, he naturally didn't mind stepping on Lu Zheng to make Fatty Gao happy. "What's the matter? Don't you want to get lost? Security guards, throw this kid out for me." Manager Yuan saw Lu Zheng standing still, and immediately drank coldly. What they sold in their store were all valuable antique jades, and the things on the first floor alone were worth more than $10 million combined. So how could the defense force be weak? Just as Manager Yuan's words fell, four black-clothed and black-pantsed guards with cold eyes rushed out from the corner, surrounding Lu Zheng in the center. "Kid, with you also want to call my bluff? I said that one word would make you get the hell out of here. Now you believe it, don't you?" Gao Deji pinched his waist and said with a sardonic smile, "Unfortunately, it's too late. Get the hell out of here. This is not a place for a poor bastard like you. No, we can't just let him go cheap." Zhang Lulu suddenly spoke up at this time, hugging the middle-aged fat man's arm and rubbing her chest on it. "Brother Gao, we can't just let him go out like this. People want to see him crawl out of here like a dog." The voice was sweet, but the viciousness of the words spoken was chilling. "Ha ha, baby, your idea is good." The middle-aged fat man laughed out loud. His big hand pinched Zhang Lulu's chest, and turned his head to Manager Yuan. "Old Yuan, you heard Lulu's words, didn't you? Tell this kid to do as he's told." Boss Gao, don't worry. In our place, the customer is God. Satisfying the customer's requirements is our consistent aim," Manager Yuan said with a big smile. When he turned his head to look at Lu Zheng, Manager Yuan's face, which had once again become cold and indifferent, pointed at Lu Zheng and then at the ground. "You, kneel down, like a dog. Crawl out from here." Chapter 21, Reasoning in Fists. As soon as Manager Yuan's words fell, all directions fell silent. Not only were Zhang Lulu and the others staring at Lu Zheng, But many of the sales clerks in the store had also poked their heads out from all directions to look at Lu Zhang, with a look of sympathy on their faces. Anyone could see that Manager Yuan was deliberately favoring Zhang Lulu and the two of them. However, all they could do was to sympathize with Lu Zhang. At this time, if anyone stood out to speak for Lu Zhang, there was no second possibility for them to end up in the same situation as the shopgirl before. "Kid, what are you waiting for? Didn't you hear me?" Manager Yuan shouted in a cold voice. Lu Zhang said indifferently, "It seems that there is nothing more to say." "What? Now you've gone soft and want to apologize? Oh, kid, do you think that at this point? Or can you solve it with a single apology?" Manager Yuan disdainfully said. "Apologize? You're overthinking it." Lu Zhang looked indifferent. "I'm reasoning with you, but you're talking to me about fists. Then I can only talk to you about fists as well. Ha 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 ha." Hearing Lu Zhang's words, the middle-aged fat man and Manager Yuan both couldn't help but burst out laughing, leaning forward and backward, tears coming out of their eyes from laughter. "Kid, pretending to be a bully, don't you look at the place too?" The middle-aged fat man covered his stomach and laughed out loud. "Know what place this is? Boya Xian, the biggest antique store in Rongqing. Do you know what level of security this place has? Let me tell you. The security guards of Boya Xian are all hired from the world's top security companies. Each of them is equipped with a sprayer. These sprayers have been filed with the Public Security Bureau and are legal. If you want to cause trouble here, you might as well go rob a bank. That way, you'll at least be able to keep a whole body." Manager Yuan, on the other hand, put his head in front of Lu Zhang and said with a teasing face, "You want to do it? Come on, you hit me T. You come to hit me T. Please, quick." Ah, slap. A clear slap sound then resounded in the ears of the crowd. The words behind Manager Yuan also turned into a miserable scream. The crowd only saw a black shadow flash in front of their eyes, and Manager Yuan had already flown past their eyes, flying out more than 10 meters away, before smashing onto the ground with a bang sound. Wow! After Manager Yuan landed on the ground, he opened his mouth and spewed out a stream of fresh blood, which was also mixed with a few pieces of broken teeth. Instantly, all four directions were silent. The crowd all stayed in place, shaped like wooden statues, and their gazes towards Lu Zhang were filled with shock. He had made a move. He had actually done it. Lu Zhang withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened, and said indifferently, "This is the first time I've seen someone with this particular fetish. What a ing. Buzz." Only then did the crowd react, only to feel their scalps explode. Lu Zhang actually dared to make a move in Boya Xian? This was simply looking for death. "Ah, how dare you hit me. I want you to die. You guys get on, kill this little for me." Manager Yuan went completely insane, a mournful scream emanating from his mouth as his face, which had been swollen by Lu Zhang's whip, became more and more distorted. "What's going on? Old Yuan, how come you can't handle even a small matter?" Just as Manager Yuan's words fell, a voice that appeared very impatient came from upstairs. A young man in a suit walked down the stairs. "Nya Xiao, there's an ungrateful scumbag causing trouble here. Don't worry, I'll deal with him right away." When Manager Yuan saw this youth, he no longer cared about the pain on his face and hurriedly stood up and said, "Then hurry up, I'll still be there in a while." The youth waved his hand in annoyance and was about to turn around and go upstairs. However, when his eyes swept over Lu Zhang in the hall, his body instantly froze in place, and the words behind him came to an abrupt end. In the next instant, the youth rushed down the stairs in an arrow step, rushing towards the direction where Lu Zhang was. "Young Nya, this little matter, where is the need for you to step in? Don't worry, I'll take care of this brat right here." Manager Yuan hurriedly nodded and assured. However, without waiting for him to finish his words, the youth had already brushed past him and arrived in front of Lu Zhang, saying with a delighted expression, Master, it's really you. Why don't you greet me when you're here so that I can come down to greet you?" "You are here too?" Lu Zhang looked at this youth, a flash of surprise appearing on his face. The youth in front of him was none other than Nya Haoyu, who had bought 2 talismans and another 2 pills from Lu Zhang yesterday. "Yes, Master, didn't I tell you yesterday? I'll be staying at Boya Xian for the last month." Nya Haoyu nodded his head. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang suddenly came to a realization. Nya Haoyu had indeed said something like this yesterday, but he had not cared at the time and had turned his head and forgotten about it. When Nya Haoyu saw Lu Zhang, he was thrilled and eagerly said, "Master, why didn't you go to the stall today? I even purposely went to Antique Street in the morning to look for you, but unfortunately I didn't see you. I had other things to do today, so I didn't go." "What are you looking for me for?" Lu Zhang frowned slightly. Nya Haoyu looked around and hesitated. "Master, it's a bit inconvenient here. Why don't you please have a seat upstairs?" Lu Zhang swept his eyes at Manager Yuan, who was already a bit dumbfounded, and said indifferently, "I'm afraid not. I'm still waiting for your people to let me climb out of here." What? Nia Haoyu was startled by Lu Zheng's words, and then he was furious, sweeping his gaze over the crowd and shouting angrily, who was so bold as to dare to make you, master, climb out from here? Get the hell out of here. Nia Shao, you recognize this person? Manager Yuan asked carefully, already having a bad feeling in his heart. What happened to your face? Yuan gang? No, what happened here? Nia Haoyu saw the swollen left side of Manager Yuan's face only at this time and immediately asked. He had already known that someone was causing trouble here before, but he did not care. His mind had all fallen on Lu Zheng after seeing him, and he did not care about anything else at all. At this moment, when he heard the words of Lu Zheng and Manager Yuan, Nia Haoyu's heart immediately sank. Yuan gang, say, what's going on? Were you the one who wanted the master to climb out of here? Nia Haoyu stared at Manager Yuan, his eyes steeply becoming sharp. Young Nia, you shut up. Manager Yuan was just about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Nia Haoyu without mercy. And then, Nia Haoyu pointed at one of the security guards and said, you speak. If you dare to say a single word blindly, you'll roll up and get out of here. Do you hear me? Yes, young Nia, the matter is like this. That security guard immediately told all about what had just happened. When he finished listening to the narration, Nia Haoyu's face was already so gloomy that it was almost dripping with water, and he laughed back in anger. Very good, Yuan gang, but there's really something about you. Our family hired you at a high price to manage Boyaxian, and you're so bad for Boyaxian's reputation? Young Nia, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't know that this person was your. Yuan gang opened his mouth to explain. Sap, Nia Haoyu slapped its face. Mistake you paralyzed voila. Yuan gang, I am now informing you that you have been expelled. From now on, you no longer have anything to do with Boyaxian. Nia Haoyu said in a cold voice. What? Manager Yuan's body trembled, almost falling on his butt. The position of Boyaxian's manager was a fat position. In this position, not only could he receive a high salary, but he could also use the name of Inya's jewelry to make his presence felt in Rongqing. Don't look at his annual salary of just a few million, but it is those who are worth hundreds of millions of bosses in Rongqing. Do not dare not sell his face, because he has Nia's jewelry behind this mountain. If he is really fired by Nia Haoyu, he will not only lose his high salary and superior status. I'm afraid, the entire Southwest has no place for him. Who would be willing to risk offending Nia's jewelry to take in a professional manager who was fired by Nia's jewelry? What's more, if this person didn't have a stain, would he have been fired by Nia's jewelry? Oh, I forgot to tell you, your salary for this year is also gone. On top of that, it's best not to leave Rongqing for the recent period of time, because it won't be long before Nia's jewelry files a lawsuit with the court, accusing you of damaging Boyaxian's reputation. Wait for the court summons, Nia Haoyu said in a cold voice. Boom! Yuan gang directly fell on his butt and sat on the ground, his face ashen. Nia Haoyu let out a cold laugh and did not look at Yuan gang anymore, but instead said to the sales clerk who had previously spoken for Lu Zheng, your name is Zheng Shui, right? Yes, young Nia, the beautiful sales clerk carefully said. Nia Haoyu, on the other hand, had a smile on his face as he said, you did a good job just now, upholding our Boyaxian's reputation. Otherwise, I'm afraid Boyaxian's century-old name would have been ruined by some asshole. From today onwards, you are the manager of Boyaxian. Ah, Nia Shao, I don't know anything, Zheng Shui said in panic, stunned by this pie that suddenly fell from the sky. Just learn if you don't know. No one is born knowing everything. Could it be that you're willing to be a small sales clerk for the rest of your life? You know, as a clerk, the base salary plus bonuses, a month is only 2 or 3 million, but as a manager, the annual salary starts at $5 million, and there are dividends at the end of each year. Nia Haoyu said with a smile. He thought that Lu Zheng was interested in this beautiful sales clerk, so he spared no effort in pulling her in. Naturally, Lu Zheng could also see what Nia Haoyu had in mind, but he didn't say anything about it. In the situation just now, only Zheng Shui had come forward to speak up for herself, and she had even lost her job over this. All of this was what she deserved. Zheng Shui hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered up the courage to say, thank you, Nia Shao, I'm willing to try. If I can't meet your requirements, I'll voluntarily resign. Nia Haoyu nodded with a smile and didn't say any more. When he turned his head to look at the two of them, Gao Deji and Zhang Lulu, Nia Haoyu's face instantly turned cold. Just now, it was the two of you that were going to make the master climb out of here? Chapter 22, Theatrical Mastermind. Being stared at by Nia Haoyu's wolf-like gaze, Gao Deji and Zhang Lulu's hearts chilled as they secretly guessed Nia Haoyu's identity. So what if it is? Zhang Lulu said with forced composure. So what? Now, you two get the hell out of here. Nia Haoyu sneered. You, kid, how do you talk? You're Nyedong's descendant, right? I can recognize you're Nyedong. How dare you talk to me like that? Humph. When I meet Nyedong someday, I'll have to talk to him properly. Gao Deji's face turned red as he angrily said. The Nyedong in his mouth was naturally the chairman of Nye's jewelry, Nya Guoxiong. He was also Nya Haoyu's old man. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Gao Deji's words, Nya Haoyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. You know Nyedong? Of course. Me and your Nyedong. That's decades of friendship. Last night, we even had dinner together. Gao Deji said with a big belly and a proud face. Ha 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 ha. Nya Haoyu laughed louder and louder. And it was the crowd of security guards and shopkeepers within Boyaxian who were looking at Gao Deji as if they were looking at A. No, they were just looking at A. The chairman's son is in front of him. It's all unrecognized. At this time even have the nerve to say and the chairman is decades of friendship? Nya Haoyu play flavor. But how do I remember? Nyedong last night has been staying in the hospital. Dinner also only ate a boxed lunch. Did you eat a boxed lunch in the hospital last night with Nyedong? Boom. As soon as Nya Haoyu's words fell, a burst of laughter resounded around him. Gao Deji's face, on the other hand, rose to the color of pig's liver as he pointed at Nya Haoyu and said angrily, "Your bull ting. Kid, who are you? How dare you denigrate Nyedong so much? Do you believe me or not that I'll make a call to Nyedong and have him jerk you off right now? Fine, go ahead and call." Nya Haoyu clasped his arms to his chest and sneered. Gao Deji instantly sat waxed, not expecting this kid in front of him to not be shocked by his own. It wasn't true that he was a landed wealthy man, but he simply couldn't mix in the circles of Rome City's high society. The reason why he spends tens of millions of dollars every year, buying antiques and paintings in Boyaxian, is that he wants to mix into that circle, but unfortunately, there is no one to take him to play. He said he knew Nye Guoxiong, but it was just pretending. In fact, he hadn't even seen Nye Guoxiong's face. Fight why don't you fight? You don't have Nyedong's phone number. Do you want me to tell you? Nya Haoyu said with a smile. Brother Gao, you must call Nyedong, right now. Tell him to fire this brat right away. Zheng Lulu exclaimed. Gao Deji was being set up by Nya Haoyu and Zhang Lulu, and being stared at by so many people. He was also riding a tiger. At this time, if he said that he didn't know Nye Guoxiong, he would lose face. Thinking about it, Gao Deji suddenly planned, casually dialed a phone out, then put the phone on the ear, and so on the other side of the phone connected, immediately said, "Hey, Nyedong I'm Lao Gao." "Yes, Gao Deji. Last night we also ate dinner together. It's such a thing. Boyaxian is not your industry well. There is a kid here, even disrespectful to me. I said we've known each other for decades, but he still didn't believe me." "What? You want to come over personally?" No. Where do you need to come personally for such a small matter? Ha ha." After saying a few sentences, he suddenly covered his cell phone and sneered at Nya Haoyu. "Kid," Nyedong asked, "what your name is?" "Nya Haoyu." Nya Haoyu said with a taut face. Gao Deji sneered and spoke into the cell phone once again. "Yes, this kid's name is Nya Haoyu. Oh, so he's your distant nephew. Since that's the case, let's forget about it for the sake of you. Nyedong, don't worry, as long as he apologizes to me, I'm not so bad as to talk to a junior." And then, after grunting a few more times, he hung up the phone. When he put away his cell phone, Gao Deji looked at Nya Haoyu and said with a proud face, "Kid, you just heard it too, right? Nyedong was going to personally come over and break your legs. However, I stopped him. Seeing as you're Nyedong's distant nephew, as long as you respectfully apologize to me, I can spare you this time. You can't just let it go." Zhang Lulu suddenly opened her mouth and blocked loudly before pointing at Lu Zhang. "We must make him crawl out of here like a dog." "Right, I can spare you for Nyedong's sake, but not this kid." Gao Deji nodded in agreement. Boom! Just as Gao Deji's words fell, the entire room resounded with laughter. There were a few female sales clerks who were covering their stomachs and laughing so hard that tears were coming out of their eyes. Lu Zhang looked at Gao Deji and was also speechless. This damn thing was really a playwright. If he hadn't heard Xin Peng say that Nya Haoyu was Nye Guoxiong's son, I'm afraid he would have really believed this guy's bull. What are you guys laughing at? What's so funny? If you dare to laugh again, Brother Gao will make you all pack up and leave. Zhang Lulu screamed angrily at the crowd, a little unsure. It made her feel like a clown surrounded by people. Gao Deji, on the other hand, had a sullen face as he angrily stared at Nya Haoyu and said, "What? Do you really want me to call Nyedong here?" Ha ha. Gao Deji's words caused another burst of laughter. Yuan Gang, who was sitting on the ground, was also looking at Gao Deji at this time, as if he was looking at he even for such a thing, the Boyaxian manager's position to lose. The more he thought about it, the more Yuan Gang felt that it was not worth it, and felt that his head must have been kicked by a donkey before he left the house today. Standing in front of you is Nyedong's son, Yuan Gang finally couldn't help but growl out. So what if it's Nia Dong's son? Does he still? What? What did you say? Gao Deji said without thinking. Halfway through his words, he finally woke up and looked at Nia Haoyu. The whole person was dumbfounded there. This is impossible. Just now Nia Dong clearly said. Gao Deji is still a little undeterred. Still think Yuan Gang is fooling him. Continue to pretend. Ha ha. Another burst of laughter rang out. At this time, a female sales clerk kindly explained, Nia Xiao had a car accident yesterday evening. When Dong Nia received the news, he rushed to the hospital at the first opportunity and stayed there all night. This is something that all of us know. Speaking here, the female sales clerk paused and added, this morning, it was also Dong Nia who sent young Nia to work. At those words, Gao Deji was completely dumbfounded. This person in front of him was really Nia Guoxiong's son. Then, that phone call he just made. Thinking of this, even if Gao Deji's face was thick enough, that face also rose into a pig's liver color, and he couldn't wait to stuff his head into his pants. Too damn shameful. Zhang Lulu was equally dumbfounded. She is not really stupid. At this time where does not understand that Gao Deji just that phone call is in the pretense. Bell. Right at this moment, Gao Deji's cell phone rang. Gao Deji just connect the phone. Inside will ring a Hadong lion roar like roar. Gao Deji, is your ing brain into the, even call me what Nia Dong? And, you have the guts to hang up on me, don't you? Get back here, immediately, right away. I just bought a few baskets of durians, so you'll be on your knees until dawn tomorrow. Boom! Just after the words were said, a crash sounded from the cell phone. It was the sound of the phone falling out and hitting the wall. Gao Deji's obese body instinctively shivered. It was not known whether he was scared by the sudden crashing sound or by the words in the cell phone. Another burst of laughter resounded in the hall. The gazes of the crowd towards Gao Deji became bizarre. Humph. So what if you're Nia Guoxiong's son? Brother Gao is your VIP customer. What gives you the right to tell us to get lost? Zhang Lulu said unwillingly. Snap. Gao Deji steeply turned around and slapped Zhang Lulu in the face, growling, shut the hell up. Zhang Lulu covered her face, her eyes wide open, a look of disbelief on her face. You even hit me? Snap. What answered her was another slap. Gao Deji's fat face all twisted up, angrily staring at Zhang Lulu, growling, lousy not only hit you, lousy also want to beat you to death. It's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, how could I have offended Nia Xiao? He, Gao Deji, did like to pretend to be a pussy, but he had done well so far, simply because he only liked to pretend to be a pussy in front of those who were far less powerful than he was and did not have any background. When he met Lu Zheng today, he had obviously kicked the bucket. For someone who could make Nia Guoxiong's son treat him respectfully, how could his identity be simple? Just thinking about it made Gao Deji tremble. Chapter 23 You disgusted my customers. Gao Deji such a person. Do not look at the words do not know a few, but can be mixed to today's body, naturally has its own reason. Never let two words can be summarized. In fact, this is exactly the case. Gao Deji's philosophy of survival. Simply put, never mess with people more powerful than yourself. The time to concede. Decisively concede. At this moment, after learning that Nia Haoyu was Nia Guoxiong's son, Gao Deji decisively conceded, no longer having the high and mighty attitude he had before. Nodding his head and bowing his head, Nia Xiaosher, it's because I'm blind and didn't recognize you. You're generous. Just let me go as a fart. I'll roll. This way. As he spoke, he backed up while bowing. Rolling out won't do. Boss Gao is a decent person anyways. Nia Haoyu grinned. It's okay. My old Gao is just a dirtbag. If young Nia tells me to get lost, that's because he looks up to me. Haha Gao Deji said in mock humor. Still can't. If I let Boss Gao roll out just like that, won't it make others look at me and say that I, boy is Xian, have neglected my honored guests? Nia Haoyu skimmed his lips, followed by a turn in his voice. Let me look at it this way. Boss Gao might as well climb out from here. What? Gao Deji opened his mouth wide, somewhat in disbelief. Nia Haoyu's face suddenly turned cold as he sneered. Boss Gao, if I remember correctly, just now you wanted to let the master climb out, right? Since you like letting people climb out so much, let's do a demonstration in front of everyone today. Gao Deji had a constipated look on his face, itching to rush up and slap Zhang Lulu twice more. At this moment, what he hated was not Lu Zheng, nor Nia Haoyu, but Zhang Lulu, spicy next door. If it wasn't for this, how would he, old Gao, be so embarrassed today? Moreover, it seemed like this proposal to climb out was also made by this one. What, Mr. Gao is not happy? Do you want me to call someone to help you? Nia Haoyu's face became more and more morose. Today, he was determined to help Lu Zheng retrieve the scene, and if Gao Deji did not cooperate, he did not mind giving him a lesson he would never forget. It was just a landlord. He really didn't put it in his eyes. Don't need to. I'll do it myself. Gao Deji sensed the coldness in Nia Haoyu's eyes and hurriedly said. He couldn't figure out why Nia Haoyu was targeting him so much. By all accounts, he was the VIP of Boyaxian, spending tens of millions of dollars in Boyaxian every year, and was considered to be a big customer. Even if Lu Zheng's status was honorable, Nia Haoyu should have rounded up the situation instead of unilaterally targeting himself. Although his head was full of incomprehension, it did not hinder his movements. While lying on the ground, Gao Deji recited the Gun Sutra in his mind. Experiencing the spirit of it, he felt that he had gained a new understanding of the word Gun. Afterwards, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he frankly climbed out of Boyaxian. Zheng Lulu did not follow Gao Deji to leave, but waited for Gao Deji's silhouette to disappear before turning her head to look at Lu Zheng, forcibly squeezing out a hint of what she thought to be a flirtatious smile. Lu Zheng. In fact, Scram. Lu Zheng coldly interrupted Zheng Lulu's words, his eyes filled with disgust. Without listening, he could guess what Zheng Lulu was going to say. Luckily, he had interrupted in time, otherwise he could have spit out his overnight meal. Zheng Lulu's face turned white, and she said with teary eyes, Lu Zheng, I know you still have me in your heart. I know I'm wrong, could you really be so heartless to even give me a chance? Slap. A loud slap sounded. Zheng Lulu's face was viciously slapped. The person who made the move was not Lu Zheng, nor was it Nia Haoyu, but Zhang Shui, the store clerk who had previously received Lu Zheng and was now appointed as the manager by Nia Haoyu. Everyone turned their heads to look at Zhang Shui with a stunned expression. It was Zhang Lulu who was dumbfounded. Zhang Shui was shaking her small hand. That slap just now also made her palm tingle. Seeing the crowd staring at her, her pretty face slightly red as she lowered her head. What gives you the right to hit me? Zhang Lulu glared angrily at Zhang Shui, screaming in anger. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui abruptly raised her head and looked straight at Zhang Lulu, coldly saying, You disgusted my client. It's not good for him to whip you to your face. I can. Ha 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 ha. When Nia Haoyu heard Zhang Shui's words, he burst out laughing and said to Zhang Shui, Well said. Looks like I didn't choose the wrong person. You're definitely capable of taking on this position of manager. With a smile on his face, Lu Zhang gave Zhang Shui a thumbs up, admiring. You, guys. Zheng Lulu was so angry that her face turned red, pointing at the crowd and finally said spitefully, Lu Zhang, you wait for me. You will regret it. After saying that, she turned around and ran towards the outside. Nia Haoyu's face chilled as he gave the security guards a wink, intending to have his bodyguards intercept him. Today's incident was started by Zheng Lulu. His intention was to make Zheng Lulu climb out of here just like Gao Deji. However, he was stopped by Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang sighed in his heart. He was not a saintly mother. Based on what Zheng Lulu had done before, he couldn't wait to kill her, but he didn't want to humiliate Zheng Lulu like this. After all, they had been together before. Insulting Zheng Lulu would be denying his own vision, as well as insulting himself in a different direction. Although, his previous vision was indeed not good. Since he couldn't kill Zheng Lulu and didn't want to humiliate her, he could only let her go. This was good. After letting Zheng Lulu go this time, Lu Zhang's past knot in his heart was also completely untied. From now on, it's a stranger. I hope you won't mess with me again. Lu Zhang looked at Zheng Lulu's direction of departure and secretly said in his heart, when he encountered Zheng Lulu again in the future, he would be able to face it openly, and would definitely not be in the situation like before where he almost lost control. If Zheng Lulu still dared to provoke him, he wouldn't mind having a hot hand either. Boyaxian, 3rd floor, VIP room. Master, I didn't expect you to be married at such a young age. Don't worry, I'll take care of the gift. Nia Haoyu immediately patted his chest after learning that Lu Zhang was buying gifts for his parents-in-law. There's no need to call me any master. My name is Lu Zhang, just call me by my name. Lu Zhang shook his head. How can that be? How about I call you Lu Xiao? Nia Haoyu hesitated, feeling that Lu Zhang's name was a bit familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere, but couldn't recall it for a moment. Whatever, Lu Zhang said indifferently, waiting for the beautiful assistant to make the tea. Nia Haoyu whispered a few more words into his ear. When the beautiful assistant heard this, she could not help but be slightly startled and looked at Nia Haoyu, a look of disbelief appearing on her face, as if she was suspecting that she had heard wrong. Go and bring it over. You didn't hear wrong. Nia Haoyu waved his hand and said. After waiting for the beautiful assistant to go out, Nia Haoyu then looked at Lu Zhang and said with a straight face, Duh, Lu Xiao. Truth be told, I actually have something to ask for. You want me to solve the problem on you? Lu Zhang picked up the teacup and took a light sip, seemingly smiling. He did not think that Nia Haoyu had spared so much effort to help himself when he was downstairs, even going so far as to lose Gao Deji, a big customer, simply because he had bought talismans and pills from himself yesterday. If one is courteous, one must ask for something. As for what Nia Haoyu was asking for, Lu Zheng naturally knew it in his heart. Hearing Lu Zheng's words, Nya Haoyu's body shook, and his gaze towards Lu Zheng became brighter and brighter. Young Mr. Lu, since you can see it, I'll be straightforward. Just now downstairs, you should have heard that I had a car accident yesterday? Lu Zheng nodded, followed by a slight frown. According to reason, Nya Haoyu was carrying an evil exorcism talisman on his body, which was able to temporarily suppress the problems in his body, so he should not have been involved in a car accident. After listening to Nya Haoyu's story, Lu Zheng realized. It turned out that yesterday, after Nya Haoyu left Lu Zheng's stall, he encountered a pickpocket before he even left Feng Shui Street. His wallet, along with the scented capsule containing the evil exorcism charm, had been stolen by the pickpockets. Fortunately, the 2 bottles of pills were held in Nya Haoyu's hand, while the scent bag containing the amulet was placed in his inner pocket, and were not stolen. Nya Haoyu didn't care much about this. He is in these 2 streets to hang out, on the road of the 3 religions are familiar with. This pickpocket was so ungrateful that he dared to steal from him. Afterwards, he had plenty of ways to find him out. As a matter of urgency, it was still most important to seal the 2 bottles of pills according to Lu Zheng's method. Without the exorcism charm, the feeling of being stuck in a quagmire once again appeared on him. Just as he was driving through an accident-prone area, he suddenly felt his brain faint, and then he was hit by a speeding big truck, tumbling dozens of meters down the road. When he stopped rolling, his Ferrari California had already turned into a pile of scrap metal. According to reason, under such a serious car accident, Nya Haoyu has no possibility of survival. However, the fact is that the car was scrapped. Nya Haoyu not only survived, but also unharmed. Yesterday in the hospital after a checkup, in addition to some shock, nothing at all. Nya Haoyu recalled when the car accident occurred, from the chest emerging from the golden light wrapped around himself. At the first moment, he thought of the amulet he bought from Lu Zheng. Opened the scented bag, and sure enough, the amulet inside the scented bag, which should have been neatly folded, had already turned into a handful of ashes. Chapter 24, 3 Courts of Law. Speaking of which, the amulet sold by Lu Zheng had indeed saved Nya Haoyu's life. This was also the reason why Nya Haoyu would help Lu Zheng out at the expense of losing Gao Deji as a client just now when he was downstairs. Being grateful to Lu Zheng was on the one hand. On the other hand, he naturally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make friends with Lu Zheng. I see. After listening to Nya Haoyu's narration, Lu Zheng revealed a thoughtful look. He did not have the ability to foretell the past and the future, so naturally, he would not have guessed that the evil repelling talisman on Nya Haoyu's body would have been stolen by a pickpocket, which in turn led to Nya Haoyu's near death in a car accident. Lu Xiao, please help me this time. Whatever you want, just say it. Nya Haoyu pleaded. Show me your hand, Lu Zheng said. When Nya Haoyu handed his hand over, Lu Zheng grabbed Nya Haoyu's wrist, and then gently dipped his other hand into the tea and slashed at Nya Haoyu's little arm. In a flash, a wet mark appeared, just as Nya Haoyu was puzzled. That faint wet mark unexpectedly turned black quickly, and in just a few breaths, it turned into a greenish-black line, like a giant earthworm, hidden underneath the skin. Not only that, in this black earthworm around, is densely covered with countless of the same black silk threads, as thin as hair, as roots like crisscrossing, composed of a huge net. Nya Haoyu's arm are wrapped up, and has been extended inward. The entire body, and only the head, was free of these black threads. Of course, if Nya Haoyu's head was also eroded by these black threads, then he wouldn't have been able to sit here, but would have hiccuped long ago. What the hell is this? Nya Haoyu could not help but look appalled. Lu Zheng said indifferently, Fatal Qi, the reason why you are delirious, have frequent nightmares, and even feel as if you are being haunted by evil spirits is actually all an illusion. This is an illusion caused by the fatal qi entering your body. Fatal qi? And what is that? Nya Haoyu said in horror. Fatal qi is intangible, yet it's everywhere, and it can't be detected by current technological means. You can think of it as a special gas, or an element, or even a radiation. Under normal circumstances, the baneful gas in the air is very thin and will not cause harm to people. Only some special places or items will accumulate enough baneful qi to harm the human body. Lu Zheng explained. That's not right. Suddenly, Lu Zheng was surprised again. Young Lu, what's wrong? Nya Haoyu asked suspiciously. Lu Zheng stared at Nya Haoyu for a moment, then shook his head. Although you were invaded by the fatal qi, there is no source of the fatal qi on your body. It seems that you were only affected by the waves. Young Lu, what does that mean? Nya Haoyu said with a confused look on his face. It was clear that Lu Zhan was conversing with him, but it gave him the feeling as if Lu Zhan was talking to himself. He understood every word that Lu Zhang said, but when combined together, he just didn't understand what it meant. Lu Zhang said, it means that it is not difficult to get rid of the demonic qi in your body. However, In order for it not to recur again, the source of the baneful chi must be found. Otherwise, even if I help you get rid of the baneful chi, sooner or later, it will come back. And the source of this baneful chi isn't in you. Upon hearing this, Nyahayu finally understood and hurriedly asked, Young Lu, can you find the source of the baneful chi? Lu Zheng shook his head, and just as Nyahayu was about to be disappointed, he said, although I can't, you can. Since you were affected by the ripple effect before you were tainted with the fatal chi, it means that the source should be right next to you. You can think back to see if anyone among the people you've been in regular contact with lately has any abnormalities or is showing symptoms similar to yours. Nyahayu received guidance from Lu Zheng and thought carefully. In the end, he was disappointed and shook his head. To say that the people he frequently came into contact with were naturally his parents, and he would go home to stay every day. To be tainted with the demonic aura, the greatest possibility was at home. According to Lu Zheng's explanation, if the source was in the two of them, his parents' condition should be worse than his, but the truth was that his parents had always been in good health. Nothing unusual. There is no harm. I will first help you get rid of the demonic chi in your body, so you can take your time to think about it. It won't be too late to give me a clue when you have one, Lu Zheng said. As the words fell, he immediately took out a few silver needles and stabbed them at several acupoints on Nyaha유's arm at a rapid pace. When Nyahayu looked down, he saw the black threads under his skin, continuously converging towards his arm, and eventually converging into a black mass the size of his pinky finger, like small worms wriggling and constantly pushing up his skin. Plop! A black blood arrow that emitted a fishy odor flew out from under Nyaha유's skin, blazing out, and was caught by Lu Zheng, who had been prepared with a paper cup. This black blood contains a strong baneful chi. Remember not to throw it around. It must be burned, Lu Zheng admonished. Nyahayu hurriedly nodded his head in response. After the black blood flew out, not only did he not feel any pain, instead, he had a feeling of shedding his shackles, much like the feeling he had yesterday when he wore the evil repelling charm. To be exact, the feeling was similar, but the effect was much better. Come in, Nyahayu shouted to the door. The beautiful assistant, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, then pushed her way in, holding two exquisite boxes in her hands. Burn this. Remember to make sure to burn it cleanly. Nyahayu handed the paper cups containing the black blood to the assistant and said. When the beautiful assistant went out, Nyahayu opened the brocade box and introduced it to Lu Zheng. Young Lu, what do you think of these two trinkets? Lu Zheng looked down and saw that one of the boxes contained a turquoise jadeite disc dragon hairpin, which was polished from a complete piece of jadeite, with a finely carved disc dragon hairpin head, embellished with pearls and rubies. Even if Lu Zheng did not know much about jadeite, he could tell at a glance that this jadeite, compared to the ice jadeite bracelet that Zheng Shui had taken out earlier, was of a much higher grade. As for the other box contained, is a palm-sized jade lion paperweight. The color is fat white. The texture is delicate and moist, very much like sheep fat jade. These two items were not new. They looked a bit old. Their value, I am afraid, was quite a bit higher than what Lu Zheng had guessed. It can be. How much are these two things? I'll buy them. Lu Zheng nodded. It's just two trinkets, not worth a few dollars, just as long as young Lu is satisfied. Nyahayu was unconcerned and said. Lu Zheng, on the other hand, shook his head and said, it's too expensive. You might as well name a price. Young Lu, you're my savior, so it's too formal to say this. What's more, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you again in a couple days. How about taking these two objects as my honorarium? Nyahayu said with a smile. Lu Zheng thought about it and eventually nodded his head, not making any more excuses. After leaving Boya Xian, Lu Zheng took a car and headed to the Bai family villa. A moment after ringing the doorbell, the door to the room opened. The one who opened the door was none other than Bai Luotian. At this time, Bai Luotian had already changed out of the professional outfit she wore in the morning and replaced it with a loose casual outfit, looking like a neighboring sister with a tranquil, quiet temperament. Coming. Seeing Lu Zheng, Bai Luotian just said flatly, her face as calm as ever. When outsiders saw the scene, they would never think that the two of them were newlyweds who had just received their license in the morning. Lu Zheng nodded his head. Bai Luotian stared at Lu Zheng for a moment, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and in the end, she still could not hold back and softly reminded, my eldest uncle and aunt are also there, so be careful. Just as its words fell, a voice rang out from inside the house. Luotian, it's Lu Zheng coming, why don't you come in? Only then did Bai Luotian get out of the way. Lu Zheng, on the other hand, followed closely behind him, and after entering the villa, he found that it was just as Bai Luotian had said. There were already quite a few people sitting in the living room, and at that moment, they were all looking at Lu Zheng who had come in, with quite a bit of a three-legged trial momentum. At this time, Bai Luotian took the lead and came in front of a middle-aged couple, saying, Mom and Dad, he is Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and could not help but be a little stunned. He had thought that Bai Hongtu, who had single-handedly founded the Tenglong Group, reigned supreme in the business world of Rongcheng, and had given birth to such a stunningly beautiful daughter as Bai Luotian, would definitely be a handsome uncle with an extraordinary temperament and demeanor. As a result, he was never expected. Bai Hongtu looked a bit younger than his actual age. His face was square, but his body had already blossomed, and he was an uncompromisingly fat man. At this moment, he was also sizing up Lu Zheng. With a hint of a smile on his face, he looked very gentle, without a trace of the aura of a superior, and even less dominance to speak of, but rather like a Maitreya Buddha. Is this person the silver fox of the business community in Rongcheng? Lu Zheng felt that it might be more appropriate to call him Silver Pig. Lu Zheng had wanted to address him as dad, just like Bai Luotian. After all, he and Bai Luotian had already received a marriage license and were legally married. However, after opening his mouth, Lu Zheng realized that he could not call out at all. You're Lu Zheng, right? It's very similar to your father back then. It's fine, just call me uncle first. Bai Hongtu seemed to have seen Lu Zheng's embarrassment, and smilingly relieved Lu Zheng of his embarrassment. Good day, uncle, Lu Zheng hurriedly said, and then, he turned his head to Bai Luotian's mother and said, good auntie. Seeing Bai Luotian's mother, Lu Zheng knew why Bai Hongtu had such a beautiful daughter. Bai Luotian's mother, Wen Shuxian, looked to be in her 30s, and her appearance was 7 points similar to Bai Luotian's, and if the two of them stood together, they would look more like sisters than mother and daughter. Wen Shuxian faintly answered. Between her brows, there was an indifference that rejected others. Obviously, she was not satisfied with this son-in-law. This is my great-uncle and sister-in-law. This is my uncle's cousin and cousin-in-law. This is my sister-in-law's cousin. Bai Luotian introduced them one by one. Lu Zheng, on the other hand, followed to greet them one by one. Lu Zheng, don't just talk. Sit down, Bai Hongtu said smilingly. Good, thank you Uncle Bai, Lu Zheng said with a smile. However, before he could sit down, Bai Luotian's eldest uncle, Bai Hongzhan, suddenly opened his mouth. Your name is Lu Zheng. Are you the son of that Lu Zongming from Yu City? The tone was quite unkind, and it also carried a condescending flavor of looking down on him. Hearing this voice, Lu Zheng looked calm, but in his heart, he secretly said, it's coming. Chapter 25, The Hongmen Banquet. Before he came to the door, Lu Zheng had made sufficient mental preparations for today's dinner. At this moment, hearing this fiery question from Bai Hongzhan, he was not surprised. Yes, Lu Zheng nodded his head. Bai Hongzhan continued, I heard that your family's company was suspected of tax evasion, which led to all the problems being exposed once your father died. It was only then that Lu's group collapsed overnight? Hey, it's true that being greedy for a small advantage is a big loss. I thought Lu Zongming was a character, but I didn't expect him to be so short-sighted as well. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng's brows furrowed. Although Bai Hongzhan said I heard, his tone was very firm, and even carried a touch of mockery, as well as a flavor of gloating. Big brother. Before Lu Zheng could open his mouth, Bai Hongtu took the lead and shouted. Frowning, there is still no conclusion to the matter of the Lu clan group. What's more, now that Zongming is gone, what are you doing mentioning this in front of the juniors? I didn't just casually mention it. Since you don't want to mention it, elder, then we won't mention this. Bai Hongzhan grinned, then looked at Lu Zheng once again, playfully. I heard that your family still owes hundreds of millions of dollars in debt. Is that a thing? Lu Zheng glanced at Bai Hongzhan and could feel a touch of deep hostility from him. This made Lu Zheng a little puzzled, not knowing where he had offended him. Not bad, 135,870,000 to be exact, Lu Zheng admitted. It was true that his family still owed this debt of more than 100 million. However, the check that James had given him was more than enough to pay off this debt. Only, the check had been given to his mother by Lu Zheng, and he had yet to repay the debtor. Seeing Lu Zheng admit it so openly, Bai Hongzhan was quite a bit surprised. Then he smiled meaningfully and stopped talking. Bai Tingyu, the daughter of Bai Luotian's eldest uncle, suddenly picked up the conversation and said, this money, you don't want Luotian to help you repay it, do you? I have no such intention. Lu Zheng said, no such intention? That's a nice thing to say. Do you want to repay it on your own? If you were capable of doing so, you wouldn't have delayed until now. Bai Tingyu bristled in disdain, clearly not believing Lu Zheng's words. Lu Zheng smiled, not bothering to explain. Lu Zheng's appearance, in the eyes of the others, was naturally refuted by Bai Tingyu. When Shuxian's brows furrowed, and her gaze towards Lu Zheng grew a few points colder, Bai Hongtu opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something for Lu Zheng, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was glared at by Wen Shuxian and could only keep his mouth shut. Alright, let's not talk about these unhappy ones. Little Lu, what kind of work do you do? by Xu Exin, by Luoshan's youngest aunt, asked. I'm still in school and don't really work, Lu Zheng said. Which university? What do you plan to do after graduation? You are well aware of how excellent our Luoshan is. We don't expect you to be better than Luoshan either. But you can't be too much worse than Luoshan, right? By Xu Exin continued to pursue. Rongqing University. As for what to do after graduation, I haven't thought about it yet, Lu Zheng answered truthfully. Hearing Lu Zheng's words, when Xuxian frowned even more. Lu Zheng was about to graduate now, but he hadn't even made any plans for the future yet. What was this? Short-sightedness and lack of ambition. Just as Lu Zheng's words fell, by Luoshan's cousin, who had been playing with her cell phone, suddenly let out a cry of surprise and pointed at Lu Zheng. I remember. You're that Lu Zheng. I said, why did I see you looking familiar before? What happened to Jia? You know Lu Zheng? By Xu Exin turned her head to look at her daughter and said. Everyone else also looked at Jia. Jia is also studying at Rongqing University, and to put it mildly, she is still Lu Zheng's schoolmate, so it's nothing strange to know Lu Zheng. Bai Hongtu said smilingly. Jia rolled her eyes. Second uncle, Rong University can have tens of thousands of people. How could I possibly know everyone? But I do know Lu Zheng. Just yesterday, he also made a big splash in the school's martial arts club. 1 foot wasted the legs of that Do Tao from the martial arts club. Even his brother Do Chao, Jia, by Luoshan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up, interrupting Jia's words. You're recognizing the wrong person. By Luoshan stared at Jia and coldly said, how could that be? Jia froze and said subconsciously. When she saw her cousin's icy gaze, she instantly had a jolt of realization and hastily nodded her head. Yes, it could be that I've mistaken the wrong person. Jia was also a proud daughter of heaven, growing up with no worries about food and clothing, plus being spoiled by her parents. She was also a master who was not afraid of the sky and the earth, but the only thing she was afraid of was her own iceberg cousin. As long as she was stared at by Luoshan, even if she didn't say a single word, she would get all hairy and balk at the bottom of her heart. The crowd could not see Jia's look of desire. Bai Hongzhan laughed. Jia, what exactly did you just say? Tell big uncle. Yes, Jia, don't just say half of what you said. How appetizing is that? Bai Tingyu also chimed in. Jia saw the crowd staring at her, and could only recount what she saw at the martial arts club yesterday. Jia was at the martial arts club yesterday, and witnessed Lu Zheng smack Su Li away with a slap, waste Do Tao's legs with a kick, and shock Do Chao into not daring to move, and eventually leave in style. Only, she was standing at the back and did not get a good look at Lu Zheng's front face. After listening to Jia's narration, everyone looked at Lu Zheng and fell silent. Not bad, that person is me. Lu Zheng nodded his head and admitted frankly. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the crowd turned weird. This was the son-in-law of the Bai family? Fighting and brawling, uneducated, short-sighted, and chestless. This was not a student. It was clearly a dilettante. Boom! A crashing sound rang out. Bai Hongzhan's hand fiercely slapped on the armrest of the leather sofa. That face was already covered with huffing. Too much. Is this still a student? Where is the appearance of a student? I think it's more like a hooligan or a gangster. I will never allow such tainted scum to enter the Tinglong group. Hearing Bai Hongzhan's words, Lu Zheng finally understood why he was hostile towards himself. Although Tinglong group was founded by Bai Hongtu, however, back then, Bai Hongzhan and Bai Xu Exin had also contributed. Later, after the group was established, Bai Hongtu divided a portion of the shares between the two. Speaking of which, Bai Hongzhan and Bai Xu Exin are also shareholders of Tinglong group. Only, the shares weren't much, if not for the fact that the two were Bai Hongtu's brother and sister. They simply didn't have much say within the group. Bai Xu Exin laughed. Big brother, you're worrying too much. Second brother has always been fair and will not show favoritism in this. It's not impossible for Xiaolu to want to come and work for the group after graduation, but he has to follow the rules. That's right, Dad. You're overthinking it. Sun Xiang graduated from Brown University, and at the time, second uncle didn't show any favoritism, and gave Sun Xiang a managerial position only after he passed the examination. Bai Tingyu also agreed, and used her husband as an example. It appeared to be persuading Bai Hongzhan, but in reality, she was blocking Lu Zheng's way into Tinglong group with her words. The smile on Bai Hongtu's face did not diminish, as if he did not hear the squeeze in Bai Tingyu's words. Humph. Such a good-for-nothing waste of space is simply not worthy of Luoshan. Bai Hongzhan snorted coldly. Lu Zheng looked at the crowd and was tempted to say that they were overthinking it. From the beginning to the end, he had no intention of working in the Tinglong group. Alright, just then, when Xuxian, who had been silent all this time, took the lead and spoke indifferently. It's still too early to talk about this. Although these two children are both adults, they are still childish and do things in a risky manner. without our consent. What kind of marriage is this? Lu Zheng subconsciously glanced at Wen Shuxian, and in his heart, he admired the ruthlessness of his mother-in-law. With a simple sentence, she had just denied him and Bai Luotian, a couple with legal effect. When Bai Hongzhan and the others heard this, their faces immediately showed a touch of joy. Bai Luotian, on the other hand, looked at his mother, while Wen Shuxian similarly stared at Bai Luotian, the two of them just staring at each other, neither of them saying anything, as if an invisible sparring match was unfolding. Let's not talk about this. Since everyone is here, let's eat first. Bai Hongtu stood up, smilingly rounding off the conversation. No rush. When Shuxian waved her hand to block, there are still guests yet to arrive. Ding bell. Just as its words fell, the doorbell rang at the door. The nanny hurriedly ran over to open the door. Soon, a young man in a straight suit, holding a gift bag in one hand and roses in the other, was brought in by the nanny. Seeing this youth, Bai Luotian abruptly stood up. Her eyes seemed to have a cold aura blooming in them as she coldly said, "Get out." Ahem. That. Luo. By General Manager. The youth smiled at Bai Luotian, seemingly wanting to defend himself. "I don't want to say it a second time," Bai Luotian said, his voice getting colder and colder. "Slow down." Suddenly, when Shuxian's voice sounded behind her, "I'm the one who called Han Su." Chapter 26 Gifts. By Family Villa. After Han Su's arrival, the atmosphere within the entire villa became more and more bizarre. At the dining table, Bai Tingyu's gaze swept over both Lu Zhang and Han Su from time to time, revealing a gloating smile. On the contrary, it was Bai Hongzhan who changed his appearance after Han Su's arrival, chatting cordially and warmly with Han Su, no longer having the sneer that he had previously faced when facing Lu Zhang. "Little Han, I've heard that the rice takeout platform you got is operating to go public recently?" Bai Hongzhan said with a smile. "Yes, Uncle Bai. The company is currently undergoing equity reorganization, and the corporate governance structure and personnel have already been reorganized," Han Su said with a smile. "Yikes, wouldn't that make it a listing soon?" Bai Shuexin also let out a gasp of surprise and said, "If I remember correctly, that takeout platform of yours has only been built for a few years." "Right, and it's surprising that it's going to be listed so soon. If this listing is successful, your fortune will double several times again, and I'm afraid you'll catch up with Luotian, without any accidents. It will be listed by the end of the year. I'm also lucky. I didn't expect that the project I got to pass the time in college would develop to the point of having a listing one day." Han Su smiled. "Of course, it's still not comparable to Mr. Bai." The crowd scared when they heard Han Su admit it. Bai Tingyu glanced at Han Su, then at Lu Zhang, and said, "Both are college students. Why is there such a big difference between them? People created companies when they were in college. Some people are about to graduate, and still haven't thought of what to do." Han Su glanced at Lu Zhang and asked knowingly, "This brother, I wonder where he works." "Him, a hobo, don't know what to do yet. By the way, little Han, after your company goes public, you'll definitely need to expand its scale, right? I think it would be better to let Lu Zheng deliver to your company," Bai Tingyu said with a smile. "Oh?" Han Su's face duly revealed a look of surprise as he said to Lu Zhang, "If a brother doesn't think of what to do, he can come to my place. Although it's tougher to send outside, as long as you're diligent, it's still no problem to earn over $10,000 a month." "Enough," Bai Luotian spoke abruptly and coldly, her gaze sweeping over Bai Tingyu and Han Su and the others. "Lu Zheng has his own arrangements, so there's no need for you to worry about them." A monthly salary of over $10,000 was a good salary for ordinary people, but to those present, it would be insignificant, especially with the relationship between Han Su and Lu Zhang. Han Su's offer to let Lu Zhang work under him at this time appeared to be well-intentioned, but in fact, it was to humiliate Lu Zhang in front of everyone. "Luo Shun, you're not planning to let Lu Zhang work for your company after graduation, are you? Yours is a fashion company, and he doesn't know how to design fashion, so is he going to work for you as a doorman?" Bai Tingyu, however, was unforgiving. Bai Luotian turned her head to look at Bai Tingyu, her gaze like a knife, becoming colder and colder. Bai Tingyu, however, didn't care. She wasn't he Jia, much less an employee under Bai Luotian. That set of Bai Luotians couldn't bluff her at all. The others were also looking at Lu Zhang, with expressions of either indifference, contempt, or amusement on their faces. A big man who had been beaten up by his love rival and humiliated by him in front of him. At this time, he didn't even have any temper at all, and didn't even let out a single fart, instead letting his own woman stand up for him. Is this still a man? Even if it was still a loser. Ahem, Mr. Bai, don't misunderstand. I also have good intentions. If you don't think it's appropriate, then forget it. Han Su opened his mouth at the right time to ease the atmosphere and said, "Ha ha, not bad. Little Han is atmospheric enough." Bai Hongzhan laughed and said, followed by a fake scolding of Bai Tingyu. Tingyu, Luotian is your sister. You as a sister, although you are well-intentioned, you should also pay attention to the way you speak. Come on, good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. It's always fine if I don't say anything anymore, right? Bai Tingyu skimmed her lips. As for the owners of this villa, Mr. and Mrs. Bai Hongtu, one of them always had a lopsided smile on their faces, as if they didn't notice the atmosphere of saber rattling at the dinner table, while the other one looked on with cold eyes and didn't say a word. Those who did not know the truth, I'm afraid they would think that Bai Hongjian was the owner of this villa. By the way, uncle, I heard that you like collecting watches. This time when I went to Rice to prepare for the IPO, I happened to see a nice Patek Philippe watch, so I bought it. I hope you like it, Han Su said, pushing a brocade box in front of Bai Hongtu. Yo, it's a full Sky Star. You have a heart. Bai Hongtu's eyes lit up as he took the watch and nodded. Han Su smiled and put another brocade box in front of Wen Shuxian and said, Auntie, this is a Tiffany brooch. I hope you like it. Tiffany was the world's top jewelry brand, although not as famous as Louis Vuitton, Chanel and other brands. Yet, it had a feature that was loved by the politicians of Rice. A number of presidents of Rice, when they were inaugurated, had selected jewelry for their wives at Tiffany. This has almost become an unwritten habit of the politicians in the country. When Shuxian looked at the maple leaf brooch contained in the brocade box and seemed to be satisfied as well, nodding her head and saying, have a heart. It's good that Auntie likes it. Han Su smiled humbly and apologized to Bai Hongjian and the others. I'm sorry, I didn't know there were so many people around today, so please forgive me if I was a bit ill-prepared. I'll make it up next time. Ha ha, it's okay, it's okay. Bai Hongjian and the others all waved their hands generously. Bai Tingyu glanced at Lu Zhang and bristled. Some people, who are also coming to the door for the first time, may not have brought anything with them. With that, he turned his head to Bai Hongjian and said, by the way, Dad, do you still remember what Sun Xiang gave you when he came to your door for the first time? It was a set of Yixing Zisha pots. It seems to be from the Qing dynasty. The price at that time seemed to be $500,000. Bai Hongjian said indifferently. Dad, it was $550,000. However, the market for purple sand pots has risen greatly recently, so if it's taken to the auction, it should be around 1 million. Next to him, Sun Xiang, who had been silent, smiled and added. Bai Luotian said indifferently. Lu Zhang is still in school, so what if I go to school? If you can't afford the expensive ones, you still can't afford the cheap ones? At the very least, it's fine to bring a fruit basket. Why would our family need that much? What's the point of coming to the door empty-handed without anything? To put it nicely, you don't know how to be courteous. To put it bluntly, you're uneducated. Bai Tingyu sneered. Bai Luotian was at a loss for words. She had seen this problem when Lu Zhang had just entered the door, which was why she had reminded her. However, by then, Lu Zhang had already arrived at the door, and it was obviously too late to prepare a gift. Bai Shuaxin also said, Xiao Lu, we also know that you are in a difficult situation, but this is the first time you have come to the door. How can you not bring a gift? Look at other people's little Han. Halfway through his sentence, he couldn't continue, only to see that Lu Zhang silently took out 2 beautifully crafted brocade boxes from his pocket. The people at the table were all a bit dumbfounded. Even Bai Luotian's gaze was a bit dumbfounded as she looked at Lu Zhang with a look of surprise on her face. Uncle, Auntie, the preparations were rather hurried this time. I hope you don't mind, Lu Zhang said with a smile, and as he spoke, he had already opened one of the brocade boxes. Auntie, this jadeite hairpin is for you. I didn't know your preferences, so I took it upon myself to choose this one, and I hope you'll like it, Lu Zhang said with a smile. Surprise was written all over Wen Shuxian's face, and when she took a look at the brocade box, the pupils in her eyes just shrank. Although she was not an expert in jadeite, she was no stranger to high-grade jewelry. This jadeite hairpin that was turquoise in color and crystal clear, in terms of quality, was definitely a middle-grade jadeite, and might even be the very best. Especially rare is that the entire hairpin is polished with a complete piece of jadeite. The ruby that was used to embellish the head of the hairpin, as well as the 2 pearls, were also absolutely extraordinary. Wow, what a beautiful hairpin! Hijia couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise, raising her hand to take it, but was jerked back by her mother. This can't be imperial green, right? Bai Shuaxin's eyes were also on fire, and although she slapped down her daughter's hand, she herself wanted to raise her hand to grab the emerald hairpin. Imperial green? Hearing Bai Shuaxin's subconscious words, the faces of the people present were aghast. The smile on Han Su's face also froze. None of the people present were ordinary, even Lu Zhang, whose family had once been rich. Naturally, they understood what imperial green meant. This kind of jadeite was not something that could definitely be bought with money. Uncle, I heard Luotian say that you usually like calligraphy. this paperweight is for you. I hope you like it. Lu Zheng opened another brocade box, revealing the lion paperweight inside. The lion was in a standing position and appeared to be roaring up to the sky. It was only the size of a palm, but it was carved in a lifelike manner. Yo, good stuff. This was carved from Sua Jade? Bai Hongtu exclaimed, immediately picking up the paperweight and playing with it, the love in his eyes not hidden in the slightest. To know, just now Han Su sent the Patek Philippe wristwatch. Although Bai Hongtu was satisfied, he only nodded his head. But at this moment, this paperweight, Bai Hongtu had already taken it in his hands and played with it. There was no need to say which one was more satisfying to Bai Hongtu. No way, second uncle, such a big piece of paperweight. If it's really Sua Jade, it must not be tens of millions of dollars. Ah, he Jia exclaimed. The market price of Sua Jade today was 20-30,000 grams. This was still ordinary sheepskin jade, and those of higher quality were naturally more expensive. This paperweight sent by Lu Zhan was almost a kilogram in weight, so it was not too much to say that it was tens of millions of dollars, and it might even be too low to say that it was low. He Jia's unintentional words fell, and the entire villa quietened down once again. The gazes of the crowd all fell on Lu Zhang. An imperial green jadeite dragon hairpin, and a piece of Sua Jade lion paperweight. If both items were real, I am afraid that the value of each would not be less than $10 million. This is definitely a large sum of money. Looking at Han Su's gift, they had thought it was good before, but compared to what Lu Zhang had given them, it seemed a bit out of hand. Chapter 27, This kid's got some skin. At the table, the crowd looked at the two gifts from Lu Zhang and were all a bit dumbfounded. Lu Zhang, however, looked at the crowd and said with a smile, I'm sorry, I didn't know that there were so many people around today, and I was a bit ill-prepared, so please forgive me, I'll make it up next time. After saying that, he looked at Bai Hongzhan and the others with a naive face and blinked, as if waiting for Bai Hongzhan to praise him. Crowd. The corners of Han Su's mouth twitched, and in his heart, he had already started cursing. MMP, what the hell are you doing learning from me? Put. After he Jia froze, she directly spewed out in laughter. It was Bai Luotian who also had the corners of her mouth rise slightly, revealing a hint of an arc. Bai Shuexin had a sardonic look on her face. Bai Hongzhan, on the other hand, was squeezed to the point where his old face turned red, neither speaking nor not speaking. While Bai Hongtu was still playing with the sheepskin jade paperweight, the rest of his eyes swept over Lu Zhang, and his eyes narrowed involuntarily. This kid, he's a bit skinny. Ahem. Forget about not being prepared. It's all family. Just remember to make it up next time. In the end, it was still Bai Hongtu who acted as a peacemaker and diffused the embarrassment. Only then did Bai Hongzhan's face lighten up a bit. Just now, he was really squeezed by Lu Zheng to the point where he almost went over the edge. Ha, that's not right. You still have hundreds of millions of debt on you that you haven't paid off. Where did you get the money to buy these gifts? Bai Hongzhan suddenly thought of a problem and turned his head to look at Lu Zhang. The crowd was stunned at his words, and then they all reacted as well. Yes, they did. Lu Zhang was now a negative second generation. He couldn't even pay off his debts, so where did he get the money to buy such expensive gifts? A friend gave it to me, Lu Zhang said lightly. From a friend? Bai Tingyu skimmed her lips and said, I guess, that friend must be surnamed Bai and named Luotian, right? Humph. This gift, I'm afraid that Luotian bought it and then handed it over to you, right? At those words, everyone was jolted and subconsciously turned their heads to look at Bai Luotian. There was really this possibility. Lu Zhang was a person who couldn't even pay off his debts. So if he really had a friend who was so generous, I'm afraid he would have helped him pay off his debts a long time ago, and wouldn't have waited until now, unless the gift was bought by Luotian. Then, everything would be explained. But it's really out of the blue. Bai Hongzhan skimmed his lips and smiled, the disdain on his face not hidden in the slightest. Bai Shuexin and Bai Tingyu couple, on the other hand, looked at Lu Zhang with a touch of contempt. This time, it was Mr. and Mrs. Bai Hongtu who both frowned. For Lu Zhang not to bring a gift to the door, it did seem impolite, but to take the gift that Bai Luotian had bought and treat it as his own to give it to Bai Luotian's parents, this was not a matter of whether or not he had any manners. It was already a matter of character. To put it bluntly, it was shameless. When Shuxian had originally liked this jadeite disc dragon hairpin so much that when she looked at it again, she was already filled with disgust and directly threw the jadeite disc dragon hairpin back into the box. Bai Hongtu also put down the Sua Jade lion paperweight, as if that thing was sticking to his hand. A gift, not bought by me, Bai Luotian coldly said. Luotian. At this point, you're still defending him? Who would believe you when you say that he bought the gift himself? Bai Tingyu sneered. I said that I didn't buy it, Bai Luotian said again, her tone aggravated by a few points. Seeing Bai Luotian react like this, the others were fine, but Mr. and Mrs. Bai Hongtu became a bit suspicious. when it came to understanding by Luotian, who could compare to them? This daughter of theirs, who was good at everything, was just too cold and arrogant, and didn't care to lie at all. Well, since Luotian says it's not, then it's not. Bai Shuexin suddenly opened her mouth to round off the conversation. To everyone's surprise, Chensu actually opened his mouth to help Lu Zheng at this time. I also believe that these two gifts were bought by Mr. Lu. Everyone looked at Chensu, quite surprised. They heard Chensu continue. My father is quite fond of collecting antiques, and I myself have studied antiques a little bit after being exposed to them. Mr. Lu, do you mind letting me take a look at these two things? Feel free, Lu Zheng said indifferently. Although he did not know much about antiques, he believed that Niahaoyu would never fool him with two fake items. Chensu nodded, and even pulled out a pair of white gloves from his pocket in a rather professional manner before picking up the jadeite dragon hairpin and examining it in detail. That look of concentration gave people the feeling of two words: professional. The crowd was silent, waiting for Chensu's appraisal result. After about 5 minutes, Chensu put down the jadeite dragon hairpin and picked up the suet paperweight. By the time Chensu put down the jade paperweight, 15 minutes had passed. Seeing the crowd looking at him, Chensu said, "Let's start with this jadeite dragon hairpin. The texture is delicate. The color is emerald green. The crystal flashes. The green silk is suspended. It seems to flow out." Just when the crowd thought that Chensu was going to say that this was real, they heard Chensu exclaim, "I have to say, the counterfeiting technology is getting more and more skillful nowadays. It can almost be faked as real." "What?" the crowd exclaimed. "Little Han, you're saying this is fake?" Bai Shuexin asked loudly, seemingly in some disbelief. "Not bad." Chensu nodded his head and said in a firm tone, "This emerald hairpin, no matter the material or workmanship, it's all superior and almost unbreakable. But, it is wrong in that the green is too much. The real emperor green. The color is strong but not lose the fresh sun. This piece, too much. Moreover, it also has a crack. That is this ruby used to embellish. You see, this piece of ruby fluorescence is weak. In the room is dark red. In the light of the color is much more translucent. This is a unique feature of African rubies, mostly produced in Mozambique. The person who made this jade hairpin obviously doesn't know much about rubies. That's why this ruby was embedded in this hairpin, which also became its biggest flaw. Therefore, I can conclude that this hairpin is not an old object, but artificially made old." Upon hearing this, the crowd was silent. If Chensu had concluded that this jade hairpin was fake right off the bat, they might not believe it. After all, Chensu and Lu Zhang were love rivals. However, with Chensu's words, which were reasoned and justified, there was no way for them to disbelieve. In other words, this suspected imperial green jadeite disc dragon hairpin was indeed a fake. Of course, it can't be said to be a fake. It's both the material and the workmanship are good, especially this ruby. Adding it all up, it should be worth $100,000. Chensu thought about it and added, 100,000? The price wasn't low, but this hairpin had been valued at tens of millions before. This discrepancy, it was too big. It's fortunate that Han Su found it. If second sister-in-law had brought this hairpin to some party and was recognized as a fake, it would have been a huge shame. Bai Shuexin sighed, when Shuxian's face darkened, as if she had also thought of a certain possibility, and her gaze towards Lu Zhang became more and more icy. "What about this lion paperweight? Is it sheepskin jade?" Bai Tingyu quickly pursued. Chensu smiled faintly and directly pulled out a jade guanyin from his neck, placing it on the table and saying, "This guanyin pendant of mine, the material is suet jade. As for whether or not this paperweight is suet jade, you will know if you compare it." Bai Tingyu immediately took the paperweight and the jade goddess of mercy in her hands and compared them, and immediately realized the problem. Chensu's jade goddess of mercy was white, snow white, dazzling white, looking like a piece of rice cake. On the contrary, the paperweight sent by Lu Zhang was slightly yellowish in color, like it had rust on it. The difference between the two could be said to be very obvious. Not only Bai Tingyu, but also everyone else could see it clearly. In the next second, all eyes fell on Lu Zhang. Both gifts, surprisingly, were fakes. This was no longer shameless. It was simply despicable and shameless. When Shuxian was already so angry that her body was trembling, and she could not wait to smash the brocade box containing the emerald hairpin on Lu Zhang's face. Today, in front of Bai Hongzhan and the others, she had lost her face. The smile on Bai Hongtu's face had also disappeared, his brows deeply furrowed. Bai Luotian's brows furrowed slightly as she also realized the seriousness of the problem and said, "Perhaps Lu Zhang has also been tricked." Luo Shun, at this point, "You're still speaking for him? If I were you, I would have smacked him with a big earful long ago." Bai Tingyu exclaimed. Lu Zhang said with a calm expression, "Both of these items are real. That friend of mine wouldn't lie to me." "Ha!" Bai Tingyu let out a cold laugh and sneered, "A dead duck with a stiff upper lip. You should be glad that my little aunt isn't here. Otherwise, he would have taken out the evidence and dismantled your mask. Bai Hongzhan's eyes lit up at his words and clapped his hands. Oops, how could I forget about Aeon? Yong Wang is the chief appraiser of the Jiashi auction house. His appraisal results will definitely be convincing. Shui Xin, call Aeon and tell him to come over immediately. Yong Wang is preparing for the Su family's charity auction. Where can he get away? I haven't seen him for days. Bai Shuexin didn't have the good sense to say, my dad is already on his way. At this time, a voice suddenly rang out. The one who spoke was none other than Hejia next to her. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Hejia shook the cell phone she was grasping and hurriedly explained. It was my dad who called me. I told him that I'm here at second uncle, and he should be here soon. Ding bell. Just as Hejia's words fell, the doorbell rang again. Everyone's eyes lit up. This was truly speaking of the devil and the devil arriving. Bai Tingyu, on the other hand, stared at Lu Zhang with a sneer, secretly saying in her heart, let's see how you die this time. To dismantle Lu Zhang was not her aim. Today, she wanted Bai Luotian to lose face in front of her entire family. Chapter 28, The Legendary Dragon Hairpin. If Bai Hongzhan's hostility towards Lu Zhang was aimed at stopping Lu Zhang from entering the Tenglong group, Bai Tingyu's aim was a bit more complicated. Stopping Lu Zhang from entering the Tenglong group was only secondary. What she really wanted was to see Bai Luotian lose face. As Bai Luotian's cousin, she naturally had no enmity with him. There was only one reason for her to do so, and that was jealousy. She was jealous of Bai Luotian. Why is Bai Luotian's father Bai Hongtu, a multi-billionaire, a celebrity in Rongqing, while her father is only Bai Hongzhan? Why was Bai Luotian the center of the entire family since she was a child? With everyone surrounding her, she was not convinced. In terms of looks, she was inferior to Bai Luotian. In terms of education, she was inferior to Bai Luotian. In terms of achievements, she was still inferior to Bai Luotian. Therefore, she had been holding her breath, and could only hold it. She had thought that she would have to live under Bai Luotian's shadow for the rest of her life. But when Lu Zhang appeared, she saw hope. Her husband, Bai Tingyu, was a graduate of Brown University, one of the Ivy League schools, a young talent, a business elite, and was already earning millions of dollars a year at a young age. But Lu Zhang graduated from Rongqing University, which is not even a top university in China. No, Lu Zhang has not even graduated now. He was useless, had accomplished nothing, and was even carrying hundreds of millions of dollars in debt. She wanted everyone to know that the man Bai Luotian had chosen was such a loser. So what if Bai Luotian was better than her? In terms of choosing a man, it was far worse than herself. Soon, the nanny entered the villa with a middle-aged man with black-framed glasses who looked well-mannered. This man was none other than Bai Shuexin's husband, Bai Luotian's little aunt, He Yang Wang, the chief appraiser of the Jiashi auction house, and also one of the most prestigious cultural relics appraisal experts in the whole of Rongqing. Yo, everyone is here. When He Yang Wang saw the crowd in the villa, he opened his mouth and said with a smile, aren't you preparing for the charity auction? Why are you free to come out? Bai Shuexin frowned and said. He Yang Wang smiled and explained. The organizer of this charity auction is the Su family, and they simply can't trust us, the local native hats, and invited a group of old domestic experts to come. When we are there, we are just giving a hand. Su family. When the crowd heard He Yang Wang's words, a look of fascination appeared on their faces. Even the two people, Bai Hongtu and Wen Shuxian, had their faces intensify a bit when they heard the word Su family. In Rongqing City, there were several huge families, just like some old families in Europe. On the surface, they were not as famous as some local tycoons, and were not even known by ordinary people. Secretly, however, they possessed terrifying energies that ordinary people could not imagine. Their tentacles throughout all walks of life, disjointed. Almost every big man in Rongqing behind, more or less have their shadow, or get their support, which can rise in Rongqing. The Su family is one of such families, a behemoth that ordinary people cannot imagine. It could be said without any hesitation that if something happened to the Su family, the entire Rong city's economy would have to suffer, and development would lag for at least 3 years. Humph, the Su family not using you is them being blind. There's them regretting it, Bai Shuexin said indignantly. He Yang Wang was Rongqing's top expert in cultural relics appraisal, and had a notable reputation in the country, but he was not valued by the Su family, which more or less made Bai Shuexin a bit irritated. Little aunt, you've come at the right time. We happen to have 2 treasures here that we need you to appraise. Bai Tingyu suddenly said. Oh, what treasures? He Yang Wang was surprised. It's a gift from Luotian's husband, to second uncle and second aunt. Bai Tingyu hurriedly said. He Yang Wang had also heard about Bai Luotian secretly getting a license with someone today, only that he was at Su's house at the time, which is why he didn't come over. At this moment, when he heard Bai Tingyu's words, his gaze swept over Chen Su and Lu Zhang, and soon landed on Lu Zhang. It wasn't because Lu Zhang had some kind of kingly aura on him, but because he knew Chen Su. Only he wasn't familiar with him, rather it was Chen Su's father who was familiar with him, and hadn't looked for him to appraise things in the past. The husband chosen by Luotian should not be Chen Su, or else he should have known about it before. Not bad young man, quite handsome. Yang Wang smiled and said to Lu Zhang, Yang Wan, come and take a look at these 2 gifts. Bai Hongzhan hurriedly said, there's no need to appraise them. It's just 2 worthless trinkets. Where is it worth it to Yang Wan? When Shuxian suddenly opened her mouth and faintly said, ahem, yes, I think we should forget about it as well. A child brings a gift to the door, as long as the intention is done. Yang Wan, please sit down. Let's hurry up and start the banquet. Bai Hongtu hurriedly said. Obviously, he also believed in Chen Su's appraisal, but after all, Lu Zhang was his best friend's son. Although he did not recognize this son-in-law, he did not want Lu Zhan to lose face in front of the whole family. When Yang Wang heard Bai Hongzhan's words, he wanted to go over and take a look, but when he heard what Mr. and Mrs. Bai Hongtu said, he also hesitated. He was not stupid, and had already sensed that the atmosphere within the villa was a little off. According to reason, today was the day of the son-in-law's visit, but Chen Su, an outsider, was here, and what did it mean? But he had long heard that Chen Su had been pursuing Bai Luotian. Second uncle, second aunt, I think it's better to appraise it, in case what Lu Zhang is holding is really a treasure. Wouldn't we be misunderstanding Lu Zhang? Bai Tingyu insisted. Yeah, I also think it should be appraised. After all, when it comes to appraising antiques, I'm just an amateur hobbyist, and uncle he is the professional. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Chen Su also said. Little Chen has a point, I think it's better to appraise it. Otherwise, I'm afraid we all don't have the heart to eat. Bai Hong unfolded his mouth and agreed. Yang Wang looked at the 2 parties and only felt that he had 2 big heads. Marred, is this an appraisal or not? He all somewhat regretted coming to this hustle and bustle. Seeing that Yang Wan was somewhat at a loss as to what to do, Bai Shuexin said to Lu Zhang, Little Lu the item was sent by you, so speak for yourself. Do you want to appraise it? Then let's appraise it. Lu Zhan nodded. When Shuxian's gaze swept towards Lu Zhang, carrying an intimidating chill, in the next second, her gaze was unintentionally blocked by Luotian. Trouble little auntie. Bai Luotian didn't bother to look at her mother's gaze that seemed to want to kill, but instead showed a smile to Yang Wang and said, He, no trouble. Yang Wang waved his hand and smiled. At this time, Jejia had already brought over the brocade box containing the emerald dragon hairpin and handed it over to Yang Wang as if it was a treasure. Yo, jadeite dragon hairpin, still polished with a whole piece of jadeite, it's not common. Yang Wang picked up the jade hairpin and said subconsciously, just wanted to say good imitation, but before the words came out, his face was corrected, and then as if obsessed, grasping the emerald dragon hairpin to carefully look up. That look seems to want to squeeze his eyes into the hairpin. Everyone was silent, quietly waiting for the appraisal results. 10 minutes later, Yang Wang's face and forehead were already covered with beads of sweat before he removed the jadeite disc dragon hairpin from his sight. Yang Wan, how is it? Is this hairpin real or fake? Bai Shuexin hurriedly asked after it. The others were also staring intently at Yang Wan. I'll take another look, Yang Wang said without looking back, took the disc dragon hairpin table, put the hairpin carefully on the table, and then took out a strong flashlight and a small magnifying glass from his pocket, and looked at it again intently. From the beginning to the end, the eyes did not leave the dragon hairpin. This time, the time was even longer. A full 15 minutes passed. Only then did Yang Wang raise his head and let out a long stretch of breath. Yang Wan, is this thing real or not? Why don't you say something? Bai Hongzhan waited with some impatience and urged. Uncle this shouldn't be an emperor green, right? I've seen the real emperor green before. You are aware of it. There is a piece in my father's collection room, Chen Su said with a smile. He was still confident in his judgment. Yang Wang glanced at Chen Su and nodded. This is indeed not a glass seed emperor green. Boom! The voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the ears of the crowd. Bai Luotian's body shuddered slightly and her pretty face paled for a minute, but she held back and didn't let anyone see the cracks. However, at this time, no one would pay attention to her either. Yikes! It's still fake? Bai Shuexin exclaimed with a look of regret. Ha, I told you that little Chen wouldn't be mistaken. Lao you don't believe in Xiao Chen's appraisal. Aeon is an expert in this area. Now, you always deserve to die, right? Bai Hongzhan laughed out loud. Kid, what are you still standing here for? Is it still not humiliating enough? Hurry up and take your rags and get out of here. Bai Tingyu pointed at Lu Zhang and said loudly, as if she was afraid that others would not hear her. When Shuxian's face had already turned greenish-purple in anger as she stared at Lu Zhang, her expression icy cold, and the disgust in her eyes was no longer hidden in the slightest. Rags? Who said this is rags? Right at this moment, Yangwan's voice rang out once again, and also drew all the gazes of the crowd over. Little auntie, didn't you say that this is fake? What is it if not rags? Bai Tingyu asked in surprise. Without waiting for Yangwang to explain, Chen Su was the first to speak. Uncle, he is right. This is indeed not rags. As I said before, this jadeite is not considered a fake, especially the ruby on top. It's still worth some money. It won't be a problem to sell it for more than $100,000 when added together. When the crowd heard this, it dawned on them. It turned out that Yangwang meant this. Ha! Yangwang snorted and stared at Chen Su with a smirk. I'll give you 1 million. No, I'll give you 10 million. How about you give me a rag that's exactly the same as this emerald disc dragon hairpin? Ah, Chen Su was instantly dumbfounded. The others were also a bit unsure. Yangwan, what exactly do you mean? Just don't play dumb riddles with us, just say it directly. Bai Hongzhan frowned. What he despised the most was these poor saps, who thought they had read a bit, and said everything in 7 different ways, similar to an old woman's shroud. Smelly and long. Yangwan laughed and didn't care, explaining, I just said that the material of this disc dragon hairpin is not glass seed emperor green, but I didn't say that this jadeite is not worth money. On the contrary, his value is much higher than even imperial green, because he is dragon, stone, seed, the last 3 words, but also a word, a sound. Dragon stone seed? The crowd was stunned. What kind of jadeite is this? Why haven't I heard of it? When Chen Su heard the words dragon stone seed, his eyes widened as if he had been struck by lightning and froze in place. Yangwang was not surprised by the crowd's reaction. Explained, you only know the glass seed emperor green is the top of the jade, but do not know that the dragon stone seed is the real emperor of the jadeite. Its name dragon stone seed is to say that this kind of jadeite is as rare as dragon seed. There is also this kind of emerald. Then why have we never heard of dragon stone seed? Bai Shuaxin was surprised, because the dragon stone seed went extinct back in the 1970s. Now it's not wrong to say that Emperor Green is the emperor of emeralds. Yangwang explained. Dad, then how much must this hairpin be worth? Can it be sold for $20 million? Jia hurriedly pursued. $20 million? Yangwang smiled and shook his head. Seeing this, Jia immediately looked disappointed and said, thanks for talking so metaphysically. It's not even worth $20 million. When Bai Hongzhan, Bai Tingyu and the others heard this, they all subconsciously sighed in relief. Fortunately, although this dragonstone seed was of a higher grade than the imperial green, it didn't seem to be much more expensive. Yangwang took in the expressions of the crowd and smiled. I'm shaking my head not to say it's not worth it. It's more than that. Just the material of this dragonstone species itself. It is more than 20 million. 15 years ago, Sotheby's auctioned off a dragonstone variety Nothing Matters plaque on Hong Kong Island, which sold for $44 million at the time. 10 years ago, Dijia Auction House in the capital auctioned a dragonstone species Guanyin pendant. The dragonstone species is only the size of the thumb. The final price is 15 million. This is still more than 10 years ago the auction price. If it is put into now, the price of the transaction must be at least 50% up. As for why I use these 2 auction records of more than 10 years ago as an example, because the dragonstone species has not appeared for 10 years. Now, you guys should always understand its value, right? Upon hearing this, the crowd was silent for a while. The entire villa fell into an eerie silence. It was unknown how long it had been before Bai Hongfa opened his mouth and said, Yangwan, this jade hairpin is no longer expensive. It's not going to be worth $50 million, is it? If we only rely on its own material, it is indeed not worth $50 million. After all, this hairpin isn't that big. Yangwang nodded his head, and just as Bai Hongzhan was about to let out a sigh of relief, he continued, but it's more than that. Don't you guys wonder why I recognized it as the jadeite dragon hairpin at a glance just now? Because this hairpin is too famous. The old lady who was in charge of the curtain in the previous dynasty, her favorite was a jadeite dragon hairpin. Speaking here, Yangwang paused, with an unspeakable fervor in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, rumor has it that the jadeite dragon hairpin is a pair, and the one in the old lady's hand is not the dragon hairpin, but rather the phoenix hairpin made of imperial green. As for the dragon hairpin, which is of higher value and symbolizes imperial power, it has never been seen before. Previously, I had always thought that it was fabricated by previous generations. Now, I can conclude that this is the legendary dragon hairpin that has never appeared. What? The moment Yangwan's words fell, it immediately caused cries of astonishment to rise and fall. Everyone was stunned, including Mr. and Mrs. Bai Hongtu, including the always cold Bai Luotian. Even Lu Zhan was stunned. He had guessed that Niahaoyu definitely wouldn't fool himself with fake goods, but how could he not have expected that the one Niahaoyu had given himself was the pan-dragon hairpin, which was of such high value? Nya how you would not know the value of this disc dragon hairpin? Are you kidding me? The Nya family was in the jewelry business, and Nya Haoyu was the helmsman of Boyish Yen. Then there was only one explanation. Nya Haoyu knew the origin of this dragon hairpin and understood its value, but still chose to give it to Lu Zhang. Nya Haoyu wasn't stupid, and wouldn't possibly do a losing deal. I'm afraid that he had seen Lu Zhang's value from the amulet, and that was why he wanted to make friends with Lu Zhang. Recalling the reaction of Nya Haoyu's assistant in Boyish Yen, Lu Zhang said thoughtfully, "It seems that I have underestimated the value of the amulet." Chensu no longer had the calm and collected demeanor he had before, and hurriedly said, "How is this possible? Uncle have you misread it? Look at the ruby on this disc dragon hairpin. It's obviously a ruby from Mozambique. I'm afraid that people in the previous dynasty didn't have the means to get African gems, right? Right, little auntie. More than 100 years ago, there was no way for the people of the country to reach Africa." Bai Tingyu also hurriedly said, "Ha!" He Yangwang snorted and ignored Bai Tingyu, but instead said to Chensu, "A bottle that's not full, half a bottle that's wobbling, says the likes of you. Look again, is this a ruby from Mozambique? This is emerald, a superb red jadeite from Burma. This is impossible." Chan Su shouted, not believing it at all. "I've seen red fei. The color is lighter than this, and this ruby is on the darker side indoors, which is obviously a characteristic of Mozambique rubies. How can it be red fei? That's because this red fei the quality is comparable to the glass seed emperor green, but rarer than the emperor green, the very best pigeon blood red. Have you seen it before?" He Yangwang faintly said. "This." Chen Su was suddenly speechless. "What? Don't believe it?" He Yangwang laughed faintly. "Mozambique is indeed rich in rubies, but the rubies there have smaller particles, and 10 red 9 cracks, and can only be used as ordinary medium and high-grade jewelry. Even if the surface is not cracked, under a strong light, some traces can be found. You use a strong flashlight to see. Can there be a trace of cracks on this red jadeite?" Chensu hastily took the flashlight and shone it at the ruby. His eyes were even staring into Bull's eyes, not sparing every tiny detail. As a result, it ended up disappointing Chensu. This ruby, that is, the very best red fei, all in one. There is not a trace of what He Yangwang said. When the people in the villa saw Chensu's reaction, where could they not guess the result? "Yangwang, according to you, this disc dragon hairpin, how much can it be sold for?" Bai Shuexin asked carefully. He Yangwang pondered slightly and said, "Priceless. Based on the material of the dragonstone species alone, if sent for auction, the starting price should be around $30 million. However, the truly precious thing about this disc dragon hairpin is not the material of the dragonstone species, but the significance it represents. You know, this is a disc dragon hairpin that represents the imperial power, and there is evidence that it is more precious than the jade seal, and it can't be measured in money at all. It's just that the 100 million starting bid is low, therefore, priceless." Upon hearing this, there was another silence from the crowd. Who would have thought that Lu Zhang, a negative second generation, a poor boy who couldn't even pay his debts, would send such a priceless gift? Bai Tingyu looked incredulous, and then, she pinned her hopes on another gift from Lu Zhang, and hurriedly said, "Little auntie, take a look at this lion paperweight again. It shouldn't be suet jade, right? Oh, let me see." He Yangwang reluctantly put down the disc dragon hairpin. His eyes fell on the lion paperweight, but in his mouth, he asked Bai Tingyu, "How do you know it's not mutton fat jade?" Bai Tingyu rightfully said, "It's not like we've never seen a real sheepskin jade before." Just now, Shensu took out a piece that was much whiter than this. "Look, it's that guanyin." He Yangwang took another look at the sheepskin jade guanyin on the table and looked at Shensu. "What do you think?" Shensu thought for a moment and said, "This piece of suet jade guanyin, I bought it myself. The price at that time was 50,000 grams. The color and texture is the top of the suet jade, pure and flawless, warm and translucent. This paperweight is much worse than the one I have, both in color and texture. I think that it should not be worth much even if it is suet jade, right?" Chensu ultimately did not fill his words, only saying that the lion paperweight's texture was poor, without saying that it was a fake. When He Yangwang heard this, he almost laughed and looked at Chensu and said, "Who told you that the whiter the jade is, the better?" Chapter 29 Unrelated Persons. As soon as He Yangwang's words fell, Chensu's face instantly revealed a look of embarrassment. Just as He Yangwang had commented before, he was indeed a half-wit. When it came to jadeite, he was indeed more familiar with it. After all, he hadn't played a lot of gambling with other rich people in the past. But when it came to nephrite, he was an amateur, no different from anyone else except He Yangwang. In his impression, nephrite was the whiter the better, isn't it? Bai Tingyu asked for Chensu. "Of course not," He Yangwang said indifferently. "Sheepskin jade has a delicate texture, lustrous and moisturized luster, and is like congealed fat. making it the finest of soft jades. Many people think that the real sheep fat jade must be white, the whiter the better. This is actually a fallacy. Real sheepskin jade, or white yellowish, are possible. Only look at the appearance. In fact, it is difficult to distinguish the advantages and disadvantages of sheep fat jade, but it is not difficult to tell the difference. There is a simplest way. A good suet jade, in the candlelight, is soft and slightly yellowish light, like this kind. Saying that, Yangwang has taken out a lighter to light up, shown onto the suet jade paperweight. Sure enough, as he said, the halo was soft and slightly yellowish, giving a very comfortable aesthetic, and a poor sheepskin jade, under candlelight, will show a slight light gray hue, like this. While speaking, Yangwang also moved his lighter to Chunsu's mutton jade guanyin. The crowd really saw that the jade goddess of mercy had a somewhat grayish glow, and although it was also soft, it was dwarfed by the paperweight just now. Yangwang put away the lighter and said to Chunsu, "This jade goddess of mercy is indeed suet jade, but it's just ordinary goods. The price should be at 6,000 yuan a gram. You've been cheated." Upon hearing this, Chunsu's face instantly turned red. He had originally used his own sheepskin jade to prove that what Lu Zheng had sent was inferior, but he had not expected that it would ultimately prove that his was inferior. This was really a case of pretending not to be able to smash his own feet. "Dad, then how much is this paperweight worth?" Jeja blinked her eyes and asked. 51 million. Yangwang said indifferently, directly quoting a very accurate price. "Little auntie, you can't be mistaken, right? This paperweight, even if it's sheepskin jade, it's not that expensive, right? Why don't you take another look?" Bai Tingyu said undeterred. Yangwang waved his hand and said, "No need to look. I've seen this paperweight before. In the autumn auction held by Jiashi last year, this paperweight was the grand finale. The person responsible for the appraisal was me." Upon hearing this, the crowd came to a sudden realization. No wonder, with just one look at this paperweight, Yangwang had determined that it was actually a top-grade suet jade. No wonder, Yangwang was able to accurately name the price of this paperweight. In the next moment, the crowd then looked at Lu Zhang once again. Bai Tingyu's eyes were so jealous that they were almost spitting fire. The first time her husband had made his first visit to the door, he had given her a gift of an alabaster pot worth $550,000. Previously, she had even bragged it out loud in front of everyone, deeply proud of it. But then she looked at what Lu Zhang had sent. One was a jadeite disc dragon hairpin of incalculable value, and the other, although not as good as the disc dragon hairpin, was still a treasure worth $50 million. Bai Tingyu only felt a hot flash on her cheeks, as if she had been slapped. "Little Lu Ah, this is where you're wrong. Since you're giving such an expensive gift, why didn't you say so? It almost made us misunderstand you," Bai Shuexin said in a complicated tone. "It's my fault. I will pay attention next time," Lu Zheng humbly said, a naive smile appearing on his face at the right time. The corners of Bai Shuexin's mouth twitched. There was a next time? Although the expression on Lu Zhang's face was naive and his tone was sincere, she always felt that Lu Zhang was pretending. Unfortunately, she had no proof. Bai Hongzhan, on the other hand, was so angry that his teeth itched, and when he saw this naive smile on Lu Zhang's face, he was reminded of the scene where he had just been squeezed off the stage by Lu Zhang. He couldn't wait to rush over and throw a punch at Lu Zhang's face. "There you go again. Why didn't I see you being naive just now? I do have a question for little Lu. I don't know if it's appropriate." Yangwang suddenly turned his head towards Lu Zhang and said with a straight face, "Little auntie, please speak." Lu Zhang hurriedly said, "I remember very clearly. This sheepskin jade paperweight was auctioned off by Nia's Jewelry's chairman, Nia Guoxiong, in last year's autumn auction, and was later given to his most beloved son, Nia Haoyu. I wonder how this paperweight came into your hands." Yangwang stared at Lu Zhang and said in a deep voice, "Right?" Bai Tingyu exclaimed in shock and also reacted, questioning loudly, "Lu Zhang, you yourself are a poor boy, and you still owe more than $100 million in debt. How could you possibly afford this paperweight, let alone the $100 million discus dragon pin?" He already said it was a gift from a friend. Bai Luotian coldly said, "Ha!" Bai Tingyu sneered and looked at Lu Zhang. "Lu Zhang, you're not going to say that that friend of yours is the young director of Nia's Jewelry, Nia Haoyu, are you?" "It is indeed Nia Haoyu." Lu Zhang nodded his head. "I pooh." Bai Tingyu directly yucked and said disdainfully, "If you knew Nia Haoyu, would you still have no money to pay off your debt? I think it's more like you stole this gift." When the people in the villa heard this, their gazes sank. Bai Tingyu's words were not without reason. To Nia Haoyu, everyone present was no stranger. Nia Haoyu was more than just Nia Guoxiong's son, it's also a famous young talent in Rongqing. Just last year, he and Bai Luotian were both selected as one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Rongqing. Although the top 10 outstanding youths of Rongqing is not an official award, It has a lot of authority in Rongqing, and has gained recognition from all walks of life in Rongqing. Even Chen Su, who was about to become the boss of a listed company, was not qualified to be selected. As for Bai Tingyu's old husband, Sun Xiang, he was even less qualified. If Lu Zheng really knew Niahaoyu and could get Niahaoyu to gift such a valuable treasure, it was unlikely that he would not even be able to pay off his debt by now. Kid, where exactly did you get these 2 items from? Don't be quick to make it clear. If you really stole them from Niahaoyu, you're in big trouble. Humph. Don't think that just because you're under the banner of Hongtu, you can flail around outside. If you offend Niaguoxiong, even Hongtu can't protect you. Bai Hongzhan sneered. Beside him, Bai Hongtu also frowned when he heard this. These 2 gifts, if Lu Zheng had really stolen them from Niahaoyu, it would really be a bit tricky. One Niahaoyu was nothing. Niaguoxiong was only a tycoon with a fortune comparable to his, so the 2 of them were considered to be half a caddy. Who will win or lose in a real fight is not yet known. However, the Nie family behind Niaguoxiong is not something he can resist. Niaguoxiong is not a tycoon who started from nothing. It is already considered a rich 3rd generation. Nie family, from Niaguoxiong grandfather's generation, will carry a big bag from Myanmar smuggling jadeite raw stone. At that time, it was much more chaotic than now. Almost can be said that the head tied to the waistband of the pants. At any time there is a danger of losing their lives. Niaguoxiong's grandfather is to rely on the sale of jadeite raw stone to make a fortune, and later founded the Nie's jewelry. By Niaguoxiong's generation, the Nie family had already branched out and flourished. Only Niaguoxiong this one. Niaguoxiong 3 brothers are not simple. Only because Niaguoxiong is the contemporary Nie family head, so it is the most famous. The assets are also the most abundant. In fact, Niaguoxiong's other 2 brothers were not much weaker than Niaguoxiong Rua. That wasn't even counting Niaguoxiong's other cousins. It could be said that although the Nie family was not yet a powerful plutocracy like the Su family, it had already begun to take shape as a powerful family. On the contrary, although Bai Hongtu's strength and fame were not inferior to Niaguoxiong's, he was frankly just a tycoon. 30 years ago, Bai Hongtu was still a pauper, still worrying about the starting capital for his business. Offending Niaguoxiong is the same as offending the Nie family, which is something that Hongtu has to avoid. Bai Hongtu knew this, and the other people present, other than Lu Zheng, knew this as well. At this moment, everyone's faces changed as they were looking at Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng said indifferently, as I said, these 2 gifts were given to me by Niahaoyu. You really don't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Bai Tingyu snorted coldly. Second uncle, you and second auntie don't recognize the son-in-law anyway. Don't you know Niaguoxiong? The way I see it, why don't we just hand him over to Niaguoxiong to dispose of? Not bad. I'm in favor of it. This person doesn't have any relationship with our Bai family at all. Bai Hongzhan immediately agreed. Second brother, our family doesn't have the strength to fight the Nie family. Bai Shuexian worried. Bai Hongtu frowned and did not speak. To Lu Zheng's surprise, when Shuxian, who had always disliked Lu Zheng, did not open her mouth at this time, and the expression on her face looked as if she was vaguely disdainful of the Nie family mentioned by Bai Hongzhan and the others. Chen Su, however, jumped out and said, Kid, if you still have some conscience, then get out of here. The Nie family's energy is not something you can imagine. No one will care if you make a fool of yourself, but please don't involve Mr. Bai. It's not up to you, an outsider, to say whether I get out or not. Lu Zheng said indifferently. You. Chen Su was instantly furious, but he was unable to refute Lu Zheng's words. Indeed, in the entire villa, he was the only one who was an outsider. He turned his head to Bai Luotian and said, General Manager Bai, you should be clear about the strength of the Nie family. Niaguoxiong is the contemporary head of the Nie family. Once you anger him, not only you, I'm afraid even Uncle Bai will suffer. Is it worth it for such a loser? Lu Zhang also looked at Bai Luotian, his gaze somewhat playful. It was as if he was saying, yes, is it worth it to offend Niaguoxiong for a waste like me? In his heart, on the other hand, he had already made up his mind that as long as Bai Luotian showed a hint of hesitation, he would turn around and leave. From then on, there would be no more relationship with Bai Luotian. Bai Luotian still had that cold and icy look, and not the slightest emotion could be seen from her face at all. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Bai Luotian faintly said, Lu Zhang is my husband. The person who should get out is not him. Tai. Chen Su's face instantly turned red, and he was tempted to turn around and leave at this point. However, in the end, he still held back. Mr. Bai, you're still not dead, are you? I happen to have some friendship with Niahaoyu and have his contact information. If you want, I can call Niahaoyu for confirmation, so that you can see the true face of this Lu Zhang with your own eyes. Chen Su shouted. Right, we must call, right now. Chen Su, tell Nieshao that this person has nothing to do with our Bai family. Bai Tingyu hastily chimed in. Then let's ask. I want to know what's going on as well. A faint voice rang out. The one who spoke was no one else but the true owner of this villa, Bai Hongtu. Before this, Bai Hongtu had always been smiling, giving off the feeling of a mudman, as if anyone could pinch him a few times. Even Bai Tinyu this younger generation in public squeeze, but also do not care. But at this moment, Bai Hongtu got serious, and with just this faint sentence falling, the entire villa was silent. At this moment, it was as if everyone felt an invisible sense of oppression. It was Bai Tinyu, who danced the most happily, who did not dare to talk nonsense at this moment. Chen Su's hand holding the cell phone froze, seeing that Bai Hongtu was staring at him as if he was being stared at by a hungry tiger. He only felt his scalp hairy and goosebumps rising. Until then, he realized that the man in front of him, who has not much presence all the time, is the silver fox? The silver fox who eats people without spitting out bones, who is a mighty figure in the business world of Rongqing. In the end, Chen Su still hard-headedly dialed out, Boye Xian. At this time, Nya Haoyu was sitting in his office, still feeling smug about giving Lu Zhang a heavy treasure. He could even imagine how shocked Lu Zhang would be when he learned of the true value of that jadeite disc dragon hairpin. Brother is a low-key person, never leaves his name when doing good deeds. Nya Haoyu heatedly giggled. It was as if he had already envisioned the next time they met. Lu Zhang standing in front of him, looking at him with a deep feeling on his face, and patting his chest, saying, "Good brother, double the paper, for life." Ha ha. Nya Haoyu couldn't help but laugh out loud when he thought of his satisfaction. This investment, it's too damn cost-effective. Bell. Right at this moment, a sharp ringing of the phone rang, pulling Nya Haoyu back to reality from his extreme YY. I'm Nya Haoyu. Who is it? Nya Haoyu frowned rather unpleasantly. Hello, young Nya, this is Chen Su. Seeing that the call was connected, Chen Su hurriedly said, Chen Su? Don't recognize. Do you still have something to do? I'll hang up if there's nothing. Nya Haoyu said irritably. Cough. Lin family villa. Chen Su was being watched by the crowd and was just about to catch up with Nya Haoyu. When he heard Nya Haoyu's words, he almost choked to death on his own saliva. Hearing that Nya Haoyu was about to hang up the phone, Chen Su hurriedly blocked it. Wait, Nya Xiao. I'm Chen Xuanfeng's son. There's something I need to find you. I heard that you have a sheepskin jade lion paperweight. May I ask that paperweight? Is it still in your hands? Oh, so it's you. Hearing Chen Su report himself, Nya Haoyu then remembered Chen Su, followed by a jolt, steeply stood up from the chair. Wait, you said Sua jade lion paperweight? You are Lu Xiao's friend? Yes, it's that paperweight. Young Nya, was this paperweight of yours stolen? Ha ha, don't worry, Xiao Nya, we've got this furry thief under control. I'll immediately have someone send him over to you. What? What did you say? Lu Xiao? Chen Su spoke to himself, and when he heard Nya Haoyu's later words, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. On the other hand, Nya Haoyu heard Chen Su's words, but anxious eyes, stealing your sister paperweight and hairpin are lousy sent to Luless. Do you know how to speak human language? Believe it or not, I will cut you. Nya Haoyu was really anxious. He had already guessed the problem. I'm afraid that the two antiques he had given to Lu Zhang were recognized by Lu Zhang's father-in-law's family and they thought that Lu Zhang had stolen them, which led to this call. He even guessed that Lu Zhang was most likely listening on the side right now. Thinking of this, Nya Haoyu hurriedly shouted into the phone, Who the hell are you? Old me doesn't recognize you at all. Yes, no, Lu Xiao. I really don't know him. After saying that, he hurriedly hung up the phone as if he was avoiding the plague. Chen Su listened to the busy tone coming from his cell phone and was dumbfounded, thinking that he had really made a wrong call. He picked up his cell phone to take a look and made sure that it was Nya Haoyu who was right, not a comedian. Just then, Lu Zhang's cell phone rang, and it was none other than Nya Haoyu who called. Lu Zhang answered it in front of everyone, while nodding his head. Okay, I know. When he raised his head, he realized that the crowd was looking at him. At this moment, the crowd also had different expressions. Anyone could hear that the voice that Nya Haoyu had roared at the end just now was not meant for Chen Su, but rather for Lu Zhang who was listening on the sidelines. The three words Nya Haoyu displayed on the caller ID of Lu Zhang's cell phone just now could not escape the eyes of everyone present. Lu Zhang actually knew Nya Haoyu. Moreover, that antique worth hundreds of millions of dollars was really a gift from Nya Haoyu. How could this be possible? However, the fact was that they could not believe it. Ahem. It seems that I have misunderstood Mr. Lu, Chen Su said with an embarrassed face. Ha ha. Bai Hongzhan laughed and came out to say, since it was a misunderstanding, it's good that it's lifted. Isn't this quite good? It has cleared Lu Zhang's name. Is it time to start the meal? Yes, let's eat. Let's eat. My stomach has been hungry for a long time. He Yongwang said hurriedly. He was also quite embarrassed at this moment. Bai Shuexin and the others all nodded their heads. Bai Luotian, on the other hand, stared at Chen Su and coldly said, irrelevant personnel. is it time to leave? Chapter 30, Bohemia Mansion. Chen Su, despite being thick-skinned enough, under the gaze of Bai Luotian's icy gaze, he didn't have the face to continue relying on it, and after saying a few words about the scene, he awkwardly excused himself and left. Today, he can be regarded as a disgraceful ing. Open the door to the disgrace. Disgrace to the home. When Chen Su left the villa, the crowd started to take their seats under the greeting of Bai Hongtu, and right at this moment, Lu Zheng's phone rang again. The one who called was none other than Xiao Yuruo. Lu Zheng, can you come pick me up? Xiao Yuruo, who was on the cell phone, seemed to be slurring her words a bit. Lu Zheng froze, and subconsciously asked, have you been drinking? Drank some, Xiao Yuruo said with some drunkenness. Lu Zheng's brows furrowed, as if he had already felt the pungent smell of alcohol through the cell phone. Xiao Yuruo's slurred speech did not look like she had drunk some. If Lu Zheng remembered correctly, Xiao Yuruo should have gone to her best friend's birthday banquet tonight. Previously, Xiao Yuruo had also wanted him to accompany her. Send me the address. I'll go there now. Lu Zheng thought about it and said anyway. In the middle of the night, Xiao Yuruo was a girl outside, still drunk, and surrounded by some messy people. It was really not very safe. Okay, thanks. Xiao Yuruo nodded her head. After hanging up the phone, a message was soon sent to Lu Zheng's cell phone. Xiao Lu, what are you still standing there for? Come over and sit. At the dining table, Bai Hongtu greeted Lu Zheng who was standing. It can't be that you want us to go over and invite you, right? This rack is too big. Bai Tingyu sneered. Lu Zheng ignored Bai Tingyu's mockery, but instead walked forward and said to Mr. and Mrs. Bai Hongtu, Uncle and Auntie, I'm sorry, I've come across something, so I'm afraid I won't be able to eat. Upon hearing Lu Zheng's words, everyone was stunned and all looked at Lu Zheng. Bai Hongtu frowned slightly, and when Xu Xian's face, which had just eased, once again went cold, Bai Luotian looked at Lu Zheng and said, it's important? Aha. Lu Zheng nodded. Lu Zheng, you wouldn't not know what this meal means today. What can be more important than this meal? Speak it out and let everyone hear it as well. Bai Tingyu said in a conspiratorial manner, but in her heart, she was pleased to the core. This Lu Zheng was simply a little master of death. Lu Zheng ignored Bai Tingyu, but instead apologized to Mr. and Mrs. Bai Hongtu once again. Uncle and Auntie, I'm sorry, yet there was no explanation. Mr. and Mrs. Bai Hongtu, who were Bai Luotian's parents, were his nominal in-laws. For him to leave at this time did somewhat embarrass the two, but he had a reason why he had to leave, a reason that obviously couldn't be said in public, so he could only say he was sorry. As for Bai Tingyu, she was nothing more than a clown in his eyes. Such a person was disgusting, but not uncommon. Simply ignore them as flies. Boom! Just as Lu Zheng's words fell, and before Mr. and Mrs. Bai Hongtu could say anything, Bai Hongzhan, who had been silent, directly slapped the table. Kid, do you know how many people want to come here but can't even enter the gate? Don't think that just because you gave a gift that's worth a little money, you can be unselfish. These two items are nothing to my Bai family. Bai Hongzhan pointed at Lu Zheng and chided. I didn't leave on purpose, but I had a reason why I had to leave. Lu Zheng frowned. Bai Shuexin was displeased. Little Lu, this is where you are wrong. This is the first time you have come to the door. Although we are all family, if you leave at this time, where will you let Luotian's parents' face go? What family? Second uncle and second aunt didn't recognize him, Bai Tingyu said in a conspiratorial manner. Maybe certain people are harboring grudges just because of this, and are purposely embarrassing second uncle and second aunt. I don't care what your reasons are. If you dare to leave this door, you will no longer have any relationship with my Bai family, Bai Hongzhan said in a cold voice. Go! A faint voice rang out. The one who spoke was none other than Bai Luotian. Lu Zheng nodded his head and said to Mr. and Mrs. Bai Hongtu, Uncle and Auntie, I was rude this time. Some other day, I will make amends to you. After saying that, he turned around and left towards the door. When Bai Hongzhan saw that Lu Zheng had actually ignored him, he was so furious that his body was already shaking as he roared. Eldest, you see, what kind of attitude is this? Arrogant, domineering, and disrespectful. With this kind of person, you still want to be our Bai family's son-in-law? I will never agree. Big brother is right. I also don't think he's worthy of Luotian. Bai Shuexin nodded. He's hugged Nia Haoyu's thigh, so of course he can leave us out of it. Bai Tingyu bristled. Nia Haoyu is nothing. Even if Nie Guoxiang was here, he wouldn't dare humiliate our Bai family like this. Bai Hongzhan slapped the table and said angrily. Crunch! Bai Luotian steeply stood up, causing the chair to make an ear-piercing scuffling sound on the floor due to his excessive force. Bai Hongzhan and the others were all startled by this sudden movement of Bai Luotian, and the words that came out of their mouths were held back in shock. Bai Hongzhan said in annoyance, Luotian, what do you mean by this? You're going to slap the table with elder uncle me? Bai Shuexin also had a displeased look on her face. Luo Shun, if he cared about you in his heart, wouldn't he have left at this time? You still want to defend him? Bai Luotian swept her gaze over the several people and said in an icy tone. You guys say he has no one in his sight, but from the time he entered until now, have you guys ever given him an ounce of respect? As the words fell, Bai Luotian turned around and left, leaving the group of people where they were and walking towards the outside of the villa alone. The entire villa fell silent. Bai Hongzhan's face was stiff, while Bai Shuexin had a sardonic look on her face. These two words from Bai Luotian could be said to have torn down all their disguises. A ruler is a ruler. A minister is a minister. A father is a father. And a son is a son. If a ruler treats his ministers like hands and feet, then he treats him like his heart. If a ruler treats his ministers like dirt and mustard, then he treats him like an enemy. You yourself do not have the appearance of an elder, yet you turn around and ask others to respect you. You hit someone on the left side of his face and question him why he doesn't put his right side over? Is that possible? Ridiculous was more like it. When Bai Luotian was out of the villa, Bai Hongzhan became annoyed and said, Elder brother, look at this. This is your daughter. Alright, big brother, it's just 2 kids. You don't need to get angry with them. When Shuxian spoke up, upon hearing this, Bai Hongzhan grunted twice, venting his dissatisfaction but no longer complaining. He could be carefree in front of his own brother, but towards the sibling, he was fearful from the bottom of his heart. Villa entrance. Lu Zhang was still thinking about how to find Xiao Yuruo. You can't get a taxi here. Bai Luotian came next to Lu Zhang and said, Why did you come out? Lu Zhang said with a surprised look on his face. Bai Luotian did not answer, but stared at Lu Zhang and asked, Those 2 gifts, did Nya Haoyu really send them to you? Of course. Lu Zhang nodded his head. What conditions did you promise him? Bai Luotian asked again. Ha, what did you say? Lu Zhang asked in surprise. Bai Luotian said coldly, Don't play dumb. Nya Haoyu will not do a business that loses money. He must have something in mind when he gave you such an expensive gift. Either he sees something in you, or he wants you to do something for him. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang realized what Bai Luotian meant and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This ice beauty, who looked like an iceberg, did not expect to care about people as well. This was because she was afraid that he would be pitted by Nya Haoyu. You're being overly concerned. I've done Nya Haoyu a favor before. These 2 items, he gave them to me as a token of appreciation. A sort of honorarium. Lu Zhang explained with a smile. Really? Bai Luotian was still a bit disbelieving, saying, 1,000 times true. Lu Zhang firmly said. Only then did Bai Luotian nod her head, seemingly believing Lu Zhang's words, and urged, in the future, have less contact with people like Nya Haoyu. These people, none of them have simple minds, so you be careful of being sold. Aha! Lu Zhang was busy nodding his head. The next moment, he reacted furiously. That wasn't the right thing to say. What do you mean? Are you saying that I am simple-minded? Lu Zhang said with a speechless face. Bai Luotian had a cold face and did not explain, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly. This guy, he wasn't too stupid. How much are those 2 gifts in total? Count me in. The gifts won't be returned to you. Bai Luotian once again said. Lu Zhang waved his hand, just before saying no need. Anyway, the gifts were from Nya Haoyu, not him, so it wouldn't hurt to give them away. Before he could say anything, Bai Luotian seemed to have guessed what he was going to say and coldly said, I don't want to owe favors. Lu Zhang thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure exactly how much it's worth. How about this? I'll tell you after I ask Nya Haoyu. How about it? Yes. Bai Luotian nodded and handed Lu Zhang the car keys. You can't get a cab here. Take my car. After saying that, she had already turned around and returned to the villa. Lu Zhang pressed the car key, and with a glance, he spotted Bai Luotian's car, a white Porsche Panamera, and after getting into the car, drove away from the Lin family villa. Zheng Mansion, located in the busiest section of downtown Rongcheng, it was the most prestigious leisure club in Rongcheng, and at the same time, it was also a veritable grotto of gold. Here, the per capita spending was measured in tens of thousands. Spending tens of millions of dollars a night is only considered normal. The club practiced a membership system and was not open to the public. All the members are either rich, expensive, or both. If you don't have $100 million, you can't even reach the minimum threshold for membership here. Unless they are brought in, outsiders cannot enter at all. As for sneaking in, or forcing their way in, since the establishment of the Bohemia Mansion, nothing like this has ever happened. To be able to build this leisure club covering several acres of land in the center of Rongcheng, the energy of the club owner can be imagined. As long as one is not stupid, no one would do such a thing. Even if someone was determined to find death, it would be impossible to break in. The clubhouse's bodyguards would teach him how to behave. Today, Xiao Yurua's friend is organizing a birthday party here. Of course, It was only in the outermost building number 3, the higher level building 2. Without $1 billion, you don't even have the qualifications to enter. Wanting to enter building 1, that was no longer something that could be done with money. The one who organized the birthday banquet was not Xiao Yurua's best friend, but her childhood playmate, who hadn't seen her for many years. Meeting again, Xiao Yurua was also very happy. Under the persuasion of her playmate, she also drank some wine. Originally, she still had a good capacity for alcohol, but even if she had a good capacity for alcohol, she couldn't afford to mix all kinds of alcohol. By the time she realized it, she already had some drunkenness. In order to avoid persuasion to drink, she only had to excuse herself to go to the bathroom. After hesitating for a long time in the bathroom, she made the call to Lu Zheng. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yurua stayed in the bathroom for a while longer, washing her face with cold water to sober herself up a bit before returning to the banquet hall. Yurua, where did you run off to? My sister has been looking for you for half a day. A beautifully dressed girl ran over and pulled Xiao Yurua's arm, enthusiastically saying, this person was Xiao Yurua's childhood playmate, Qi Xiang. Later on, Qi Xiang's family left the country, and the two of them broke contact until recently. Quickly sit down, everyone is waiting for you. Saying this, Qi Xiang pressed Xiao Yurua into the seat next to her. Come on, beauty Xiao, I'll toast you again. A chubby boy with black-framed glasses picked up the red wine on the table and said, sorry, I'm already a bit drunk. I can't drink anymore. Xiao Yurua said in a hurry. Beauty Xiao, this can't be done. The banquet has only started. How can you stop drinking? A boy said. Yes, Beauty Xiao, you won't not give this face, right? The man with glasses hastily agreed. Qi Xiang came close to Xiao Yurua's ear and squeezed her eyes. Yurua, there's a big shot coming in a while. What is the Zheng mansion? You should have heard of it. Sister being able to hold her birthday banquet here is all thanks to this person. In a while, you remember to toast this person a few more times, if you can. Sorry, I'm late. Without waiting for Qi Xiang to finish her words, the door to the banquet hall was pushed open. A handsome young man who looked to be in his 20s and was dressed in an Armani appeared, smiling and apologizing to the crowd. Yeah, Young Jai, it's Young Jai who's here. Young Jai, it's not late at all. When the people in the banquet hall saw this youth, they all stood up and greeted each other. Qi Xiang had already forcefully pulled Xiao Yurua up and came in front of the youth and laughed. Young Jai, you've finally come. People still thought that you had released the pigeon. Ha ha, there are some temporary matters. Jai Xiao laughed, and when he saw Xiao Yurua standing next to him, his eyes lit up and asked, ha, who is this beauty? Why haven't I seen her before? Xiao Jai, this is my best friend Xiao Yurua. She has heard of your great name, Jai Xiao, for a long time and is looking forward to meeting you this time. Qi Xiang hurriedly introduced her. As she said that, she also attached her ear to Xiao Yurua and said, Yurua, this is the big shot that my sister just told you about. The son of the chairman of the Wanding Group, Jai Xiao. Jai Xiao's father is a billionaire, so you should seize the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yurua's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Seize the opportunity? Seize what opportunity? She wasn't stupid, so she naturally understood Qi Xiang's meaning. Hello Yurua, I am Jai Jin. Jai Jin extended his hand rather gentlemanly and introduced himself. Hello Jai Xiao, you should still call me Xiao Yurua. Xiao Yurua shook her head and did not bother to shake Jai Jin's hand. She already wanted to leave. Jai Xiao, my bestie is a bit shy. Don't mind it, please sit down quickly. Qi Xiang hurriedly rounded up the situation and invited Jai Jin to take a seat at the main table. The girl who sat on the other side of Xiao Yurua earlier had already had the sense to move her seat out of the way. After Jai Jin was seated, the atmosphere once again returned to lively. The main character of the banquet, however, had changed from Qi Xiang to Jai Jin. Quite a few people in the surroundings were frequently coming to toast to Jai Jin. Yurua, let's have a drink together. Jai Jin picked up a cup of wine and said to Xiao Yurua with a smile. This sentence immediately attracted countless gazes over. Some of the girls looked at Xiao Yurua and were almost crazy with jealousy. Ever since Jai Jin came in, it had always been others who toasted him. This was the first time that Jai Jin toasted someone else. Yurua, what are you still standing there for? Young Jai is toasting you. This is a great honor. Why don't you have a drink? Qi Xiang anxiously urged. Xiao Yurua was already a little drunk, and at this time, she realized Qi Xiang's purpose. So where would she drink again? Shaking her head, she said, sorry Jai Xiao, I'm already a little drunk. Xiao Yurua's words fell, and the entire banquet hall was silent. Jai Jin's hand holding the wineglass froze in midair, and the smile on his face also froze at the same time, his eyes revealing a cold color. Boom! A youth at the same table slammed the table and pointed at Xiao Yurua and cursed. Xiao Yurua, what the hell do you think you are? Jai Xiao toasted to you because he looks up to you. Don't know how to appreciate yourself, thinking that you have some good looks. You think you're a fairy who doesn't eat the fire of the earth? Don't you look at yourself to see if you're worthy? A girl at the same table sneered. If it wasn't for Jai Xiao, you wouldn't have been able to enter this place in your life. What qualifications do you have to pin down Jai Xiao? Drink or get out. The others no longer had the smiling faces from before, and each of them spoke evilly as if Xiao Yuruo had done something heinous. Xiao Yuruo's pretty face flushed red and she was about to get up and leave, but she was caught by Qi Xiang in a death grip. Yuruo, what do you want me to say about you? What kind of character is Jai Xiao? It's a blessing for you to be taken in by him. Why don't you make amends to Jai Xiao? Qi Xiang urges anxiously. I already have a boyfriend, Xiao Yuruo coldly said, feeling that this childhood playmate in front of her was unprecedentedly strange. Jai Jin's face also went cold as he looked at Xiao Yuruo and said, it's just a glass of wine. Yuruo, you won't even give this face, right? I said, I already have a boyfriend. Xiao Yuruo frowned. Yuruo, this pretext of yours is too insincere. Jai Jin laughed. Since you said you have a boyfriend, then just call him here. Saying that, Jai Jin smiled playfully and boiled himself. In this wrong city, Jai Jin, think I still have some face. Even if your boyfriend is here, I think he won't refuse you to drink this cup with me. Yeah, didn't you say you have a boyfriend? Then call him. If you can't call him, you must make amends to Jai Xiao. Immediately, someone echoed Jai Jin. What are you waiting for? Quickly call your boyfriend to come. I'm afraid his boyfriend will be scared on the spot when he hears Jai Xiao's name. The crowd burst into laughter. Don't rush her. I guess she's debating which boyfriend to call, a girl said without any mischief. Xiao Yuruo's pretty face was red and full of anger. Standing there, neither leaving nor staying, Qi Xiang pulled Jai Jin's arm, fawningly smiled and said, Jai Xiao, don't be angry. Where does Yuruo have any boyfriend? I'll let her make amends to you. Saying this, he raised his hand and was going to press Xiao Yuruo's head. Who is it that wants to see me? Just as Qi Xiang's words fell, a faint voice sounded at the entrance of the banquet hall. Chapter 31. You have no face with me. This sudden appearance of a voice caused the crowd to freeze, and subconsciously turned their heads to see a young man walk in through the doorway. This person was none other than Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng. Seeing Lu Zheng, Xiao Yuruo was instantly overjoyed, and she hurriedly broke away from the hand that was being grabbed by Qi Xiang and ran towards Lu Zheng. Is everything alright? Lu Zheng looked at Xiao Yuruo and asked. It's fine. Xiao Yuruo shook her head, an unspeakable joy in her heart, not realizing that Lu Zheng had come in such a timely manner. Just now, she had been besieged by the crowd, hurling insults and taunts, and the situation where she was surrounded by enemies everywhere she looked gave birth to an unprecedented feeling of powerlessness, and this feeling, with Lu Zheng's arrival, instantly dissipated. When Qi Xiang saw Xiao Yuruo grabbing Lu Zheng's arm, she immediately became anxious and ran over after him, rushing at Lu Zheng and drinking. Who are you? Who let you in? He's my boyfriend, Xiao Yuruo coldly said. Nonsense. When did you have a boyfriend? How come I don't know? Qi Xiang exclaimed. Am I familiar with you? Xiao Yuruo coldly said. Qi Xiang's breath stuttered. Speaking of which, she and Xiao Yuruo were really familiar, but that was when the two were young. Nowadays, they really weren't familiar. Right at this moment, Jai Jin opened his mouth and said indifferently, since we all know each other, then let's sit together. Xiao Yuruo ignored this and instead grabbed Lu Zheng. Let's go. Here, she did not want to stay for a second longer. Back when she was surrounded by the crowd, Qi Xiang not only didn't help her, but instead took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire by making her toast to Jai Jin. This person, then, had already been removed from her friends. There's no rush. Lu Zheng let out a light laugh. Since people have kindly invited us, wouldn't it be too rude for us to just leave? With that said, under Xiao Yuruo's puzzled gaze, Lu Zheng pulled Xiao Yuruo back again. He, on the other hand, pulled out a chair without being seen and sat between Xiao Yuruo and Jai Jin, just now outside. Although he had only heard part of it, he had guessed what had happened to Xiao Yuruo. Fortunately, he had promised Xiao Yuruo that he would come to pick her up. Otherwise, Xiao Yuruo was afraid that it would be difficult for her to leave in one piece today. A group of people actually pulled down their faces to surround a girl, and their words were so vicious. If they just took Xiao Yuruo away, wouldn't it be too cheap for them? Yes, Lu Zheng stayed behind to retrieve this honor for Xiao Yuruo. Seeing Lu Zheng's actions, Jai Jin was a little surprised, his gaze sizing up Lu Zheng's body with a hint of coldness in his eyes. However, Jai Jin was also quite sophisticated, and did not have a fit on the spot. Instead, he smilingly said to Lu Zheng, what is the name of the brother? My humble self, Jai Jin. People who are familiar with me call me Jai Xiao. The Wanding group in Rongqing is my family's. Lu Zheng, just like you Ruo, still in school. As if he did not hear the meaning in Jai Jin's words, Lu Zheng said indifferently, "So it's a student. No wonder." Jai Jin looked Lu Zheng up and down and pulled a long tone, while his face had a look of sudden realization. "Ha ha, kid, you haven't been to such a high-end place before, right? Remember to eat more later." The man with glasses who had previously toasted Xiao Yurua and was rejected laughed out loud. "If you can't finish it, you can pack it up and take it away. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to eat again in this life." Another person teased, causing a burst of laughter. Xiao Yuerua's face was ugly, and she somewhat regretted calling out to Lu Zheng to pick herself up. Now it was good that Lu Zhang was also mocked along with her. Lu Zheng, however, did not change his color and said lightly, "I really haven't been here before." He had heard of the great name of the Purple Bohemia Mansion before, especially among those rich second-generation people. It was boasted to be divine. The fact that he was able to enter this place smoothly was, to put it mildly, all thanks to Bai Luotian's car. The bodyguards at the entrance, after seeing Bai Luotian's car, seemed to recognize it and directly let it through. A smile also appeared on Jai Jin's face. Previously, he had thought that Lu Zhang was a character, which was why he had not flipped out rashly. At this moment, after 2 attempts, he could already ascertain that Lu Zhang was simply an insignificant little person. "Mr. Lu must be graduating soon. When you graduate, are you interested in coming to work at Wanding? I can make the call and let you start directly as a supervisor." Jai Jin smiled and said. Shi Xiang seemed to have guessed Jai Jin's intentions and hurriedly said to Lu Zhang, "Hey, didn't you hear what Mr. Jai said? Wanding isn't for just anyone. Why don't you hurry up and thank Xiao Lu?" Lu Zhang ignored Shi Xiang and looked at Jai Jin. "What about the conditions?" Dealing with smart people is just easy." Jai Jin smiled. "Just now, I told you Ruo that in this wrong city, I, Jai Jin, still have some face. Even if you were here, you wouldn't refuse me a drink with you Ruo. My condition is very simple. Just let you Ruo have a drink with me. Of course, it has to be a cross-cup drink. How about that? It's simple, right? Ha ha." Jai Jin's words fell and immediately caused a burst of laughter and hoots. There were also a few people who even whistled. Xiao Yu Ruo, on the other hand, was so angry that her pretty face turned red. Shi Xiang pushed Xiao Yu Ruo's shoulder and said with an envious face, "You Ruo, didn't you hear what Jai Xiao said? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and drink with Jai Xiao? Go away. I don't know you." Xiao Yu Ruo coldly said. "You," Shi Xiangqi almost cursed. If it wasn't for the fact that Jai Jin couldn't see her, wouldn't she have given up this opportunity for a fish to leap through the dragon gate to Xiao Yu Ruo, and would have long ago pasted up herself? "Humph, you Ruo, what future can you have if you follow this poor boy around? Look at the clothes he's wearing. All together, can it be $500? I'm doing this for your own good. Do you really want to follow him and suffer for the rest of your life?" Shi Xian yelled. Xiao Yuerua, however, was already too lazy to reply to her. Lu Zheng's expression remained unchanged as he looked straight at Jai Jin and nodded. "It is indeed very simple. However, I refuse." And Jai Jin's face clouded, his eyes carrying a touch of sternness as he said in a deep voice, "What? You won't even give this bit of face?" Lu Zhang let out a light laugh, pointed at Jai Jin, then pointed at himself, and said indifferently, "You, in my place, have no face." Snap! Jai Jin stood up abruptly, smashed the wine glass in his hand on the ground fiercely, and rolled his eyes. "Grass, give face to face, right? I might as well make it clear to you. I just have my eyes on your woman. Either, now give lousy get out of here. Either." Snap! Without waiting for him to finish his words, a cup of red wine directly splashed on Jai Jin's face, causing Jai Jin's later words to be held back. "Isn't that so?" Lu Zhang shook the empty wine glass in his hand and said indifferently. Jai Jin looked at Lu Zhang, his eyes wide open with disbelief. He, actually, was splashed with red wine? The people in the banquet hall were also dumbfounded, and one froze in place. After Qi Xiang reacted, as if he had gone mad, he pointed at Lu Zhang and cursed, "You're ing crazy. How dare you splash Jai Xiao? Bastard! You seek death yourself. Don't drag us into it." Good, very good." Jai Jin did not bother to wipe the red wine on his face, but stared at Lu Zhang and sneered, "As long as I've grown up, you're still the first one who dares to splash red wine on my face." Snap! Without waiting for him to finish, another cup of red wine smashed on his face. Lu Zhang looked at Jai Jin and asked with a concerned expression, "Now, are you used to it?" Jai Jin's entire body froze. Qi Xiang also froze. Everyone in the banquet hall was frozen. It was Xiao Yuruo, who also covered her small mouth with a face of disbelief. Spicy next door. Jai Jin was so angry that he was gasping for air, feeling like his lungs were going to explode. Again, it's not even if he was splashed with red wine. He was even splashed by the same person twice in a row. After splashing it, the other person even asked him if he was used to it. "You're ing looking for death. In the next second, Jade steeply shouted, and as soon as he copied the red wine bottle on the table, he smashed it towards Lu Zheng's head. With this all-out strike, it could be said that he had exerted all the strength he could muster. The expression on Jade face was hideous, as if he could see the scene of Lu Zheng being hit on the head and falling to the ground in the next second. As for whether Lu Zheng was dead or alive under this blow, he did not care. So what if he was killed? With his family's strength and Rongqing, he could still take care of it. At most, he would just go to the police station to go through the motions, as if he was experiencing life. However, in the next second, the expression on Jai-Jin's face stiffened, and the pupils in his eyes suddenly contracted into two dots. He only felt a pain in his wrist, and the bottle in his hand had already reached Lu Zheng's hand. How did you do that? Jai-Jin said with some disbelief. He hadn't even seen Lu Zheng make a move, and the wine bottle, it had just arrived in Lu Zheng's hands? Snap! What answered him was a loud slap. Lu Zheng slapped his backhand, directly knocking Jai-Jin to the ground, and a mournful scream was emitted from his mouth. Just as the crowd was dumbfounded, Lu Zheng had already stood up, holding a red wine bottle as he looked down at Jai-Jin on the ground, his tone indifferent. You really like to give people scoops, don't you? Chapter 32 Su Ziyu. As Lu Zheng's words fell, the entire room fell silent, as if Jai-Jin had guessed what Lu Zheng was going to do. His face was filled with panic. What are you going to do? I'm warning you, my father is the chairman of the Wan Ding group. If you dare to touch me, not only you, but all those who are related to you will be in bad luck. Shi Xiang was filled with fear and screamed shrilly. Stop it, bastard! You crazy scumbag! Do you know what you're doing? You're going to get us all killed. Bastard! Let go of Zhai Xiao. You're asking for your own death. Don't drag us down with you. Stop it. The others also reacted and yelled in terror. Lu Zheng, however, acted as if he didn't hear them, not moving at all, only looking down at Jai-Jin with a surprisingly calm expression on his face. You Ruo, you quickly stop him. If something happens to Zhai Xiao here, none of us will end up well. Before we make a big mistake, as long as he kowtows to Xiao Zhai and admits his mistake, Xiao Zhai won't take it out on us. Shi Xiang grabbed Xiao Yu Ruo's arm and urged. Pa! Just as her words fell, the wine bottle in Lu Zheng's hand had already smashed on Jai-Jin's head. Jai-Jin screamed miserably, covering his forehead in pain. In the next second, blinding blood flowed down his fingers. Shi Xiang was dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body was dumbfounded, with a shocked expression on his face. The others, likewise, were petrified in place. That wasn't intimidation. Lu Zheng actually made a move and smashed the bottle on Jai-Jin's head. In an instant, the crowd only felt as if the sky was about to collapse, a feeling of the heavens spinning. Bastard! My lady will fight you. A female who had previously sat at the same table as Xiao Yurua screamed and grabbed at Lu Zheng's face. Splat! Lu Zheng backhanded a slap on its face, knocking it to the ground. Its small face, which was still fairly decent, bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye. The others had wanted to rush up and use this to clear the air with Lu Zheng. However, when they saw that Lu Zheng was actually not even soft on women, they all showed horror and no longer dared to come forward. Bastard! Are you still a human being? How dare you even hit a woman? The girl covered her cheeks and screamed with a resentful face. You're wrong. I never hit women. Lu Zheng shook his head and said with a serious face. Upon hearing this, the crowd was so angry that they almost cursed. I had never seen such a shameless one, opening his eyes and talking nonsense. He said it in such a way that even he believed it. If you didn't hit a woman, the slap marks on her face, could it be from yourself? Lu Zheng smiled and didn't bother to explain. It was true that he did not hit women. The reason he hit that person was because in Lu Zheng's eyes, she was not considered a woman at all. Of all the people who had mocked Xiao Yurua before, this was the one who had jumped the most and spoken the most viciously. At this moment, she even wanted to scratch his face on the strength of her womanhood. Lu Zheng felt sorry for her if he didn't whip her. Your name is Lu Zheng, right? Very well. How dare you hit me? You're a dead man. Wait for my revenge. Not only you, but all those related to you must die. Jai-Jin covered his head and roared with resentment. As long as he had grown up, he had never suffered such a big loss. At this moment, he was already calculating in his mind how he should torture Lu Zheng in order to get rid of this bad anger in his heart. Lu Zheng's face suddenly turned cold, and he turned his head to look at Jai-Jin with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. What do you want to do? Jai-Jin was startled by Lu Zheng's eyes, and his body just shivered. Peeing on the spot. Goon! Lu Zheng let out a light laugh. The killing intent from before had disappeared and was replaced by a look of contempt. He had only glared, not expecting the other party to pee here. Jai-Jin, on the other hand, had a face of shame and indignation as he growled. I'm dead, right? Lu Zheng interrupted Jai-Jin's words and laughed coldly. Your dependence is your old man, right? Good. I'll give you a chance. Call your old man to come over. I want to see if he can let me die. What? What did you say? Jai Jin's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Zhang with a look of disbelief. You heard correctly. Make the call. Call your old man over right now. Just say that I am waiting for him to come and get me killed. Lu Zhang indifferently said. That's what you said. Jai Jin clenched his teeth and immediately took out his cell phone and started dialing. The hand that was holding the phone trembled with excitement. He had thought that this revenge could not be avenged today. However, he did not expect that Lu Zhang would be arrogant enough to let him make the call. This is you seeking death. Jai Jin roared wildly in his heart, almost shouting in excitement. Soon, the call was connected. A slightly authoritative voice came from the phone. Xiao Jin, what is it? This person was none other than Jai Jin's oldest son, Jai Wanding, the chairman of the Wanding Group, as well as a super rich man worth tens of billions of dollars. Dad, save me. I'm about to be beaten to death. Come and save me. I'm in the banquet hall on the third floor of the Bohemia mansion. Jai Jin was busy yelling into his cell phone, yelling out all the information in one breath, fearing that Lu Zhang would backtrack and snatch his cell phone over. However, the truth was somewhat out of his expectation. Lu Zhang just stood there, not moving a muscle, letting him make the call. What? Who is so bold to even dare to touch my Jai Wanding's son? Wait, I'll be right over. Jai Wanding's angry roar came from the opposite side of the cell phone. In the next second, the other party took the initiative to hang up the phone. Hearing the busy tone coming from his cell phone, Jai Jin was however relieved. He had already passed on all the useful information. Now, he only needed to wait. It wouldn't take long for his old man to arrive and then dismantle Lu Zhang. Inside the banquet hall, it was quiet. The crowd looked at Lu Zhang, their faces filled with pleasure. It wouldn't be long before this madman in front of them would pay the price for his arrogance. Xiao Yurua, on the other hand, had worry written all over her face. You know you're afraid now? It's already too late. It won't take long for your boyfriend to be beaten to a dead dog. Shi Xiang sneered next to Xiao Yurua. Pretending to be a pussy with ability is called being awesome. Pretending without ability is called the Lu Zhang in front of her eyes. In her eyes is undoubtedly a man who beat up the son of the chairman of the Wanding Group. And even if he didn't run, he even let the other party ask for help. To make death, are not so able to make. At this moment, Shi Xiang's heart was no longer angry, but was instead happy to the extreme. Because, it wouldn't be long before she could see this bastard who had ruined her plans fall on his face and be dragged out of here like a dead dog. It was only a pity that her hope of climbing up to Jai Jin through Xiao Yurua had also fallen through. Thinking of this, Shi Xiang glared resentfully at Lu Zhang, and became more and more excited about what was going to happen next. The others, too, were similarly staring at Lu Zhang. The expressions on their faces were all gloating, as well as the same anticipation as Qi Xiang. Xiao Yurua ignored Qi Xiang's cynicism, already treating him as a stranger. She just stared at Lu Zhang, growing more and more worried. After hesitating for a moment, she finally took out her cell phone and dialed a number that she least wanted to call. This number, which was not in her contact list, had been memorized in her heart as early as 15 years ago, and had always been kept in mind, but had never been dialed. Soon, the call was connected. I'm Wen Ren Bing. Which one? A gentle female voice came from the cell phone, very pleasant to the ear, yet without losing its majesty. This kind of majesty was different from the kind of willful holding that Jai Wanding had just done, and it was more like an aura that the owner of the voice had been in a position of power for a long time, and had invariably cultivated. Hearing this extremely familiar, yet extremely unfamiliar voice, Xiao Yurua's body trembled, and her eyes moistened on the spot. Xiao Yurua did not speak. The next second, the cell phone is ringing clatter, as if the teacup was knocked over the sound, and then there is a noisy sound of busy hands and feet. Then, that voice will ring again, or as before the gentle, but no more majesty, but instead appear a little nervous. Careful, Yurua, you, finally willing to call Mom. Mom has been waiting for you to make this call for 15 years. Xiao Yurua's body trembled once again, and after all, she couldn't hold back her tears, which fell indisputably. Mom, I have something I want to ask for your help. Xiao Yurua forced herself to hold back her sobs and said softly, Good, you say, no matter what you want, Mom will promise you. The woman on the other side of the phone hurriedly agreed, her voice carrying undisguised joy. Mom, do you know about the Wanding Group? Xiao Yurua asked carefully. Wanding Group? You mean Rongqing Jai Wanding's Wanding Group? The woman on the other side of the cell phone asked. Xiao Yurua nodded her head busily. Yes, my friend beat up Jai Wanding's son. Now Jai Wanding is on his way here. Can you help him? Upon hearing this, the woman on the other side of the phone fell into silence for a moment before saying, That person, what's his relationship with you? Xiao Yurua glanced at Lu Zhang, before she clenched her teeth and said, He's my boyfriend. Break it off with him. The woman on the other side of the cell phone. Her voice suddenly turned cold. Why? Xiao Yurua was puzzled. The woman said in a warm voice, Yurua, there are some things that mom can't tell you right now. You wouldn't understand if she did. Wanding group is not as simple as it appears. In Rongcheng, if one offends the Wanding group, no one can save him. Could, not even you? Xiao Yurua said with a somewhat sad voice. The Wanding group. Mom hasn't looked at it in the eye, let alone Zhai Wanding. The forces behind him are not qualified to make mom scornful. However, mom is not going to make a move. The woman on the other side of the cell phone laughed, then her tone turned cold and said, Why? Xiao Yurua was puzzled. Because, that kid is not worthy of you. Not to mention Rome City, even in the entire southwest. No one is worthy of my Wenren Bing's daughter. The voice on the other end of the cell phone was overbearing and cold. If he dares to hit on you, it's a capital offense. Mom has already been merciful by not killing him. How could she possibly step in to save him? Mom! Xiao Yurua still wanted to speak. Just as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Wenren Bing. Yurua, don't say any more. Mom can promise you anything else, but only not this matter. He injured Zhai Wanding's son and is already doomed to be a dead man, so mom will not pursue him for your sake. You mustn't get involved in this matter. Of course, you don't have to be afraid. If Zhai Wanding dares to implicate you, remember to report mom's name. If he dares to touch a hair on your head, mom will kill 10 of his clans. Wenren Bing said, Mom, you just said that you promised me everything. Xiao Yurua's eyes were once again moist and she cried bitterly. Wenren Bing went against her previous softness. Her heart was cold as iron and said, Yurua, it might as well be clear with you. Mom has already arranged a marriage for you. Even if you don't call mom today, in a few days, mom will send someone to your dad's place to pick you up and bring you to the capital. So, just give up. Even if that kid doesn't die at the hands of Zhai Wanding, mom will make him disappear from this world. Mom, how can you be like this? Xiao Yurua said with a bit of a breakdown. How could she not expect that her call for help? Not only did it not help Lu Zheng, but instead, it was going to get Lu Zheng killed. Wenren Bing advised, Yurua, mom is doing this for your own good. The other half that mom has found for you is very good and comes from an extraordinary background. The family he belongs to is very old and powerful, but it is also very old-fashioned. If they know about that kid's existence, not only him, but even those close to him will be wiped out in this world. If you really want to do it for his good, get rid of him before it's too late. I hate you. You're not my mom. Xiao Yurua shouted and angrily hung up the phone, no longer able to hold back her crouching and crying bitterly. Ha, disappointed, right? I said that after offending Zhai Xiao, no one can save him. Qi Xiang came over and sneered. Lu Zhang glanced at Qi Xiang and said indifferently, if you dare to clamor again, I don't mind helping you keep your mouth shut. You. Qi Xiang was instantly furious, and when she saw Lu Zhang's icy gaze, she could not help but be startled and no longer dared to say anything more. Humph, let you be complacent first. When Zhai Dong comes, I'll see if you can still be arrogant. Qi Xiang gritted her teeth in her mind. Lu Zhang did not pay any more attention to Qi Xiang, but squatted down and patted Xiao Yurua's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Xiao Yurua raised her head and said with teary eyes, Lu Zhang, I'm sorry, I seem to have harmed you. Don't worry, I'm not one to be messed with. Zhai Wanding can't help me. Your mom, likewise, can't. Lu Zhang let out a light laugh and said unconcernedly. Xiao Yurua was stunned, somewhat in disbelief. You heard it all? Lu Zhang nodded with a smile. At the same time, the capital, in a heavily guarded mansion, an antique-colored study, a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, dressed in an ancient dress, with her hair coiled in a bun on her head, as if she was in an ink painting, was holding her cell phone in a daze, seemingly caught up in memories of the past, with an expression on her face that was sometimes sad, sometimes gentle, and sometimes deplorable. This person, whose appearance looked similar to Xiao Yurua's, was Xiao Yurua's mother, Wenren Bing. Soon, when Renbing broke free from her memories, the expression on her face resuming its icy coldness, not a trace of abnormality could be seen. It was as if in an instant, from a weak woman holding an oil paper umbrella in the Jiangnan water town, she had turned into an empress with the power of life and death in her hands on the Golden Palace. Meng too, when Renbing lightly drank. Suddenly, a black-robed middle-aged man appeared out of thin air in the study and respectfully saluted at Renbing's back. You will now move to Rome City and protect my daughter. Remember, if she has hurt a cold hair, you don't have to come back. Dig a hole and bury yourself. Renbing coldly said, Yes, family master. The middle-aged man led the order, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared into the study once again. Noiselessly, it was as if it's never appeared. Purple Bohemia Public Hall. Creak. The door of the banquet hall was, once again, pushed open. A group of people rushed in. The person at the head of the group was not Jai Wanding, the chairman of the Wanding group. Rather, it was a young man, with an old man following beside him, and further back, a group of heavily armed bodyguards. Each of these bodyguards was tall and strong, their muscles bulging high, their hands covered with calluses. At first glance, they were practiced. The youth swept over the people in the banquet hall, his brows slightly frowning, seemingly a little surprised. At this moment, a bodyguard came forward and pointed at Lu Zhang. Young master, that's him, driving President Bai's car. The youth looked in the direction the bodyguard was pointing, and his gaze locked onto Lu Zhang. Then he moved away and said indifferently, "Who can tell me what's going on here? Who are you?" A youth instantly said in displeasure, "Asshole, who gave you the guts to dare to talk to my young master like that?" The bodyguard shouted angrily and was about to make a move to clean up the man who spoke, but was stopped by the youth. "Who am I?" The youth swept a glance at the man and said with a playful smile, "My name is Su Ziyu, Su family member. This place you're standing in now is my territory. Who do you think I am?" "What?" The moment the youth's words fell, it caused a burst of shocked cries. The people in the banquet hall were all horrified. This youth in front of them was actually the owner of the Purple Bohemia mansion? This wasn't what shocked them the most. What truly shocked them, and even made them feel fearful, was the identity that this youth had exploded. The Su family. Which Su family? There was no need for much explanation, because, in this Rong city, there was only one Su family, and that was the Su family, one of the three great families of Rong city, a truly powerful family. The youth who had spoken earlier, after realizing that it was actually the Su family that he had chided, was so scared that his butt went limp on the ground. Jai Jin was also shivering in fear. He hurriedly stood up from the ground and ran to Su Ziyu's front, nodding his head and saying, "Hello, Mr. Su, my name is Jai Jin. My father is the chairman of the Wanding group." Jai Wanding. Jai Jin was also trembling in his legs at this moment. The one in front of him was not only a member of the Su family, but also a true direct descendant of the Su family, the Su family's youngest. He, Jai Jin, was also considered a character in the circle of rich second generation in Rongqing, but compared to the Su Ziyu in front of him, he was not even a piece of, and he was not even qualified to lift Su Ziyu's shoes. "Jai Wanding's son?" Su Ziyu raised an eyebrow, his face slightly eased, then his voice sank again, pointing at Jai Jin's head. "Since you are Jai Wanding's son, you should know the rules here. Inside the Zheng public hall, fighting is forbidden. You guys, what are you doing?" Jai Jin was so scared that he shuddered again and hurriedly said, "Sir Su, calm down. I understand the rules. I am willing to apologize in public and compensate the damages here tenfold. However, Mr. Su, the person who should take the main responsibility is not us." "Oh, who is it?" Su Ziyu faintly said. "It's him." Jai Jin pointed a finger at Lu Zhang and bellowed, "Sir Su, we were originally hosting a birthday banquet here, and there was no violation of the law. It was this person who suddenly barged in and injured us. Sir Su, I can testify for Zhai Xiao. I am the host of the banquet. I didn't invite him. He barged in on his own." Shi Xiang also stood out and shouted, her eyes glowing as she stared at Su Ziyu. This person in front of him was the owner of the Zheng mansion, and even the young master of the luxurious Su family. If she could hold on to this big thick leg, where is the need to climb up to Jai Jin? In the future, Jai Jin will come to lick her stinking feet is more like it. "Mr. Su, he is not qualified to enter the Bohemia mansion at all. He sneaked in." The others echoed loudly. Su Ziyu's gaze once again landed on Lu Zhang, a hint of coldness flooding his eyes. Of course he knew how Lu Zhang had gotten in. As early as when Bai Luoshan's car entered the Zheng mansion, he had gotten the news. Originally, he had thought that the person who had come was Bai Luoshan, which was why he hurriedly rushed to the Zheng mansion. Unexpectedly, he waited until he arrived to realize that it was a stranger who had driven Bai Luoshan's car. This made Su Ziyu feel quite bad. In the entire city of Rongqing, which son would not know that Bai Luoshan never allowed anyone of the opposite sex to board her car? Even he, Su Ziyu, was no exception, not to mention that someone could drive Bai Luoshan's car. The moment he saw Lu Zhang, a fire of jealousy rose in Su Ziyu's heart. Yes, he was jealous. No one would probably believe that he, the youngest master of the powerful Su family, would be jealous of a wild boy who had appeared out of nowhere. But the truth was, he was jealous of Lu Zhang. Chapter 33, Try Your Hands. Su Ziyu quietly listened to Jai Jin and the others before she looked at Lu Zhang and indifferently said, "Are they right?" "Pretty much." Lu Zhang nodded his head, not denying it. Su Ziyu also nodded, smiling somewhat playfully. "I don't care how you got in, but since you have come to my territory, you have to abide by my rules." "What rules?" Lu Zhang asked curiously. Jai Jin sneered, and without waiting for Su Ziyu to speak, he jumped the gun. "Kid, you don't even know the rules of the Purple Bohemia clubhouse, and you dare to barge in?" You really don't know how to write the word death. The Bohemia clubhouse is not open to the public. If there is no member to lead in, those who trespass without authorization will have their limbs wasted. Originally, he thought that he would have to wait for his father to come in order to take revenge. However, he never expected that Su Ziyu would come here. While others might not have seen it, he had noticed the exchange between Su Ziyu and the bodyguard just now, as well as the coldness in Su Ziyu's gaze when she looked at Lu Zhang. Obviously, Su Ziyu was running towards Lu Zhang. Moreover, Lu Zhang seemed to have done something that had angered the Su family's youngest in front of him. At this moment, Jai Jin was almost happy in his heart. If he offended Jai Jin, Lu Zhang might die. But if he offended the Su family's young master in front of him, it would be difficult for Lu Zhang to die. Su Ziyu smiled appreciatively at Jai Jin, seemingly appreciating Jai Jin's sense of humor. And then, he turned his head to Lu Zhang and said, "Not bad, these are my rules. However, who made me in a good mood today? You can be given one more choice." When Jai Jin saw Su Ziyu smiling at him, he was overjoyed. When he heard Su Ziyu's words, the smile that blossomed on his face instantly froze, and he hurriedly said, "Sir Su, you can't let him go so cheaply." Snap! Just as his words fell, the bodyguard next to Su Ziyu had already slapped him in the face. "Dog-like thing, what the hell are you? How dare you teach my son to work?" The bodyguard cursed with hatred. Only then did Jai Jin realize that he had said the wrong thing, and he hurriedly bowed. "Sir Su, I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's my mouth that's cheap." With that, he slapped himself in the face a few times. Su Ziyu, however, did not even look at Jai Jin, but always stared at Lu Zhang. "What choice? Tell me about it?" Lu Zhang was curious. Your female companion, stays. As for you, break your own legs and get out of here." Su Ziyu pointed at Xiao Yuruo, who was standing next to Lu Zhang, and said with a smirk on her face, "Finished?" Lu Zhang asked. "Finished?" Su Ziyu nodded her head. Lu Zhang laughed lightly and looked straight at Su Ziyu. "Then I'll also say a few words about my rules. Kid, who the do you think you are?" The bodyguard was furious again and was about to charge towards Lu Zhang, but was stopped by Su Ziyu. "Interesting, let him talk." Su Ziyu raised her hand to stop the bodyguard and stared at Lu Zhang in a playful manner. "Just in time, I also want to hear what rules he has." Lu Zhang ignored the bodyguard who was staring viciously at him and said indifferently, "No one can insult my friend, especially in front of me. You now kneel down and apologize to my friend. I can forgive you this time." Boom! The moment Lu Zhang's words fell, the entire banquet hall almost exploded. "Kid, what the did you say? I'll kill you," the bodyguard roared, his face livid. It seemed like, as long as Su Ziyu gave the order, he would rush over and tear Lu Zhang to pieces. Crazy man. This guy is definitely a madman. The crowd was roaring wildly in their hearts. Before, Lu Zhang beating up Jai Jin was already crazy enough in their eyes, but compared to now, it was nothing compared to this. The crowd all subconsciously took a few steps back, wanting to stay away from this madman for fear of being implicated. Jai Jin, on the other hand, was almost laughing out loud at this time. This guy, he was actually threatening the Su family's youngest? How arrogant. No, how brainwashed does this have to be able to do such a thing? What made him feel even more amused was that Lu Zhang was even making a fuss about forgiving the Su family's great young man. "Oh, how much is your forgiveness worth?" Equally happy and mad, there was also Qi Xiang. "I'm sorry, Yu Ruo, it's me who misunderstood you. I didn't realize that the boyfriend you found was actually a crazy person." Qi Xiang turned her head to Xiao Yuruo with a sympathetic face, and after saying that, she couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. "Go away," Xiao Yuruo coldly said. When Su Ziyu heard Lu Zhang's words, she could not help but laugh dumbly as well. "Interesting, it's the first time I've been threatened by someone since I grew up. Interesting, really interesting. Gongzi, you give the order. I will kill this little man now." The bodyguard's pair of bull's eyes stared at Lu Zhang, gritting his teeth. "No need." Su Ziyu waved his hand, playfully savoring, "It's not easy to meet such an interesting person. How can this Gongzi miss it? You guys get out of the way. This time, this Gongzi will do it himself." Upon hearing this, the bodyguard who was still filled with anger before, his eyes suddenly lit up. He sneered, and his gaze towards Lu Zhang was already filled with pity. The other bodyguards all took a few steps back, revealing a look of watching a good show. This male son of theirs looked civilized and weak, but it was only a look. Even if these people of theirs were to go together, they would not be a match for the eunuch. No, exactly. They would not last even 3 minutes under the eunuch. It's not that they are not good. On the contrary, every one of them are one for dozens of ruthless characters, have been in foreign battlefields, baptized by blood and fire, can be alone to dry over a mercenary squad, is the top international mercenary. The reason why they were so unbearable in front of Su Ziyu, because their son was not an ordinary person at all, but a martial artist, a true martial artist. Su Ziyu was laughing 1 second, but the next, he had already disappeared from his original position, like an angry bull charging towards Lu Zheng. His speed was so fast that those sprinting champions were all weak compared to him. The crowd only felt that Su Ziyu was pulling up a long string of residual shadows behind her, and when they saw clearly, Su Ziyu had already appeared in front of Lu Zheng, and blasted a fist towards Lu Zheng's chest. On the contrary, Lu Zheng did not seem to have reacted yet. Not good. Young Su, retreat. Steeply, a bellowing voice rang out from behind Su Ziyu. The one who spoke was none other than the old man standing side by side with Su Ziyu. The old man had previously seemed to be dozing off without uttering a single word, just like a transparent person being ignored. At this time, his tiger's eyes were wide open, as if he had been awakened as a lion, and his loud roar was so loud that it caused the eardrums of the crowd to ache. When Su Ziyu heard the old man's voice, he was slightly stunned and seemed to be somewhat confused. Retreat? Why should he retreat? In the next instant, he understood the old man's meaning. Click! A crisp sound of bones breaking resounded in Su Ziyu's ears. Following that, Su Ziyu felt an unprecedented stabbing pain that came from his right hand and instantly attacked his entire body. Ah! Su Ziyu let out a miserable scream from his mouth, and his body even flew out uncontrollably. Boom! A sound of a heavy object falling resounded in the ears of the crowd. Su Ziyu smashed down in front of the old man, his entire right arm twisted into a bizarre angle, not something a normal arm could do at all. The old man hurriedly crouched down and examined Su Ziyu, and after a moment, he raised his head to stare at Lu Zheng and coldly said, "Young man, you've hit too hard, haven't you? You mean to say that he didn't hit too hard?" Lu Zheng withdrew his fist and asked indifferently. The old man was suddenly speechless. He had watched Su Ziyu's punch just now. It was more than ruthless. It was completely aimed at taking Lu Zheng's life. It was more than that. If Lu Zheng was really an ordinary person, if he was hit by Su Ziyu's punch, he would not have died on the spot. Instead, he would have to endure 10 days and half a month of suffering before he would die in endless pain due to ineffective medical treatment. To say that it was very vicious, Su Ziyu was much more vicious than Lu Zheng. No matter what, you were not injured while Su Xiao was injured by you. This is a fact. The old man frowned. So what? Lu Zheng coldly said. Since you were able to injure young Su, you must be a martial artist as well. Then you should know that there is also a huge gap between martial artists. Old me will not bully you either. Gather your hands and follow me to the Su family to be disposed of. The old man indifferently said. What if I don't agree? Lu Zheng rolled his eyes and indifferently said. You have no choice. Otherwise, don't blame the old man for bullying the young with the big and first replacing your division to teach you a good lesson. The old man's voice remained flat. The light of his eyes, however, became sharper and sharper, and a crackling sound of bones crashing was emitted from his body. In an instant, the old man seemed to have metamorphosed from a senile old man into a middle-aged strong man. No, the old man at this moment gave the crowd a feeling as if he was an awakened ancient giant. Vaguely, the crowd felt like the air around them was about to freeze, making it difficult for them to breathe. Teaching me a lesson, just by you? Lu Zheng was also enraged by this old man's shameless attitude, and with a cold laugh, not only did he not retreat, he instead took a step forward. He could tell that this old man was very strong, stronger than the Do Chao he had met before, and the Su Ziyu in front of him. Moreover, it was not a little bit stronger, it was much stronger. But so what? The true essence in his body seemed to have sensed Lu Zheng's anger and worked extremely fast. Try your hand? As this bellowing cry fell from Lu Zheng, the true essence in his body also swam all over his body at this moment. Boom! A huge pressure abruptly erupted from Lu Zheng's body, as if it was an invisible mountain, crushing towards the old man. Well, the old man's breathing stagnated, and under the pressure of this aura, it was as if he had been struck in the chest by a heavy hammer, and a muffled grunt escaped from his mouth as his body could not help but fall backward. Stump! The old man took 3 steps backward one after another before stabilizing his body. Every step that landed on the ground would emit a battering ram-like impact sound, causing the entire banquet hall to tremble with it. When the old man stood still and looked at Lu Zheng once again, his previous indifference was no longer there, and was replaced by a face of horror and shock, commanding heaven and earth. Words follow the law. You are an ascended master? The old man exclaimed with disbelief, the expression on his face, as if he had seen a ghost in the daytime, his face shivering in fear. Chapter 34, Congenital Realist. Purple Bohemia Mansion. Building number 3. Banquet Hall. The old man who came along with Su Ziyu was already shaking not just his face, but his entire body, almost lying on the ground in fear. What is an innate real person? Martial Dao. There are heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, 4 major realms, with the yellow level being the lowest and the heaven level being the highest. For each level, it was further divided into 3 realms, the front, middle and back. The realm that Su Ziyu was in was the pre-yellow level, merely a martial artist just starting out. Even so, he was able to completely abuse Su Ziyu's group of bodyguards. The old man in front of him, named Wu He, was already over 70 years old, but he only looked about 50, and was an expert at the early Xian level, which was one big realm higher than Su Ziyu. Such a person was already a rare expert in the secular world. Even a power like the Su family, a powerful family in Rong City, would have to treat them with courtesy and make offerings in a polite manner. As for Earth-level martial artists, they were already a generation of masters, enough to start a sect, and their status in the secular world was often that of a party overlord. Such people had their own arrogance, and it was already difficult to impress them with money and possessions in the secular world. Even if the price offered was higher, one would not want to invite them to be bodyguards or offerings. As for the celestial level, that was already in existence that stood at the peak of the martial arts world. Words followed the law, and a single word commanded the heavens and the earth. Such a person was like an emperor in the secular world, and was known as a heavenly master. Wu He never thought that the young man in front of him, who was only in his early 20s, would be an innate master. How could this be possible? However, he could not help but believe it. The aura that erupted from Lu Zhang's body just now might not be felt strongly by ordinary people, or even detected as abnormal. However, Wu He, who was a yellow-ranked martial artist, felt it exceptionally clearly. It was a kind of crushing, just like the mountain grass people in the Golden Palace in the face of a 9-to-5 emperor, not to mention resistance. Even the courage to raise their heads or not, can do, only kneeling and crouching. Su Ziyu's mouth screamed miserably, and at the elbow joint, white bone stubble had been revealed. That face, because of the pain, twisted so much that it was already deformed. Elder Wu, what are you waiting for? Quickly kill him. I order you to kill him. Immediately. Immediately. Su Ziyu let out a spiteful growl from his mouth, trying not to understand why Elder Wu would be frightened by one of Lu Zhang's bellowing voices. Yes, what he had seen just now was that after Lu Zhang's bellow, this Elder Wu in front of him, not only did he not make a move to capture Lu Zhang, but instead, he was so frightened that he retreated 3 steps back one after another. Humph, old man was only entrusted by the Su family master to protect you. With you, you are not qualified to order me around. Elder Wu snorted coldly and said with a displeased expression. He was the Su clan's envoy, not the Su clan's house slave, and also had a great deal of autonomy unlike these bodyguards of Su Ziyu. At this moment, facing Lu Zhang, who was suspected to be a strong innate realist, he was also a little hesitant. According to reason, his feeling just now could not be wrong. Lu Zhang was definitely an ascended master. However, Lu Zhang was simply too young. If Lu Zhang was 20 years older, he definitely would not have had this suspicion, but would have already knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. This matter has a great deal at stake, and it is no longer something that can be resolved by the old man. I will contact the Su family master and ask him to handle this matter. Wu He said, turned around and walked towards the outside of the banquet hall, not even caring about Su Ziyu. An innate mortal was a martial Dao emperor. If Lu Zhang was truly an ascendant realist, not to mention Su Ziyu, the entire Su clan would probably be finished if it was not handled properly. Even if Lu Zhang wasn't an ascended master, he couldn't be taken lightly. Just look at Lu Zhang's age. He was only in his early 20s. Such a person's future achievements were absolutely unlimited, so how could he be easily offended? When Su Ziyu saw that Wu He had actually left just like that, he was so angry that he almost cursed on the spot. With a fierce face, he yelled at the bodyguards he brought with him. Go together and slaughter the scumbag for me. Yes, Your Excellency. The many bodyguards all responded in unison. They were not Wu He, and their status in the Su family was even far worse than Wu He. Now that Su Ziyu had been seriously injured by Lu Zhang, if they did not care, the result would not just be as simple as losing their jobs. However, they were also all ruthless people who were not afraid of Lu Zhang. In the past when they practiced against each other, although they were no match for Su Ziyu, that was with their bare hands. That being said, they had not utilized their true strength. Now that they were facing Lu Zhang, they naturally did not need to use their bare hands anymore. After the chorus of voices, each of the bodyguards pulled out a sharp saber that flashed with a cold and chilling aura, and rushed towards Lu Zhang at the same time. Lu Zhang, be careful, Xiao Yurua said worriedly. The mere sight of the flickering sharpness on those sabers gave her a shivering feeling. Don't worry, Lu Zhang let out a light laugh, and instead of retreating, he advanced to meet the crowd of bodyguards. Die for me! The sound of violent shouts rang out, and the bodyguard who had previously clamored to kill Lu Zhang took the lead in rushing in front of him, thrusting a knife straight into Lu Zhang's vitals. Does he think he is Superman? Qi Xiang couldn't help but sneer when she saw Lu Zhang charging up with his bare hands just like that. Boom! Right at the moment Qi Xiang's words fell, a violent crash sounded, the bodyguard who had taken the lead in charging up had already flown backwards, coughing up blood in midair. Dang dang dang. Several more drum-like impacts rang out. Every time the sound rang out, one of the bodyguards flew out in response. In less than a minute's time, these dozen or so bodyguards that Su Ziyu had brought with her had all gone limp on the ground, with no one left standing. The banquet hall was plunged into a deathly silence. The crowd was all stupefied. Previously, when Lu Zheng and Su Ziyu exchanged blows, they had not felt anything. But now, after witnessing Lu Zheng solving these top bodyguards in less than a minute, the crowd was shocked. It was too strong. Xiao Yurua was also dumbfounded, somewhat in disbelief, followed by ecstasy. It's too early to be happy. Do you think the Wanding group is a street gang? The amount of energy that Wanding can utilize is not something you can imagine. Not to mention the Su family. To be extravagant, he beat up Zhai Xiao and seriously injured Mr. Su. He's destined to never see tomorrow's sun. Qi Xiang sneered. Hearing this, Xiao Yurua's heart also sank. Qi Xiang's words were not without reason. The Wanding group was not a gangster society on the street. They were more adept at killing people invisibly with the help of various forces. For example, political maneuvers. No matter how capable a person was, could he still fight against the state apparatus? Ta-da-da-da. A rush of footsteps sounded. A group of people once again rushed in the banquet hall, led by a middle-aged man wearing a suit with a majestic face. Behind him, there was a group of black power suit bodyguards, as many as 50 people. As soon as this group of people came in, it made the originally spacious banquet hall slightly crowded. Dad, I'm here, help me. When Jai Jin saw the middle-aged man, he hurriedly cried out. This middle-aged man was Jai Jin's father, the chairman of the Wanding group, Jai Wanding. However, the chairman of the Wanding group was only his superficial identity. His real identity was the white glove of the Su family, one of the underground bigwigs in Rongcheng, specializing in helping the Su family handle some of the dirty work in the shadows. Aha, Xiao Jin, are you alright? Who wants to kill you? Jai Wanding walked towards Jai Jin in quick steps, asking urgently under his breath. However, before he could reach Jai Jin's side, he was stopped by a drinking voice. Jai Wanding, quick, have your men kill him. Su Ziyu pointed at Lu Zhang and shouted. When Jai Wanding heard that someone actually dared to call out his name, his brows immediately frowned, and when he turned his head to see Su Ziyu lying on the ground, his body abruptly stopped and he stared at Su Ziyu on the ground, his eyes wide open in some disbelief. Jai Wanding was indeed shocked, even much more so than learning that his son had been beaten. This person in front of him was the Su family's youngest, Elder Su's eldest grandson, the future successor of the Su family. Surprisingly, his arm was broken and he was lying on the ground like a dead dog? How can this be? This was the Bohemia mansion, the Su family's territory. Su Gongzi, who injured you? Jai Wanding asked carefully. In his heart, he was praying that it must not be his own son. Dad, it was this scumbag who did it. He didn't just injure me, it was Duke Su's arm that was also ruined by him. Jai Jin pointed at Lu Zhang and shouted. When Jai Wanding heard this, he reacted to the fact that Su Ziyu was not referring to his own son, and his heart was instantly greatly relieved. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will have someone capture him and place him at your disposal, Jai Wanding said in a firm tone. In the next second, he stood up and looked at Lu Zhang and said indifferently, young man, you are very bold. Beating up my Jai Wanding son, not only did you not run, but you also made him call for help. I have to say, I even appreciate you a bit, but you shouldn't have injured Mr. Su. And then? Lu Zhang said indifferently. Jai Wanding smiled coldly and did not reply, but instead waved his hand at the crowd behind him. Go, capture him and hand him over to Duke Su to dispose of. Yes, the crowd of bodyguards answered at the same time, their voices shaking the entire banquet hall vaguely. All stop. At the same time, a bursting voice full of sulking anger, like thunder exploding, resounded at the entrance of the banquet hall, surprisingly silencing the voices of all 50 bodyguards. Someone has come again. The crowd spontaneously made way. This time, there were merely 3 people who came in. One was Wu He, who had gone and returned. The other 2, an old man in a white tang suit, and the other was a girl who looked to be in her 20s with a pretty face. When Jai Wanding saw the old man who appeared, his body trembled, and no longer had the same momentum as before, but instead, he jogged all the way to the old man, and said in a humble tone, Elder Su, I didn't think that I would have surprised you all. This old man was none other than the Su family's contemporary family head, the founder of the luxurious Su family, Su Tianyang, family master Su. He is the person I was talking about. Wu He pointed at Lu Zhang and said to Su Tianyang. Su Tianyang let out a hum and did not even look at Jai Wanding as he took a step towards Lu Zhang. Regarding Su Tianyang's disregard, Jai Wanding did not have any unhappiness on his face. Instead, he fawned and said, Elder Su, Mr. Wu is right. It was this man who injured Mr. Su. This little matter, where does it need your old man to personally come out? I'll let someone disable him. Su Tianyang ignored it, as if he did not hear it, still walking towards Lu Zheng. Grandpa, my arm was wasted by this scumbag. You must avenge me. Su Ziyu yelled frantically, while in his heart, he was excited to the extreme. I didn't expect that the old master would personally come. Moreover, looking at the old master's appearance, it seemed that he was prepared to personally avenge him. Su Ziyu was so excited that he almost roared. His grandfather was not some weak scholar, but a martial arts expert, an expert much more powerful than even Wu He. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to create the present-day powerful Su family in just a few decades. The last time the old master made a move was when he was 10 years old. At that time, it was in the study that the old master had killed an incoming mid-yellow level assassin with a single slap. When the Su family's bodyguards arrived, all they saw was a corpse that had not yet cooled down, and the old master was sitting on the chair next to the corpse, holding a book in one hand and leisurely drinking tea. It had to be said that Su Tianyang's aura was just too powerful. The entire banquet hall, under the shroud of his aura, was silent. At this time, no one at all dared to speak indiscriminately anymore. Xiao Yurua was nervous to the extreme, her pretty face pale. Even though she knew that Su Tianyang was not running towards her, she still had the illusion of suffocating, not to mention Su Tianyang's target, Lu Zheng. Thinking of Lu Zheng, Xiao Yurua's heart instantly tightened, following which she put her heart on the line and was about to report her mother's name. In her heart, she was praying, hoping that Su Tianyang knew her mother and would be able to spare Lu Zheng this time for her mother's sake. However, before she could open her mouth, Su Tianyang had already taken the lead. Mr. Lu, she's son is reckless, and I have no eyes to have actually bumped into you. I hereby apologize to Mr. Lu, Su Tianyang slowly said, and as he spoke, he bowed deeply to Lu Zheng. Boom! In a flash, everyone was stunned, their eyes nearly falling out as they stared, one after another with their mouths wide open, filled with horror. What did they see? The Su family's family head was actually apologizing to Lu Zheng. How was this possible? The smile on Jai Wanding's face froze, his eyes widened, but his pupils dramatically contracted into pinpoints, as if he had seen a ghost. Xiao Yurua lightly covered her small mouth and looked at Lu Zheng with an unbelievable expression on her face. Next to Qi Xiang, she had long since lost her previous high and mighty attitude. Her face was covered in fear, and she almost became incontinent on the spot. The others, too, were no better than Qi Xiang. The one who couldn't believe it the most was naturally Su Ziyu, who was lying on the ground. Grandpa, what are you doing? Why are you apologizing to him? Su Ziyu yelled incredulously, feeling like he was going crazy. His grandfather was actually apologizing to this kid? Shut up! Su Tianyang turned his head and roared explosively, as if he was an enraged lion. With a wave of his right hand, his chi energy was released, and from a distance of more than 10 meters, he shook Su Ziyu and sent him flying backwards, no longer able to utter a single word. Su Tianyang was indeed very angry at this moment. This anger, from the time he received Wu He's phone call, began to brew, and along the way, it had accumulated to the limit of being on the verge of erupting. At the same time, deep inside, there was also an unknown panic. He was a veteran martial artist, and his knowledge was far beyond that of Su Ziyu, or even Wu He. Because of this, he also understood the terror of an innate powerhouse more profoundly. An innate real person, even amongst martial artists, was like an emperor-like existence. Such a person, when placed in the secular world, with a single word or action, could even sway the regime of a small country. He didn't even know where to look for such a person if he wanted to flatter him. Now, his grandson has offended an existence that is suspected to be an innate powerhouse. No, not suspected. The moment he heard Wu He's report, he already understood that this young man was an innate powerhouse. Although he was excessively young, there was no way for him not to be afraid. If he incurred the wrath of an innate powerhouse, not to mention Su Ziyu, he feared that the entire Su family would suffer extinction and become history. Seeing that Lu Zheng was silent, Su Tianyang became more and more apprehensive and hurriedly said, Mr. Lu, I wonder what I should do to eliminate your anger. As long as it can be done, the old immortal will never excuse himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng let out a light laugh. I am afraid that the fact that this Su family head in front of him was so respectful to him had something to do with the innate master that Wu He had shouted out earlier. He did not know what an innate master was, nor did he need to know. He could already tell that the old man in front of him was a martial artist, even more powerful than Wu He, but he could sense that he was stronger than him. With this, it was already enough. Lu Zheng said indifferently, I told your grandson before, no one can insult my friends, especially in front of me. Su Tianyang turned his head towards Su Ziyu and said in a cold voice, do as Mr. Lu asks. What? Su Ziyu exclaimed with a look of disbelief and yelled, "Grandpa, do you know what he's asking me to do? He asked me, your grandson, to kowtow and apologize to that woman." "Do it," Su Tianyang indifferently said. Su Ziyu was going crazy with anger and yelled, "Grandpa, are you confused? I am your eldest grandson, the future heir of the Su family. How dare you ask me to apologize to a woman with a lowly status? It seems that your grandson's status is very noble." "Ha!" Lu Zheng played with the flavor. Su Tianyang stared at Su Ziyu and said in a cold voice, "From now on, you are no longer the heir of the Su family." "What?" Su Ziyu's body trembled, as if he had been struck by lightning and was dumbfounded. He, just like that, was deprived of the Su family's heir status? "If you don't follow Mr. Lu's request again, get out of the Su family. You are also no longer my Su Tianyang's grandson." Su Tianyang drank coldly. Su Ziyu's body trembled again, but in the end, he didn't dare to refuse anymore. Forcibly enduring the pain, kneeling down in front of Xiao Yuruo, gritting his teeth and yelling lowly, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. It seems like you are a bit unconvinced." Lu Zhang lowered his head and sneered. "I don't dare," Su Ziyu hurriedly said. "It's dare, not no. In other words, when you dare in the future, will you be able to take revenge on me?" Lu Zhang laughed playfully. Su Tianyang hurriedly said, "Please rest assured, Mr. Lu, that he will not have this opportunity." This was Su Tianyang's assurance. With these words, it also meant that from now on, Su Ziyu would completely become an idler, and would no longer be able to utilize any of the Su family's connections other than to mingle and wait for death. After saying this, Su Tianyang then turned his head to the pretty girl next to him and said, "ZMO, the Zijing mansion will be under your management from now on." "Yes, Grandpa." Su Zimo nodded his head in a hurry. "Mr. Lu, may I ask what other orders you have?" Su Tianyang asked. Lu Zhang turned his head to look at Jai Wanding. Jai Wanding's body trembled, and before Lu Zhang could say anything, he had already slapped Jai Jin on the face and angrily said, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk, why don't you kneel down for Mr. Lu?" Chapter 35 Registered Disciple. Boom! The sound of knees hitting the floor rang out. Lu Xiao, I was wrong. Please spare me. I won't dare anymore." Jai Jin knelt on the floor and loudly begged for mercy, his voice trembling. This time, he was truly afraid. Su Tianyang, who was the head of the Su family, had apologized to this person in front of him. Su Ziyu, just because of the insincere attitude of apologizing, was so publicly stripped of the Su family's heir status, and from now on, would be like a pet, kept by the Su family. Compared to Su Ziyu, what the hell is he? No, he was not even a fart. "Mr. Lu, my canine son has eyes without a pearl." Jai Wanding forced a smile on his face and came to Lu Zhang, about to explain a few words. "Kneel down." Lu Zhang suddenly opened his mouth, interrupting Jai Wanding's words. "What did you say?" Jai Wanding exclaimed in shock, somewhat incredulous, as if he was wondering if he had heard wrong. He was also the chairman of the Wanding Group, a bigwig in Rongcheng, and a person of honor in Rongcheng. Now that he had lowered his voice and apologized to Lu Zhang, the other party was still unsatisfied and even asked him to kneel down? "I said, I'll let you kneel down and say it," Lu Zhang said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Jai Wanding's face became completely gloomy, and a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. He was somewhat unable to figure out why Su Tianyang, the titular Su family's family head, would be so respectful to Lu Zhang. If it wasn't for the fear of this, he would have exploded by now. One must know that even the head of Rong City, in front of Su Tianyang, would have to politely address him as Elder Su, not daring to overstep his bounds. Could it be that this kid really has a very deep background? Jai Wanding secretly said in his heart. Right at this moment, Su Tianyang spoke. "Mr. Lu, is it necessary for me to step in and clean up this ungrateful thing?" Su Tianyang bowed slightly to Lu Zhang and asked. Hearing Su Tianyang's words, Jai Wanding's body instinctively trembled. He was the Su family's white glove, and to put it bluntly, he was actually one of the Su family's dogs, and it was also the kind that could not see the light of day. Without the support of the Su family, he would be a lost dog. Boom! Without even waiting for Lu Zhang to reply, Jai Wanding's legs went limp, and he knelt on the ground, no longer daring to be half dissatisfied. "Mr. Lu," Mr. Jai had eyes but did not recognize Tai, and he even offended you, so please forgive me. I am willing to compensate. Compensation is not necessary. As it happens, I have something I need you to do, Lu Zhang said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Jai Wanding was instantly overjoyed. Where would he dare to hesitate? And hurriedly said, "Please go ahead, Mr. Lu. Mr. Jai will definitely go through fire and water, and will not hesitate to die." "That's not so bad." Lu Zhang skimmed his mouth and turned his head to look at the people in the banquet hall, his tone cold. "These people, All of them are your son's friends. All of them have spoken out to humiliate my friends. I hope that you can seek justice for my friend. Zhai Wanting was relieved when he heard these words. His gaze swept over the people in the banquet hall, and he hurriedly said, "Please don't worry, Mr. Lu, this matter, I will definitely help you deal with it." Incoming. Right at this moment, Su Zimo, who had been standing next to Su Tianyang, also lightly droned out. Immediately, there was a group of bodyguards that walked in from outside the banquet hall. Su Zimo pointed at the crowd inside the banquet hall and said, "Blast all these people out and put them on the blacklist. In the future, prohibit anyone related to them from entering the Zheng mansion." "Yes, Missy." The bodyguards led the order in unison. Immediately, they began to kick people out. Zhai Wanting also confessed, and after receiving Su Tianyang's permission, he took his men to wait outside the Bohemia mansion. Within the purple Bohemia mansion, fighting was forbidden. If he wanted to complete the task that Lu Zheng had given him, he could only do so outside the public hall. "Mr. Lu, this place is a bit cluttered. How about sitting in a different place?" Su Tianyang hurriedly invited. "Good." Lu Zheng did not refuse, but readily agreed. He still had matters that he needed to lend the Su family's family had his hand. Zheng Mansion. The first floor. In the luxurious parlor. Apart from Lu Zheng and Su Tianyang, Xiao Yurua, Su Tianyang's granddaughter, Su Zimo, and even that Su family's envoy, Elder Wu, were all present. After listening to Lu Zheng's introduction of his identity, both Su Tianyang and Wu He came to a sudden realization, and at the same time, they were in a bit of disbelief. Unexpected. It's really unexpected that Mr. Lu is the son of Mr. Lu Zongming of Yu City, Su Tianyang exclaimed with a sigh. He had thought that Lu Zheng just looked young, but he did not realize that Lu Zheng was really a youth in his 20s. "Mr. Lu, you are telling this to the old man because you want to." Su Tianyang seemed to have guessed what Lu Zheng meant, but was somewhat unsure and took the initiative to ask. Lu Zheng's complexion was icy cold, and his voice was even colder as he said, "Check, I want to know exactly what happened at the reception that day, and who was involved. Who did my dad offend before he was kicked out of the banquet, and who my dad was killed by?" The last sentence, Lu Zheng was even more word for word, almost squeezed out from between his teeth. The voice was as if it was a 10,000-year-old cold wind from the nine hells, carrying a bone-chilling chill. After Lu Zheng's words fell, the temperature in the entire parlor seemed to have vaguely dropped a few degrees. It was. Lu Zheng knew that his father's car accident was not an accident. It was known very, very early on. Not only that, he also knew that those people had not only killed his father, but had also annexed their family's industry. Even the poison on his mother's body had a great possibility of being the handiwork of those people. In the past, he could only act like a person, pretending to know nothing. Only in this way could those people rest assured and relax their vigilance against him. Otherwise, he and his mother were afraid that they wouldn't be able to survive at all. But now, he didn't need to pretend anymore. He wanted to thoroughly investigate everything that happened in the first place. Who killed his father? Who embezzled their Lu family's properties? And who poisoned his mother? All of these, he had to thoroughly investigate one by one. Then, he would return the favor and let them taste the taste of a broken family. Although Lu Zheng had obtained his ancestors' legacy, he was, after all, only one person, and he was alone. What's more, several months had passed since the banquet, and many traces had been erased by these people. It would be too difficult for him to find out all this by himself. However, these were not difficult matters for the powerful Su family. Hearing Lu Zheng's words, Su Tianyang was not surprised. Yu City and Rong City were neighboring each other, and he had also heard about what happened to Lu Zongming a few months ago. At that time, he had only treated it as an anecdote. After despising those people in Yu City for eating ugly food, he no longer paid attention to it. "Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I'll take care of this matter. Please give me a week's time, and I promise to find out the truth for you." Su Tianyang patted his chest and said, "Then thank you. This matter, count me as owing you a favor. If you need my help in the future, you can just say so. If I can do it, I won't push back." Lu Zheng nodded. When he did things, he had always made a clear distinction between grudges, and one size did not fit all. Su Ziyu had offended him, and now that he had been abandoned by the Su family, he was considered completely ruined. This account, it was considered to be uncovered. Asking Su Tianyang to help him investigate the case was another matter. Hearing Lu Zheng's words, Su Tianyang's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Truth be told, there is really one thing that I need to ask of Mr. Lu here." Lu Zheng looked at Su Tianyang with a speechless expression. This old man was really good at climbing up the ladder. He had only just made a promise. "What is it? Tell me," Lu Zheng said. Su Tianyang smiled and beckoned to his granddaughter. "Zimo, come here." Only when Su Zimo walked to his side did Su Tianyang say to Lu Zheng, "Mr. Lu, I wonder what you think of this granddaughter of mine, Lu Zheng. The expression on Su Zimo's face also stiffened. It was Xiao Yuruo, who had been silent next to him, whose gaze was also sweeping back and forth between Lu Zheng and Su Zimo at this time, with an indescribably odd expression on her face. How does this feel? Is in the rhythm of a blind date. Lu Zheng was somewhat confused as to what this old man was trying to do, and gave a conservative answer. It's not bad. Ha ha ha. Su Tianyan laughed, seemingly very satisfied with this answer from Lu Zheng, and laughed. Mr. Lu, truth be told, the old man would like to ask you to take my granddaughter as your disciple. Who? Hearing Su Tianyan's words, Lu Zheng was relieved, followed by a frown. Su Zimo was also relieved, but when he saw Lu Zheng's appearance, he immediately held his breath a bit and turned his head to Su Tianyang. Grandpa, I don't agree. What qualifications does he have to be my master? Shut up, do not be rude to Mr. Lu. Su Tianyang's face turned cold as he rebuked, and then, he turned his head to Lu Zheng and said, Mr. Lu, although this granddaughter of the old monarch is a bit dull and has poor qualifications, she still has some talent in martial arts cultivation. The old Immortal's request is that you accept her as a disciple. I'm afraid I've disappointed Elder Su. I don't really know how to teach disciples. Moreover, I have no plans to take on a disciple recently. Lu Zheng shook his head. What he practiced was not martial arts, and he knew even less about it. How would this allow him to teach disciples? It was more like a misguided disciple. Upon hearing this, Su Tianyang was greatly disappointed, his face filled with regret. However, if Elder Su agrees, I can temporarily accept her as a registered disciple, and when I want to take on a disciple in the future, then I will accept her as a disciple. How about that? Lu Zheng changed his mindset and said, What? Su Zimo was a bit in disbelief. Himself, unexpectedly, was only worthy of being his named disciple? Good, great. Su Tianyang, on the other hand, exclaimed in excitement and said to Su Zimo, Zimo, why don't you meet your Lu division? Lu division? Su Zimo looked at Lu Zheng. Really, the more he looked at him, the more he disliked him. However, he did not dare to be reckless in front of his grandfather, so he only bowed respectfully to Lu Zheng and said, Greetings to you, Master Lu. No need to be so polite. Lu Zheng waved his hand rather awkwardly. I didn't prepare a gift today. I'll send it to you another day. At the same time, the Bai family villa. The Bai family's dinner party had also ended an hour ago, although Bai Luotian had gone back not long after she left. This dinner party, in the end, ended unhappily because of Lu Zheng's departure. The master bedroom. After Bai Hongtu finished his bath, he saw that his daughter-in-law was holding Zheng Guofan's ice gazetteer with slightly furrowed brows, and asked with a smile, What? Are you still angry about the dinner? When Shuxian did not lift her head and said, If I was even angry, I would have been angry to death. On the contrary, it's you, who played the pig well today. What? Daughter-in-law, what did you say? Bai Hongtu said with a confused look on his face. Upon hearing this, when Shuxian finally lifted her head and said with a smile, Why? You're still addicted to playing the role, right? Do you dare to say that you didn't intentionally leak the information to the boss and the oldest three in order to try out Lu Zongming's son's weight? Bai Hongtu laughed and didn't deny it. It seems that we have fought together. However, it's still you, daughter-in-law, who is skillful enough to think of using Chen Su to test it. When Shuxian shook her head, my purpose is different from yours. I didn't want to test Lu Zheng, but to make him know what to do. I just didn't expect. Speaking here, when Shuxian did not continue, but shook her head, dumbfounded. Worthy of being Lu Zongming's seed, she was just as stuffy as Lu Zongming. Even Chen Su was careless and suffered a loss in front of Lu Zheng. This was really a bit out of Wen Shuxian's expectations. Bai Hongtu also smiled, naturally understanding what Wen Shuxian had not said. Daughter-in-law, you're not really planning to let Chen Su be our son-in-law, are you? Bai Hongtu said with some small nervousness. How could it be? Wen Shuxian smiled disdainfully, not to mention that Chen Su's company is not yet listed. Even if it is listed, so what? Chen Su is still not the top of the young generation in Rongcheng. How can such a person be worthy of Luoshun? Speaking here, when Shuxian seemed to have thought of something, a hint of helplessness appeared on her face. Besides, you also know that the old man is very fond of Luoshun. Regarding Luoshun's marriage, I'm afraid, even you and I can't make the decision. At those words, Bai Hongta seemed to have thought of something and also frowned slightly. Alright, let's not talk about this. When Shuxian waved her hand, right, about Luoshun registering her marriage. It won't leave any traces, right? Don't worry about it. It wasn't even entered into the system. Where would there be traces? Bai Hongtu laughed, as if he thought of something, and smugly said, This little fox, she still wants to hide it from us to secretly get a license? I'm afraid she can't even dream that the people who received her were all arranged by her old son. As for the marriage license she received, it's a fake license that can be bought for a few $dozen on the street. When Shuxian also laughed and said, "This silly girl, still blaming you for not stepping in to save the Lu family's mother and son. She doesn't think about it. If you really didn't make a move, with the ruthlessness of those people, would the Lu family's mother and son be able to leave Yuqing in one piece?" Ahem. Bai Hongtu, who was complacent, coughed dryly and said with a confused face, "What, daughter-in-law, what did you say? Pretend. You continue to pretend." When Shuxian sneered and snorted, "Do you think I'm as naive as that silly girl? She only saw that you didn't make a move to save Lu's group and thought that you saw death to save her, which is why she came up with the idea of marrying Lu Zheng to protect Guyun's mother and son with her own strength. She didn't think that the Lu group was more important than the lives of Guyun's mother and son? As soon as Lu Zhongming died, Lu's group became the fat meat in other people's eyes, but in the hands of Guyun's mother and son, it was a hot potato, which would instead bring them the trouble of killing themselves. I'm afraid you didn't do much to get Lu's group eaten up in just 3 days, did you? In exchange, those people must ensure that Guyun's mother and son leave you city safely. Am I right? Ahem. Bai Hongtu laughed awkwardly, and at this time, he didn't pretend to be a fool, but instead gave Wen Shuxian a thumbs up with a look of admiration. "Hi, daughter-in-law, you are really too brilliant. This little means of mine, in front of you, is simply nothing to hide." Saying that, he waved his big hand and said with great bravado, "I've decided, tonight, you are on top." Whoosh! When Shuxian's hand, the ice identification, flew out of her hand and smashed towards Bai Hongtu's head. Chapter 36, The Earth Master. It was already late at night when Lu Zhang and Xiao Yuerua answered home. Both of them did not say anything about tonight's events. After returning to his room, Lu Zhang began to cultivate. According to his ancestors' memories, the realm he was currently in should be the qi refining stage, but it was not even the first level of qi refining. However, tonight's clash with Wu Yi had allowed him to run his true essence all over his body for the first time. That is, a complete circumferential cycle. In other words, today, he was already stepping into the first level of qi practicing, a night of cultivation. The next day, after Lu Zhang boiled medicine for his mother, he once again came to the medical center to teach Xiao Qingye's father and daughter the 9 needles of returning yang, while at the same time passing on some of his medical and healing skills to both of them. Although Xiao Qingye said that he opened the medical center to make money, Lu Zhang could see that his words were not true. If he really wanted to make money, Xiao Qingye would never have been able to keep the soon-to-be-closed medical center for more than a decade. Renting out the storefront would have earned him more than opening a medical center. Therefore, Lu Zhang also wanted to help Xiao Qingye. Before the morning was over, Lu Zhang unexpectedly received a call from Nia Haoyu. "Young Lu, are you free right now? I found out where the source of the fatal qi you mentioned is." On the phone, Nia Haoyu said with some urgency. "Oh, so soon?" Lu Zhang was slightly surprised. "I'm at the Zhao's traditional Chinese medicine center. Come over." After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhang sent the address to Nia Haoyu's cell phone. Less than half an hour later, the roar of a car engine sounded, and then, a very flirty red Ferrari LaFerrari stopped at the entrance of Zhao's traditional Chinese medicine center. Nia Haoyu got down from the car and stepped into the traditional Chinese medicine center. "Lu Xiao, I didn't expect you to live in this shabby." Cough. Nia Haoyu complained when he saw Lu Zhang. However, before he could finish his words, he saw Xiao Yuerua, who raised her head, and immediately dryly coughed and squeezed his eyes at Lu Zhang. I get it." Lu Zhang glanced at Nia Haoyu, naturally guessing what he meant, and didn't bother to explain. "Sit down for a while first." After saying that, he continued to lower his head and write. What he wrote were some of his ancestors' past experiences in practicing medicine. Most of them were methods that were used to treat superficial public diseases, but for Xiao Qingye, they were what was currently in dire need. People with truly serious illnesses would not come to the Chinese medicine center to see them. 10 minutes later, Lu Zhang put away his pen and handed the notebook to the expectant Xiao Yuerua. Only then did he come across to Nia Haoyu and asked, "Tell me, how did you find the source of the fatal qi?" "Listening to your tone, you seem to be very sure." "Lu Xiao, it's like this," Nia Haoyu immediately recounted. "This matter also has to start from Nia's jewelry. Nia's family started off with jadeite, but the industry it operates is not limited to jadeite jade, but also includes all kinds of nephrite jade in the country. Just some time ago, a huge jade mine was discovered in the southwest. After expert appraisal, this is a new type of jade, high quality, and unique to the country. The reserves are very rich. The part of the core area could be completely used as high-grade jewelry." When this news came out, it immediately caused a sensation in the jade circle of the entire southwest. Nia Haoyu's father, Nia Guoxiong, was also the first to get the news, and after asking the experts to confirm it many times, he made a strong decision to spend a huge amount of money to contract this jade mine. Problems, then out of the jade mine. You know, throughout the southwest region, the Nya family is not the only one doing jewelry business. The Nya family is not the only one that has its eyes on this jade mine, and there are several other forces whose strength is not inferior to the Nya family's. When Nye Guoxiang was able to take over the jade mine, he was able to get it for himself. When Nye Guoxiang was able to take down this vein, he didn't just spend a huge amount of money, but also used his family's resources. However, after a few months had passed, the output of that jade mine was lackluster, and it could even be said that not even a real vein had been found. Instead, a lot of ore was mined, but the quality was very average, and could only be used as a low-end product. Moreover, because it was a new type of jade, it wasn't really recognized by the market, and the sales have not been able to go up, seeing that more and more money was being invested, and there was even a tendency for it to go down the drain. The Nye family began to have some different voices, but Nye Guoxiang insisted on not changing hands. These people can do nothing. As more time passed, Nye Guoxiang's pressure was increasing, and he couldn't stand it any longer. Financial pressure is only one aspect. There is another problem, this mine, some evil. From the start of construction to now, it's been half a year, and this mine hasn't stopped. Accidents happen every month, and not just once or twice, but on average, there is an accident every week. And the problems are all kinds of strange. Either the pit collapsed, or the machines malfunctioned, or the workers were accidentally injured by the machines, or even, once, a worker accidentally fell and ended up breaking his leg. That worker swore that he was blown down by the wind, but the pit was located in a canyon, and the workers who were with the man at the time all said that there was no wind at all that day. Eventually, the matter was dropped. However, since then, rumors of the mine's wickedness began to circulate from the workers' mouths. Fortunately, the accident was not a big one, and the Nye family is not a blood-sucking company that squeezes its workers, so all these things were suppressed by Nye Guoxiang after he offered a high compensation for the medical expenses. However, within the Nye family, the voices of dissatisfaction towards Nye Guoxiang were also increasing. Some people think that the jade mine is not valuable at all, and what should be done at this time is to make a strong break and transfer the jade mine to other families to stop the loss in time. Nye Guoxiang didn't agree and continued to insist. Today, Nye Guoxiang can be said to be throwing his weight around, betting all his treasure on this mine. If a true vein could not be found yet, or if it could only produce some low-end jade, the entire Nye family would lose a lot of money and suffer a great deal of vitality. At that time, the Nye family would become the laughingstock of the entire jade circle, and I'm afraid that Nye Guoxiang's position as the family head will come to an end. Just a few days ago, Nye Haoyu had gone down to the mining pit once, and didn't notice anything unusual at the time, but from the next day onwards, Nye Haoyu had a strange feeling. It was as if someone was always staring at him from behind, and as if he had a big stone tied to his body, making him feel uncomfortable. It wasn't until he got Lu Zhang's evil exorcism charm that this feeling disappeared. After getting a tip from Lu Zhang at Boyaxian, Nye Haoyu still thought that the problem was in his own home, or maybe even in his old man's collection of antiques. However, just yesterday, the jade mine had another accident. This time, it was worse than all the previous accidents. The mine pit collapsed, and a dozen workers were trapped in it. Luckily, the rescue was timely, and all of these workers were out of life-threatening danger. After this reminder, Nye Haoyu remembered that he had been down the mining pit before. Young Lu, you don't know, that mining pit was too evil. I'm certain that the source of the fatal chi you mentioned is right there, Nye Haoyu said. Lu Zhang revealed a thoughtful look as he stood up and said, "Let's go and have a look." Upon hearing this, Nye Haoyu was overjoyed and hurriedly invited Lu Zhang to get into the car. He was waiting for these words from Lu Zhang. After getting into the car, as soon as he left Rongcheng, Nye Haoyu drove the car flying. Half an hour later, he finally stopped at a place called Yanglu Village in Day Town. Further on, there was no asphalt road. I'm afraid that if he doesn't drive a few meters away, the chassis of this sports car will be scratched. Luckily, it wasn't far from where they were going. After the two of them got out of the car, Nye Haoyu led the way in front and eventually arrived at a canyon. The entire canyon had already gathered a lot of people watching, as lively as a fair. Nye Haoyu led Lu Zhang to squeeze through the crowd, moving all the way towards the center. At this moment, there was a group of people gathered there. In the center of the crowd was an old man in a yellow Taoist robe, who was holding a compass in both hands and wandering around as if he was looking for something. "Young Nye, the chairman has important matters right now. You can't go over there." Nye Haoyu was just about to bring Lu Zhang over, but was stopped by a professionally dressed woman in the crowd who saw him. This person, who was none other than Nye Guoxiang's secretary, looked to be in her 30s, very ordinary looking, with slightly darker skin and a short head of hair, looking very competent. "Sister Li, what is my father doing? And also, who is that bullish old Taoist?" Nye Haoyu pointed at the old Taoist surrounded by the crowd and asked. "Young Nye, be careful what you say. Secretary Li was startled by Nya Haoyu's words and hurriedly said, "That one is Taoist Master Yunhe of the Xianqing Temple, invited by the directors to solve the feng shui problem here." Taoist Master Yunhe? When Lu Zheng heard this title, he instantly felt that it was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. In the next second, he remembered, when he had set up a stall on the antique street before, the old Taoist who had set up a stall next to him had not called himself the Cloud Crane Taoist Master. Then look at this old Taoist in front of him. Well, simply not a person. Obviously, the old man in front of me is the real Yunhe Taoist, and the antique street that, but is a Shibei goods. Thinking about that old man, that patted his chest and said that he was not changing his name. Lu Zheng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Bah, how shameless. Nya Haoyu obviously did not think of this, but said, "I have also invited a master over, so it's just that we can all communicate together." With that, he was about to bring Lu Zheng over. A master? Young Nya, could it be that this gentleman is also a geomancer? Secretary Li glanced at Lu Zheng and said with some scrutiny, "An earth master? What is an earth master?" Nya Haoyu was surprised. Before turning his head to look at Lu Zheng also shook his head. He did not know what an earth master was either. Seeing this, Secretary Li's face revealed a look of as expected, and his gaze towards Lu Zheng vaguely carried a touch of mockery. He didn't even know what an earth master was, and he still had the nerve to come here and cheat people? Obviously, he hadn't done enough homework. Secretary Li said indifferently, "Geomancer is an honorific term for a feng shui practitioner, the full name being Earth Qi Master. The geomancer can not only sense the operation of the Earth's qi, survey the mountains and rivers in the veins, but also converge heaven and earth aura to cultivate the form of God, and even the operation of the Earth's qi spiritual center of the wonderful, to achieve all sorts of unbelievable miraculous realm. Finding dragons and pointing out acupuncture points is no big deal. Taoist Master Yunhe is a geomancer. Mr. Nya." The chairman of the board went to great lengths and made a lot of connections to bring Master Yunhe here. "If you go over there and disturb Taoist Master Yunhe, I'm afraid the chairman won't forgive you lightly." The last sentence appeared to be addressed to Nya Haoyu, but the person that Secretary Li was looking at was Lu Zheng. The meaning of it was self-evident. Just as the three of them were talking, Taoist Master Yunhe, who was holding a compass in his hand, seemed to have been guided by the compass, and took a step towards the direction where the three of them were standing. Chapter 37 Heavenly Chopping Fury. Taoist Cloud Crane did not come to the three, but stopped when he was still a few meters away from them. The crowd, too, stopped along with them. "Haoyu, what are you doing here?" In the crowd, a middle-aged man with a majestic face asked with a sudden frown when he saw Nya Haoyu. This man was none other than Nya Haoyu's father, the helmsman of Nya's jewelry, the head of the Nya family, Nya Guoxiong. Nya Guoxiong obviously hadn't rested well recently. His eyes were bloodshot and had heavy bags under his eyes, but his body's aura was sufficient, giving off a strong feeling. It could be said that compared to Bai Luoxian's father, Bai Hongtu, they were two extremes. Dad, Nya Haoyu was about to introduce Lu Zheng to Nya Guoxiong, only for his words to be interrupted by Nya Guoxiong before he could speak. "If there's anything, let's talk about it later." Nya Guoxiong waved his hand and interrupted. Nya Haoyu looked at the crowd beside his father, and ultimately obediently kept his mouth shut. There were some things that really weren't convenient to say in front of the crowd. Nya Guoxiong didn't pay any more attention to Nya Haoyu, but instead said to Taoist Yunhe, "Taoist, how's it going? Did you find the root of the problem?" "Don't worry Nya Dong. Poor Taoist has already found out what the problem is." Taoist Master Yunhe put away his compass and said with a proud face. When the crowd heard this, they were all overjoyed. That is, Nya Guoxiong, who has always been happy and angry, was also very excited at this time. "Just heard Yunhe Taoist said, this place has been pushed by floods many times, and the dragon god is disturbed. This is known as the heavenly defeat in feng shui, which is one of the famous 10 evil situations. If this place is a Yin residence, it will definitely lead to the displacement of future generations and a lifetime of sorrow and hardship." Everyone was creeped out by what they heard. "Taoist Master, even if what you say is true, but this is a mining pit, not a netherworld. It's logical that there should be no problem. So how can you explain the many accidents before?" A middle-aged man with black-framed glasses frowned. He wasn't from Nya's jewelry, nor was he a member of Nya's family, but was one of the experts Nya Guoxiong had hired from the Academy of Geological Sciences, who had always believed in science, and instinctively rejected all of these gods and goddesses as superstitions. Taoist Master Yunhe smiled faintly and raised his hand to point to the sky, saying, "Look up there. What can you see?" The crowd all looked up at the sound of the voice, only to see clouds and mist overhead. Nothing could be seen except for the foggy vapor. Today was a sunny day, but the canyon they were in was very humid, and the top of their heads was even cloudy all year round, so the sunlight couldn't shine in at all. Taoist priest, Just don't be a sellout and say what you have directly. The expert frowned. Taoist Master Yunha laughed. You guys look at this canyon. If you look down from above, does it look like it's a mountain peak that was split into its current shape by a sharp blade that fell from the sky? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, and then they subconsciously nodded their heads. Not to mention, after Taoist Master Yunha said this, they really felt that it was like this, and it was very much like this. Taoist Master Yunha's voice rang out once again. What poor Taoist said before was merely the cause of the vicious situation here. What really causes the frequent accidents here is the terrain of this place. The mountain walls on both sides of the canyon are steep and straight, like heavenly swords chopping down from the sky. This pattern is called the heavenly chopper. Standing in this canyon is like being under the blade of a heavenly sword. How can something not happen? The deeper this place is dug, the more dangerous the pattern of the heavenly chopper will be. Luckily, Nyadong stopped work in time, or else there would have been accidents all over the place. I'm afraid everyone who comes here will have a bloodbath. Hearing Taoist Yunha's words, everyone subconsciously looked up to the sky, only to feel their necks chilled, as if there was literally a gate knife hanging above their heads. Next to him, when Nya Haoyu heard Taoist Master Yunha's words, he was also so frightened that chills ran down his spine and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He turned his head to Lu Zheng and said, Young Lu, is what this old Taoist said true? Lu Zheng had kept his mind after arriving at the canyon, and had been observing carefully just now, and after a few moments of this, he had already seen what the problem was. The truth was just as Nya Haoyu had said earlier. The source of the fatal chi was indeed here. However, the source of the problem was not the heavenly chopping fury that Taoist Yunha had said, but rather, it was underground. Hearing Nya Haoyu's question, Lu Zheng laughed softly. Just listen. If you're serious, you'll lose. Lu Zheng didn't have the intention of breaking down Taoist Yunha to his face. After all, people are hard to break down. They also need to eat. He and the other party had no grudges. There was no need to smash people's rice bowls. Therefore, the voice was not loud, and it was only said to Nya Haoyu alone. Who? Hearing Lu Zheng's words, Nya Haoyu finally felt relieved. Compared to Taoist Yunha, it was obvious that he trusted Lu Zheng more. And just as Lu Zheng's words fell, Taoist Master Yunha, who was not far away, gave his body a start, and then, he turned his head to look at Lu Zheng, and said with a smile, This little friend, could it be that he is also a member of the Xian sect? You don't seem to agree with the poor Taoist's view? As soon as Taoist Yunha's words fell, Nieguoxiong and the others also looked at Lu Zheng, being stared at like this by the crowd, especially seeing his old man's murderous gaze. Nya Haoyu's body stiffened slightly, secretly saying that he was finished. What kind of person are you? What are you talking nonsense here? Immediately, one person jumped out and chided. Who is this kid that he dares to question Taoist Yunha's words? How did he get mixed in here? Kick him out. The others also shouted angrily with angry faces. Nya Haoyu clenched his teeth and said to Nieguoxiong, Dad, young Lu was invited by me. He's also a high-ranking person. You still remember the amulet that saved my life earlier, right? It was young Lu who gave it to me. Upon hearing this, Nieguoxiong frowned slightly and couldn't help but recall his son's car accident the night before. According to reason, in a car accident of that severity, it would have been a fluke for his son to pick up a life. But the fact was, his son was not injured at all. Secretary Li rolled his eyes and said, Nya Shao, do you really think it was that amulet that saved you? You were driving a Ferrari at the time. I don't need to tell you how safe a Ferrari is, do I? The fact that you're okay is because that valuable Ferrari saved you, not some so-called amulet. If it were any other car, you'd be afraid. Then how do you explain the amulet inside, which turned to ash afterward? Nya Haoyu defended. Young Nya, when you bought that amulet, did you open it and look at it? What if the so-called amulet contained in that scented capsule was originally ash? Secretary Li said. This, Nya Haoyu was speechless. After he bought the amulet, he placed it in his coat pocket and hadn't really opened it to check. Seeing this expression on Nya Haoyu's face, everyone laughed out. At this time, next to Taoist Master Yunha, a young man dressed as a Taoist child said, Young Nya, you've been tricked. The so-called amulet is nothing more than a Zhenghu trick to fool people. It's not even worthy of the stage. Nieguoxiong also reacted, looking at Lu Zheng with a hint of coldness. Secretary Li pulled Nya Haoyu's arm and said, Nya Shao, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you quickly take this master out of here? The word master was even more heavily bitten by her. But, Nya Haoyu still wanted to continue explaining, but was directly interrupted by the angry Nieguoxiong. Get out! Nieguoxiong bellowed, pointing outside and coldly saying, Lu Zheng, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders indifferently. His original intention of coming here was to solve the problems on Nya Haoyu, not to help Nieguoxiong. If these people didn't want him to help, he was still too lazy to make a move. Let's go! Greeting Nya Haoyu with a cry, Lu Zheng turned around and was about to leave. Lu Zhang wanted to leave, but it was obvious that some people did not seem to intend to let Lu Zhang leave so easily. Wait! A hint of sternness flashed through Daoist Yunha's eyes, and at the moment Lu Zhang turned around, he suddenly opened his mouth to stop Lu Zhang, saying with a kind face, "Little friend should also know some feng shui arcane arts, right? Since you have a different opinion, then you might as well say it out, and it would be good for everyone to share it together. After all, there is no before or after learning, and the one who achieves is the teacher." Although the poor Taoist has been studying the art of feng shui for decades, he also thinks that he only knows some of the skins. Taoist, you are too modest. If you only know the skinny, then what is he? A brat? A senior member of Nia's jewelry hurriedly complimented. Yes, Taoist master. I'm afraid this kid doesn't even have his hair on. What the hell can he know? Taoist master, you don't have to pay any attention to him. I think he's just a poor kid who wants to be famous like crazy. Everyone else chimed in. Nie Guoxiong's face was already covered in anger, but he didn't even look at Lu Zhang. Instead, he shouted angrily at Nie Haoyu. What are you standing here for? Aren't you ashamed enough? Nie Haoyu's face was also ugly as he said to Lu Zhang, Young Lu, why don't we leave here first? Hearing these words from the crowd, Lu Zhang's body, which had already turned halfway around, turned back instead. Now, he didn't want to leave again. Chapter 38, A Place to Raise Corpses? Lu Zhang turned his head, looking at the teasing Yunha Daoist, and said indifferently, They're right, I really don't know feng shui, and I'm not a geomantic master, but I do know that the problem here is not at all what you call a heavenly chopping fury. If it's not the heavenly chopping fury, then what causes the frequent accidents here? Daoist Yunha sneered. Lu Zhang said indifferently, the root of the problem is underground. Ha 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 ha. Lu Zhang's words caused a burst of laughter. Daoist Master Yunha was also dumbfounded and shook his head, seemingly disappointed. The poor Taoist thought that you had some high opinion, but it turns out to be nothing more than that. You are trying to say that this is a corpse-raising land, right? Before Lu Zhang could reply, a middle-aged man had already jumped out and laughed coldly at Lu Zhang. Kid, do you think that you are the only one who can tell that this place is a corpse-raising land? Let me tell you, before you, several feng shui masters have already seen it. The so-called corpse-raising place, also known as extremely in place. After the corpse is buried in such a location, it will not naturally decay. Even after decades, it will be the same as when it was first buried. After a long time, the corpse will absorb enough yin qi, and it will most likely turn into a zombie. Even if the body inside does not become a zombie, because of the accumulation of a lot of yin qi, the human body will also produce damage. Light is to let a person in a trance. Body fatigue. Heavy is very sick. I'm afraid to recuperate a half a year in order to recover. If this piece of corpse land under their feet really buried corpses, and this vein before the occurrence of things coincide. However, the middle-aged man did not lie. Before looking for Daoist Yunha, they did look for several feng shui masters. There were also people who could see that this place was a corpse-raising site. They had long ago dug up all the possible locations, and there were no corpses at all. In other words, although this place was a corpse-raising ground, there were no corpses buried here at all. So naturally, it wouldn't be the cause of a series of accidents. What heavens, chopper and corpse-raising ground? What kind of nonsense is all this? The geologist who had opened his mouth earlier, hearing the crowd's talk, kept shaking his head, his face filled with indignation. What era is it? These people, they still believe in these superstitions. Next to him, an old expert shook his head and said with a grave expression on his face, These may not all be superstitions. When the middle-aged expert heard this, he couldn't help but look at the old expert with a stunned face. Professor Zhu, how can you also believe in these? This Professor Zhu in front of him was an authority in the field of geology research, belonging to the Taishan Beidou level. Professor Zhu smiled and said, Xiao Xie, you shouldn't be too subjective. What has been passed down from the old ancestors may not be without reason. Take this heavenly chopper for example. I have heard people mention it before. Do you all still remember the World Trade Twin Towers incident in Rice? At those words, everyone frowned. That was the famous 9/11 incident. They naturally remembered it. But what did this have to do with the heavenly chopper? The World Trade Center Twin Towers were the tallest skyscrapers with the largest number of floors in the city at that time, as well as its landmark, known as the window to the world. At the beginning of this century, a terrorist organization hijacked two airliners and crashed them into these two buildings, directly causing them to explode and collapse, ultimately killing thousands of people. Professor Zhu, are the two related? The middle-aged expert asked. Professor Zhu laughed. The explosion at that time triggered a fire, but before the fire could burn, these two buildings quickly collapsed one after the other. This can be a bit unconventional. You have to know that last year, there was also a building on fire in Rice, and it burned for 24 hours before that building collapsed. Could it be that the structure of the World Trade Center is not as good as this civilian building? An expert frowned. I remember the report at the time said that experts believed that it was the burning of the airplane's gasoline, which softened the steel structure material in the building under the high temperature, which caused the building to collapse instantly. Professor Zhu smiled and asked, "Do you believe this claim?" The crowd was silent. Obviously, they didn't believe it. Professor Zhu said, "I heard from an old friend who knows about geomancy, that the Shermao Twin Towers in the United States of America, in terms of geomancy, is committing the heavenly chopping fury, which leads to wind from all 8 sides. How is this possible?" The middle-aged expert exclaimed, not believing it at all. Prof. Zhu laughed. "Xiao Xie, don't rush to deny it. This is something that can also be explained with science. Experiments have proved that there is an inexplicable force between these two buildings that can make a grade 3 wind increase into a grade 8 wind. Science calls an effect similar to the one created between these two buildings, the narrow tube effect. At that time, the location where the World Trade Center was hit was more than 200 meters in the air, so you can imagine how strong the impact of the explosion was at that time. And then after being increased, the crowd was silent again. The middle-aged expert Xiao Xia was a little incredulous. "Professor Zhu, you mean to say that the explosion is only the cause? The World Trade Center is actually guilty of the heavenly chopper, which was the impact of the explosion produced by the collapsed?" The other experts, too, were all horrified. If this was true, then this heavenly chopper would be too terrifying. Professor Zhu smiled, not nodding or shaking his head, but looking in the direction of Taoist Master Yunhe. He said, "This Taoist Master Yunhe, I have also heard from my old friend in the feng shui industry. This person is very uncomplicated. Having cracked many feng shui murderous situations, he is by no means a waste of time." Upon hearing this, when the crowd looked at Taoist Master Yunhe again, they no longer had the disdain they had before. Instead, they were shocked, as well as incredulous. After Taoist leader Yunhe finished explaining the middle-aged man's passage of the corpse rearing land, he let out a light laugh and assumed a tone of an elder, saying, "Even though you claimed that you don't know feng shui, you still revealed your identity as a feng shui master. However, at your age, being able to tell that this place is a corpse-raising place is quite rare. Who is your master? Perhaps the poor Taoist and your master have some connection?" Nia Haoyu's face was filled with discouragement when he heard this. He did not expect Lu Zheng to look away as well. On the contrary, Lu Zheng's face was as calm as ever. "Which year did you hear me say that this is a corpse-rearing place? As for my division, I don't have any connection with you. With you, you're not worthy. Asshole. Kid, how do you talk? Believe it or not, I'll slap you with my big ear." The moment Lu Zheng's words fell, it instantly caused a burst of angry shouts. Taoist Master Yunhe also turned cold with his gaze, not bothering to hide it any longer, and sneered, "A yellow-mouthed child. After learning some shallow skills, you dare to show off in front of people? Well, today, the poor Taoist will let you see what is the real feng shui secret art." Saying that, he held the compass, steeply stepped forward and shouted, "Open!" Snort! The compass shook slightly. Following that, a yellow light flew out from the compass and rushed into the sky like a laser cannon. In an instant, all the water vapor swept by the yellow light was like ice and snow rapidly melting away when hit by sunlight, revealing a huge hole. The sunlight hung down from the hole and landed where the crowd was. When the crowd looked up, they only felt as if a huge hole had been poked out of the sky. Under the sunlight, the crowd felt warm all over, with an indescribable sense of comfort. In the darkness, a kind of realization arose in the hearts of all the people. This heavenly chopping fury had been broken by Taoist Master Yunhe in front of them. Taoist Master Yunhe put away his compass and looked down at Lu Zheng and said in a low voice, "Kid, now, are you convinced?" At this moment, bathed in daylight, Taoist Master Yunhe was like a god descending, causing an impulse to kneel down to rise in the bottom of one's heart. "It's just treating the symptoms but not the root cause," Lu Zheng said indifferently. Taoist Master Yunhe's trick could fool others, but not him. It was only by virtue of the power of the compass that he had dispersed a demonic aura in the sky above. If the root cause was not removed, there was no need to wait until nightfall. The place would return to its previous appearance. Nie Guoxiang was originally overjoyed, his face revitalized. Taoist Master Yunhe, though, had only solved a small portion of it, but as long as Taoist Master Yunhe was here, I was afraid that it wouldn't take long for the heavenly chopper pattern here to be broken. But at this moment, when he heard Lu Zheng's words, Nie Guoxiang's anger once again boiled over, and he shouted angrily, "Someone come, blast them out of here." When Nie Haoyu heard this, his face turned white with fear. Knowing that his old man had moved to real anger, he hurriedly pulled Lu Zheng's arm and said, "Junior Lu, let's just leave. It's indeed time to go." Lu Zheng nodded his head and looked at his feet, a look of regret appearing in his eyes. Deep beneath his feet, a spirit vein had been birthed, but before this spirit vein could take shape, the terrain of the place had changed, causing the spirit vein to abort, and instead, it had accumulated quite a lot of fury chi. As for the jade vein that Niegwaxiong and the others were searching for, it should be the aborted spirit vein, which wasn't under the foot. Instead, it was inside one of the side of the mountain wall. If they were to follow the Nia family's current digging method, I'm afraid that even if they dug for 10 more lifetimes, they wouldn't be able to dig out the jade vein. On the contrary, it would make the underground baneful chi leak out even faster, and it would be strange if something didn't happen. Originally, Lu Zheng wouldn't have minded explaining it and reminding Niegwaxiong of it, but now, he wasn't in the mood for it. When he had promised Nia Haoyu in the first place, he had only resolved the issue of the baneful chi in Nia Haoyu's body. As for the rest, it had nothing to do with him. He didn't owe these people either. However, there's one more thing to do before we leave. It just so happens that I will let you all see my methods as well. Lu Zheng murmured softly, as if speaking to himself. As the words fell, he took a step forward, raised his right hand, and grabbed violently at the void as he bellowed, "Congeal! Rumble!" Just as the crowd was preparing to watch Lu Zheng make a fool of himself with a teasing face, the entire canyon vaguely trembled. The water vapor above the heads of the crowd was like boiling water, boiling and tumbling violently. A white thread flew out from the water vapor and converged towards Lu Zheng's palm. How is this possible? Condensing things in the void. This is something that even an ascended master can't do. Taoist Master Yunha's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, with an expression of having seen a ghost. The others, too, had their eyes wide open with disbelief. The scene in front of them was simply comparable to a special effects blockbuster. A minute later, the water vapor stopped tumbling, the white threads disappeared, and in Lu Zheng's hand, there was a dragon's eye sized, as if it was a jeweled bead, which was emitting a slight chill. Lu Zheng handed the bead to Nia Haoyu and laughed lightly. "You sent me emeralds worth hundreds of millions of dollars, so I naturally won't let you suffer. This demon-repellent bead is condensed from demonic chi, and the demonic chi inside has already been refined by me. If you carry it close to your body, you won't be afraid of the threat of demonic energy in the future. As for its other wonderful uses, you can experience them yourself." With those words, he walked towards the outside of the valley. After the fatal chi in the sky above the canyon was extracted by Lu Zheng, the remaining water vapor began to gradually dissipate. As the sunlight shone down, it unexpectedly formed a long rainbow band over the heads of the crowd, stretching all the way to the outside of the canyon. The crowd stared at Lu Zheng's departing back in a daze, not uttering a sound. At this moment, the huge canyon was as silent as a mass grave at midnight. Chapter 39, Divine Dr. Xiao. By the time the crowd reacted, Lu Zheng's figure had long since disappeared. Void condensation. Void condensation. Could it be that he is an innate realist? How is this possible? The arrogance on Taoist Master Yunha's face was no longer there before. At this moment, his eyes were lifeless and he kept chanting under his breath like a neurotic. He was truly shocked. Deep inside, there was even a touch of unknown fear. He just wanted to step on someone and pretend to be 13 so that he could further raise his stature. This is his usual routine, and he has used it before without fail. That's why there are countless tycoons vying to befriend the Cloud Crane Taoist master. It just so happened that Lu Zheng opened his mouth to speak when he was thinking about this. It was simply a case of sleepy. Someone sends a pillow. Taoist Master Yunha had thought that this stepping stone was no different from those stones in the past. Where would he have thought that this was actually a piece of steel, and that he had kicked it on? Niegwaxiong was also filled with remorse. Taoist Master Yunha had just exerted all his strength, but he had only opened a layer of water vapor. However, when Lu Zheng raised his hand, he caused all the clouds in the sky to disperse. It was self-evident that he was stronger or weaker. He would be an idiot if he still couldn't see it at this point. "Dad, Nia Haoyu held the fate-expelling bead in his hand and opened his mouth, only to be interrupted by Niegwaxiong before he could speak. "What are you still doing here? Why don't you go?" Niegwaxiong chided with an anxious face. "Dad, I think you're wrong. Lu Xiao is not a fraud. He has real skills." Finally, Nia Haoyu managed to gather enough courage to say. Upon hearing this, Niegwaxiong was so angry that he almost cursed on the spot, anxiously urging, "What the hell do you need to say? I'm not kicking you out. I am asking you to go after Mr. Lu Haoyu. It's your good fortune to make a friend like Mr. Lu. It's also your chance. Remember to grab it." Oh, only then did Nia Haoyu understand what Niegwaxiong meant, and a look of great joy appeared on his face as he busily nodded his head, turned around, and ran in the direction that Lu Zheng had left. Only when Nia Haoyu's figure disappeared into thin air did Niegwaxiong turn around and say to Taoist Yunha, "Taoist, I'm afraid I still have to trouble you here." Although Taoist Master Yunha was not as good as Lu Zheng, he was still a high-ranking person without a doubt. He had also made a lot of connections to be able to invite Taoist Master Yunha. Niegwaxiong knew in his heart that trying to invite Lu Zheng back at this time was simply impossible, and would only make Lu Zhang even more resentful, so he just let Nia Haoyu go after him instead of choosing to go himself. As for trying to solve the problem here, he could only rely on Taoist Yunhe in front of him. Don't worry, Dong Nia, the poor Taoist will definitely do his best. Taoist Master Yunhe nodded his head and said with a solemn face, without the arrogance from before. In the next second, his words turned and his expression was rather awkward as he said, that, Nia Dong, the poor Taoist has an unkind request. I don't know, please speak. Taoist, Nia Guoxiang hurriedly said, ahem, Nia Dong, the poor Taoist sees that your son seems to have some friendship with Lu Zhenjin. The poor Taoist would like to personally come to the door some other day to apologize to realist Lu, and I wonder if I could ask your son to that. That, Taoist Yunhe said with an embarrassed look on his face. After all, he wanted to be ashamed, and in front of so many people, his final words still didn't come out. However, Nia Guoxiang had already understood its meaning. Ha ha, don't worry, Taoist Yunhe. This matter is wrapped up in my son. Nia Guoxiang laughed out loud and patted his chest in assurance. Really? Taoist Master Yunhe's eyes instantly lit up, and with a delighted face, he said, good, the poor Taoist will definitely make every effort to help Nia Dong solve the problem here. As for the cost this time, the poor Taoist won't charge a penny. Taoist, how can this be good? Nia Guoxiang exclaimed. He had spent quite a bit of money in order to ask Taoist Master Yunhe to take action, in addition to making connections, and had given $10 million in deposits alone. If Taoist Master Yunhe could solve the problem here, there would be a reward of $50 million afterward. Adding up the total, it would be $60 million. This is not a small amount of money. I didn't expect Taoist Master Yunhe to say no. Ha ha, no harm done. Poor Taoist is also someone who likes to make friends. Consider it making Nia Dong a friend. Taoist Master Yunhe laughed boldly, while in his heart, he was dripping blood. MMP, this is $60 million. It's just gone. However, who let him kick the can down the road and offend a real person? When he thought of Lu Zhang, Taoist Master Yunhe felt as if he had eaten the yellow dock, his mouth full of bitterness. However, if he could eliminate Lu Zhang's resentment towards him, losing this $60 million would not be a loss. If he could really take this opportunity to climb into a relationship with Lu Zhang, then it would be a blood profit. Thinking of this, realist Yunhe was looking forward to it. After Nia Haoyu left the canyon, he ran all the way, exerting all his strength, and when he rushed back to Yanglu village, he was relieved to find Lu Zhang waiting beside his car. Young Lu, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this to happen, Nia Haoyu said with an apologetic face. Forget it, you can't be blamed for this. Lu Zhang shook his head, and after thinking about it, he eventually instructed, tell your father that if he doesn't want anyone to die, he shouldn't keep digging further down. He had also just drained the canyon of the fatal chi that permeated the canyon. These baleful chi were only the baleful chi escaping from the underground, and belonged to an extremely tiny portion. The real big head was still underground. If Nia Guoxiang didn't know what to do and continued to dig down, it would definitely cause the underground baneful chi to leak out. At that time, there was no telling how many people would die. Naturally, the people who would die wouldn't be Nia Guoxiang, the top brass of the Nia family. It would only be those innocent workers. Yes, young Lu, I'll remember. Nia Haoyu busily nodded his head, and after waiting for Lu Zhang to get on the car, he slowly started the car and drove towards the direction of Rong City. The car had just entered Rong City, but Lu Zhang suddenly opened his mouth. Go to the antique street first. Zhao's traditional Chinese medicine center, the Chinese medicine pavilion, which was usually crowded with patients, was unusually lively today. The entire Chinese medicine center was already crowded with patients. That's not all. The patients who couldn't get in were spontaneously lining up a several-meter-long queue outside. Xiao Yuruo was busy grabbing medicines for the patients, and even Gu Yun, who was resting in the rented house earlier, was also here to help. At this moment, Xiao Chenye was sitting in front of a square table, checking the pulse of a young woman, quite like an old Chinese doctor. Next to him, there was also a handwritten notebook. This notebook was exactly what Lu Zhang had left behind in the morning. Regarding the notes left behind by Lu Zhang, Xiao Chenye initially rejected them and did not care at all. He had his own pride. He knew that Lu Zhang knew the Huiyang 9 needles, but he did not believe that Lu Zhang was better than himself in treating common diseases as well. Therefore, when Xiao Yuruo handed him the notes, he refused. Even when Xiao Yuruo opened the notes and placed them in front of him, he turned his head aside with a haughty face. However, this arrogance only lasted for less than 10 minutes. Xiao Chenye eventually failed to hold back his curiosity and looked at the notes left behind by Lu Zhang. This reading was out of control. By the time he finished reading, 2 hours had passed and it was lunchtime. In the afternoon, there was a patient in the clinic, also an old neighbor, who had migraine headaches, which had been around for decades and could not be cured at all. and usually just came to Xiao Chengye's place to get some painkillers. This time again, Xiao Chengye could not help but think of the content recorded in Lu Zheng's notes, and in accordance with the method above, he used a silver needle to help this neighborhood to stab a few needles. As a result, he was able to cure the other party's over 10 years old problem. This really shocked Xiao Chengye. The neighbor was also overjoyed, and after returning to the mahjong hall, he couldn't help but help Xiao Chengye brag about it. Hearing this neighborhood brags about God, the neighbors also do not play mahjong, have to run to see Xiao Chengye's medical skills. Originally, they were just trying to join in the fun, but after seeing Xiao Chengye cure an old neighbor's cervical spondylosis with a few stitches, the crowd also got interested. As for the cured neighbor, he ran back and called his old partner, son, daughter-in-law, and neighbors over. Whoever lives in this neighborhood all year round doesn't have any minor health problems, even the young people. If there is a serious illness, they will go to the hospital for treatment, but the hospital's consumption is too high. A common check a few $100s to go in. This is not even a cure. So, usually when there was a minor headache or fever, they would only choose to fight it. But now it's different. Today's Xiao Chengye, simply like eating an expired aphrodisiac, the level of healing is whooshing up. Thus, there was the scene before them. After Xiao Chengye finished checking the pulse of the young woman in front of him, he withdrew his hand and closed his eyes in contemplation. It looked as if he was thinking about a treatment plan. In fact, it was squinting his eyes and secretly looking at the notes on the table. The young woman on the opposite side saw that Xiao Chengye didn't say anything, and said rather nervously, "Uncle Xiao, my problem won't be very serious, right?" Xiao Chengye casually coped with a few sentences under his breath, and when he memorized the prescription recorded on the notes, he opened his eyes and smiled. "Minor problem. You are suffering from dysmenorrhea due to 2 deficiencies of kidney and blood, and insufficient qi in blood. I'll give you a prescription. Take the medicine for a few days and you'll be fine." After saying this, he picked up a pen and paper and began to write the prescription. 12g each of Angelica sinensis, Chuanxiong rhizome, red peony, dampi, and made xiangshu, 5g of Yuanhu, and 10g of radix et rhizomashingdi, decocted with water, 1 dose per day. Start taking it 7 days before each menstruation and stop taking it when menopause occurs. It was exactly the prescription recorded in Lu Zheng's notes. Not even a single punctuation mark was missing. In Chinese medicine, it is believed that menstrual water comes out of the kidneys. Normally, pay attention to eating less things that harm the kidneys and replenish your qi and blood more, and you won't have menstrual cramps anymore. Xiao Chengye handed the prescription to the young woman and instructed under his breath. The young woman picked up the prescription and was a burst of thanks before going to find Xiao Ruo to grab the medicine. Such a scene was not rare, but was happening all afternoon. By the time all the patients were sent away, the sky had already darkened, and the medicine cabinets that held the Chinese medicines were caught empty several times. Xiao Chengye had a satisfied face. Not only did he not feel tired, but he was energized. When he saw the money box that had been piled up with banknotes, Xiao Chengye's small eyes narrowed, and his face was filled with a Shiba Inu-like smile of satisfaction. Wealthy, boom! Just as Xiao Chengye was holding the money box, ready to count all the money inside rather than starve his belly, the door of the medical center was kicked open. A few dangling youths strutted into the medical center. "Old Xiao, this month's management fee, isn't it time to pay it?" Chapter 40 Management Fee. The youths that came in, 5 in total, were all in their 20s and 30s, with a countryside non-mainstream dress. The one who spoke was a youth with short dyed purple hair and wearing a leather jacket. As soon as these people came in, they immediately attracted the gazes of the 3 people in the medical center. Gu Yun was a bit confused and frowned as she asked, "Management fee? What management fee? This street is an old street. I'm afraid it won't take more than a few years to tear it down. There's no property at all. Where's the management fee?" He. When the purple hair in the lead heard Gu Yun's words, he just hemmed and hawed and didn't explain. Xiao Ruo glanced at the few people, her pretty face full of disgust, and turned her head to Gu Yun and explained, "Aunt Gu, they are the neighborhood punks, coming here to collect protection fees." Saying protection money was actually a refined way of saying it. To put it bluntly, these people were here to extort. The people living on this street were all old neighbors. Basically they all knew each other, and the security was always very good, so they didn't need any protection at all. But these people are some jerks, like the property company's model, specializing in collecting management fees from the merchants in the neighborhood. If you don't pay, they won't do anything to you, but they will just guard the front door of the store as the god of the door. With these menacing men guarding the door, no customer dares to go in. Over and over again, the business will not do. Against this kind of people, even the police is useless, because, first of all, they did not enter the store, and secondly, there is no trouble. That is, the police came, there is no way to do what they can only be verbally criticized and educated. Therefore, the merchants in the neighborhood encounter this kind of people. Most of them are pinching their noses to eat this loss. In the past, these people did not come to Xiao Chengye to collect management fees, because the business here is really too cold. A day cannot come to a few patients. Xiao Chengye wasn't afraid of them guarding the door, and these people didn't come at all. Smacking of bad luck. These people obviously also noticed the Chinese medicine center's prosperity during the day, and before it got dark, they couldn't wait to collect the management fee. Xiao Chengye obviously knew the behavior of these people, but also did not refuse, nodded and said, I understand the rules. $500, right? I can give it to you guys. With that, he took out 5 bills from the money box and handed them to the purple hair in the lead. Dad, they aren't property, and they didn't do us any favors. Why should we give it to them? Xiao Yuruo said with some anger. Hearing Xiao Yuruo's words, several youths hemmed and hawed. The leader of the purple hair said, Yo, this is not Yuruo. Remember a few years ago or a yellow hair girl? This a blink of an eye. Have grown so beautiful ah? Xiao Yuruo snorted coldly and turned her head, directly ignoring purple hair. Purple hair, however, didn't care and laughed playfully. How can you say we didn't help? Aren't we doing you guys a favor by not adding to your mess? Ha ha. A few others, too, followed along and laughed, their faces filled with teasing. Yuruo, pack up your things, record the missing herbs, I'll have someone send them tomorrow. Xiao Chengye blocked Zimao's line of sight and turned his head to Xiao Yuruo. He, that's not right, old Xiao, this amount of money of yours, it's not enough. After receiving the banknotes, the purple-haired youth flicked them before rolling his eyes and said. Xiao Chengye frowned and asked, how is it not enough? It's clearly $500 a month. Purple hair snorted, it's $500 a month yes, but you're only paying for this month. The previous management fee, do you still want to continue owing it? What previous management fee? What do you mean? Xiao Chengye was also a bit annoyed. Asking him to take out $500 was already equivalent to cutting his meat. I didn't expect that these people would still want to ask for a lion's share. Purple hair snorted coldly and said, naturally, it's the management fee for the past 5 years. In the past, seeing that your business was poor, we were too lazy to bother with you and owed it. Now that your business is better, shouldn't you make up for the past management fees? Saying that, purple hair was already counting up under his breath. 500 per month, that's 6,000 a year. Over the past 5 years, you owe a total of 30,000. Today, pay all of that. At those words, Xiao Chengye was so angry that he almost cursed his mother. His broken medical center. In the past, the net income of a year was just a little more than 30,000. Business had just picked up, so it was fine for these people to come and extort. But they even wanted his yearly income. You are extorting, Gu Yun coldly said. You can't talk nonsense. We are a regular company. We can issue invoices. Of course, if you guys want an invoice, the money for the invoice will have to be calculated separately. Purple hair heatedly laughed. I won't pay it. All of you get out of here. Xiao Chengye huffed, raising his hand to take back the money he had previously handed to purple hair, but was dodged by purple hair with a shake of his hand. Zima took a step back and looked at Xiao Yuruo, who had a furious look on her face, before she heatedly smiled at Xiao Chengye. Old Xiao, don't be angry. If you can't get the money, it's not non-negotiable. How about this? Let your daughter accompany me for a week and I'll give you a year's management fee waiver? Ha ha. The few youths beside him, hearing this from purple hair, all laughed out loud. Brother Hao, the brothers are all here watching. If you eat meat, you have to let the brothers have some soup too. Yeah, Brother Hao, why don't you let old Zhao's daughter accompany each of us for a month? Why don't you give him a year's free property management fee? A sharp-tongued youth hemmed and hawed. The purple-haired youth nodded and pretended. Monkey, this is a good idea. I approve it. Ha ha, thank you Brother Hao. Brother Hao is righteous. Follow Brother Hao. There's meat to eat. The other 3 youths, too, were all overjoyed. The purple-haired youth waved his hand and said to Xiao Chengye, Old Xiao, how about this suggestion of mine? This way you'll be able to pay 2 years less in management fees. Just pay 18,500 today. Xiao Chengye had already been so angry that his face was red and his lungs were about to explode. At this time, when he saw purple hair bring his head over, where could he still hold back and bellowed, I'll accompany your grandma. At the same time the words fell, Xiao Chengye jumped fiercely, swung his arm, and smacked towards purple hair's face. Slap. A loud slap resounded throughout the Chinese medicine center. Xiao Chengye's slap, which could be said to have used all of his body's strength, directly smacked the unawares purple hair into a miserable scream, and his body spun around 3 times before he fell on his buttocks and sat on the ground. Old Xiao, how dare you hit me? Don't want to mix in this street anymore, right? Purple hair covered his face and cursed. Blind your dog eyes, how dare you hit my daughter's idea? Lousy as this medical center does not open, but also to kill you this scum. Xiao Qingye's eyes were crimson as he grabbed the chair and smashed it towards Purple Hair. Dad, don't smash it. It will kill someone. Xiao Yuruo was also stunned. How could she not think that her father, who had always been oily and smooth, actually had such a violent temper? Only then did she react, and hurriedly ran over to pull Xiao Qingye. Zimao was also scared by Xiao Qingye's appearance. Hands support the ground, constantly sliding back, and so feel safe. Only then angrily cursed, "What are you still waiting for? Beat me to death." Purple Hair's 4 henchmen, before also did not expect Xiao Qingye this good old man will be shot. No defense at all. At this time to hear the Purple Hair this word, also reacted, cursing towards Xiao Qingye rushed, paralyzed. "How dare you hit brother Hao? I'll kill you." After Xiao Qingye pushed Xiao Yuruo away, several people also surrounded Xiao Qingye. One person snatched the chair in Xiao Qingye's hand, while the other 3 pressed Xiao Qingye down to the ground, and it was a burst of punches and kicks. "Stop! I'm warning you all. I've already called the police. If you dare to do it again, you'll all wait for jail." Guyan held her cell phone and drank coldly at the crowd. Her words really had an effect. The 4 people who had moved to hit Xiao Qingye stopped in fear. "Keep hitting me. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong." The purple-haired youth stood up and roared fiercely. "What the hell are you afraid of? Don't forget that I'm Master Meow's man. Even if I go to the police, I can still get you all out." Hearing Purple Hair call out Master Meow, the fear on the faces of the 4 youths suddenly disappeared, and they were about to continue. Gu Yun, immediately anxious, angrily said, "You dare to? I told you to mind your own business." Without waiting for Gu Yun to finish her words, Purple Hair had already roared, copied a chair, and smashed it towards Gu Yun with a hideous face. Gu Yun's face turned white and she hastily dodged backwards, but she didn't dodge at all and crashed into the wall. She had been cornered by Purple Hair, with the wall behind her and the hospital bed on the other side. There was no way to dodge. Boom! A violent crash sounded, followed by a muffled grunt. The chair in Purple Hair's hand directly fell apart. However, it didn't smash on Gu Yun, but on Xiao Yuruo's back. At the critical moment, Xiao Yuruo suddenly blocked in front of Gu Yun and took the blow with her back. Xiao Yuruo let out a cry of pain. Her face instantly turned pale, her body softened and she fell towards the ground. Luckily she was hugged by Gu Yun in time, so she didn't fall on the ground. "Yuruo, how are you?" Gu Yun hugged Xiao Yuruo and said with a panicked face. Xiao Yuruo rushed at Gu Yun and reluctantly smiled, opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say that she was fine. Only that before the words came out, she fainted. "Yuruo, I'll fight you all." Xiao Qingye let out an angry roar from his mouth, as if he was an angry bull, pouncing one of the youths to the ground. He sharply tore into them. The other youths rushed up to pull Xiao Qingye away, but let the 3 how to pull punches and kicks. Xiao Qingye also did not respond, as if unconscious, cannot feel the pain, just to be pounced on the youth crazy pounding. The purple-haired youth was surprisingly calm at this time, and said sinisterly, "There is no need to keep your hands off. First waste this old thing. As for Xiao Yuruo, if you want to die, you'll have to wait until I've had enough fun. You bunch of..." Gu Yun stared angrily at the purple-haired youth, so angry that her body was trembling. Purple Hair laughed in a sinister voice, "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you either. Although, you are slightly older. You should have been a beauty when you were young. Now you look just a few years older than Xiao Yuruo. I'm afraid you were a well-bred noblewoman in the past, right? TSK, just in time. Today play a double. Rumble." Before Purple Hair finished his words, outside the medical center, a violent roar of an engine resounded abruptly. Following that, there was a sharp sound of brakes. The moment the car stops, a figure is also from the open window scurries out, like a cheetah rushes into the Chinese medicine hall. Chapter 41, Waiting Before the Storm. Zhao's traditional Chinese medicine center. Zimao's words, in the end, were not finished, because a person had already appeared within the medical center. With the arrival of this person, it was as if the temperature of the entire medical center had plummeted to below 0 degrees. Cold, very cold. This was the first feeling that Purple Hair had after this person appeared. Being stared at by this person, Purple Hair felt like he had instantly fallen into an ice cave. Goosebumps rose, causing him to subconsciously shiver. This person who had suddenly appeared in the Chinese medicine center was naturally Lu Zheng. At this moment, Lu Zheng's face was icy cold, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent, especially when he saw Xiao Yuruo, who had fainted in her mother's arms. The anger in his chest boiled to the extreme, almost ready to explode his chest cavity. He, after all, had come too late. Just now, he had been preparing some things at Boya Xian, but suddenly received Xiao Yuruo's distress text message, so he borrowed Nia Haoyu's car and rushed here at a rapid pace. Unexpectedly, he was still too late. "Kid, no matter who you are, a word of advice. It's best to pretend you didn't see it and don't mind your own business." Purple Hair forced himself to hold back the uneasiness in his heart and opened his mouth to threaten. Lu Zhang looked indifferent and ignored it, instead walking towards Gu Yun. Little Zheng, save you Ruo. Gu Yun was first delighted to see the appearance to Lu Zhang, and then said in panic, her face full of self-blame, it's all my fault. Yu Ruo was injured because she was trying to save me. The one who was injured should be me. Mom, don't worry. With me here, Yu Ruo will be fine. Lu Zheng forced a smile and comforted Gu Yun in a warm voice. His hand, on the other hand, grabbed Xiao Yueruo's wrist and slowly injected his true essence into Xiao Yueruo's body. Since Xiao Yueruo was injured, there was no need to check it at all, and she could just directly use her true essence to treat it. Doing so, although it consumed some true essence, it was better than being simple and crude, and the effect was also the fastest. Hearing Lu Zheng's words, Gu Yun let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly turned her head to Xiao Chunye and shouted, Old Xiao, stop it, with Xiao Zheng here, Yu Ruo will be fine. Several of Purple Hair's men had stopped their hands after Lu Zheng appeared, and like Purple Hair, they stared at Lu Zheng with a guarded face. Only Xiao Chunye, as if he was bewitched, was still frantically pounding the punks underneath him, not noticing Lu Zheng's arrival, like a machine that knew no fatigue. As for the monkey that Xiao Chunye rode underneath, he had long since fainted, and his face was covered in blood, so he could no longer see his original face. Upon hearing Gu Yun's words, Xiao Chunye was like having his acupoints pointed out. His body stiffened, mechanically turning his head in Gu Yun's direction, and when he saw Lu Zhang, who was treating Xiao Yueruo, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and his voice rasped, Kid, you must save. Before he finished speaking, he fell headlong to the ground. Seeing this, Gu Yun was in a big hurry and was about to assist Xiao Chunye. Mom, Uncle Xiao is just off his feet and is fine. He has injuries on his body and can't move around, so let him rest there first. Lu Zhang hurriedly stopped him. Upon hearing this, Gu Yun then nodded her head and did not go over to assist Xiao Chunye. She also understood that she was not a doctor, so if she moved around, a little inattention might cause Xiao Chunye to get more injuries. After Lu Zhang dissuaded his mother, he lowered his head once again and did his best to heal Xiao Yueruo's injuries. As for Purple Hair and the others, Lu Zhang did not say a word to them from start to finish, as if he had not seen them. Lu Zhang's disregard, however, caused Purple Hair and the others to become more and more uneasy in their hearts. Brother, which path are you mixed up in? Today this thing? In fact, I don't want it either. After waiting for a moment, seeing Lu Zhang ignoring himself, Purple Hair couldn't help but open his mouth. Lu Zhang didn't even raise his head, as if he hadn't heard. Man, even though you guys were beaten up, one of my brothers, too, was knocked out by you guys didn't suffer either. How about we just forget about this today? Purple Hair didn't wait for Lu Zhang's reply and couldn't help but say it again. Lu Zhang still ignored it. Kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear Brother How talking to you? One of Purple Hair's henchmen finally couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere and yelled at Lu Zhang. Grass, gave you face huh? Another person also yelled, copied a chair and made a gesture to smash it towards Lu Zhang. Brother How, why are you talking nonsense with him? There are still 4 of us, can't we still beat him alone? The last youth then said to Zimao. Purple Hair's face was also gloomy to the extreme as he stared at Lu Zhang and said in a deep voice, Kid, so you're not going to settle things? I'm not afraid to tell you, I'm Master Miao's subordinate. Well, just as Zimao's words fell, a soft cry suddenly escaped from the mouth of the unconscious Xiao Yueruo. Her eyelashes blinked and she slowly opened her eyes. Gu Yun was still tense, but at this moment, when she saw Xiao Yueruo waking up, she immediately rejoiced and said, Yueruo, how are you doing? Aunt Gu, what's wrong with me? Xiao Yueruo opened her eyes and saw Gu Yun, somewhat unresponsive. She only remembered that she blocked for Gu Yun and felt pain everywhere in her body, pain that she had never felt before. And then she lost consciousness. You silly child, you fainted just now. Luckily little Zheng came back. How is it? Does it still hurt now? Gu Yun said with tears in her eyes. When Xiao Yueruo heard this, she realized that she was actually being held in Lu Zheng's arms, and her pretty face could not help but blush. After feeling her body for a while, she didn't seem to have any pain, just like before she was injured. Before she broke away from Lu Zheng's embrace and shook her head with a red face. I don't seem to be able to feel any pain. Mom, don't worry, Yueruo is already fine. Lu Zhang wiped off the sweat on his forehead and smiled at Gu Yun. Of course Xiao Yueruo was fine. In order to treat Xiao Yueruo's injuries, he had used up 70% of his body's true essence. This was several times more than even treating Xiao William back then. Fortunately, the current him was already at the first level of qi refining, and his true essence was quite a bit thicker than when he had treated Xiao William. Brother, since your people are already fine, then, is it possible for us to leave? Purple Hair forced out a trace of a smile and said with a stiff face. His heart was also shocked. No one knew better than him how heavy the force of the hit he had just smashed Xiao Yueruo with was. Even if it was a strong man, being smashed in the back like this, he would have to go to the hospital for a month, let alone a weak girl like Xiao Yuruo. But now, Xiao Yuruo was even so well. Lu Zheng did not pay any attention to it, but stood up and came next to Xiao Chengye, and began to check Xiao Chengye's injuries on his own. Compared to Xiao Yuruo, Xiao Chengye was much more miserable. There were bruises, redness and swelling everywhere on his body, and there was almost no normal skin left. However, the injuries on his body were much lighter than Xiao Yuruo's. Basically all of them were superficial injuries, and the most serious injury was a broken rib, which did not injure his internal organs and was not life-threatening. Only then did Lu Zheng sigh in relief and carried Xiao Chengye to the bed. Xiao Chengye had not fainted, but had fallen asleep. It was not an ordinary sleep either, but due to the fact that he had shed too much energy, he had stimulated his body's self-protection mechanism and fell into a deep sleep. In this situation, it was best to let him sleep like this, and when Xiao Chengye's body functions recovered, he would wake up on his own. However, Lu Zheng did not do so. Instead, he injected his true essence into Xiao Chengye's body, accelerating his recovery of his bodily functions. If Xiao Chengye did not wake up, how could he see with his own eyes what was going to happen next? In that case, he would regret it. Lu Zheng did not want him to feel regret. Therefore, he had to wake Xiao Chengye up. Kid, what the do you want? If you don't speak up again, I will leave. Purple Hair finally couldn't bear the oppressive atmosphere and roared loudly at Lu Zheng, his face twisted and livid. Lu Zheng's cold violence was simply much harder to bear than Lu Zheng violently beating him as soon as he appeared. It was like a death row inmate, standing in a courtroom waiting for the judge's verdict. It was too torturous. He wanted to leave just like that, but his intuition told him that this kid in front of him was a bit weird. If he left like this, leaving behind this unknown hidden danger, he would be tormented all the time, unable to sleep or eat. The eventual consequences would most likely be more serious. This time, Lu Zheng did not remain silent, but said without lifting his head, "Finished?" Purple Hair froze slightly, somewhat surprised. He did not expect Lu Zheng to open his mouth, nor did he expect that Lu Zheng's voice would be so calm. There was no imagined rage, no hysteria, nor any obscenities. There was only indifference that permeated from the bones. "Finished," Zimao subconsciously said, seeing that Xiao Chengye had opened his eyes. Lu Zheng then looked at Zimao, his voice indifferent. "Then, you can go die." Dang! At the same time as the words fell, a crashing sound that sounded like a heavy hammer hitting a giant drum rang out. Lu Zheng sat on the edge of the bed as if he had not moved. Purple Hair's body, however, flew backward a dozen meters in response to the sound, and crashed into the wall of the medical hall with a loud bang, knocking out a huge depression in the wall. The whole medical center is trembling. Like an earthquake, a gust of smoke and dust filled the medical center. Purple Hair, on the other hand, was embedded in the wall, not moving at all. Chapter 42, Consequences You Cannot Afford. Zhao's traditional Chinese medicine center. After the tremor, the entire medical center was plunged into deathly silence. Everyone was shocked by Lu Zheng's thunderous strike. They didn't even see Lu Zheng strike, and Purple Hair was embedded into the wall. How much power did one have to do that? The three henchmen of Purple Hair, each and every one of them had their eyes wide open, shock written all over their faces. Gu Yun and Xiao Yuruo were also shocked at this moment, looking at Lu Zheng as if they were looking at a monster. As for Xiao Chengye, he had already sat up the moment the medical center shook. At this moment, that mouth was so wide open that it could almost stuff down a goose egg. This is really my son? Gu Yun dare not believe. Mouth muttered. After the shock, Gu Yun was abruptly startled, looked at the Purple Hair on the wall, and panicked to Lu Zheng. "Xiao Zheng, you killed him?" Lu Zheng smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry, he didn't die. It's too cheap for him to die just like that." Just as Lu Zheng's words fell, Purple Hair's three henchmen also reacted violently, screaming as they fled towards the outside of the medical center. No one cared about the monkey on the ground, as well as Purple Hair on the wall. At this time, naturally, one's own life is the most important. Dead friends, not dead poor. Now, who knows them? The front of the gangster, in the blink of an eye, ran to the door. "C is about to go out." Face immediately showed joy. However, before he could spread the smile on his face, a shadow flashed before his eyes. Boom! A violent crash sounded. The gangster only felt a sinking in his chest, as if he was hit in the chest by an angry bull, and before he could feel the pain, his body already flew backwards. The other two punks, seeing Lu Zheng who had suddenly appeared in the doorway, did not have time to stop before they were kicked in the chest by Lu Zheng, and they flew backward. Bang bang bang! Three dull impact sounds rang out. The three gangsters successively smashed onto the ground, and after landing, they rolled around and howled miserably while holding their chests. Lu Zheng withdrew his foot and looked at the Purple Hair on the wall. "Are you coming down yourself, or am I going to help you?" Cough. Within the wall, the purple hair, which was originally motionless, as if it was lifeless, steeply coughed violently after Lu Zheng's words fell, and then with a bang, it fell to the ground. What in the world are you? You? Purple hair looked up at Lu Zheng with a shocked expression on his face. He did not expect Lu Zheng to recognize his trick of pretending to be dead with a single glance without even getting close to him. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng did not reply, but took a step towards purple hair. The kick he had just thrown appeared to be extremely powerful, but in fact, he had used his skillful strength, only breaking purple hair's vertebrae and turning him into a cripple in the future. Lu Zheng was not arrogant enough to think that he could be fearless of the laws of this world, and if he killed purple hair, he was afraid that he himself would have to pay for his life. Moreover, just like what Lu Zheng had said just now, letting him die like this was really too cheap. Now, although purple hair was not dead, the rest of his life could only be spent from his bed. I'm warning you, I'm Master Meow's man. If you dare to touch me, Master Meow will not let you go. When the purple hair saw Lu Zheng walking towards him, he was so scared that he screamed once again. Master Meow? Hearing Violet Hair mention this title again, Lu Zheng could not help but frown. Next to him, Xiao Chunye, who was on the hospital bed, said with an ugly face, he is talking about Miao Tianhua. In the entire city of Rongqing, almost a third of the gangsters are under his jurisdiction. This person acts in a very low profile, seldom shows his face, but he has a black heart and his favorite thing is to stab people in the back. I've heard that the original bosses of several nearby districts have all been victimized by him, and even the families of those bosses have evaporated. Good to know, kid, I might as well tell you. Master Meow is the most protective. If you dare to touch me, not only this medical center will not want to open, it's you guys who are waiting to bear Master Meow's thunderous wrath. Purple hair sneered. At those words, Gu Yun and Xiao Yu Rua's faces tightened, their faces filled with worry. Xiao Chunye, on the other hand, was so gloomy that his face was on the verge of dripping. He knew more than the two Gu Yun. Because of this, he deeply understood that Zimao's words were not a threat or intimidation, but the truth. If he wanted to escape Miao Tianhua's retaliation, then the only way was to give up this place and move to a place where Miao Tianhua's influence could not be felt. Even then, one had to be careful of being discovered by Miao Tianhua's people at all times. Otherwise, the end would be even worse. Make the call. Just as the crowd was feeling apprehensive, Lu Zheng's voice suddenly rang out. What? Purple hair exclaimed in shock, staring at Lu Zheng, his eyes wide open in some disbelief. I told you to make a call and call Master Meow, as you call him. Lu Zheng indifferently said. Kid, do you really want to seek death? Purple hair exclaimed, shocked and at the same time, sitting in a bit of shock. It was true that he was Miao Tianhua's henchman, but there were tens of thousands of Miao Tianhua's men, and he was merely a small leader among them. He wasn't even qualified to see Miao Tianhua's face, let alone have his phone number. I don't want to repeat myself, Lu Zheng said indifferently. Fine, since you seek death yourself, I'll fulfill you. Purple hair gritted his teeth and said hatefully, pulling out his cell phone and started dialing. Naturally, the person he called was not Miao Tianhua, but his boss's boss, Lei Hu, Miao Tianhua's top general, acting as the role of the double flower red stick, Huang Tian Entertainment Club. On the surface, it is an entertainment club, but in fact, it is Miao Tianhua's base camp, the top floor, the supreme VIP box. Said box, in fact, hundreds of square meters, comparable to a small banquet hall. Inside the decoration of luxury, but the banquet hall cannot be compared. The materials used are all imported from all over the world. Australia's handmade wool carpet, Italy's luxury leather sofas, even the seemingly ordinary wine cups and silver knives and forks on the table, all imported from France. The decoration of this box alone cost tens of millions of dollars. But this box, but not open to the public, is Miao Tianhua's private box. At this time, a small meeting was being held inside the box. It was just like an ancient vassal king feasting on his ministers, divided into two rows, each with a table. Sitting at the main table in the center was a middle-aged man around 40 years old, dressed in a straight suit, wearing gold glasses, with a gentle face, looking quite a bit of elegant temperament. This person, it is the purple hair mouth Master Miao, Miao Tianhua. Below him sat the bosses of the various districts under his command, all dressed in suits, sitting down to listen to Miao Tianhua's speech. If there are people who do not know the truth, when they see this scene, they will never think that this is a group of underground Big Brothers party. I'm afraid that they will think that this is a listed company's top management is holding a banquet. Ringing bell. Just as Miao Tianhua was talking, a sharp ringing of a cell phone sounded inside the box, and drew everyone's attention over. A big man sitting at the second table wearing a suit and looking very powerful. However, his face changed drastically, and when he realized that Miao Tianhua was looking at him, a cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. He took out his cell phone, and without even looking at it, he hurriedly hung up the phone. Only then did he raise his head and said to Miao Tianhua on the main table, "Chairman, I'm sorry, I forgot to turn off the phone before. I'm willing to accept the punishment." Ringing. Without waiting for him to finish his words, the ear-piercing ringtone, once again, rang. The mighty big man was so scared that his body was shivering, and he was about to hang up the cell phone again. "Answer it." Right at this moment, Miao Tianhua on the main table spoke. There was no imagined storm of angry curses. Instead, Miao Tianhua's voice was gentle, and there was even a hint of a smile on his face. But seeing this smile of Miao Tianhua, Lei Tiger's hand holding the cell phone shivered, where he dared to actually pick it up. He, Lei Tiger, you're really getting better and better. Even when the chairman is speaking, you dare to leave your cell phone on. In the opposite position of Lei Tiger, a big man whose size was not weaker than Lei Tiger's. He snorted. The moment these words came out, it immediately exposed all the gangsterism in his bones. TSK, someone who thinks he has the trust of the chairman is getting more and more arrogant lately. Now, even the chairman doesn't put it in his eyes. Another middle-aged man in a suit skimmed his lips and sneered, claiming to be loyal to the chairman. I'm afraid that in his heart, he hates to replace him. Another person sneered. They all called Miao Tianhua chairman, not boss, and not even big brother. This was mandated by Miao Tianhua. Although Miao Tianhua was a big man in the underground, he regarded himself as a businessman, and considered himself as the covert defender of order in Rongqing, and had always asked his men to address him as chairman. Lei, who had already been sweating, heard a few rival taunts, immediately stood up and eagerly said, "Chairman, I did not. I am absolutely interested in you." "Alright," Miao Tianhua smiled and waved his hand. "A few of them were just joking with you. Calling you at this time, they must have something urgent. Let you make an exception today and answer it." Only then did Lei Hu breathe a sigh of relief, while in his heart, he made up his mind that no matter who this call was from, when he got back, he would dismantle this bastard. "This is Lei Hu." Lei Hu directly opened the speakerphone and said. At this time, he didn't dare to answer it alone. "Boss, I'm Rat. Help, I'm about to be beaten to death." On the other side of the phone, the purple-haired youth screamed into the cell phone. "Ha!" Hearing the cry for help coming from within the cell phone, Lei Hu's complexion stared. The few people who were prepared to watch Lei Hu's joke earlier also had their faces sunken. It was Miao Tianhua who also frowned slightly and unnoticeably. Lei Hu did not recall who this rat was, but since he had his own phone number and asked for help at this time, it was undoubtedly one of his own men. He is not concerned about who this rat is, but someone who dares to touch his men. Thinking of this, Lei Hu immediately asked in a deep voice, "Rat, what happened? Are you Miao Tianhua?" What rang again from the cell phone was an unfamiliar voice. The content that was uttered was so frightening that Lei Hu almost threw his cell phone out. The words, he didn't dare to answer. Lei Hu's face was gloomy, gritting his teeth and yelling lowly, "And what kind of person are you? It's not important what I am. What's important is that your people have messed with me." The unfamiliar voice rang out again, very flat. Not a trace of emotion could be heard. This voice, naturally, was Lu Zheng's. After the call was connected, Purple Hair's cell phone fell into Lu Zheng's hands. "I'll be waiting for you at Zhao's traditional Chinese medicine center. Remember, don't keep me waiting for too long. Otherwise, you can't afford the consequences." Tut tut tut. As the phone hung up, the entire box was also plunged into dead silence, where a pin could be heard. Chapter 43, Of Course I Forgive You, Imperial Sky Entertainment Club. Silence. Even though the phone had been hung up for more than a minute, the box at this time was still dead silent. Lei Hu was holding his cell phone, just standing there, not even daring to move a bit. The few bigwigs who mocked Lei Hu before, at this time also did not dare to open their mouths. None of the people present were little cuties. It was also simply impossible to make it hear. If they opened their mouths recklessly at this time, they couldn't say that they would run into the muzzle of a gun. The next thing to endure, I'm afraid, would be Miao Tianhua's thunderous fury. A light laughter rang out. Miao Tianhua was the first to open his mouth to break the silence. No anger on his face. Instead, a hint of a playful smile appeared. "Interesting, there is even a consequence that even I, Miao Tianhua, can't afford?" At those words, everyone's complexion was tightened. Everyone could hear that the person on the phone just now had mistaken Lei Hu for Miao Tianhua, but the harsh words just now were undoubtedly said to Miao Tianhua, and it happened to be heard by Miao Tianhua. Lei Hu immediately said loudly, "Chairman, please allow me to leave. I'll go over and kill that bastard." "No need." Miao Tianhua waved his hand in a playful manner. "You go over and bring him here. Remember not to hurt him first. I'd like to see what kind of character this is that even I, Miao Tianhua, can't afford to mess with him." "Yes, Chairman." Lei Hu hurriedly nodded his head, and with a few men behind him, he rushed out of the box, Zhao's traditional Chinese medicine center. After Lu Zhang hung up the phone, Purple Hair immediately sneered, "Kid, you're dead. I forgot to tell you, the person I just called was not Master Meow, but the #1 general under Master Meow, Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger is Master Meow's beloved, and is the most loyal to Master Meow. If you dare to humiliate Master Meow like that, you'll definitely die a horrible death. So what if you can fight? Even if you can fight, can you beat Brother Tiger? Tiger is Master Meow's double flower red stick. Do you know what a double flower red stick is? In ancient times, he was the head of the imperial household, the #1 expert, still the head of the palace? Does Miao Tianhua consider himself an emperor?" Xiao Chunye sneered. "In this wrong city, Master Meow is the uncrowned emperor." Purple Hair sneered. At those words, Xiao Chunye's face turned ugly and he opened his mouth, but he didn't think of any words to retort. Gu Yun and Xiao Yurua, on the other hand, both had nervous faces. By now, they were also clear about what kind of character this Master Meow was. Lu Zhang swept a glance at the complacent Purple Hair and said indifferently, "If you make any more noise, I don't mind shutting you up forever. Kid, now you're still ing." Purple Hair instantly became furious and was about to clamor. However, before he could finish his words, he was instantly swallowed the words behind him again after just being swept by Lu Zhang. Time passed slowly. 10 minutes had passed. A roar of cars resounded outside the medical center. A row of convoys appeared, a full 20 of them, all black Buick commercial vehicles. Even the license plates were linked up, directly blocking the road outside the medical center. Clatter! The car doors opened in turn, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps, densely packed. After a few breaths, hundreds of strong men in suits gathered outside the medical center. Da-da-day. Footsteps sounded. A bald man in a suit walked into the medical center. His eyes swept over the crowd, suddenly grinned, his eyes flooded with cold light and said, "Just now, who made the call? Brother Tiger? It's me. I'm Rat. I hang out with Brotherly. I made the call just now." When Purple Hair saw the bald burly man, he immediately shouted with excitement. Leihu nodded and waved his hand at a few burly men behind him. Immediately, 5 people came out from the crowd and walked towards Purple Hair. Purple Hair finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he was saved. However, before this breath could be exhaled, his face changed. These 5 strong men did not lift up Purple Hair, but surrounded Purple Hair, and then, lifting their feet to Purple Hair was a burst of fierce kicks. Kicking Purple Hair screamed repeatedly, "Ah, Brother Tiger, I'm Rat. I'm one of Brother Lee's men. You're hitting the wrong person. Stop hitting. Help. Brothers, we're on the same team. You're hitting the wrong person." The 5 people, however, didn't listen to their nonsense at all, and each time they put their foot down, they instead pushed a little harder. Leihu also paid no attention to Purple Hair, but instead looked at Lu Zhang, playing with the flavor. "So, you're the one who was on the phone just now?" "It's me." Lu Zhang nodded his head and said rather regretfully, "Unfortunately, you are not Miao Tianhua, but it doesn't matter. When you ask for help again later, I think you'll be looking for Miao Tianhua. It's a bit more troublesome, but the good thing is that the outcome won't change." He. Hearing Lu Zhang's words, Leihu could not help but laugh in anger, and said with a scowl, "Kid, you are very confident. Do you know how many people I brought with me this time? These people, just by standing here and not moving for you to fight, can exhaust you to death. Is that so?" Lu Zhang said indifferently. Leihu snorted. "Originally, according to my character, I wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble, and would have just directly cemented a few of you. I have to say, you are very lucky. What you just said happened to be heard by Master Meow." "Miao Tianhua heard it?" Lu Zhang said rather unexpectedly. It wasn't just Master Meow. The bosses of the several nearby districts all heard your bold words. Right now, Master Meow and the rest of them are waiting for you. Your face is big enough, isn't it?" Leihu grinned a morose smile. With that, he turned around and made an invitation gesture to Lu Zhang, sneering, "Come with me. Master Meow wants to see you." At those words, Lu Zhang but smiled. He had just thought that he had to clean up this Leihu before he would let Miao Tianhua show up. He did not realize that Miao Tianhua was present when he spoke just now. This was better, saving him a lot of trouble. "Alright, I'll follow you." Lu Zhang let out a light smile and was about to leave the traditional Chinese medicine center. "Lu Zhang, I'll go with you." Just as Lu Zhang raised his leg, Xiao Yurua suddenly rushed over and grabbed Lu Zhang's arm. When Xiao Chengye saw this scene, he immediately became anxious, and instead of pretending to be injured, he jumped down from the hospital bed and anxiously scolded, "Are you crazy? You don't know martial arts. Going there will only add to Lu Zhang's chaos." Although Gu Yun was worried about her son, she also said, "You Ruo, listen to your father, or stay. I don't care. I'm going with Lu Zheng. Otherwise, he can't go either." Xiao Yurua stubbornly said, not listening at all. "You Xiao Chenjitong dodgy, almost jumping up in place. Lu Zheng, however, guessed Xiao Yurua's intentions. If she wanted to follow along, I'm afraid that she had the intention of reporting her mom's name once something happened. Yesterday, Lu Zhang had listened to Xiao Yurua's conversation with her mother, and guessed that her mother's identity might be extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have dared to make such a bold statement as kill Xi Wanding's 10 clans. This word, is the Su family head afraid do not dare to say? More can not do. Okay, Uncle Xiao. Mom, let you Ruo go with me. Don't worry, with me here, no one can harm her. Lu Zhang assured. AI, Xiao Chengye sighed, and in the end, he could only nod his head. Isn't it time to go now? Lei Hu urged with a look of impatience. Lu Zhang, however, ignored it and did not leave immediately, but took out 2 jade pendants and handed them to his mother and Xiao Chengye respectively. Mom, Uncle Xiao, these 2 jade pendants are protective amulets that I got a high-ranking person to make. You guys remember to keep them close. Lu Zhang exhorted. He had spent the afternoon in Boyaxian today making these. In each jade pendant, he had carved a defense formation into it. This jade pendant was different from the disposable amulet that Lu Zhang had sold to Nie Haoyu earlier, as it could be used multiple times. Afterwards, Lu Zhang took out another piece and personally helped Xiao Yurua to bring it on, before he and Xiao Yurua got into Lei Hu and the others' car together. 20 minutes later, Imperial Sky Entertainment Club, top floor box. Miao Tianhua and the others were sizing up the pair of young men and women brought by Lei Hu. Eventually, Miao Tianhua's gaze landed on Lu Zhang. Are you the one on the phone? The one I can't afford to mess with? Not bad, it's me. Lu Zhang nodded seriously. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lu Zhang nodding his head in acknowledgement, the entire box resounded with a burst of laughter. They had thought that the person who had spoken was some kind of remarkable figure, so arrogant, but they had not expected it to be a brat. Miao Tianhua was also dumbfounded. Only Xiao Yurua grabbed Lu Zhang's arm, her face tense, but she forced herself to hold back her inner panic and not show it. There is some guts, Miao Tianhua said indifferently. However, I heard that you beat up my men. 2 of them were even wasted by you. Say, how can this be resolved? How can it be resolved? Lu Zhang said indifferently. It's simple. You apologize to me now. Boom! Without waiting for Lu Zhang to finish his words, a violent crash sounded. Lei Hu pounded his fist on the table, staring angrily at Lu Zhang and gritting his teeth. Kid, you're damn well looking for death. Several other district bosses also looked at Lu Zhang and sneered as if they were looking at a dead man. Don't rush. Let him speak. I would like to hear what else he wants to say. Miao Tianhua waved his hand, playing with the flavor, and his eyes had turned icy cold. Apologize? In the entire Rong City, there were definitely not 5 fingers of people who were qualified to let him. Miao Tianhua, apologize. This kid, he dared to ask him to apologize, or in front of so many of his men. This was no longer as simple as looking for death. Lu Zhang, however, as if he did not notice the murderous gazes of the crowd, continued. First, you apologize to me. Second, have your people get out of Camellia Street and never be allowed to enter this street. I'll be covering it from now on. What about you? After beating up my people, you won't just want to let it go, right? Miao Tianhua's face had turned completely cold. No matter how good-tempered he was still enraged by the 2 conditions put forward by Lu Zhang. Not to mention, he was not a good-tempered person in the first place. Me? Lu Zhang let out a light laugh and rightfully said, of course I choose to forgive you. Chapter 44, do you know how to write the word death? Asshole. You seek death. As Lu Zhang's words fell, a violent shout rang out. Thud. A violent crash resounded throughout the entire box. The solid wood square table in front of Lei Hu was directly blown into a pile of scrap under his punch. Lei Hu, on the other hand, leaped a few meters and landed on the opposite side of Lu Zhang. Kid, how dare you humiliate Master Miao like this? I'd like to see if you still dare to mouth off when I pinch your bones off inch by inch. Lei Hu gritted his teeth and said with a fierce face. This time, Miao Tianhua, who was on the main table, didn't stop it anymore, but instead picked up his wine cup and gently took a sip, putting on a show-watching stance. Ha ha, Tiger Lei finally couldn't help but strike. Letting this kid act like a bully. Don't get torn apart alive by Lei Tiger in a while. Let's hope this kid can hold out for a few more moves. Otherwise, it'll be too boring. The crowd was also in a pose of watching the show, not forgetting to comment a few words under their breath. You? Lu Zhang swept a glance at Lei Hu and said indifferently. I advise you to better not make a move. Someone like you is fine against ordinary people. In my hands, you wouldn't be able to take even a single move. Die for me. Lei Hu became more and more enraged, and when he saw that Miao Tianhua did not stop him anymore, he shouted violently and threw a punch towards Lu Zhang's head. What Purple Hair had said earlier was not wrong. Lei Hu was the #1 warrior under Miao Tianhua, the #1 expert. Before following Miao Tianhua, He was an underground black boxer, and was also the champion. Because he won the title of Tiger King, he later changed his name to Lei Hu. His boxing style is based on the tiger fist of the elephant fist, a blend of Muay Thai, Hung Gar, Bang Quan, Taekwondo, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Indian yoga and many other boxing styles, coupled with his own experience, which he summarized through life and death battles in the underground boxing arena. Seemingly disorganized and unattractive, it was the simplest, most effective boxing method that could produce the greatest destructive power. This was a true killing fist, only killing, not performing. Lei Hu's punch was almost like lightning, so fast that the naked eye could barely catch it. Even the air made a bursting sound under the crush of this punch. Oomph! A cold humming sound rang out at the same time that Lu Zhang also threw out a punch. Thud! A sound like a boiler exploding resounded throughout the entire box. Ka-ching! Following that, there was the sound of crisp bone cracking. Ha ha! This kid's bones are shattered. How dare he get tough with Thunder Tiger? Who does he think he is? Does he really think that the title Tiger King is called in vain? I don't know what to do. I'm afraid this kid was still breastfeeding when Lei Hu was fighting black boxing. The crowd snorted with disdain. How hard is Lei Hu's fist? Just look at the solid wood table just now. That was a solid wood table made of Mexican royal ebony. The tabletop was 3 inches thick. The entire table weighed hundreds of kilograms. At least 3 adult strong men were needed to barely lift it. But under Lei Hu's punch, it was directly scrapped. Ah! Without waiting for their words to fall, Lei Hu, who originally had a furious face, suddenly let out a mournful scream to the sky, and that face became distorted. At the same time, his body flew backwards with a bang, hitting the wall of the box. In a flash, all the mocking sounds came to an abrupt end. The crowd looked at Lei Hu, who was lying on the ground, no longer knowing if he was dead or alive. His face was filled with shock, and each and every one of them had their mouths so wide open that they forgot to close them. Jing! The large box was once again plunged into dead silence. I have already reminded you. It's you who sought death, so you can't blame me. Lu Zhang withdrew his hand and said indifferently. Still no one replied. The crowd, still immersed in a great shock, Lin Hu, had actually lost? Moreover, it was still by this kid in front of him, who had given him a second with a single punch. Complete defeat. How is this possible? The crowd's heart set off shocking waves. Even Miao Tianhua, at this time, can no longer maintain the previous calmness. The wine in the cup, when he panicked to avoid the Lei Hu, it has been buckled on the shirt. Looks quite a mess. Is this your bottom card? Miao Tianhua resumed his seat and stared at Lu Zhang, saying in a cold voice, so what if you can fight? If you can beat one person, can you beat 100? Even if you can beat 100 people, can you beat 1,000? And do you know how many brothers I have under my hand? 30,000. Do you know what that means? Even if these people stand still and let you fight, they can tire you out hundreds of times. Miao Tianhua's voice sounded unhurriedly within the box. When the last sentence was finished, he once again resumed his previous calm and relaxed demeanor, as if everything was within his grasp. Miao Tianhua pulled out a paper towel, gently wiped the red wine on his shirt and smiled lightly. Young man, do you think that now is still the era of relying on a pair of fists to fight the world? Believe it or not, I don't need to use a single soldier. Just make a phone call, and I can get you into the station for life. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang also laughed, staring at Miao Tianhua in a playful manner. You're scared, huh? The movements of Miao Tianhua's hands froze, and a flash of viciousness flashed across his eyes. Following that, a cold smile appeared on his face. You say I'm afraid? Oh, just as well. I'll let you see what true strength is today. Slap. As Miao Tianhua slapped his palm twice, the door of the box was instantly pushed open, and a group of strong men with open knives and wearing field uniforms rushed into the box in a swarm, surrounding Lu Zhang and his 2 men with hundreds of people. The original spacious box seemed a bit crowded at this moment. Make a move, live or die. Miao Tianhua waved his hand and said, without any nonsense at all. The crowd led the order and swung their swords towards Lu Zhang and the 2 of them. Stop! Just as Lu Zhang was about to make his move, suddenly, Xiao Yurua, who had courage from nowhere, unexpectedly stepped in front of Lu Zhang, staring at Miao Tianhua and coldly said, my mother is one Rengbing. If you dare to harm us, she will not let you go. Seeing Xiao Yurua suddenly stand out, Miao Tianhua was slightly stunned. Then he said with some doubt, Wen Renbing, who is it? This name, he had never heard of. Have you guys heard of this name? Miao Tianhua asked as he turned his head to look at the several regional bosses below. All of them followed suit and shook their heads together. Old me bagged a little starlet some time ago. I think it's called something ice. Speaking of which, it's somewhat similar to this chick. It can't be her, right? A burly man hemmed and hawed. Ha ha. The others, all burst into laughter. Miao Tianhua was also dumbfounded. You're shameless. Xiao Yurua was so angry that her pretty face turned red, while her heart sank. It seemed that her mother's name was not good at all either, and these people had never even heard of it. Miao Tianhua looked at Lu Zheng playfully. So, this one Rin Bing is your backer. Unfortunately, it's useless with me. Ringing. Right at this moment, a sharp cell phone ring rang. Lu Zheng's cell phone rang. The one calling was an unfamiliar number. Lu Zheng frowned slightly, but in the end, he picked up his cell phone and answered it. Who is it? This is Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng said directly after picking up the phone. Lu Zheng. This is Wu He. Elder Su has already found out what happened to your father and has specially sent me to pick you up. On the phone, the respectful voice of Su family's provider Wu He rang out. So soon? Lu Zheng could not help but be shocked in his heart when he heard this. He had only asked Su Tianyan to investigate yesterday, and he did not expect that it was only less than a day ago, and Su Tianyang had already investigated clearly. Yes, Mr. Lu Zhen, I will be arriving at Zhao's traditional Chinese medicine center soon. I don't know if you are there right now. Wu He said cautiously. I am not at the medical center. Lu Zheng frowned, not surprised that the Su family was able to find out where he lived. Just then, one of the bosses inside the box shouted angrily. What are you guys still waiting for? Waiting for him to bring help? Chop him up for me. Let him fight. Miao Tianhua, however, raised his hand to stop him. I'd like to see what kind of help he can call in. The words of the two men were also clearly transmitted into Wu He's ears through the cell phone. Wu He instantly tightened up and hurriedly asked, Real Lu, are you in some kind of trouble? Yes, I have encountered some minor troubles. Lu Zheng nodded his head and did not avoid saying so. Wu He heard this but his eyes lit up. In fact, there was no need for him to personally take part in such a small job as picking up Lu Zheng. In any case, he was also a Xian-level martial artist, and was the Su family's envoy, and even in the Su family, there were not many people with a higher status than him, but Su Tianyang still sent him. Wu He naturally understood what Su Tianyang meant. This was giving him a chance to get close to Lu Zheng. At this moment, hearing that Lu Zheng was in trouble, how could Wu He not be excited? This was simply a case of someone sending a pillow when sleep came. Master Lu, I wonder what kind of trouble you have encountered. Wu He hurriedly asked. It's nothing much, it's just that at the Imperial Sky Entertainment Club, there was a conflict with the people here. Lu Zheng casually said. The Imperial Sky Entertainment Clubhouse? The person you clashed with, is Miao Tianhua? Wu He suddenly said. Not bad, you recognize this person? Lu Zheng asked in surprise. Manservant Lu, I know the location of the Royal Sky Entertainment Club. I am in the neighborhood. Please tell Miao Tianhua to wait. I will be right there. Wu He said hurriedly, and then hung up the phone in a hurry. How's it going? Did you move to get help? Miao Tianhua smiled playfully when he saw Lu Zheng put away his cell phone. He said he was nearby and would be here soon. Lu Zheng put away his cell phone and said, Good, I'll wait for him. I'd like to see what big shot you can move out. Miao Tianhua sat in his seat with a playful face, but his eyes were filled with coldness. Inside the box, a few other bigwigs from the region were similarly sneering. Moving rescuers? What a joke. Is there anyone in Rongqing that Miao Tianhua is afraid of? Of course there was, and there was more than one, but none of these people could be moved by a brat. Dang, 5 minutes had just passed, and the door to the box was opened again. However, this time it was kicked open. At the same time as the door opened, there were several clubhouse bodyguards that flew in together. What kind of person? How dare you come to the Imperial Sky Club to cause trouble? Miao Tianhua slammed the table and stood up and shouted angrily. Humph, no matter how big my guts are, they're not as big as your Master Miao's guts. At the same time the voice rang out. An old man in a gray robe also stepped into the box, staring at Miao Tianhua on the main table and coldly drinking. Miao Tianhua, do you know the word death and how to write it? Chapter 45 Elder Su's honored guest. This old man who suddenly appeared was none other than Wu He. At this moment, Wu He, with cold eyes and a murderous face, had a powerful aura that shocked many of the bosses present. Who the hell are you again? In the next second, a regional big brother couldn't help but burst out, his face filled with annoyance. What was the Imperial Sky Entertainment Club? It was their home base. Those who knew the truth usually didn't even dare to enter. Passing by on the street had to hide far away. But today, it was fine to be slapped in the face by a brat. Even if it was fine, there was even a bad old man, or he directly hit the door. The old man is someone you can't afford to mess with. Wu He swept a glance at this big man and said with an indifferent face, Go to hell, I can't afford to mess with you? Together, hack him to death for me. This big brother was furious and roared, letting his men make a move. Stop! Just as his words fell, Miao Tianhua finally reacted and bellowed, stopping the crowd that was about to make a move. He himself stood up from his seat and hurriedly came in front of the old man, bowing slightly and saying with some uncertainty, Are you Elder Wu? In an instant, The room was filled with silence. All the bigwigs had their mouths wide open, too shocked to speak. What is the situation? This bad old man in front of him even made Miao Tianhua run down from his seat to greet him, and still addressed him as Wu Lao with a respectful face. Miao Tianhua was slightly bowed, his face already covered in beads of sweat. Although the words in his mouth were questionable, deep down he was certain that the old man in front of him was none other than the Su family head's personal bodyguard, Wu He. In the past, when he had gone to the Su family for an audience with the old master, he had seen him several times. Although Wu He was a bodyguard, his position in the Su family was extraordinary. Even Su Tianyang's sons had to respectfully address him as Uncle Wu, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Wu He, is this kid's backer? Thinking of this, Miao Tianhua couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. This person, he really could not afford to mess with. If Lu Zhang was this Wu He's descendant, then I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to make things right today. Count on you not being completely blind. Wu He let out a cold snort, no longer paying attention to Miao Tianhua, but instead walked briskly to Lu Zhang's front and said with a respectful face, Master Lu, are you alright? Did Miao Tianhua hurt you? He doesn't have that ability yet. Lu Zhang said indifferently. It was the old Immortal who made a slip of the tongue. With your means, even if 100 Miao Tianhua were here, they wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on your head. Wu He hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. This young man in front of him was an innate realist, a martial arts emperor-like existence. So how could a few ordinary people in the district be able to move him? Not to mention Lu Zhang, even he, Wu He, would easily crush these people in front of him if he wanted to clean them up. This was the difference between a martial artist and an ordinary person. No matter how many ants there were, they could bite an elephant to death, but they could not bite a divine dragon above the 9 heavens. The difference between an ordinary person and an innate real person was just like a mole cricket and a divine dragon. Not even comparable. When Miao Tianhua saw this scene, his face turned pale, and the shirt wrapped in his suit was already wet with cold sweat. This kid, surprisingly, was not Wu He's descendant. Its identity, it seemed to be even more terrifying than he had imagined. Otherwise, how could it be possible for Wu He, the red man beside Su Lao, to be so respectful? This was not a treatment that a descendant could have. Wu Lao, who is this? Miao Tianhua forced his inner fear and also came over, asking with some hesitation. Humph. What answered him was an angry cold snort. Wu He stared at Miao Tianhua and laughed coldly. Miao Tianhua, how dare you treat Elder Su's honored guest like this? I would like to ask you if you know how to write the word death. Su Lao? Miao Tianhua's body shuddered, almost falling on his butt on the ground. Still somewhat undeterred, he said, Elder Wu, the Elder Su you are talking about is, of course it's the Su family's family head, Su Tianyang. Wu He laughed coldly, might as well tell you, old me is here to pick up realist Lu on Elder Su's orders. But, this time, Miao Tianhua couldn't hold back any longer and directly dropped his butt to the ground. Scared silly. It was true that he, Miao Tianhua, was powerful, very powerful, within his own sphere of influence. Like an Earth Emperor, no one dared to mess with him at all, but that was only for the powerless, or the middle and lower classes. In the underground world of Rongqing City alone, he was still far from covering the sky with one hand. There were several other bigwigs who were on par with him in terms of strength, not to mention the upper echelons of Rongqing. The Su family was the top of the pyramid in Rongqing. As for him, to put it nicely, he was a gray power. To put it bluntly, he was actually a rat in the sewer, not being able to see the light at all, and not being able to get on the stage. In front of such a powerful family as the Su family, he couldn't even be counted as a fart. As long as Su Tianyang a word, he the so-called underground king, perhaps tomorrow will be dead in the street. Inside the box, the bosses of several other districts also lost their previous arrogance and replaced it with a face full of panic. They might not recognize the Wu He in front of them, but they were no strangers to the Su family. In the entire Rong City, there was only one Su family, and that was the Su family, one of the 3 great families of Rong City, the true magnates. This kid in front of them was actually the Su family head's honored guest. How could this not surprise them? Master Lu, Miao Tianhua is blind. How dare he offend you? Why don't I make a move for you and finish him off directly? Wu He bowed slightly to Lu Zhang and asked for instructions. The so-called underground king was simply a joke in front of the Su family. In his eyes, Wu He was equally a joke. He could kill them with the lift of his hand. No, don't Master Lu, this is all my fault. I apologize to you. Please spare my life. Miao Tianhua sensed the ruthlessness in Wu He's eyes and immediately begged for mercy. He had seen Wu He strike before and deeply understood that Wu He was terrifying. Although there were hundreds of men inside the box, each one of them was an elite, and they were armed with sharp blades. Outside, there were more men. As long as he gave a shout, they would quickly rush in. But he understood that even if all these people went together, in front of Wu He, they would only be abused. To Wu He, the result would not change in any way. At best, it would only delay him for a little bit of time. Now Tianhua didn't even have the heart to resist and directly begged for mercy. Real Lu, what do you think? Wu He turned his head to Lu Zhang and asked. Lu Zhang stared at Miao Tianhua and said coldly, do you still remember my previous conditions? Remember, Mr. Lu Zhang, I apologize to you. Miao Tianhua busily nodded. Don't worry, I will have my men withdraw from Camellia Street, and from now on, they will never take a step into Camellia Street. Remember, in the future, if anything goes wrong on that street, I will assume that you did it. I won't look for anyone but you, Lu Zhang indifferently said. At those words, Miao Tianhua's mouth was filled with bitterness. This was more than just making his people not collect protection fees. This was to let his people be nannies for the merchants on that street. However, at this time, Miao Tianhua didn't dare to disobey, but instead nodded his head in a hurry and said, yes, I remember. Realist Lu. After leaving the Royal Sky Entertainment Club, a black Lincoln Navigator was already waiting at the entrance. Lu Zheng and the others got into the car and first sent Xia Yurua back to the medical center before heading to the Su family. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the Su family. Su Tianyang, as well as his granddaughter, Su Zimo, were waiting at the main entrance. Zenith Lu, you're finally here. Please come inside, Su Tianyang said with a smile. Greetings, Master Lu. Su Zimo bowed slightly to Lu Zheng and said, Elder Su, I heard Mr. Wu say that you have already found out everything about what happened in Yu City? Lu Zheng asked. Not bad, Mr. Lu Zheng. This matter is a little complicated. It wasn't too clear over the phone, so this is why the old man made the decision to invite you, manservant Lu, to come here in person. Su Tianyang nodded his head and said. The few people walked and talked at the same time, and soon arrived at an ancient parlor. Su Tianyang took out a pile of information and handed it to Lu Zhang. It was very thick and had dozens of pages. Su Zimo, on the other hand, started to make tea for the two of them. Lu Zhang received the information with some suspicion. Just after seeing the contents of the first page, he could not help but be taken aback, the pupils in his eyes shrinking slightly as he exclaimed, It's him! Chapter 46, White-Eyed Wolves. Lu Zhang held a thick pile of information in his hands. On the first page, there was a resume format printout with the character's name, information, background, and past deeds written in great detail. Even, there was a 2-inch upper body headshot attached. It was when Lu Zhang saw this photo that he could not help but exclaim in shock. This person, he recognized. To be exact, there were not many people in the entire Yu City who did not recognize this person. Even if he did not recognize him, he had definitely heard of his great name, Cloud Dragon, the richest man in Yu City, the founder of the $100 billion real estate group, Dragon City Real Estate. At this time, Su Tianyang opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, Not bad. The organizer of that banquet 3 months ago was Yun Zhonglong, the richest man in Yu City. The Lu Group and Dragon City Real Estate have always cooperated. That day, Mr. Lu Zongming also received an invitation to the reception. Be specific, Lu Zhang asked without lifting his head as he quickly flipped through the information. Su Tianyang said, It is said that the reason why Dragon in the Clouds organized that reception was to receive a big shot. It's just that, before the reception started, there was a male gentleman who took a fancy to a daughter brought by a small tycoon, and in front of everyone, he was about to take her away. At that time, there were quite a few tycoons present, but only your father stood out and had his bodyguard stop that eunuch. Speaking here, Su Tianyang's face sank slightly, revealing an expression of desire to speak. Lu Zhang, however, had already understood its meaning, and said in a cold voice, That eunuch is the big shot that Dragon in the Clouds invited to the banquet? Not bad. Su Tianyang nodded. You should have guessed what happened afterward. After Yun Zhonglong arrived, he didn't reprimand that eunuch. Instead, he accused your father of stirring up his reception and drove your father out in public. Dang! Lu Zhang slammed the table, causing the entire parlor to tremble vaguely. The valuable solid wood tea table in front of him was directly scrapped. What a dragon in the clouds! Lu Zhang gritted his teeth. Both fists were clenched. His face was icy cold, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Even if he was not present at the time, he could imagine how embarrassing it would be for his father to be driven out of the reception by Yun Zhonglong in front of everyone. Su Tianyang also sighed, deeply understanding the viciousness of Yun Zhonglong's approach. As the saying goes, hitting someone is not hitting their face. If Yun Zhonglong did this, he was no longer hitting Lu Zongming's face, but rather stepping on Lu Zongming's face and rubbing it on the ground in front of everyone. After this, even if Lu Zongming didn't get into a car accident, he would still lose face and become the laughingstock of the Yu City business community. Mr. Lu Zongming was on his way out of the reception when he was involved in a car accident. Su Tianyang explained. Who did it? The dragon in the clouds, or that cockney? Lu Zheng asked coldly. This, based on the scene, it should be an accident. The driver of the truck claimed that the brakes suddenly failed and that's why he didn't brake, and that was indeed the case. But, Su Tianyang explained. Only before he could finish his words, he was unceremoniously interrupted by Lu Zheng. I only want results. If it was usual, if someone dared to interrupt him so nonchalantly, Su Tianyang would have already snapped in annoyance. But at this moment, there was not a hint of sulking on Su Tianyang's face. It should be the dragon in the cloud, Su Tianyang said. Should? Hearing this uncertain answer, Lu Zheng frowned slightly. Su Tianyang hurriedly explained. This car accident was an accident no matter where you look at it. The driver of the truck was sober and had not been drinking. The brakes, too, did fail by accident, and there were no signs of any human damage. But we did find out that the van driver, who had worked for Dragon City Real Estate for over a year, was later dismissed because he made a mistake. This work experience was also secretly erased after the crash. Apart from this suspicion, we didn't find any other evidence. Therefore, it's also impossible to determine if Yun Zhenglong was the one who ordered it. After all, several months have passed and the location is in Yuqing. Lu Zhang nodded in understanding. A strong dragon could not yet suppress a snake in the ground. Although the Su family was a powerful family in Rongqing, it appeared to have a whiplash when they were out of Rongqing, even though Rong City and Yu City were right next to each other. What's more, Yun Zhenglong was not a snake in the ground, but a sitting tiger. As the one family in Yu City, the Yin family's power in Yu City was no less than the Su family in Rong City, only slightly inferior in terms of seniority. Even if there were traces left behind at that time, after such a long time, they have long been cleaned up by the Yun family. Su Tianyang can find out these, already very rare. However, as long as he could determine that it was Yun Zhenglong, it was already enough for Lu Zheng. He wasn't prepared to go through the legal process. He, too, did not need evidence. Good Yun Zhenglong, worthy of being the richest man in Yu City. Ruthless enough, Lu Zheng muttered to himself in a cold voice, his eyes filled with ice coldness. His own father's rescue at the banquet was, to put it mildly, upholding the face of Yun Zhenglong, the master. But it was even if Yun Zhenglong did not thank him. In order to curry favor with that cockney, he even rebuked his father in public and expelled him from the banquet, causing his father to lose face. This didn't stop there. Just because of the torn face, Yun Zhenglong even couldn't wait to, on the way, take his father's life. Ruthless and ruthless, nothing more. Who is that male? Lu Zhang asked in a cold voice. This, old Immortal does not know. A flash of embarrassment appeared on Su Tianyang's face. He had previously claimed that he had found out the truth of the matter, but now it was bad. The murderer of Lu Zongming had not been confirmed, and even the identity of this Gongzi had not been found out. This made him more or less ashamed. At that time, Yun Zhenglong only introduced him to the crowd as Zhu Shao, and did not say his specific identity, and Yun Zhenglong was also secretive about it. I only found out that it came from the capital, but I sent someone to investigate. The capital city simply does not have a Zhu family. There is only a small family with average strength, far worse than the Yun family. If this young man is from this Zhu family, he will never be able to make Yun Zhenglong so respectful. Regarding the specific identity of this son, I'm afraid that only Yun Zhenglong himself is clear about it. At this point, there is nothing that the old Immortal can do, Su Tianyang explained. Although Yun Zhenglong was a junior, but in terms of strength and status, he was comparable to him. If Yun Zhenglong didn't say anything, there was no way for him to force Yun Zhenglong to speak. No matter, it's enough that Yun Zhenglong knows. I will make him speak, Lu Zheng calmly said. These plain words, however, caused Su Tianyang to be unable to resist a chill in his body, and a coldness bubbled up in the bottom of his heart. Lu Zheng did not care what Su Tianyang thought, but continued to look through the information, and suddenly, his gaze condensed again, and he recited a name under his breath. Fan Hailan? This person is the woman your father saved at the reception. Her father's name is Fan Shudeng, originally a small real estate developer. That time, he still managed to get into the wine party by entrusting his connections, Su Tianyang explained. Lu Zheng asked in a deep voice, when my dad was kicked out of the reception, this pair of father and daughter, did they ever speak for my dad? Never. Su Tianyang shook his head. At that time, this pair of father and daughter had been coldly watching without saying a word. When your father was kicked out of the reception, this father-daughter pair also disappeared from the reception. Speaking here, Su Tianyang paused slightly before continuing. The place where they reappeared was Lu's group, and they were there to take over Lu's group. What? Lu clan group was taken over by them? Lu Zhang was shocked again. Su Tianyang said, yes, at the very least on the surface. Nowadays, Lu's Group has changed its name to Hailan Real Estate, giving up its original building materials business and starting to enter the real estate industry. The company's legal person is none other than Fan Hailan, and Fan Shudang is serving as the president of Hailan Real Estate. Just 2 months ago, Longcheng Real Estate announced that it had reached a strategic cooperation with Hailan Real Estate. During this recent period, the two are frantically acquiring land around U City. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng could not help but laugh in anger. Su Tianyang also sighed. When he first saw the information, he was also shocked. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a white-eyed wolf before, but this was the first time he had seen this kind of white-eyed wolf that was so gracious that it would return the favor. This pair of father and daughter simply refreshed his perception of shamelessness. Lu Zongming was trying to save Fan Halen's life, so he offended that son of a, which led to him being kicked out of the party, and then he was even killed. But this pair of father and daughter, at the reception, did not come forward to plead for Lu Zongming. That's all. After Lu Zongming's accident, they in turn annexed Lu's group. There were some words that he feared would irritate Lu Zhang and did not say them. Nowadays, Fan Hailan was no longer the unknown little person she was a few months ago, but by annexing Lu's group, she had managed to become a member of U City's high society, and had become the most popular celebrity in the city, with a fortune of more than $2 billion. Because of the cooperation with Longcheng Real Estate, Fan Hailan had taken several high-quality plots of land in U City, and was thus labeled as the Queen of Real Estate. Seeing Lu Zheng sneer twice, he did not say anything. Su Tianyan's heart sank slightly, and asked with some concern, Mr. Lu, I wonder what your next plan is. Chapter 47, The Tuition. Intention? Hearing Su Tianyan's words, Lu Zheng sneered. Naturally, it's revenge. Tai. Upon hearing this, Su Tianyang was so shocked that he directly stood up, exclaiming, Real Lu, it cannot be. Yun Zhonglong is not only the richest man in U City, his official status is equally uncomplicated. Even though you are an innate mortal, if you take action against him, you will also invite great trouble for yourself. What do you mean? Lu Zheng asked with a frown, while in his heart, he was speculating on how to avenge this. It wasn't impossible to directly go back to U City and behead Yun Zhonglong and the others, but that would really be too cheap for them. Su Tianyang hurriedly explained, Manservant Lu, wouldn't you be surprised to know that there are obviously quite a few martial artists in this world, but they are rarely known by ordinary people. Martial artists are obviously much stronger than ordinary people. Yet why are there no instances of martial artists bullying the weak, or even relying on strong force to take things by force? At those words, Lu Zhang was slightly stunned. Before, he had never really considered this question. It was the difference between an ordinary person and a martial artist. Although it wasn't a judgment, the gap was even greater than that between a baby and an adult. It was not a level at all. Even an early yellow-ranked martial artist like Do Chao was not something that an ordinary person could fight against. However, before obtaining his ancestors' inheritance, he had never known of the existence of martial artists, much less heard of them relying on strong force and robbing other people's properties. He didn't think that martial artists were more aware than ordinary people. Su Tianyang said in a deep voice, not only us in China, but also other countries have quite a few martial artists. They are just called by different names. However, the order of this world has not been disturbed by martial artists. Even many ordinary people don't even know about the existence of martial artists. Everything is because the martial artists also need to be restrained, not to be able to act recklessly. Otherwise the world would have been in chaos. In China, the organization responsible for managing martial artists is called Dragon Court. You can think of it as the secular police, and its members are all made up of martial artists. If a martial artist breaks the law, they will not be judged by the law, but will be sanctioned by the Dragon Court. Dragon Court? Lu Zhang recited under his breath. Not bad. The Dragon Court is the law enforcer amongst martial artists. Realizer Lu, truth be told, I was once a member of the Dragon Court. Later on, I quit the Dragon Court, which led me to return to Rome City to found the Su family. Su Tianyang explained. What? Elder Su, you are a member of the Dragon Court? A shocked voice rang out abruptly. The one who spoke was not Lu Zhang, but Wu He, who remained silent at the side. At this moment, Wu He was staring at Su Tianyang with a dumbfounded expression. Su Zimel was also looking at her grandfather with some disbelief. She had long heard about the great name of the Dragon Court, but it was only now that she realized that her grandfather had once been a member of the Dragon Court. So it's like this. No wonder. No wonder. Wu He sighed, a thoughtful look on his face. There were 3 big families in Rong City, namely Su, Song, and Tang. These 3 big families, whether it's the Song family, or the Tang family, are all local forces in Rongcheng. 100 years of family, as early as before the founding of the country, is a side of the powerful family, but only the Su family is an anomaly in the 3, to put it bluntly, is a profiteer. the Su family was founded by Su Tianyang, and in just a few decades, he had created the current powerful Su family, becoming a triple threat with the Song family and the Tang family. According to reason, this is simply impossible, because in China, there have been two sayings circulating: rich but 3 generations, a gentleman's zeal is cut off in 5 generations. These were two sayings and at the same time two thresholds. Only after more than 3 generations of wealth can one get rid of the label of profiteer and become the so-called nobility, that is, the privileged class. If you want to become a powerful family, you need to be rich for at least 5 consecutive generations. This is an unwritten rule, but it is recognized by all the privileged class. But the Su family, starting from Su Tianyang, is only the first generation. They've already become the most powerful family in Rongcheng. This clearly breaks this rule. Previously, Wu still had some puzzles. Now, everything was explained. Su Tianyang, more than just a martial artist, had even been a member of the Dragon Court. Old brother Wu, no need to be so surprised. Back then, I was only a peripheral member of the Dragon Court, nothing more. Su Tianyang humbly waved his hand and said, but his face was filled with pride. Obviously, the experience of once entering the Dragon Court was even more proud of him than the fact that he had single-handedly created the present-day's powerful Su family. Elder Su, you are too modest. That's the Dragon Court. Wu He laughed bitterly. The Dragon Court was not something that anyone could enter. There, a group of the most elite martial artists in China were gathered. Everyone who could enter it was an elite. Even if it was just a peripheral member of the Dragon Court, it was an existence that he could only look up to. Su Zimo was also looking at his grandfather with a face of admiration, as if Su Tianyang had also remembered the past years. He sighed. There is a saying in the I Ching, a gentleman is like a dragon. When Lord Ming Yang first created the Dragon Court, he had made a great wish to make Manhwa's megabillion sons and daughters, all of them like dragons. Unfortunately, AI. Speaking here, Su Tianyang let out a sigh and did not continue. Seeing that Lu Zhang was staring at himself, only then did Su Tianyang realize that he had just focused on pretending to be a pussy, and had actually forgotten about Lu Zhang. He coughed dryly, and hurriedly said, True Lu, a martial artist striking out at an ordinary person is a felony. What's more, Yun Zhenglong is not an ordinary person, and his official status is his biggest umbrella. Although you are an innate realist, you have violated a major taboo by rashly striking out at him. You will definitely suffer the thunderous wrath of the Dragon Court. Dragon Court, is it very strong? Lu Zhang said with a slight frown. Su Tianyang looked aghast and let out a deep breath before he said in a deep voice, Very strong. When I was at my peak back then, I was at the late Huang rank, and I could barely touch the threshold of the Earth rank. But back then, amongst the outer members of the Dragon Court, he was only a mid-level member. If you want to become a senior member of the periphery, you must at least have the strength of the Earth level. The true core of the Dragon Court was the inner circle. If you want to enter it, you must fulfill 2 conditions. 1. Your strength is above the middle of the Earth level, and 2. You are expected to step into the heaven level. Speaking here, Su Tianyang looked at Lu Zhang and said in a deep voice, True Lord Lu, the prestige of the dragon in the clouds is too high in the secular world, and if you rashly take action against him, the repercussions would be too great, and you would surely make the Dragon Court furious. At that time, perhaps the Dragon Court will send out an ascendant realist to kill you. At those words, Lu Zhang fell silent. While others were not clear about his bottom line, he had a good idea in his own heart. He was not a martial artist, much less an ascendant realist, but an immortal cultivator. Lu Zhang had guessed that the reason why Su Tianyang and the others recognized him as an innate mortal should have something to do with the fact that he was cultivating an immortal cultivation technique, and that the aura he had erupted was similar to that of a celestial-level powerhouse. But the truth was that he wasn't a heaven-level powerhouse at all. He had only just cultivated for a few days, and his strength, according to his speculation, was stronger than Su Tianyang, a late Xian-level martial artist, and should be equivalent to the Earth level. At this time, if he really killed Yun Zhenglong and caused the Dragon Court to send out an ascendant realist to strike, he would definitely not be able to block it. In just this few moments, Lu Zhang figured out the general idea of it, and suddenly looked up at Su Tianyang. Elder Su, just don't sell me short. I'm afraid you called me here to do more than just tell me this. Is it that you've already come up with a countermeasure? Cough. Su Tianyang coughed dryly, not realizing that Lu Zhang had guessed all of his thoughts. He no longer hid it and said, True Lord Lu, wanting to kill Yun Zhenglong for revenge is not impossible, but there is a prerequisite, and that is that his golden body must be broken first. And, Lu Zhang raised his head and stared at Su Tianyang, vaguely guessing its meaning. Su Tianyang did not intend to hide it either, and continued, Yun Zhenglong is the richest man in Yuzhou, and is also a public figure, which is why he is known to the public. However, what if he is no longer the richest man in Yuzhou? or even dumped his family? Without this golden body, he's just an ordinary person. What do you mean? Lu Zhang asked thoughtfully. Su Tianyang said in a deep voice. First break his golden body, then take his life. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang's eyes lit up, and he had to admire Su Tianyang's old-fashioned skill. It was no wonder that he was able to create the current powerful Su family in just a few decades, relying on, definitely not just force. However, this coincided with Lu Zhang's thoughts. Lu Zhang's original intention was to do the same thing to others, so that Yin Zhenglong and the others could also taste the taste of a broken family. Cough. Su Tianyang coughed dryly again, and it was only at this point that he stated his true purpose. Master Lu, the Yun family's core industry is real estate. If you want to make Yin Zhenglong and the others lose their reputation, it would be best to defeat them in the real estate field. It just so happens that there is a real estate company under my Su family's name. I will give it to you as Zemo's tuition to pay homage to his master. What do you think? Chapter 48 Deluxe Gift. Grandpa, you're going to give the great business real estate to him? Lu Zhang had yet to speak, but Su Zemo, who was on the side, could already not help but exclaim in astonishment, with a look of incredulity on his face. There was no way for Su Zemo not to be surprised. As one of the three great families of Rome City, the Su family's industries were spread across almost every field, and real estate was naturally no exception. But real estate, among the Su family's many investments, only occupies a very small part of the proportion. Real estate company is only one. That is, Su Zemo mouth big business real estate. Big business real estate. There is no fame in the country, even in Rongcheng, can only be considered a second-rate real estate developer. But with the Su family as the gold standard, and with sufficient funds as a backing, the big business real estate and the construction of commercial housing, naturally will not do jerry-built things. In recent years, although the land is not much, but the construction of several residential areas, the quality is much higher than many of the first-class development of commodity quality. This also allows the big business real estate has won a good reputation, has been gradually recognized by the market. Today's domestic environment, far from it. In the next 10 years, real estate will still be the pillar industry of the domestic economy. It can be said that big business real estate has already had a certain amount of accumulation and is gradually turning into a hen that can lay golden eggs. The great commercial real estate was not a listed company, and the company's valuation was about 5 to 6 billion. But if the Su family wanted to change the great commercial real estate, it would be $1 billion, and there would definitely be people who would rush to buy it. To know, Lu Zheng family's Lu's group, the previous valuation is only about 1 billion. Su Tianyang opened his mouth, which is equivalent to sending Lu Zheng a Lu's group. No, the previous Lu's group, compared to big business real estate, was far worse in terms of earning power. In terms of potential, there is no comparison. Wu He was also shocked by Su Tianyang's handiwork. As soon as Su Tianyang made his move, he actually wanted to send a company worth more than $1 billion to Lu Zhang. Nima, should it be so capricious? When Su Tianyang heard Su Zemo's words, his face sank as he scolded. Shut up, real Lu Zhang is your teacher. Is this how you address your benefactor? Grandpa, I know it's wrong. Only then did Su Zemo react and hastily said, and then he bowed to Lu Zhang. Master Lu, it was me who took offense just now. Lu Zhang lightly laughed and waved his hand, signaling that he did not care. He had just been similarly shocked by Su Tianyang's handiwork. Regarding the great business real estate, he was not ignorant. In the past, when he was in school, he had heard his classmates talk about how tycoonish big business real estate was, and how they were willing to spend a lot of money on building houses. Take the plot ratio for example. The plot ratio of an ordinary residential area is between 2.44:5. The ordinary residential area built by big business real estate has a plot ratio of only 0.7, which has already reached the standard of a high-grade residential area. Previously, Lu Zheng only knew that the owner of the big business real estate was a tycoon and was not short of money. He did not realize that it was actually the property of the Su family. Thinking of this, deep down, Lu Zhang had to admire Su Tianyang's resourcefulness. If, when he first arrived, Su Tianyang had offered to send him a company, or directly said that he would use the great commercial real estate as a tutor for Su Zemo to learn from him, he would have definitely refused. But now, with all the previous preparations, proposing to give Lu Zhang the great commercial real estate would not seem abrupt at all. Lu Zhang really wasn't prepared to refuse. Just as Su Tianyang had said, he really needed a real estate company to fight against U City's Yun Zhenglong and the others. Even if Su Tianyang did not offer, he would still register one himself. Alright, I'll take it. Lu Zhang nodded. However, he was not a character who liked to take advantage of things. Fortunately, he had also prepared a gift for Su Zemo before he came, and in terms of value, it was definitely not inferior to this great business real estate. Saying that, Lu Zhang also took out a bunch of draft paper from his pocket and handed it to Su Zemo. What is written on it is an internal chi cultivation method called spirit turtle breathing out method. You remember to practice diligently. After you finish practicing according to the requirements above, I will then teach you the real divine ability spells. What? Another shocked cry rang out. This time, the one who exclaimed was no longer Su Zimo, but Su Tianyang. Su Tianyang, who had originally returned to his seat, was shocked to stand up again. Looking at the crumpled mass of manuscript paper that Lu Zheng had taken out, the expression on his face was as if he had seen a ghost. Real Lu, are you telling the truth? This is really a cultivation technique? Su Tianyang asked in a trembling voice, his hands trembling, subconsciously going to take the manuscript paper in Su Zimo's hand. He just reached halfway, but then retracted. Wu He, who was on the side, similarly stared at Lu Zheng, too shocked to speak. What was the most precious thing to a martial artist? It was not the cultivation resources, but the cultivation techniques. Why was the status of a martial artist so much higher than the status of an ordinary person? It was not only because martial artists possessed powerful force, but also because there were too few of them in this world. The entire population of China was over 1 billion, but there were not even 100,000 true martial artists. This is truly 1 in 10,000. It is too difficult for ordinary people to become martial artists. The most conventional, but also today's common approach, is such as Do Chao that, from a young age to start practicing martial arts, winter training 3-9, summer training 3 volts, so that continuous training for more than 10 years, it is possible to get started, become a martial artist. The prerequisite was that the person also had to have a good martial arts talent and a favorable family condition to be able to do so. This was because the resources consumed during this period were simply not something that an ordinary family could afford to pay for. Not only Do Chao, but also the Wu He in front of him, and even Su Tianyang had all come this way, and had even paid more than Do Chao. The reason why it is so difficult to become a martial artist is because of the lack of cultivation techniques, so you can only use such a stupid method. Is there a cultivation technique in this world? Of course there is. However, it is not polite to say, want to get a cultivation technique, even more difficult, is comparable to climbing up to the sky. In the whole of China, there were not many cultivation techniques, and these few cultivation techniques are in the hands of those martial arts families and clans, and are treated as their lifeblood. The technique is the foundation for these families to stand on. Normal ways to get the technique from their hands, simply impossible. As for robbing them, it was even more impossible. It was more like looking for death. The reason why the Dragon Court was able to gather so many elite martial artists and make countless martial artists rush to it was because of the cultivation techniques. When joining the Dragon Court, as long as you make enough contributions, you can exchange it for a cultivation technique. When Su Tianyang joined the Dragon Court back then, he was only an early Xian level martial artist, and he was already in his early 30s at that time. However, after just 5 years in the Dragon Court, he had cultivated to the late Xian level. Just because he had made outstanding contributions while in the Dragon Court, he was rewarded with a merit law. Of course, it was not a complete one, but only a Xian level cultivation method. Even so, it allowed Su Tianyang to benefit greatly. Because of this, Su Tianyang was able to more deeply appreciate the value of a merit law. Now Lu Zheng had raised his hand and was actually sending Su Zimo a merit law. How could this not shock Su Tianyang? Not bad. It is indeed a cultivation technique. What's the problem? Seeing Su Tianyang so out of sorts, Lu Zheng could not help but be a little surprised. It seemed that he had still underestimated the value of the merit law. What he had given to Su Zimo was a basic internal chi cultivation technique. This was not because Lu Zheng was hiding something, but if one wanted to become an immortal cultivator, one had to cultivate internal chi first. Only by cultivating the internal chi to its peak and allowing its quality to turn into true essence could one cultivate immortal cultivation techniques. When Lu Zheng had first obtained his ancestors' inheritance, he had not only obtained his ancestors' memories, he had also gained an additional true element within his body, which allowed him to directly skip the cultivation step of internal chi. Otherwise, he would have to start with internal chi cultivation as well. ZMO, what are you still waiting for? Why don't you thank your master Lu? Receiving Lu Zheng's confirmation, Su Tianyang was overjoyed and hurriedly urged Su Zimo to say. This big gift was really too heavy, so heavy that he did not dare to receive it. He had just given Lu Zheng the great business real estate, thinking that it was already full of vigor, but compared to Lu Zheng's offer, it was not even a fart. He had given Lu Zheng a company, and Lu Zheng had given him a family. Yes, this gong method was enough to create a real martial arts family. Nowadays, the Su family was only a powerful family in the eyes of ordinary people, but it could not even enter the eyes of those true martial arts families. With this technique in place, their Su family, in the future, would not only be a powerful family in the eyes of ordinary people, but would also become a true martial arts family. This was definitely a great gift.